Chapter 171. It was pitch black at night. Tang Mo and his 4 companions were hiding in a building, but now they seemed to be in the daytime, with nowhere to hide. After the first gunshot, Tang Mo pulled Chen Shanshan reflexively and rolled to the right. The bullet went straight through the place where Tang Mo had just hidden. Bang, 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 bullets kept coming one after another. The 4 people kept running away, and the wall was soon shot into a sieve. This man's bullets seemed to never run out. Tang Mo's heart tightened, and he looked at Fu Wenduo. The two nodded in unison, deciding not to sit and wait for death. Tang Mo dodged bullets, while quickly saying to Chen Shanshan, "Go separately. His bullets are very special. They can penetrate at least 5 walls. Shanshan, take Xiaoshang downstairs to the basement. Fu Wen and I will go find him. Remember, you can't run in a regular pattern." After Tang Mo hurriedly instructed, regardless of whether Chen Shanshan understood what he meant, he pushed the little girl directly to Fu Wenxing's side. Fu Wenxing was still confused, but Chen Shanshan had already grabbed his wrist and ran towards the stairs without looking back. Her eyes were firm, her forehead was covered with sweat, and her footsteps were extremely fast. Every time she ran a few meters, she would change direction and speed to dodge bullets. The bullets fired at the 2 children were getting faster and faster, but they passed by them countless times. "Damn it!" A curse sounded outside the building. Chen Shanshan dragged Fu Wenduo to the 2nd floor. This man seemed to realize that there was no point in catching 2 children. He turned the gun and shot at Tang Mo, who was running in the corridor without hesitation. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo ran separately, each on their own side, but the staircase where Tang Mo ran was closer to the man. At first, the man looked relaxed, with many bullets and fast speed. One bullet grazed Tang Mo's neck, leaving a bloody mark. The man laughed coldly. However, as Tang Mo ran closer and closer, his bullet still did not hit Tang Mo's vitals. The middle-aged man's face changed drastically. When Tang Mo was still 50 meters away from him, he turned around and ran. His speed was extremely fast and his judgment was extremely accurate, but he had just run 2 steps when a sharp dagger suddenly crossed his neck. The middle-aged man's face turned pale. His eyes rolled, he shouted angrily, and shot at the black-clad man who was holding him. Fu Wenduo turned his head to avoid the bullet, and at the same time stretched out his left hand and instantly grabbed the man's wrist holding the gun. He looked at the man calmly and moved his fingers. Ah! With a crisp cracking sound, the middle-aged man's wrist was broken in a weird posture. The man howled in pain, his eyes full of fear. But the next second, his left hand flipped, and another gun appeared in his hand. He pointed the gun at Fu Wenduo's chest and laughed sarcastically. "Very good, you are the 2nd person who asked me to take out this gun, go to hell." Bang! The fierce metal collision sounded in the empty street, and the middle-aged man looked down at Fu Wenduo's chest with his eyes wide open. At the same time, Tang Mo pressed his left wrist from behind. With a click, the man howled again, and his left wrist also fell weakly. 3 minutes later, Chen Shanshan brought Fu Wenxing out of the small building, and the 4 of them met in a small alley. Fu Wenduo tied the middle-aged man tightly with a prop rope. The man struggled hard, his face flushed. Fu Wenxing saw the wound on Tang Mo's neck, subconsciously stretched out his hand, and was about to say, "Brother Tang, I will help you heal your wound," but unexpectedly a tall figure walked in front of him. Fu Xiaodi was stunned, and saw Fu Wenduo naturally took out a half-used bottle of Nongfu Spring from the chicken coop, scooped some water with his hands, and then pressed it on Tang Mo's neck. The warm hand covered his skin, and Tang Mo suddenly felt a little numb where he was touched. He also looked at Fu Wenduo in surprise, and soon Tang Mo raised his lips and said nothing. This wound was very shallow, and it healed completely after rubbing it with mineral water twice. The middle-aged man's eyes darkened when he saw the scene. To have such a good healing item, the 4 people in front of him are definitely not ordinary Earth players. He was silent for a moment and said, "I am not a returner on the time ranking list, and you can't give my Eve reward if you kill me. But I know where the returner on the time ranking list is. This afternoon, when the Black Tower was not updated, I met a guy on the ranking list. If you don't kill me, I can tell you this information." This was beyond Tang Mo's expectation. The middle-aged man actually saw the situation clearly at once and began to plan for himself. Tang Mo gave Chen Shanshan a look. Chen Shanshan said, "Why should we agree to you?" The middle-aged man was not nervous either and asked back, "Do you survivors on Earth like to do things that harm others and benefit yourself? Let me go, I will tell you the information. Kill me, except for a sophisticated level prop on me, you will get nothing else. You guys shouldn't need a good quality item, right?" After a pause, the middle-aged man said, You can search me as you like. I don't have anything good on me anyway. Tang Mo glanced at Fu Wenduo, who calmly began to search him. The middle-aged man didn't expect them to be so honest. They searched him as they said, and his expression kept changing. 5 minutes later, Fu Wenduo found 2 strange black and white balls in his crotch. Tang Mo checked the properties of the 2 items and said with a smile, "Is this the good quality item you mentioned? Well, it is indeed of excellent quality, but there are only 2 of them." The middle-aged man held back for a while, and couldn't help but said, "Okay, I admit that these 2 balls can indeed be considered 2 props, but they are the most valuable things on me. Now you can choose to kill me, or let me go, and I will tell you the information." Tang Mo's lips gradually pursed up. The middle-aged man was right. It is true that only these 2 props on him are of some use to Tang Mo, and the other 4. Killing him would be completely detrimental to them, and would not benefit them at all. Tang Mo is not Bai Ruoyao. He would not do such a boring thing. If this man was just an ordinary returnee, Tang Mo would choose to kill him, but if he wanted to exchange information. Tang Mo said indifferently, "How can you be sure that we will let you go after you tell us?" If he had to do this, Tang Mo would not be unable to kill him after he told the information. This man could make such a suggestion, and he must have known that Tang Mo might not let him go. "Middle-aged man, let me go first. Let me run a distance. This distance is the middle distance where you can catch me, but I also have a chance to escape. Then I will tell you the information loudly. If you think it is wrong, you can catch me at any time, and I also have a chance to escape. Of course, you can't confirm whether the information I give is true or not. This is a gamble in itself. I gamble with my life, and you gamble with a piece of information. You have a chance to catch me again, and I only have a chance to escape. How about it? It's a good deal, right?" This is the smartest returner Tang Mo has ever seen. The Black Tower 4.0 version had just been online for half an hour, and the middle-aged man quickly found his identity. He did not panic when he met a strong enemy, but found a chance to escape in a short time. No wonder his ability was so weak, but he could survive until now, and had more than 300 minutes of rest time. But he was not really as calm as he appeared. Tang Mo glanced at the middle-aged man's tightly clenched fingers, and nodded gently, "Okay." A minute later, the middle-aged man stood 100 meters away, looking at Tang Mo and the other 4 from a distance. This distance is the middle distance where Fu Wenduo thinks he can catch him, and the middle-aged man thinks he can escape. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and said calmly, "Huaxia District 1, Ningzheng, 62nd in the time ranking. I saw him in Chaoyang Joy City 5 hours ago." Before he finished speaking, the middle-aged man turned around and ran, as if he was afraid that Tang Mo and his men would tear their faces off to catch him. Tang Mo heard his words clearly, and had no intention of catching him. Suddenly, Qin Shanshan was surprised and asked, "How can he be so fast?" Tang Mo was startled and looked up quickly. He saw that the middle-aged man ran 100 meters in just 3 seconds. This still included the starting time at the beginning. His speed was not slower than Fu Wenduo. If he had such a fast speed and such a strong physical fitness, how could he be caught so easily by Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo? Tang Mo, props. Fu Wenduo, superpowers. The 2 spoke in unison, and the next second, they rushed up together. Unfortunately, the middle-aged man had already run 200 meters away, and it was impossible to catch him. The middle-aged man laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha, this is my superpower. You stupid survivors of Earth." The voice stopped abruptly, and the middle-aged man stared at the young man in front of him with wide eyes in horror. Tang Mo raised the corner of his mouth, imitated the tone of the middle-aged man's previous speech to Fu Wenduo, and smiled coldly. "Very good, you are the 4th person who let me use this superpower." The middle-aged man wanted to run again. Tang Mo pulled out a small parasol, slapped him against the wall without hesitation, and then kicked the middle-aged man in the chest. The middle-aged man glared at Tang Mo angrily, and Fu Wenduo also rushed over at this time. A breeze blew by, and Fu Wenduo suddenly raised his head and looked at a shadow in the distance in surprise. Tang Mo was in a hurry to catch the middle-aged man, so he directly used the "a very fast man" ability, and did not pay attention to the surrounding environment. When he followed Fu Wenduo's line of sight, and saw the 2 men and women hiding in the shadows and sneering at them, Tang Mo was shocked. The young man and woman did not run away or come forward when they saw them, but instead showed a strange and familiar smile. Tang Mo, no! Fu Wenduo also understood the situation and turned back to yell, "Don't come over." It was too late. Qin Shanshan reacted very quickly, and pulled Fu Wensheng, but the 2 had already walked into the small square. Ding! The 315th copy of the large-scale multiplayer copy game Ease Game has been triggered. At 1842 on May 18, 2018, player Xing Siki, Du De, Liao Feng, Tang Mo Fuiduo, Fu Wensheng, and Chen Shanchan successfully entered the game. Sandbox loading completed. Data loading completed. The world instantly turned white. The moment the 7 people stepped into the small square, a sweet song sounded in everyone's ears. Before they heard the sound, everyone could imagine that the one who sang such a beautiful song must be a very beautiful girl. Tang Mo's face was cold, and he held the handle of the small parasol tightly. As the familiar white light lit up in front of them, when everyone opened their eyes again, they had entered a strange big room. This is a large round room, with various crystal decorations hanging in it. There are 8 doors around the room, 7 of which are exactly the same, and only one is huge. The beautiful singing came from outside that door. Except for the middle-aged man lying on the ground, the other 6 people all stared at the door and held their weapons tightly. The singing was getting closer and closer. When the singing reached the door, it opened automatically to both sides with a bang. A luxurious pumpkin carriage rumbled into the room. Its shaft was made of gold and its roof was inlaid with gems. Entering the room, the beautiful singing stopped abruptly, and a beautiful arm gently pushed open the door. The next moment, a pretty and lovely girl in a beautiful blue dress jumped off the carriage with a smile. Jumping off the carriage lively, the girl turned her head and looked at the human in the room. She raised a slender golden rod, and at the other end of the rod was a crystal glass lens. Wang Xiaotian observed the 7 humans in front of her through the lens. When she saw Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, she laughed in surprise. The gloating hidden in her eyes could no longer be hidden. Wow, look who I saw. It would be great if the respected Lord Greya was here. He would be very happy. The voice paused slightly. Wang Xiaotian tried her best to hide the strange laughter in her throat. She blinked her eyes and said in a sweet voice, "Hello everyone, I am Wang Xiaotian, the most popular female host in the Underground Kingdom. Welcome to my game. Cinderella's Food Chain Game." Chapter 172. Food Chain Game. After this sentence, Tang Mo's eyes turned cold and narrowed slowly. In the huge room, the beautiful girl in a blue dress looked at the reactions of the humans in front of her, and was very satisfied. She grinned, revealing 2 playful little canine teeth. Wang Xiaotian coughed twice. "Are you scared? Are you nervous?" Everyone stared at her vigilantly. The girl waited for a long time in a mysterious way before clapping her hands. "That's right. This is the most feared food chain game in the Underground Kingdom." A female voice could not help but ring out, "What is the food chain game?" Wang Xiaotian waved her right hand, and the thin rod inlaid with glass lenses swung horizontally, pointing to the female player, who was speaking. "Good question. What is the food chain game? Hee, this is my favorite game. Do you see the box in my hand?" "Box?" Everyone looked at Wang Xiaotian's hand. There was nothing there. Wang Xiaotian coughed awkwardly and whispered, "Pumpkin carriage, spit out my lottery box." The next second, the huge and luxurious pumpkin carriage trembled violently. Like a broken machine, it made a strange creaking sound. The noise was so loud that everyone frowned and felt upset. Tang Mo covered Chen Shanchan's ears. The noise lasted for a minute, and just when everyone was about to be unable to bear it, the huge pumpkin opened its mouth and spit out a small box inlaid with gems. Gurgle. The pumpkin carriage burped, and Wang Xiaotian touched the box excitedly, then turned to look at the 7 humans in front of her. She tried her best to hide her gloating smile, but she couldn't hold it back, so her expression looked a little weird. After a while, Wang Xiaotian tried to make her voice sound less excited. "Ahem, you come here. Come here, it's time to draw lots." Tang Mo said calmly, "Draw lots?" Wang Xiaotian nodded. "Yes, come and draw lots." "Do you still want to play this game?" "Come and draw lots." They really don't want to play this game at all. Thinking so in their hearts, the 7 players walked forward one by one, and each drew a small ball from the box. Tang Mo saw the number on his ball, and his eyes narrowed. He looked at the ball in Fu Wenduo's hand again. The 4 showed each other their balls. Tang Mo and Fu Wensheng's balls had the number 1, Fu Wenduo's was 2, and Chen Shanchan's was 3. The other 3 players drew the ball, and looked at the number on it, and immediately put the ball away so that no one else could see it. They soon discovered the interaction between Tang Mo and his 4 friends, and the young man and woman's faces darkened, realizing that Tang Mo and his 4 friends were actually a team. "Wang Xiaotian, did you see the number on the ball?" The young woman nodded, "Yes." "What does that number mean?" Wang Xiaotian smiled softly. "What does it mean? That number is your level in a certain food chain. What do you mean? Everyone was stunned. The young woman was stunned for a moment, and then she asked, what is our level in the food chain? Wait, is this level determined by drawing lots? Yes, it is determined by drawing lots. How can it be so casual? Wang Xiaoyan said confidently, it is so casual. Young woman, Wang Xiaoyan threw the gem box to the back, and the pumpkin carriage opened its mouth at the right time and swallowed the box into its stomach. The beautiful girl clapped her hands. Have you all put the ball away? Don't put it away. Twist the ball open, there is a treasure inside. No one actually discovered the secret hidden in the ball. Tang Mo took the ball out of his pocket, twisted it gently, and it really twisted open. It turned out to be a hollow ball, with a metal card placed in the center of the ball. Tang Mo was about to take out the card, and Wang Xiaoyan suddenly said, don't move. Everyone stopped moving. Wang Xiaoyan smiled and said, I advise you to wait until the game officially starts. Find a hidden place, quietly take out the card yourself, and read the words on it. The words on this card are the most important clues. Everyone's card cannot be seen by others. Once seen by others. Wang Xiaoyan stopped talking. Fu Wuduo looked up at her and said, what will happen? Wang Xiaoyan laughed twice, yes, death, oh. As soon as these words fell, various expressions appeared on the faces of the 7 people. Wang Xiaoyan looked at the reactions of these humans with satisfaction. She nodded and felt very happy. Tang Mo pondered for a moment and twisted the ball back again. The other 6 people did the same as him and put the ball back. Things went back to the beginning. What exactly is the food chain game? Wang Xiaoyan sat on the front of the pumpkin carriage, swinging her legs, looking like an innocent girl. What is the food chain game? This is a really good question. The food chain is the most interesting thing in our Black Tower world. Monsters like to eat underground people and humans, and underground people like to eat humans and monsters. This is really a complicated thing. Whoever is strong can eat others, and whoever is weak can only be eaten by others. That is why the food chain game appeared. Chin Shan Chan. But the food chain in this game is determined by drawing lots. That's right. Wang Xiaoyan jumped off the carriage and walked in front of Chin Shan Chan. Why can the strong eat others, and the weak will be eaten by others? Those weak people are so pitiful. While speaking, Wang Xiaoyan wiped the tears that did not exist at the corners of her eyes. She said sympathetic words, but her expression was full of disdain. As if she realized that howling like this was not a good idea, the next second, Wang Xiaoyan took out a bottle of eye drops from her bag and dripped them into her eyes. Poor weakling, just because he is weak, he is bullied by everyone. I, Wang Xiaoyan, sympathize with the weak the most, so in my food chain game, the food chain is determined by drawing lots. There is no death in this game. As long as you find the correct food chain order, you can win. It's so simple. After a moment of silence, the young man who had not spoken could not help but ask, is there really no death in this game? Wang Xiaoyan, of course, you are not allowed to kill people at will. I, Wang Xiaoyan, hate killing the most. As long as you find a complete food chain of your own, you can pass the game. But, changing the subject, Wang Xiaoyan smiled sinisterly, remember, only high-level players can eat the next-level players, and low-level players cannot eat high-level players. The bigger the number on the ball, the higher the level. Tang Mo grasped the key point. What will happen if a low-level player eats a high-level player? Wang Xiaoyan clapped her hands. Death, of course, if you eat food that does not belong to you, you will die from indigestion. By the way, eating the wrong food is not good either. Eating the wrong food that does not belong to you will also cause indigestion. Wang Xiaoyan counted on her fingers one by one, what can be done, and what cannot be done. As she explained one by one, the players' faces became uglier. First, what does eating mean? Eating means eating you. For example, you, Wang Xiaoyan pointed at the young woman, suppose you want to eat him. She pointed at Fu Wensheng again, if he is indeed in your food chain and is your food. Then you choose to eat him, and you are right to eat him. You can take his ball away, and his life is up to you. You can make him your slave, or you can choose to throw him into the Black Tower. He, and make him into fertilizer. Fu Wensheng clenched his fingers in frustration. He didn't want to draw the ball with the number 1. Wang Xiaoyan was still saying, third rule, don't be so careful to hide it. The card and the ball can't be shown to anyone, but you will know the number on the ball soon. While talking, Wang Xiaoyan snapped her fingers with a smile. As soon as she snapped her fingers, numbers suddenly floated out of the players' pockets, kissed each player's cheek, and then stuck to them. No one expected this to happen. The numbers they had just tried so hard to hide appeared directly on each of their faces. What the hell is this? The expressions of the people kept changing. Tang Mo reacted quickly and observed the numbers on everyone's faces. Tang Mo, the number on Fu Wenqing's face was 1, the number on Fu Wenduo and the young woman was 2, the number on Qin Shanshan and the middle-aged man was 3, and the number on the young man was 4. Wang Xiaoyan touched his chin. It seems that you humans look a little better. Then, she continued to talk about the points to pay attention to in the food chain game. However, just when she was about to say the 4th point, a dull bell suddenly rang. Wang Xiaoyan's face changed drastically, and she hurriedly lifted her skirt. Oh no, the dance is about to start. I have to go to the dance. The bell rang one after another, and it rang 8 times in a row. Wang Xiaoyan ran into the pumpkin carriage at a very fast speed, and the players looked at her in astonishment. Wang Xiaoyan drove the pumpkin carriage, eagerly waiting for the door to open. At this time, a weak female voice came from the back of the carriage. Since the door is not open yet, I want to ask a question. Wang Xiaoyan turned her head and looked at Qin Shanshan. In the center of the spacious and gorgeous room, this ordinary-looking girl looked at her silently and asked, "There are 7 players in total, and there are 3 returnees." Hearing this, the 3 returnees with golden numbers floating on their necks turned their heads and looked at Qin Shanshan. Qin Shanshan remained calm and asked calmly, "There are 2 players at level 1, which is the lowest level. There are 21 ways to choose 2 people from 7 people. However, none of the 3 returnees are in the lowest level of the food chain. The probability is 6/21, which is 2/7. The probability is quite high. It is not impossible that they are all lucky enough not to be drawn in the lowest level. But I want to know, is this a real probability or a necessity?" Tang Mo looked at Qin Shanshan in surprise. If someone else asked such a question, Tang Mo would think that the other person was overthinking. The probability of 2/7, the probability that none of the 3 returnees are in the lowest level is not too low. However, Qin Shanshan has the ability of super intelligence thinking. She can think of this question, which means that this question may be very important. The 3 returnees did not know Qin Shanshan's ability and disdained her question, thinking that she was just a child who thought too much. When the door creaked open, Wang Xiaoyan sat in the pumpkin carriage and stared at the very ordinary little girl in the crowd, without saying a word. The door was completely opened, and she did not leave. Just when everyone thought she would not answer, after a long time, Wang Xiaoyan laughed out loud. "You guessed it right. It's not accidental, it's inevitable. They have E's reward, but they are honorable Eve candidates. As for you," Wang Xiaoyan sneered, and said lively, "What do you think you are? Of course you are the lowest level, ha ha ha." Accompanied by exaggerated laughter, the pumpkin carriage swayed out of the room. The door slammed shut, but Wang Xiaoyan's arrogant and piercing laughter went straight through the door to the ears of everyone in the room. The expressions of the 3 returnees gradually became strange, and Qin Shanshan was silent, thinking about something, and did not speak. When Wang Xiaoyan's voice completely disappeared, a clear child's voice sounded, "Ding." The large-scale multiplayer game Cinderella's Food Chain game officially started. Game rules first. The food chain level number is calculated based on the player's highest level on a certain food chain. Second, the food chain is absolutely single, and must be from high to low and irreversible. Third, if you eat the wrong food, you will die of food poisoning. Fourth, violence is prohibited. The party that uses violence is judged as a dangerous player, and is directly eliminated. Fifth, each player can get a clue card about his own food chain. The card cannot be seen by anyone else, and the content on the card cannot be told to others in any way. Once the clue is revealed, the revealing party and the knowing party are all directly eliminated. Sixth, you can win by finding a complete food chain that belongs to you. At the same time, all players on the food chain can win. Cinderella thinks Eve must be at the top of the food chain. The reminder sound of the black tower stopped abruptly, and at the moment when the sound ended, suddenly, a loud voice sounded. Everyone turned their heads to look at the center of the room. Just above the center of the room, a strange virtual clock suddenly appeared, emitting a long blue light. Tang Mo looked at the clock in surprise. He observed it for a while, and confirmed that this clock had nothing to do with the clock of truth. The clock showed 8 o'clock. Everyone stared at the clock that suddenly appeared cautiously. After waiting for a long time, it did not change at all, as if it was really just a clock. The black tower suddenly spoke. "Ding! Players can choose any room. Once they enter, the room becomes the player's private property, and no one else can enter. Players can check their card information in the room. It turns out that the 7 doors next to the room are used for this purpose. Although the game has started, no one knows how to play it. The three returnees quickly lined up because of their identities. The middle-aged man hid behind a young couple, carefully staring at Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. The young woman thought for a moment, stepped forward and said, "Well, let's go and see what's written on our cards first. In an hour, we will meet in the middle?" This suggestion was agreed by everyone. Tang Mo randomly chose a room, opened the door and entered. As he twisted the ball, he thought about the 6 rules announced by the Black Tower, and at the same time whispered a term. Eve candidate. Eve's reward. Eve candidate. What on earth is this? Tang Mo narrowed his eyes slowly. With a click, the ball was twisted open. Tang Mo took out the card in the ball and turned it over. When he saw the words on the card, Tang Mo's eyes widened, and his astonishment could not be hidden. The next moment, his mouth twitched, and he almost threw the card out. A little loser at the bottom of the food chain also wants to get a clue. Ah, why don't you go to heaven? This thing is even cheaper than the supernatural book. Chapter 173. An hour later, Tang Mo closed the door gently. He turned around and found that the other 6 people were already waiting in the hall. Tang Mo walked to Fu Wenduo calmly. There was no furniture in the central hall, only a clock suspended in the air, but everyone's room was fully furnished. I don't know who took out the chairs in the room, leaving only the chair next to Fu Wenduo empty. Tang Mo walked over and sat down. 7 chairs sat in a circle, and cleverly, the 3 returnees sat together, and Tang Mo and the other 4 sat together. The game had just started, and the players had already formed their own groups. The 7 people looked at each other in silence. After a moment, the young man among the returnees said, "Since we have entered the same game, we are teammates. This game is not a PK fighting game. It should be easier to pass the level if we cooperate with each other. Let me introduce myself first. I am Dude, a returnee." He pointed to the golden number on his neck. The time leaderboard no longer changed, but the numbers on their necks would not disappear. Unless they are the pigs among the returnees, anyone can tell at a glance that they are returnees. Some returnees have already introduced themselves, Tang Mo said. Tang Mo? Female returnee. Xing Siki. Chen Shanshan. Chen Shanshan. All 7 people introduced themselves. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo did not hide their names, because their names were exposed by the Black Tower at the beginning. They are facing the returnees, not jacks. Returnees have experienced many games, and there is no point in hiding. The other party must have known their identities long ago. However, when they heard the names of Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, the faces of the 3 returnees changed. In Eve's game, if Fu Wenduo is eliminated, Tang Mo can directly unlock the reward and gain the respect of the underground people and the circus leader, including but not limited to the game method. The young man took a deep breath and said, "Okay, everyone knows each other, then I will say first, I am the top link in this food chain. No one has any questions?" There is a number printed on his face. 4, the highest level among the players present. This game is actually very simple. Just like Wang Xiaotian said, violence is prohibited and not needed. As long as we find our own complete food chain, we can win. Very simple? Tang Mo, how do you find the food chain? The young man stared at Tang Mo vigilantly. Each of us has received a clue. Based on the clues above, I think we all have some guesses about the food chain. Tang Mo didn't have any guesses about the food chain. His words were not a clue at all. He pretended to know nothing and said calmly, "No one can eat you, so what do you want to do?" Young man, the best way to verify whether the next level belongs to your food chain is to eat it. My clues have told me what my next level is, so I can eat the other party's ball. Are you sure you know what your next level is? A weak female voice sounded, and everyone turned to look at Chen Shanshan. The young man didn't notice Chen Shanshan at all, and was always on guard against Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. Seeing this ordinary-looking little girl, he said indifferently, "I am 100% sure who my next level is." 100% sure. Chen Shanshan said calmly, "Do you know what a food chain is?" The young man did not understand what Chen Shanshan meant. "Of course I know. It is a predator chain. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimp." Chen Shanshan, if you eat the wrong object, you will die of food poisoning. The Black Tower and Cinderella did not explain what would happen if you were eaten by the wrong object, but there is no doubt that you will die if you eat the wrong object. Everyone's clues cannot be disclosed to others. I have seen my clues. I am very sure that I can't find my food chain through this simple clue. I am not even sure who my next level is, and whether I have a previous level. At the beginning of the game, the clues given by the Black Tower should not be so easy for you to find your next level. The young man's face changed slightly. What do you mean? Fu Wenxing muttered in a low voice. It means you are stupid. Sister Shanshan can't find the food chain through clues. How can you find it? The child spoke in a very low voice, and only Fu Wenduo heard it. Fu Wenduo glanced at his brother, and Fu Wenxing immediately shut up and sat obediently without saying anything. Qin Shanshan, I mean, your answer is so sure. Is there something wrong? Do you really know what the food chain is? Being refuted by such a young child, the young man was embarrassed and looked a little ugly. He was about to scold angrily. Why don't I know? When he saw Qin Shanshan took out a small notebook from behind. On the cover of the book was a photo of Wang Xiaotian, with Cinderella smiling sweetly at the camera. It was obvious that the girl had taken the book directly from her room. Opening the book, Qin Shanshan said, a food chain consists of at least 2 levels, producers and consumers. In other words, from A to B, this is a complete food chain. There are 7 of us, and there are 4 types of numbers on the balls. If we classify the 7 people by A, B, C, D, then they are A1, A2, B1, B2. And you at the end, you are the only D. The 3 returnees looked at the contents of the notebook and looked up at Qin Shanshan in surprise. With only 1 hour, how could this unremarkable little girl draw such a complicated picture? For a moment, the 3 returnees did not dare to underestimate Qin Shanshan anymore and stared at her cautiously. Qin Shanshan seemed not to notice and continued, without a doubt, you are the highest level D. The first rule of the game is that the number on each person's ball is determined by the highest food chain level of the other party. So me and that person. After a pause, Qin Shanshan glanced at the middle-aged man. Between me and Liao Feng, there must be someone who is your subordinate. But this does not mean that you are not in other food chains. Tang Mo had already thought of this question, but among the 3 returnees, the young man and the middle-aged man changed their faces, and Fu Wensheng was also stunned. Qin Shanshan, you are D level, but you may also be in another food chain, the 3rd level C level. In this way, your next level is Fu Wenduo or Xing Siki, for example, Tang Mo to Fu Wenduo to you. You may also be the 2nd level be in another food chain, and your next level is Tang Mo or Fu Wensheng, such as Tang Mo to you. It is even possible that each of the 6 of us is your next level, and you can eat each of us. This is a food chain game, but the food chain is never single, it is a network. The young woman opened her mouth, and he understood what Qin Shanshan meant. He thought of his clue again, and his face suddenly became ugly. However, what he didn't expect was that a calm female voice continued to say, let me give you an example. Your clue is that your subordinate is a woman. Dude raised his head and looked at Qin Shanshan in shock. In the middle of the spacious room, the ordinary-looking girl happened to be sitting next to the clock. She had been staring at Dude silently since some time. Seeing that Dude looked up at her in astonishment, and a rare smile flashed in his quiet dark eyes, Qin Shanshan raised the corner of her mouth and finally said like a child, I am just giving an example. I haven't seen your clue, and you haven't told me. Dude's heart beat very fast. He calmed down his surging and complicated emotions. He heard himself calmly say, I know. Qin Shanshan smiled and continued, this clue seems to tell you that I am your next level. Because I am the only girl in the C level. However, it does not tell you whether the next level it refers to is the 3rd level or the 2nd level. You may have 2 food chains. The first one, Tang Mo to Fu Wenduo to Liao Feng to you. The second one Fu Wenxing to Xing Siki to you. At this time, your subordinate is not me, but her. The little girl pointed at the young woman. She is also your subordinate, and she is a woman. In this way, if you eat me, you will die of food poisoning. Now, are you sure you know who your subordinate is? Dude opened his mouth, as if he wanted to speak, but no sound came out. Tang Mo watched this scene quietly, with a slight smile on his lips. The young woman watched for a long time and said, we all understand what you mean. I also thought of this. The number on each person's ball does not mean that he belongs to this level only. Players above level 3 may have identities at other levels. I can't see how to pass this game at the moment, but there is no doubt that the clues in the ball are the key. Middle-aged man, the Black Tower does not allow us to tell others the clues in the ball, and others cannot know it. Both the teller and the person being told will be wiped out. The young woman glanced at him. Don't tell the clues in the ball, but you can reveal some other things. I go first. My clues tell me that the probability that my next level is this little boy is very high. Fu Wen's deep voice sounded. Is this secondary reasoning? The young woman did not deny it. Fu Wenduo raised his eyebrows. My next level is Tang Mo. After a moment, he added, the probability is very high. The middle-aged man said honestly, I am the 3rd level. According to what you said just now, The 4 people below may be my subordinates, so I can't be sure who my subordinates are. Qin Shanshan said, it's meaningless to say the results of my clues. The young man did not speak either. Tang Mo said directly, my clues are meaningless. The 3 returnees glanced at Tang Mo warily. Obviously, no one believed him. Finally, it was Fu Wenqing's turn. The little boy looked at Fu Wenduo firmly, his fingers clenched, and his lips were a little pale. I think my superior is the big brother. The next second, a female voice suddenly said, you are lying, your superior is me. The young woman's eyes lit up, and Fu Wensheng was frightened by her voice. His lips trembled and he directly refuted, no, my superior is the big brother. This is what the clues told me. The young woman licked her lower lip and smiled. Little boy, don't you know what my special ability is? Tang Mo's heart chilled. The young woman laughed. You are lying, I know this, I am 100% sure. My clues don't tell me so accurately that you are my subordinate. But it is obvious. Your clues tell you that your superior is likely to be me, and the probability is probably more than 70%. This probability is worth a try. The young woman smiled slightly, and took out her ball from her pocket. The big 2 on the ball pierced Fu Wenqing's eyes. Just as she opened her mouth to say the second sentence, suddenly, a cold dagger was pressed against her neck. The young woman was silent immediately, and her eyes turned to the man in black. She did not see when Fu Wenduo walked from the opposite side to her back. The dagger was pressed against her throat, and it would cut her throat with just a slight movement. The young woman tried to be calm and said, what are you doing? Qin Shanshan stood up. You want to eat him? The young woman's face changed. I didn't. Qin Shanshan, you want to do this. After a while, the young woman said angrily, it's true. If I don't eat him, how can I be sure whether he is my next level? Do you want me to tell you my food chain directly? As long as there is one wrong thing in the food chain I tell, I will fail. After you know the next level, don't you plan to eat the next level to confirm the truth? Compared to many uncertain factors, there is only one uncertain factor, so of course it must be verified first. Otherwise, why would this game have such a rule as eat? And I just ate his ball to verify the answer, and I didn't want to do anything to him. Then she turned back to Fu Wenduo and said, you want to kill me? Go ahead, the game prohibits violence, and you will be directly wiped out by the Black Tower. There are very few people who are so fearless of death. Fu Wenduo seemed to find it interesting, and laughed in a low voice. The young woman sneered, if you are not afraid of death, then come on. The moment you use violence against me, the Black Tower will wipe you out. Tang Mo suddenly understood. Do you think he can't kill you before he is wiped out by the Black Tower? The young woman's eyes moved, but she didn't speak. There are at least 19 ways to kill you in an instant. The cold dagger pressed against the woman's neck. Fu Wenduo controlled the distance very well. With every breath the woman felt that the dagger was about to cut her neck, but it didn't pierce. She was so nervous that she held her breath, and then she heard the man laugh softly. Want to try? After the dagger was pulled out, the young woman was still in shock. She watched Fu Wenduo walk back to Tang Mo step by step. At the moment when Fu Wenduo pulled out the dagger, some things were already clear. The 4 Earth players would not let the returnees eat them at will, and the returnees would not let the Earth players eat them. They were divided into 2 teams, guarding against each other. The situation suddenly froze. There are very few clues. Even Qin Shanshan can't find the correct food chain with such few clues. Fu Wenduo lowered his head and asked in Tang Mo's ear, no meaning? He was asking about what Tang Mo said before, that his clues were meaningless. Tang Mo couldn't tell Fu Wenduo the content of his clues, and he couldn't be sure how far he could go. He pondered for a moment and said, God is very discriminatory. Because it was 3NT, he directly deducted the cards for unknown reasons. Fu Wenduo was slightly stunned. He came back to his senses and roughly understood what Tang Mo meant. Fu Wenduo, we rarely do 3NT, right? This time it was Tang Mo's turn to be stunned. He used bridge as an example to briefly explain the clues he got. Tang Mo recalled, well, it seems that we have only done 3NT 3 or 4 times in total. 3 times? Fu Wenduo said with certainty. No, twice, both times you did it. Tang Mo smiled helplessly. In the rules of bridge, 3NT is generally the smallest contract. Even if you win the game, if you make a 3NT contract, you will get fewer points. Fu Wenduo is very ambitious and never makes 3NT. He likes to make 4S, which has the most points, and sometimes he even pursues the Grand Slam. Tang Mo is a safe bet. The 2 often play cards together and are quite famous on a domestic bridge website, but their points are not particularly high, because Fu Wenduo's style of play either earns a lot of points or loses a lot of points. At that time, Tang Mo looked through the computer and always felt that the person sitting on the other side of the screen was a very impulsive and arrogant guy. So when he met Fu Wenduo and teamed up with him for a long time, he didn't realize that Fu Wenduo would be victor. Fu Wenduo doesn't seem to be that ambitious. Is it true that you can't judge a person by his appearance? Tang Mo quietly looked at Fu Wenduo. This man might really be very ambitious. He is ambitious? What is his ambition? While Tang Mo recalled the scenes of the two playing cards in the past, Fu Wenduo was also thinking about some questions. After thinking for a while, the two tacitly decided to put this matter aside for the time being. The players were obviously divided into two small teams, and Tang Mo did not shy away from it. The four of them gathered together and roughly explained their clues in a roundabout way. Before Fu Wensheng was about to speak, Chen Shanchen said, "Keep quiet, you don't have to say anything. We can probably guess what your clue is, and secondly, we want to prevent you from accidentally saying too much." Didn't grasp the right degree? Fu Wensheng nodded obediently. After the conversation just now, the clues of 2 of the 7 players were already very obvious. The young man thought that his next level was Chen Shanchen, so it is very likely that his clue was the next level is female. Fu Wensheng's clue means that his previous level should be a young woman, that is, Fu Wensheng to Xing Siki. Of course, he may also be in 2 food chains, and there is also Fu Wenxing to Fu Wenduo. Chen Shanchan, 7 players, for people in the first and second levels can determine their positions, a total of 9 orders. But the 3 people in the third and fourth levels cannot determine their positions. Judging from the situation, except for the female returnee, the child glanced at Xing Siki quietly. The other 2 returnees are not sure who is next to them. Tang Mo nodded and said, "Well, based on the information we have so far, it is impossible to pass this game. Too little information, too many possible sequences. The food chain is not a single food chain. The 7 people are divided into 4 levels, A, B, C, D, and the 3 people at level CD may have multiple positions. For example, Chen Shanchan, the number on her face is 3, but this does not mean that she must be only at the 3rd level, she may also be at the 2nd level." Tang Mo thought, after the food chain forms a food web, it will be very complicated. Now what we need to do most is to get clues from others. Fu Wensheng, but the Black Tower said that you are not allowed to tell your clues to others. Tang Mo frowned. This game shouldn't be like this. If it is really like this, then there is almost no way to pass the game. If it really comes to that, I am afraid there is only the last way to pass the game. But that way. Tang Mo raised his head, and found Fu Wenduo looking at him. He turned his head again, and met Chen Shanchan's eyes again. The 3 of them were silent. Tang Mo sighed softly, holding the small parasol and stood up. Just as he was about to stand up, a dull bell sounded suddenly. Buzz 12 bells echoed in the room, and the 7 people immediately stood up vigilantly. The harsh sound of the carriage came from outside the door, and Tang Mo looked at the clock in the center of the room in astonishment. At some point, the clock had already pointed to 12 o'clock. Chen Shanchan was surprised and said, "How could it be so fast?" Yes, how could it be so fast? They were all time-conscious people, and everyone understood what midnight meant to Cinderella, so Chen Shanchan had been paying attention to the time from the beginning. However, it was only a few minutes later, but the clock had already reached 12 o'clock in the blink of an eye. Fu Wen's face darkened, and he stared at the huge door indifferently. With a creak, the door slowly opened. A gorgeous pumpkin carriage slowly drove in from outside the door. Tang Mo was ready, and the door opened, and a beautiful crystal shoe first caught everyone's eyes. Tang Mo subconsciously sensed something was wrong, and when the beautiful girl in the car got off, everyone was surprised for a moment. Wang Xiaotian wore a beautiful blue dress, covered her lips and smiled. "Wow, I like the look in your eyes now. Did you think I would come to see you in ragged clothes? You've seen too many fairy tales. I am Wang Xiaotian, the most popular female host in the underground kingdom." Cinderella walked to the center of the crowd with her skirt in hand, and she stretched out her hand, and turned the clock's hour hand to 8 o'clock again. After doing all this, she looked around the room and smiled sweetly. "So you stinky humans, do you know your food chain now? This is the first night, you still have 2 nights. When I, Wang Xiaotian, become a princess, I won't have time to play such childish games with you. You can just fend for yourself in your room." Chen Shanchan said directly, "It's impossible to pass this game." Wang Xiaotian's eyes widened. "What did you say?" Chen Shanchan said calmly, "I said, based on the clues we have obtained so far, I can't pass this game unless I'm lucky." Wang Xiaotian said angrily, "You human, you are stupid, and you blame my game. Of course you can pass my game. The whole underground kingdom knows that I, Wang Xiaotian, never lie. Fu Wensheng whispered, who knows if you are lying? Tang Mo suddenly said, how to pass the game. Wang Xiaotian said reflexively, find out the food chain you are in based on the clues, and you can pass the game. Suddenly covering her mouth, the pretty girl blinked, hey, what did I just say? Fu Wenduo, we can only know our own clues, not others' clues. It's impossible to pass the level. Wang Xiaotian asked confidently, you are so lazy that you can't work hard to pass the Darwin test and get clues about other food chain positions. Tang Mo's eyes widened. Darwin test? Wang Xiaotian laughed, revealing 2 small canine teeth. Oh, did I forget to tell you? You can take the Darwin test every night to improve your position in the food chain. The food chain has been set and will not change, but the people in each position can change. The mouse eats the tiger, and he becomes a tiger, and the tiger becomes a mouse. If you get first place in the Darwin test, Wang Xiaotian pointed at Tang Mo, you can evolve to the highest level and get his ball and the clues inside. Didn't I say that? Ah, I must have been too busy and forgot it all. While saying this, Wang Xiaotian's gloating smile on her face hinted that she had never forgotten this matter at all, but just deliberately didn't say it, appreciating the surprised expressions of these humans. The young woman asked, what is the Darwin test? Wang Xiaotian stuck out her tongue, are you sure you want to participate? The 7 people nodded without hesitation. The game has been suspended. If they don't participate in this Darwin test, they will never get other clues and pass the game. Wang Xiaotian laughed strangely. She was very excited. The familiar smile made Fu Wenduo's eyelids jump, and then he saw Wang Xiaotian clapping his hands, and a huge camera suddenly fell from the ceiling. No one knew when it was there. There were 3 more bangs of lights turning on, and the dazzling spotlights illuminated the 7 players in the center of the room. Wang Xiaotian moved her right hand, and a diamond microphone appeared in her hand. She jumped onto the roof of the pumpkin carriage. She stopped looking at the 7 players and looked up at the huge camera. What are the 9 unsolved mysteries of the underground kingdom? Is the circus leader really bankrupt? Is Eve, who all the monsters in the Black Tower are looking for, a returner or a survivor on Earth? Ding 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 ding. Everything is in Happy Questions. Hello everyone, I am Wang Xiaotian, your favorite gold medal host of Kingdom TV. Today is another happy time to answer questions. In the 8341th episode of Happy Questions, we came to the Cinderella food chain game. Let's see which lucky people have successfully entered our game today. Wang Xiaotian smiled sweetly at the camera. There are a total of 12 quick answer questions in Happy Questions. Those who answer correctly will get points, and those who answer incorrectly will not get points. Wang Xiaotian pointed with her hand, and the camera was aimed at the 7 players in the center of the room. Except Fu Wenduo, the other 6 were all confused. Tang Mo quickly came to his senses and narrowed his eyes. He saw a red quick answer question rising from the floor in front of each player. There were 7 quick answer questions in total, floating side by side in front of the players. Wang Xiaotian laughed. She sat on the roof of the pumpkin carriage and swung her legs, and said happily, today's program is a special outdoor program of happy questions and answers. I, Wang Xiaotian, am a gold medal host. Whenever there is something good, I will think of my most lovely audience. I don't want to make a salary by doing a program. 2 of these 7 players must be known to the TV audience. They are quite famous. As for who they are, I won't tell you for the sake of suspense. Although Wang Xiaotian wanted to talk more nonsense to confuse the length of the program, she looked at the clock and said regretfully, time is limited, so let's officially start. All this happened too suddenly. Wang Xiaotian appeared inexplicably, the camera suddenly fell from the sky, and the Happy Questions program that I had never heard of. But Wang Xiaotian didn't give them time to react. The players were still confused. Wang Xiaotian said, dang dang dang, listen to the questions. The first question is underground. Dang dang. Wang Xiaotian was startled. So fast. She looked up at Tang Mo in surprise. Even Fu Wenduo didn't react. Tang Mo pressed the buzzer before Wang Xiaotian said the question. Wang Xiaotian was also a little confused. Guess Tang Mo, I haven't said the question yet. Why are you pressing the buzzer? Do you know what question I'm going to ask? Tang Mo said confidently. I don't know. Wang Xiaotian, huh? Tang Mo, you just said that you get points for correct answers, but no points for incorrect answers. You didn't say that there are penalties for incorrect answers. Are there penalties for incorrect answers? Wang Xiaotian, no. Tang Mo said calmly. Then grab a question first. The 3 returnees who just reacted, Is this still the case? Chapter 174. Darwin Test. A total of 12 questions. Correct answers will earn extra points. Wrong answers will earn no points. At the beginning, Wang Xiaotian did not say what the punishment would be for wrong answers. In theory, there was no problem in pressing the buzzer in advance, but it seemed a bit risky. This was not in line with Tang Mo's cautious character. However, when Tang Mo withdrew his hand from the buzzer, Fu Wenduo and Chen Shanshan beside him also quietly withdrew their hands. So what if I got the question? I may not be able to answer it. I was just lucky that I didn't get punished for answering it wrong. The young man muttered quietly. Tang Mo glanced at the man indifferently. Wang Xiaotian came back to his senses, looked at Tang Mo with a strange expression, and continued, Okay, then I will continue. The first question, after the Earth went online, the Black Tower divided the Earth into several areas. Please answer. As soon as these words fell, the three returnees were all stunned. Fu Xiaodi opened his mouth in shock, and the young man blurted out, So simple? Wang Xiaotian rolled his eyes, and asked as a matter of course, This is only the first question. What difficulty do you want? She looked at Tang Mo and said impatiently, Hey, there are no options for quick answer questions, understand? Answer quickly, you stinky humans are so annoying. Tang Mo raised his lips calmly. There are 10 districts in total. Wang Xiaotian nodded gloomily. The answer is correct. Player Tang Mo gets 1 point. 3 returnees, You can't play like this. The 3 returnees looked at Tang Mo with a hint of envy and jealousy in their eyes. Only the young woman frowned in suspicion, but didn't say anything. With Tang Mo as a precedent, everyone's hands were on the buzzer before Wang Xiaotian even asked the second question. This time Tang Mo was not particularly nervous. He looked at Wang Xiaotian calmly, and would press the buzzer as soon as she spoke. He had already scored 1 point, and was ahead of the others. It was the others who needed to be nervous. The young woman secretly looked at Tang Mo and whispered to herself, Is it really a coincidence? Is it really that coincidental that there is no penalty for answering the wrong question, and the first question is so simple? Tang Mo answered it right at once? No one gave her an answer. Soon, Wang Xiaotian said the second question. She was unable to say the question again, and someone pressed the buzzer. This time it was the young man who got the question. Wang Xiaotian complained and muttered, It's not fun to find out the routine now, and then said the second question in a depressed tone. Please listen to the question. The second question, who is the favorite player of the Black Tower? This question is simply a free point question. The survivors of the Earth may think more about the answer. The returnees said without hesitation, Mu Huixue. Wang Xiaotian clapped her hands in a lack of interest. Congratulations, you got the answer right, and you get 1 point. The young man showed a proud expression. In this way, the 7 people answered questions based on their abilities. After 8 questions in a row, Chen Shanshan and the young woman were a little slow to respond and didn't get the questions, so they got 0 points. The young man got the questions twice, and only answered 1 correctly, getting 1 point like Fu Wensheng. The middle-aged man and Tang Mo each answered 2 questions correctly, and got 2 points. Fu Wenduo answered 3 questions correctly, and got 3 points. There are 4 questions left. Wang Xiaotian was about to speak, but suddenly she seemed to hear something and exclaimed, The ratings are so low? Everyone was stunned, and then they saw Wang Xiaotian suddenly jumped off the carriage and paced back and forth angrily. After walking for a while, she ran to the 7 players, put her hands on her hips and said, You forced me to do it, you stinky humans forced me to do it. I, Wang Xiaotian, have hosted Happy Questions for so many years, and this is the first time that the ratings are at the bottom. You stinky humans, I will increase the difficulty. I will take out the questions at the bottom of the box. I am so angry. The beautiful girl stomped her foot hard on the ground, causing it to shake violently. No one expected that the seemingly soft Cinderella could actually be so powerful. At this time, a calm voice sounded, Will there be a penalty for answering incorrectly next? Wang Xiaotian didn't react and stared at Chen Shanshan. No, this is the game rule of the Black Tower. Chen Shanshan said calmly, Oh, then you can increase the difficulty. Anyway, you won't die if you can't answer. Wang Xiaotian, Why did she start this live show? As expected, the next 4 questions Wang Xiaotian asked were much more difficult. 7 people took turns to answer, but in the end only 1 question was answered correctly. In the end, Fu Wen scored 3 points, Tang Mo and the middle-aged man scored 2 points, Fu Wensheng, the young man, and Chen Shanshan scored 1 point, and the young woman scored 0 points. Wang Xiaotian ran to the carriage angrily, holding her skirt. She opened the curtains and yelled, I don't want to see you bastards anymore. You guys should finish the game, and get out of my room." Boom! The pumpkin carriage drove out of the room, and the door slammed shut, leaving only 7 players in the room. Fu Wisheng, Darwin's test is over. How should we change our ball? The children were confused for a short time, and 7 balls flew out of the players' pockets one by one. The 7 balls floated in the air and gathered together. The next second, the balls turned around, changed the order, and flew to different players, gently kissing the numbers on each player's cheek. After the kiss, the number on Fu Wen's face turned into 4, Tang Imo and the middle-aged man turned into 3, Fu Wensheng and the young man turned into 2, and Qin Shanshan and the young woman turned into 1. Tang Imo reached out and grabbed the ball. He turned his head and looked at his teammates. "Let's go to the room first to see the clues inside." Everyone nodded. Okay. Tang Imo and the other 4 went directly into the room to see the clues. The 3 returnees also looked at each other and went back to their rooms. Tang Imo closed the door. He did not open the ball immediately to check the clues inside. He found a pen and paper from the table in the room, wrote down a few names on the white paper, and then connected the names one by one. Shanshan's ball is in my hand, Xiaoshun got Xing Siki's ball, and Fu Wenduo got Dude's ball. His fingers tapped lightly on the 7 names. After a while, Tang Imo took out the ball and opened it with a click. He took out the small note inside, turned it over, and read the words on it. Tang Imo has finally become a man standing at the top of the food chain. His eyes suddenly widened. Tang Imo looked at the words on the note in astonishment. He read it carefully 3 times, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. 5 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Tang Imo opened the door, and the short-haired girl stood outside. Qin Shanshan looked up and said, "Brother Tang Imo, have you found a clue?" Tang Imo nodded, and he raised his sight, and found that Fu Wenduo was already standing in the middle hall waiting for him. Soon, Qin Shanshan knocked on Fu Wensheng's door again, and brought Fu Xiaodi out. The 4 people found a hidden corner, and the 3 returnees had not come out yet. Qin Shanshan glanced at everyone and said, "This time, the 4 of us have occupied all 4 levels of the food chain. When the 7 balls flew into the air just now, I observed 2 balls. The ball I got now belongs to Brother Tang Imo, and he got my ball." Qin Shanshan's physical fitness has not improved. With her dynamic vision, she could only observe 2 balls at a time. Fu Wenduo added, "Xiaoshun got the ball of that woman." Qin Shanshan nodded, "Okay. In addition to whispering, we can now roughly talk about the clues we have obtained. You can't say your clues clearly, but you can mention them briefly." Qin Shanshan's clues are very simple, and not very valuable. Fu Wenduo pondered for a moment, and he whispered, "According to my clues, I should indeed be in a certain food chain, at the 3rd level of the food chain." Qin Shanshan immediately recorded this clue, the 4th level, and also the 3rd level. Tang Imo said, "My clue is important." Everyone turned their heads and looked at Tang Imo. Tang Imo considered the wording for a moment, staring at Fu Wenduo seriously. "I'm not in your food chain." Fu Wenduo's eyes paused, staring at Tang Imo quietly. "Not in his food chain?" Qin Shanshan said in surprise. The short-haired girl's pen stopped on the notebook, and the round pen tip rubbed lightly against the white paper, leaving a series of shallow marks. The next moment, Qin Shanshan suddenly raised her head and stared at Fu Wensheng, with a happy smile on her face, but her eyes were extremely serious. She said word by word, quietly, "I have a question for you now. You have to answer carefully. When you answer, forget the words on your note, concentrate on answering my question, and forget about that sentence completely." Fu Wensheng sat up straight. "Okay, Sister Shanshan, you ask?" "Qin Shanshan, my question is..." 5 minutes later, Qin Shanshan closed her notebook and breathed a sigh of relief. Cinderella attended 3 parties. We had 3 nights in total, but the Darwin test only had 2. The next Darwin test will be our last chance to change the ball. But I have something for this Darwin test, and I hope everyone can do it. The 4 people came closer. Qin Shanshan lowered her voice and whispered, "For the second Darwin test, I guess the questions will be more difficult than the first one. In this test..." Tang Imo listened to Qin Shanshan's words and nodded gently. After she finished speaking, Fu Wensheng carefully remembered what he was going to do. After a while, he remembered something and said, "Sister Shanshan said that with Cinderella's personality, she will deliberately make the questions difficult in the second Darwin test, making it difficult for us to answer, so as to increase her ratings. Fortunately, there is no penalty for answering the wrong questions, otherwise we would definitely be doomed." After a pause, the child thought, "Oh yes, Brother Tang, you are so lucky. You are the first to answer. It would be bad if there was a penalty." Fortunately, The questions are simple, and there is no penalty. Oh, why are you looking at me like that? Fu Xiaodi swallowed his saliva, and suddenly felt very wronged. Wait, did I say something wrong, brother Tang, sister Shanshan? Why do you use? Use? You have to look at him with such loving eyes. Fu Wenduo glanced at his silly brother directly, and stopped looking at him, lest he get angry. Qin Shanshan had a good temper, and said patiently, Xiaosheng, brother Tang Mo didn't just press the buzzer casually. If he didn't, Major Fu and I would press it. Let me ask you, what level do you think the four of us are among these 7 players? Fu Wisheng subconsciously wanted to say that they were of course better than the 3 returnees. With his brother and Tang Mo, how could they be worse than those 3 people? And there was also Qin Shanshan. But he remembered that he seemed to be holding back. The kid roughly estimated that even with himself, the 3 teammates could still lead the team. We are strong. Qin Shanshan, yes, we are stronger. There are only 12 questions in total, but there are 7 positions. This shows a problem. At least half of the questions can be answered by us, otherwise if many people get 0 points, how should the positions be allocated? Should we use luck and randomly draw lots to allocate levels? Then the so-called Darwin test loses its meaning, so it is better to draw lots again. Tang Mo added, Darwin test is an evolution test. The law of the jungle is the key to evolution. Qin Shanshan, yes. This test has little to do with luck, but more with personal level, because it urges players to evolve. So even if it has a penalty, it will not be a fatal penalty, otherwise the position will be difficult to allocate. Secondly, the short-haired girl looked at the confused little boy and laughed. Whisper, even the 4 of us can't answer the question. Do you think the 3 returners can answer it? There is an 80% probability that they can't answer it. So the first question Wang Xiaotian asked is, in all likelihood, something we can answer. 1 point for free. Do you want it? Fu Wensheng, Just when Fu Wensheng was doubting his life, there was a click and a door was opened. The young woman was stunned when she saw Tang Mo and the other 4 gathered in the hall, and her expression changed. She thought for a moment, called out the other 2 stowaways, and then walked to Tang Mo and the other 4. The young woman didn't hesitate and asked directly, sharing clues? Tang Mo raised his head and smiled, okay. An hour later, when Wang Xiaotian returned to the room in a pumpkin carriage, she jumped off the carriage and said the first sentence, you made me embarrassed. I, Wang Xiaotian, the gold medal host of the Underground Kingdom, have a ratings of less than 1 for the first time. It's all your fault, just wait, I will definitely give you very, very difficult questions this time. It will be difficult for you. The 3 returnees all looked slightly pale when they heard this, but Tang Mo and the other 3 looked calm. This was exactly what Qin Shanshan said. Wang Xiaotian put her hands on her hips in anger, and this time she did not start the live broadcast. She did not call for the camera again, but jumped directly onto the roof of the carriage. I don't want to talk to you unpopular stinking humans. You should finish the test quickly, and get out of my room quickly. You are all stinking bugs, all garbage, all useless stinking guys. Listen carefully, my first question. Ding ding. The young man excitedly pressed the buzzer. Wang Xiaotian was prepared. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, showing 2 small canine teeth. Okay, you got it this time, so you better listen to me. My question is, who is the smartest person in the Underground Kingdom? The young man's smile froze on his face. Wang Xiaotian suddenly laughed and said viciously, hurry up and tell me. The young man hesitated for a long time and tentatively said, Wang Xiaotian? I really don't know the answer, so it's not wrong to flatter. This subjective question didn't seem to have a standard answer, so the young man took a risk. Who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, Wang Xiaotian grinned and patted the giant pumpkin under him vigorously. The huge pumpkin suddenly opened its mouth and let out a piercing roar right next to the young man's face. Ah! The sound was sharp and unpleasant, and everyone quickly covered their ears. The young man actually felt that he had tinnitus, and he didn't cover his ears at all because he was caught off guard. He looked up at Wang Xiaotian on the roof in a daze. The beautiful girl's mouth opened and closed, but he could not hear it at all. His ears, which were almost deafened, could only hear a series of buzzing sounds. Wang Xiaotian snorted, yes, there is no punishment, and I won't beat you. Maybe I can't beat you. I just made my precious carriage burp. It was full, and burping is normal. I didn't punish you. Come on, continue to answer. If you continue to answer incorrectly, there is no punishment, so just answer as you like. Anyway, the low ratings have nothing to do with you. Come on, answer the questions quickly. The middle-aged man could not help but said angrily, you dare not punish because the Black Tower rules stipulate that there can be no punishment. Wang Xiaotian, I didn't punish you, I just made my baby pumpkin burp, so what? You? Although the Black Tower boss is sometimes easy to bully, you can't bully it too much. The middle-aged man didn't understand why Wang Xiaotian was fine in the last round of Darwin test, and didn't get angry this time. Tang Imo had clearly made her more angry in the last round, so why didn't she get angry at Tang Imo? However, this time, it was not him who was unlucky, but the young man. The young man's body had a strong ability to recover, and the tinnitus gradually disappeared. But he had no way to express his pain, so he could only swallow his anger. Now they were playing the Cinderella game, and if Wang Xiaotian really wanted to bully them in a roundabout way, they didn't even dare to say no. Wang Xiaotian saw that everyone was silent, and said, "Answer quickly, do you mean that none of you seven know the answer? Big idiot." Ding ding. Wang Xiaotian turned her head to look at the other party. Fu Wenduo's expression was calm. Schrödinger. Wang Xiaotian's eyes stopped, and the next second she snorted angrily. "Congratulations on your correct answer, plus 1 point. The second question." After this, no one rushed to answer casually. No one knew what means the Cinderella would use to punish the player next time. This small punishment was okay, just tinnitus. If she had some special means to implement terrible punishment within the scope allowed by the Black Tower, it would be a loss. Moreover, the players gradually found that the questions in this Darwin test were much more difficult than those in the previous round. The probability of getting the right answer was not necessarily high even if you rushed to answer, so everyone stopped rushing to answer questions. Wang Xiaotian said unhappily, "The 10th question. Humph, you'd better not fall into my hands." The happy questions just now was just a special episode of the location shooting. The real happy questions has a punishment. How terrible is the punishment? Ask Fu Wenduo, he knows, he almost died in it. The young man looked at Fu Wenduo and said in surprise, "So you already have experience?" Fu Wenduo put his hands in his pockets and did not answer. Wang Xiaotian was not angry either. She made a face at Fu Wenduo and continued to ask her own questions. Question 10, among the 7 players present, who does Wang Xiaotian want to eat the most? The question about the Black Tower is actually related to me? Wang Xiaotian was stunned and stuck out her tongue. So it can be like this. Who does Wang Xiaotian want to eat the most? This question is so simple. Ding ding. 7 players pressed the buzzer at the same time. Wang Xiaotian looked at the lights in front of each person, and finally looked at Tang Imo. "You answer." Tang Imo retracted his hand and looked at Wang Xiaotian steadily. "Before you tell the answer, I want to ask a question. Can you answer it?" Wang Xiaotian narrowed her eyes and looked at Tang Imo. "Why should I answer you?" Tang Imo spread his hands. "You can do whatever you want. I just want to ask a question. You once said that the Darwin test only changes the position of each person, not the food chain?" Wang Xiaotian looked at Tang Imo suspiciously. She thought about it, and realized that this question didn't seem to have any traps. It was also the rule that Black Tower asked her to tell the players. Yes, the Darwin test only changes the position of each of you in the food chain, not the original food chain. Fu Wensheng muttered softly, "How can the position be changed? Those who react slowly, and can't grab the questions can't score at all, and can only be in the first level forever." After hearing this, the young woman's eyes moved and looked at Fu Wensheng. He was right. Even though the questions were a bit difficult this time, people would not fight so hard to get the questions, but the young woman, Qin Shanshan, and the young man still did not answer a single question correctly. The young man was stunned when he answered, and they did not get the right to answer at all. After the Earth went online, everyone's physical fitness was improved. Because of her special ability, the young woman's reaction ability was not improved much, so she always lost to others. If this continues, the probability of her staying in the first level is very high. The young woman's face darkened, and she said nothing. "Will the next questions be more difficult?" Qin Shanshan suddenly asked. Wang Xiaotian, "Why, do you want it to be more difficult?" Qin Shanshan nodded. "If it is not more difficult, I may have a hard time scoring. And I also want to know, in the last round of Darwin test, I, Xiaosheng, and him." She pointed at the young man. "The 3 of us all scored 1 point, but they are the second level, and I am the first level." "Why? Random draw?" Wang Xiaotian, "Of course not, Darwin test has nothing to do with luck. You evolved late, so of course you're behind." Qin Shanshan, "That is to say, now we still have 3 people with 0 points, me, Dude, Xing Siki, the 3 of us have 0 points. There are 3 more questions next. If any of us 3 answer correctly, we can get the ranking according to the order of correct answers. What if none of the three answer correctly? Wang Xiaotian grinned, showing her cute little tiger teeth, according to the points of the previous round of Darwin test. Qin Shanshan nodded in understanding. It's really fair, only strength counts, not luck. Fu Wisheng said, this is the last chance to change the order, Sister Shanshan, you have to work hard, otherwise you will always be ranked last. The child came over, I still got 1 point this time, maybe I will be the second level again, still in this position. Sister Shanshan, I have no idea about this food chain, but don't worry, I will never eat you. You are the first level, I am the second level, if it doesn't work, I will eat her. Even if I eat the wrong one, you are still alive, you still have a chance. The young woman raised her head, and looked at Fu Wensheng. The child was startled. You, why are you looking at me? The young woman looked at Fu Wensheng steadily, and after a moment, she sneered, you survivors of Earth, you have a good relationship with your teammates. Fu Wensheng said confidently, Sister Shanshan and I are teammates. If I don't treat her well, how can I treat you well? Your ball is the ball I took before, and her ball is the ball you took before. She is in your food chain, so it is definitely right for you to eat her. Are you stupid? Tang Mo's voice sounded, but you were not 100% sure that he was in your food chain before, it was just a high probability. The young woman laughed, if Fu Duo hadn't put a knife to my neck, I would have eaten the ball of that little boy long ago. Will he still be alive now? Fu Wensheng's face flushed red, and the next second he looked at the young woman. I won't eat Sister Shanshan, I will only eat you. The young woman looked at the angry look of the little boy, and after a long time, she turned away and said indifferently, whatever you want. Qin Shanshan's eyes lit up. Tang Mo raised his lips, and he looked up and found Fu Wenduo looking at him. The two of them lip-synced, good job. Wang Xiaotian shouted to Tang Mo, hey, are you going to answer or not? Answer the question quickly. Tang Mo, Wang Xiaotian wants to eat Fu Wenduo the most. Wang Xiaotian licked her lips and glanced at Fu Wenduo secretly. The answer is correct. Question 11. As expected, as Qin Shanshan guessed, after the 12 questions, she, the young woman, and the young man all got no points. Wang Xiaotian touched her chin. What a stupid human. Then she ignored them, and jumped into the carriage to go to her own dance. But just as she was about to enter the carriage, a male voice sounded, do we have to wait until you leave before our balls are replaced? Wang Xiaotian stopped and looked at Tang Mo. Whatever, you can replace the balls now. As she said that, Wang Xiaotian didn't think too much. She clapped her hands, and Tang Mo felt his pocket move, and a small ball flew out with a whoosh. However, at that moment, a hand suddenly intercepted the ball. What are you doing? Wang Xiaotian looked at Tang Mo in surprise, and then looked at Fu Wenduo, Fu Wensheng and Qin Shanshan. The three returnees also looked at Tang Mo and the other three in astonishment, and soon, their eyes became alert. Tang Mo firmly grasped the bouncing ball in his hand, he touched the number on his face and smiled. If I guess correctly, this ball should still belong to me, and I am still the third level? Tang Mo scored the highest in the Darwin test just now, so he should get the fourth level this time. Wang Xiaotian didn't understand what Tang Mo meant. Yes, your ball hasn't been changed yet, so of course it's the third level. Tang Mo, in other words, the four of us are still in the same position and level as before? Yes. Wang Xiaotian, what do you want to say? Tang Mo slowly raised his head and said calmly, the player who finds a complete food chain of his own can win. Should I tell you the food chain in public, or can I tell you in private? Wang Xiaotian, it's up to you, you can tell me in private. The voice stopped abruptly, and Wang Xiaotian widened her eyes. What did you say just now? He just said. A deep and magnetic male voice sounded, and Fu Wenduo stood behind Tang Mo. He leaned down, and put his chin slightly close to Tang Mo's shoulder. This posture made him look like Tang Mo's spokesperson, and he didn't feel shy and intimate, and everyone didn't think there was anything wrong. The warm breath sprayed on Tang Mo's ear, and Tang Mo raised his eyebrows. Fu Wenduo laughed softly. He said that we decided to pass the level now. Chapter 175. Qin Shanshan walked forward and looked up at Wang Xiaotian. Cinderella, who was wearing a beautiful dress, looked at her in surprise. After a while, she asked, are you sure you want to clear the level now? No, I have to tell you that I, Wang Xiaotian, am very busy and don't have time to listen to you slowly talk about the food chain. Each of you has only one chance to clear the level, and you can only talk about the food chain once. If you fail to clear the level this time, you will no longer have the initiative, and you can only pray for good luck. When other players talk about the food chain, they will also tell your order and help you clear the level. Have you considered it? Qin Shanchen nodded. Yes, I have considered it. Wang Xiaotian's face changed. You can change the ball again and get new clues. Don't you want to look again? No. Wang Xiaotian, Cinderella jumped off the carriage and said unhappily, Okay, then tell me quietly. Qin Shanchen walked to Wang Xiaotian's ear, stood on tiptoe, and whispered something. Wang Xiaotian said that she could tell her the order of the food chain in private, and no one else would hear it. Tang Mo listened attentively, but did not hear what Qin Shanchen said. He thought that she had used special means to isolate the sound. After Qin Shanchen finished speaking, Wang Xiaotian twitched her lips and waved her hand. The small balls in Fu Wenduo, Fu Wensheng and Qin Shanchen's hands suddenly flew up, gathered in the air, and collided with the small balls of the other three people. Qin Shanchen said another word softly, and the small ball in Tang Mo's hand also flew up. 7 small balls circled in the air. Tang Mo vaguely felt that something that had been restraining him disappeared. That was the shackle that had been entangled with players since they entered the game. Although the game has not yet been completely over, Tang Mo and his 4 companions have already cleared it. They only need to wait patiently until the last night is over before they can leave this dungeon. Wang Xiaotian was in a terrible mood, with her mouth pouting. When she left, she made a face at Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. Next time, I must eat the meat of you bad guys. The pumpkin carriage rumbled out of the room, and the 7 small balls circled in the air for a while, and 3 of them fell into the hands of the 3 returnees. There were 4 balls that stopped in midair, and did not fly back to Tang Mo and his 4 companions, which meant that they had finished their game. The expressions of the 3 returnees seemed to have overturned a palette, which was brilliant. They looked at the backs of Tang Mo and his 4 companions with complicated eyes. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and clenched the ball in his hand. The young man trembled, and he said in disbelief, How is it possible? How can you pass the level so quickly? Not yet, not yet. They have not brought any of the 3 returnees with them. Only 4 people have passed the level. Game Rule 6. Find a complete food chain that belongs to you to win. At the same time, all players on the food chain can win. When Tang Mo said that he planned to complete the game, Dude felt surprised and lucky. As long as someone said the food chain, other players on the food chain would pass the game directly. If his name was on the food chain mentioned by Qin Shanchen, even if he knew nothing, they could pass the game together. But no. Only 4 survivors on Earth passed the game, and none of the 3 returnees passed the game. Duda and Liao Feng's faces were very ugly. They clenched the ball tightly, with jealous eyes. You used me? A sharp female voice sounded, and everyone turned their heads to look at Xing Siki. The young woman in a shirt seemed to suddenly understand something. Her eyes widened, and she stared angrily at Fu Wensheng in the crowd. The child swallowed his saliva, and subconsciously walked behind Tang Mo. Fu Xiaoti, when did I use you? Xing Siki's eyes were wide open, as if she wanted to see the seemingly brainless boy clearly, to the bone. She turned to look at Qin Shanchen, then Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. Her eyes paused on Fu Wenduo for 3 seconds, and the next second, Xing Siki's eyes lit up. She quickly closed her eyes, her chest rose and fell, and she made a heavy wheezing sound. Half a minute later, she slowly opened the corners of her mouth and smiled. She looked at the ball in her hand, and then looked at the 4 balls in the air that did not fall. She smiled and said, This is the first time I thank my reaction speed for not being fast enough, and I can't beat you in solving the questions, so I am still at the first level now, and my ball is still the same as the last round. Did you do it on purpose? Tang Mo narrowed his eyes. What on purpose? Xing Siki pointed at the 4 balls in the air, and then pointed at the other 2 returnees. What a coincidence, the 3 balls we 3 returnees got are still the same 3 balls from the last round. Tang Mo said lightly, It's just a coincidence. Xing Siki, it is indeed a coincidence. After all, even if the points for answering the questions are the same, no one knows which of the 2 balls of the same level will fall into your hands, and you can't decide this. But the fact is that the balls of the 3 returnees have not changed overall, and the 4 balls belonging to you have not changed either. Only the people who own the balls have changed. Qin Shanchen asked, What do you want to say? The young woman walked to the center of the hall, pulled a chair and sat down. She didn't even intend to go into the room to look for clues, but smiled and said, I want to say, thank you, although you used me. But I should also pass the level. As soon as these words fell, Tang Mo and the other 4 did not change their expressions, as if they had already guessed that this would happen. The other 2 returnees were not happy, and the young man walked up to Xing Siki. What do you mean? Do you know how to pass the level? Xing Siki pointed at Qin Shanchen. Thanks to that little girl, she told me a food chain that belongs to me. Dude said nervously and expectantly, What about me? What about me? Xing Siki, how do I know yours? You? The alliance between the returnees is not solid. After knowing one of her food chains, Xing Siki no longer plans to cooperate with the other two returnees. The middle-aged man asked the young woman to tell him her food chain in a gloomy tone, but was rejected by the young woman. The two male returnees returned to the room with a sullen look, and opened the ball to check for clues. In the center of the room, Tang Mo slowly walked to the chair, pulled it open and sat down. The other three also sat over. 4 Earth survivors and 1 returnee. The 5 people looked at each other in silence, and no one spoke. Half an hour later, a door was pushed open forcefully. The young man ran out with red eyes, and he ran directly to Qin Shanshan, trying to grab the girl's wrist. A dazzling metallic light flashed, and Fu Wuduo sat on the chair, without raising his head, but a dagger was pressed against the young man's neck to prevent him from taking another step forward. The young man's cheeks flushed with suffocation. He panted heavily, and finally gave up the idea of catching Qin Shanshan, and walked to his seat and sat down. After a while, the middle-aged man also came out of the room. His expression was also bad, but he was not as impulsive as the young man. He stared at Tang Mo and the other 3 quietly, and finally glanced at the young woman, then pulled out a chair and sat down. The middle-aged man sighed and said, What are your conditions? Tell me. The young man looked at him in surprise. Tang Mo seemed to be well prepared. He leaned forward, resting his hands on his knees, and locked the middle-aged man with an extremely aggressive gaze. He raised the corners of his lips, and his voice sounded gentle and calm, but no one would think he was a good person to talk to. Because he smiled and said, I want your arms. The middle-aged man raised his head suddenly. What? Tang Mo repeated, I want your arms. Fu Wuduo handed his dagger to Tang Mo at the right time, and Tang Mo took it. He pointed a dagger at the middle-aged man's shoulders and moved his wrist. The middle-aged man trembled, and a chill came from the place where his arm and shoulder were connected. Fu Wuduo said for Tang Mo, A pair of arms in exchange for your clearance is very suitable. You are a returner, at least you can pass the 2nd floor of the Black Tower. Although it may take some time to grow arms again, it is not impossible. The middle-aged man suppressed his anger, but in the game of 7 Days Eve, my arms will definitely not grow back completely. Fu Wuduo lowered his eyes. That's your business. Middle-aged man, After a moment, okay. The middle-aged man's chips were negotiated, and the young man was next. Dude lowered his head, and buried his expression in his hair. There were 2 rounds of Darwin tests in total, and the players changed the balls twice. At the beginning, Dude was the 4th level, and he was lucky enough to draw the highest level ball. However, he performed poorly in the next 2 Darwin tests, and he always got the 2nd level ball, which was Fu Wen's first ball. He was not stupid. He had already figured out what clues the middle-aged man had exchanged his arms for. A pair of arms in exchange for a food chain of his own, in exchange for a life. It was worth it. Taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly, Dude raised his head with a firm look. How do I want to exchange it? Tang Mo, a pair of arms and a prop. Dude was surprised. Why do I have one more prop than him? Tang Mo, because he has no props. All his props have been searched away by us a long time ago. The young man had nothing to say. Tang Mo did not lie. The middle-aged man almost escaped from them with his special ability, but before that, all his props were looted by Fu Wuduo. Qin Shanshan and Tang Mo decided to trade their arms for the food chain after a long discussion. A pair of arms is not so important to the returnees. With the strength of these 2 men, they can grow them back within 10 days. It's just that their strength will drop sharply in Eve's game, and they can't pose much threat to the survivors on Earth. This condition is within their acceptable range. At the same time, this is also the range of their superpowers that Tang Mo may obtain. Tang Mo forced Bai Ruoyu to cut off one of his arms, and thus obtained his superpowers. A pair of arms should be able to obtain the superpowers of these 2 people. The 2 returnees originally wanted to get the food chain from the young woman and exchange conditions with the young woman. Xing Siki's eyes darkened, and she was about to agree, but the middle-aged man saw through her lie at a glance. You don't know our food chain at all. Xing Siki shrugged. She really didn't know the food chain of these 2 men. She just deduced her own food chain from the behavior of Tang Mo and others. The middle-aged man walked up to Tang Mo with a sullen face, and Tang Mo picked up Fu Wen's dagger. The hand rose and the knife fell. Everything was incredibly fast. The sharp dagger cut off the 2 arms of the adult man as if it was cutting tofu, and blood spurted out instantly. The middle-aged man roared in pain, his cheeks twitching. After 3 minutes, his bleeding stopped, and Tang Mo leaned close to his ear and whispered something. Next was the young man. Tang Mo cut off his 2 arms in the same way and took away one of his props. The 4 arms fell into a pool of blood. Tang Mo snapped his fingers, and the flames instantly wrapped around the 4 bloody arms. The young woman narrowed her eyes and muttered, "Superpowers." Tang Mo smiled faintly, "Or props." The young woman closed her mouth and stopped talking. The middle-aged man looked up and said, "You took my arms to vent your anger?" He just cut off the arms and burned them with fire. Tang Mo didn't need his arms at all. Tang Mo, you guessed it right. Half an hour later, Wang Xiaotian drove the pumpkin carriage back to the room. As soon as she got off the car, she quickly covered her mouth, looking panicked, and said exaggeratedly, "Ah, what is this? Where does all this blood come from? It's so scary, I'm so scared." After shouting for a long time without seeing anyone respond, Wang Xiaotian looked up and found that none of these humans were going to comfort her. "Do you know how to be gentle with women?" Wang Xiaotian pouted, stepped into the pool of blood, leaving bloody footprints, and walked in front of the 7 people. Wang Xiaotian leaned against the pumpkin carriage and said lazily, "This is your last chance. I'm going to be a princess, and I don't have time to play this kind of childish game with you. Okay, do you have anything to say to me? No? Then I'm leaving. You guys hurry up and get out of here." The young woman said directly, "I know my food chain." Wang Xiaotian looked at her suspiciously. The young woman said calmly, "My food chain is from Xing Siki to Fu Wensheng to Tang Mo." Wang Xiaotian snorted, "Well, you are right. How do you know your food chain? Did you hear it from those bad guys? This little girl just told you 2 food chains. One is from her to Fu Wensheng to Tang Mo, and the other is from her to Fu Wensheng to Fu Wenduo." Wang Xiaotian did not deny it. The young woman pointed at Qin Shanshan and continued, "Because she said it twice. The 4 of them include 4 levels. If the 4 people are in the same food chain, they only need to say it once to pass all the levels. This proves one thing, the 4 of them are divided into 2 food chains. I was stupid. If I hadn't revealed my clues when answering the Darwin test, they wouldn't have known the answer so easily." Fu Wensheng shrank her neck, because the woman glared at her again. That's right, in the second round of the Darwin test, Fu Wensheng suddenly said that even if he lost, he would not eat Qin Shanshan, he would eat the young woman. The young woman never took Fu Wensheng seriously, because the little boy's performance before was terrible, just like a player brought to this level by his brother. Fu Wenduo, Fu Wenxing. Everyone knew they were brothers. Fu Wenduo was very famous, and he was also well known in the world of returnees. Fu Wensheng was just a parasite following behind him, and he would never have come here without his brother. Xing Siki guessed so she never thought that this weak little boy would set a trap for her, so she was tricked into saying, "I told him that this little girl was also food for this little boy." Qin Shanshan to Fu Wenxing to Fu Wenduo. Qin Shanshan to Fu Wensheng to Tang Mo. These are the 2 food chains that Qin Shanshan told Wang Xiaotian in the last round. In the first round of the game, the young man was at the 4th level, and Qin Shanshan easily got his clue. His food was a woman. At this time, his target became 2, Qin Shanshan, who was at the 3rd level at the time, and the young woman who was at the 2nd level at the time. In the second round of the game, Tang Mo got Qin Shanshan's ball, and determined that he was at the highest level, and no one could eat him. Another answer was instantly ruled out. The young man should eat the young woman's ball. In the second round of the game, Fu Wenduo should eat Fu Wenxing's ball. In addition, in the first round of the game, the young woman said that Fu Wensheng must be her food and almost ate Fu Wensheng. At this time, a complete food chain has appeared, Xing Siki to Fu Wensheng to Fu Wenduo. There are many smart people among the returnees, and Tang Mo never dares to underestimate any returnee. This young woman is very smart, and her guess is absolutely correct. The young woman was puzzled, but I don't understand, how did you determine that Tang Mo could eat this little boy? In the second round of the game, Tang Mo was at the 3rd level, which is also the highest level. But why did he eat Fu Wenxing's ball instead of the young man's? How did Qin Shanshan determine the answer? Qin Shanshan replied, "The first time we exchanged clues, Brother Tang Mo said that his clues were meaningless, and you didn't believe him. But, do you remember what clue I mentioned at that time? Tang Mo was a high-level player who was put into the game rules by the Black Tower, and was named to be rewarded by killing him. Qin Shanshan was just a plain-looking little girl." After she said that, none of the 3 returnees remembered the clue she mentioned at the beginning. The young woman recalled for a long time, was suddenly shocked, and murmured, "You said that your clues are meaningless." Qin Shanshan looked calm. "Yes, I said my clues are meaningless, and you all believed it. Brother Tangmo said this, and you all didn't believe it. Because in my eyes, I am just a passerby. What you really want to eliminate is Brother Tangmo. It's not important to eliminate me, or pay attention to me. So I lied at that time, and you didn't notice it. The young woman suddenly understood. Wait, you have been. Well, I knew from the beginning that your ball is my food. That is, in the next 2 rounds, Xiaoxing's ball is Brother Tangmo's food. Just didn't say it. The young woman was silent for a long time, and suddenly laughed. So the only thing you doubt is whether your ball is his food. She pointed at Qin Shanshan and Fu Wensheng. You didn't get any clues from this little boy, maybe because the clues he saw were really meaningless, or maybe he couldn't tell you his clues. So you turned your attention to me, because this ball used to be mine. In the tense Darwin test, every player's nerves were highly tense. The young woman once swore that she knew Fu Wensheng was lying, so Qin Shanshan didn't dare to be careless. It was not until the 11th question that she asked Fu Wensheng to cooperate in acting, so that the young woman would be careless and show a nonchalant attitude towards Fu Wensheng's words. Then I will eat you. Because she knew that Fu Wensheng's ball could eat 2 first-level balls. Both first-level balls were his food. All the truth was revealed, and the young woman sneered and pointed at the 2 male returnees. Do you really know the food chain of the 2 of them? Qin Shanshan hesitated and didn't speak. Fu Wen was deep voice sounded. Did I say we knew? The 2 returnees turned their heads and looked at him in disbelief. What did you say? The young man roared and rushed over. If he had a hand, he would definitely smash Fu Wenduo to the ground. What stopped him was a small pink parasol, the round umbrella head pressed against his throat, just against the flashing golden 3-digit number. Tangmo tilted his head and smiled slightly. You said you wanted to exchange conditions with us. We never said we knew your food chain. Tangmo Fu Wenduo. It was Qin Shanshan who came up with the idea, but it was Tangmo and Fu Wenduo who attracted the hatred. After all, they are famous. Fu Wenduo raised his eyebrows and said nothing. Qin Shanshan, your food chain is my guess. Because there are too few clues, I can only guess so much. There is an 80% chance that your food chain is correct. The young man wanted to tear the calm little girl to pieces angrily, while the middle-aged man was more mature. Although he hated it so much that his eyes were full of bloodshot, he tried his best to calm down, looked up at Wang Xiaotian, who was watching the fun with a smile, and gritted his teeth and said, My food chain is from Xing Siki to Duda to Liao Feng to Fu Wenduo. The smile on Wang Xiaotian's face froze for a moment, and after a moment, she waved her hand. It's boring. You all cleared the level. So boring. Here, this is your reward. The pumpkins my stepmother grows are delicious, so I give them to you. No need to thank me. While speaking, Wang Xiaotian took out 7 pumpkins from her pocket and threw them to the 7 players. The 2 male returnees had no hands, and the pumpkins hit their cheeks. Tangmo held the pumpkin, and a bad guess suddenly flashed through his mind. He rubbed the pumpkin 3 times vigorously, and soon, lines of small words appeared. Item, Cinderella's little pumpkin. Owner, Tangmo. Quality, trash. Level, level 1. Attack power, none, it may hurt a little when hitting someone. Function, delicious, the dwarfs like to eat it. Limitation, it has no effect, which may be its biggest limitation. Note, after working hard to play the game, I am back to the days before liberation. Think about it, at least it tastes good. Tangmo, The young woman also found it incredible. She asked, Is this the only reward for clearing the game? Wang Xiaotian said impatiently, What are you doing? What else do you want? This is not enough, you greedy humans. Fu Wenduo said coldly, What will happen if you don't find your own food chain and don't clear the game? Everyone was shocked. Wang Xiaotian looked at Fu Wenduo, and slowly she opened her mouth and showed a bad smile. Ah, how is it? Not so good. If you don't pass the level, you won't get my pumpkin, and if you don't get my pumpkin, you won't be able to eat such delicious food. Wow, you are so unlucky, it's great to pass the level. Everyone, The men who lost their 2 arms gritted their teeth in anger, making a creaking sound. If you pass the game, you will get Cinderella's little pumpkin. If you don't pass the game, you won't be punished, but you won't get her little pumpkin. From the beginning to the end, this game is a safe game. It prohibits violence, and the Black Tower will even directly kill the perpetrator. The only way to be eliminated is to be eaten by someone, and then this person chooses to throw you into the Black Tower and become a slave of the Black Tower. Other than that, this game is extremely safe. Tangmo silently said, Eve's game copy number 315. So, this is just a copy. Wang Xiaotian smiled and said, I'm going to be my princess, And I won't talk to you stinky humans. The huge pumpkin carriage whistled and left the room. 7 players stayed where they were. A deep female voice sounded. You could only get a pumpkin if you clear the game. But if you eliminate Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, you could open E's reward. Swoosh! A steel needle broke through the air and rubbed across the young woman's cheek, leaving a blood mark. The steel needle disappeared into the air after flying across the young woman's cheek. Tang Mo retracted his hand, turned his head and looked at her, raised his mouth. Do you want to try? Do you think it's a superpower or a prop this time? The young woman felt a burning pain on her cheek. She stared at Tang Mo in a daze, her lips opened, and finally clenched her teeth and said nothing. Compared to opening E's reward, she cherishes her life more. Ding! Player Xing Siki, Du De, Liao Feng, Tang Mo Fu Wenduo, Qin Shanshan, and Fu Wensheng successfully passed Eve's game copy number 315. A dazzling white light lit up in front of everyone. When the white light lit up, the 4 Earth players and the 3 returnees still stared at each other coldly. As long as anyone dared to move, the other party would immediately fight back. When the cold wind blew towards Tang Mo blinked his eyes, and he had returned to Earth. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo rushed towards the young woman without hesitation, but they were still a step slower. The woman was standing some distance away from them. She only needed to run away, but Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo needed to find her location and chase her. After chasing for a while, the 2 gave up. The other 2 male returnees also took the opportunity to escape. When faced with weaker survivors on Earth, these returnees would kill them mercilessly. When faced with strong ones, they would also run away mercilessly. Tang Mo said helplessly, no matter how strong the returnees are, everyone seems to run very fast. Tang Mo was joking, but Qin Shanshan analyzed seriously. With the time ranking, every returnee is an enemy. They encounter more life and death dangers than us, so only by running fast can they survive. This is also the survival of the fittest. What Qin Shanshan said makes sense. Fu Wensheng, this game is so bad, there is no reward for clearing the level, and there is no punishment for not clearing the level. If I had known earlier, I would not be so scared. But fortunately, we are not the worst. The 2 men suffered the most. Their abilities were copied by Brother Tang, and their arms were gone. They couldn't participate in Eve's game for the next 7 days. Taking away the 2 men's arms was, on the one hand, to help Tang Mo copy his abilities, and to take advantage of them without paying. On the other hand, it was also to weaken their strength. Eve's game lasted for 7 days, and these 7 nights were the 7 days when the conflict between the Earth survivors and the returnees was the most intense. Qin Shanshan would not let go of the opportunity to weaken the opponent's strength. However, there was one thing Fu Wensheng couldn't figure out. In fact, as long as one of them knows the food chain, the other person can also pass it. The food chain that Sister Shanshan deduced has their names on it. The middle-aged man can completely help the other person pass it without having to cut off his arm. Are you happy? Fu Wensheng was stunned and looked up at his eldest brother. Fu Wenduo moved his fingers and put the dagger back into his sleeve. Tang Mo looked down at the child and explained for Fu Wenduo. After the middle-aged man knew his food chain, he didn't intend to tell the other person. Because he lost his arm? He was not happy if the other person didn't lose his arm. If it was the relationship between me and Fu Wenduo. After a pause, Tang Mo said, if it was the relationship between the 4 of us, I would certainly not let my teammates lose their arms, as long as I lost my arm alone. But they are different. They have always been allies, and they can betray each other's allies at any time. Qin Shanshan, that woman. Xing Siki, you have to pay a little attention, she is very smart. Tang Mo nodded gently. The 4 of them packed up, and set off to go to the chosen base. The sky was slightly bright, and a ray of sunlight shot out from the horizon, awakening the earth. Tang Mo looked at the blood-red number on the black tower and whispered softly, 3, 2, 1. Ding, Eve's game is temporarily over. Players are requested to continue the game and work hard to attack the tower. The crisp child's voice seemed to pierce the tense atmosphere that permeated the sky over Beijing all night. On the huge black tower, the bloody countdown suddenly disappeared. Everything seemed to have returned to the time before the 4.0 version update. Tens of thousands of black towers were calm and heavy, hanging above the earth. A breeze blew on their faces. Tang Mo and the other 3 looked at each other, went around the alley, and moved forward quietly. As they walked, Tang Mo remembered something. He just took the time to look at the abilities of the 2 men. The middle-aged man's ability turned out to be an escape ability. To be precise, he could speed up a certain aspect of his ability at a certain moment. For example, vision, he could enhance his vision, see through the house to see the enemy, and shoot with bullets. For example, speed, he could suddenly run very fast, but at this time his vision would drop sharply. Not only vision and speed, he can also greatly enhance his hearing, smell or touch, but other abilities will be suddenly weakened at this time. Concentrate the ability on a certain aspect and fully manifest it. While other abilities are weakened, this is his ability. This ability looks very powerful, but it is actually useless. If you are fighting with someone, weakening other abilities and only enhancing one is a good thing when facing a weaker enemy. However, facing a powerful enemy like Fu Wenduo, at the moment of enhancing a certain ability, Tang Mo will be caught by his weakness and killed in one blow. That woman's ability seems to be better. Tang Mo has never had the ability to detect that Fu Wensheng is lying. If he has this ability, it may be easier for him to attack the tower in the future. Do you want to have that woman's ability? Tang Mo was stunned and turned to look at Fu Wenduo. He nodded. Well, it is sometimes important to see whether a person is lying. At critical moments, this is a very powerful ability. Of course, Tang Mo didn't know what the woman's ability was, he was just guessing. Fu Wenduo said calmly, my ability seems to be better than hers. Tang Mo stopped abruptly, and he turned his head to look at the man in surprise. The morning sun rose and reflected on Fu Wenduo's face. The eyes were deep and deep, still unable to be completely illuminated by the sun, and his expression was calm and composed. He looked at Tang Mo steadily, and Tang Mo also looked at him quietly. After a while, Tang Mo smiled and said, if I took her ability, I promise to use it on you first. Fu Wenduo didn't understand the meaning of this sentence. Why did he suddenly change the subject? Tang Mo lowered his eyes and glanced at him. I want to see what you are thinking every time you say this expressionlessly. Fu Wenduo, Fu Wenduo looked away without changing his expression and strode forward. Chapter 176. At noon, the four of them arrived near Chaoyang District. Along the way, Tang Mo met 4 returnees, 3 of whom had 2-digit numbers on their necks. When they saw the Earth players, they not only did not take action, but left cautiously. Only one player with more than 500 minutes of rest time attacked them in secret. This person was extremely vicious, and he set a trap at the corner. Tang Mo was closest to Qin Shanshan. He noticed something was wrong and left with Qin Shanshan, but the bomb had already exploded. Tang Mo's arm was blown open with a bloody wound, and Qin Shanshan's head was also broken with a hole. This man hid in the dark and detonated the bombs buried in the ground one by one. Finally, Fu Wenduo found the person hiding in the office building and broke his neck with one hand. Fu Wenduo, I don't have time to solve it for you. Tang Mo shook his head. It doesn't matter. Generally, Fu Wenduo would leave this opportunity to kill the enemy to Tang Mo, except in special circumstances. After experiencing this bomb man, Tang Mo and the other 4 became more careful. Soon, the 4 entered the Chaoyang district. Tianxian uses the 80th Middle School as its base, and occupies the resources of the entire Chaoyang district. Few players will stay here. Occasionally, 1 or 2 rustling sounds of running came from the wind. Fu Wenduo frowned and kept on guard against possible attacks. No matter whether it is an Earth player or a returnee, no one can take it lightly. Tang Mo walked quietly along the shadow of the building and said, Tianxian is not a safe place. The closer we are to the 80th Middle School, the more dangerous we may be. We have investigated the returnees, and the returnees will also investigate our information. Tianxian is the largest organization in Beijing, and there are 2 live targets, Ruan Wanshu and Lin Yuzhen. Eliminating them can unlock ease rewards. There must be returnees who have been eyeing them for a long time. Fu Wensheng. In this case, why are Ruan Wanshu and others still in the 80th Middle School? Can't they change their base? The enemy has figured out the old nest. Shouldn't they change the base camp? Fu Wenduo. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Ordinary returnees dare not attack the chosen ones casually, but powerful returnees. After a pause, Fu Wenduo raised his eyes, and while speaking quickly, he threw Fidipide's dart forward. Powerful returnees are also the ones we want to eliminate. Swoosh! The black dart pierced the air, and shot to the back of the building at a very fast speed. However, the distance was far, and the young man hiding in the dark had time to react. The short-haired man dodged Fu Wenduo's dart, and looked at Fu Wenduo vigilantly. Tang Mo shouted angrily, raised his right hand, and a row of cold steel needles appeared in the air, whizzing towards the man. The man whispered, Li Cheching's steel needles? Tang Mo was shocked when he heard this. The young man in a denim jacket was agile, rolling on the ground, dodging rows of steel needles. The steel needles hummed into the ground, he raised his head, the sun shone on his face through the gap between the buildings, reflecting the 5-digit number suspended on his neck, 10235. Tang Mo blurted out, "Are you Ning Zheng?" Ning Zheng, the 62nd on the time ranking list. Ning Zheng supported himself with one hand, and with a strong push of his right foot, he jumped up dozens of meters and landed on the top floor of the mall. He stood on the top floor of the mall and looked down at Tang Mo and the other three below, with no expression on his handsome face. The two sides stared at each other in silence. After a moment, Ning Zheng narrowed his eyes and said two names, Fu Wenduo or Tang Mo. He looked at Tang Mo. "Are you Fu Wenduo?" After that, he looked at Fu Wenduo standing behind Tang Mo. This cold man in black had just discovered his trail at the first moment, and at the same time, he had shot out a seemingly ordinary little dart. This dart might be an ordinary dart, but the person who shot it was not simple. As long as the two sides were a little closer, he could only avoid the vital points, and could not completely avoid the dart. This person's strength was definitely not simple. Ning Zheng suddenly thought, Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo. He actually guessed it almost right. Ning Zheng didn't know who was Tang Mo and who was Fu Wenduo, but he knew that these two people were not easy to mess with. Eliminate Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, and he can directly open E's reward. But these two are teammates, so it is not certain who will be eliminated when they fight. Ning Zheng's brain worked quickly, and only a few seconds passed, but he had already thought of many possible outcomes of the fight between the two sides. He turned around and left without hesitation, disappearing among the densely packed buildings. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo had no intention of chasing him anymore, and Chen Shanshan glanced at the black tower floating high in the sky behind her. Fu Wisheng, just let him go like that. There are 4 players in Beijing who were notified globally by the black tower, but there are only 2 returnees on the time ranking list. Su Yunsheng and Ning Zheng. The returnees can unlock the reward by eliminating any one of Tang Mo and the other 4. Earth players, who want to get E's reward, can only eliminate Su Yunsheng or Ning Zheng. This means that returnees have 4 chances, while Earth players only have 2. The possibility of meeting someone in the huge city of Beijing is not high. It was not easy to meet Ning Zheng, and he seemed to be alone. It seems wrong not to do it now. However, Chen Shanshan shook her head. It's not game time now. Fu Xiaodi didn't react for a while. Chen Shanshan explained, Eve's game, the game time is from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. the next day. It's noon now, it's not game time. When Haide explained the rules of the game, he mentioned the game time at the beginning. Although it's not 100% certain, eliminating Ning Zheng outside the game time may not necessarily get his reward. Besides, the chances of winning are not high if he takes action now. At least he should be able to escape. Fu Wensheng understood immediately, and he thought, this time is actually a time for returnees and Earth players to recuperate. Killing the enemy at this time is meaningless, and it will waste the quota. So Ning Zheng weighed the pros and cons and left without looking back, and Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo did not chase him. After a brief contact with Ning Zheng, Tang Mo found that no matter how strong the returnees were, their ability to escape was indeed very high. At the same time, he also remembered something. It seems that Liao Feng did not lie to us. Tang Mo pointed to the billboard of Chaoyang Joy City not far away. He said that he saw Ning Zheng near Chaoyang Joy City yesterday morning, and Ning Zheng is still here. Fu Wenduo, he will not be here next time. An hour later, the 4 of them arrived at number 80 middle school. The road outside the campus was silent, and the trees on both sides of the road rustled in the wind. When Tang Mo walked into the school gate, he glanced at the quiet street. He vaguely realized that there must be people hiding on this street, but he couldn't find out where the other party was hiding, and how many people there were. The strength of the returnees should not be underestimated. After arriving at the 80th middle school, the 4 found Ruan Wanshu. Ruan Wanshu was not anxious. When he saw Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, he nodded to them. Before Tang Mo could speak, he said, Have you found the people ambushing outside? Tang Mo asked, Do you know? Female Dr. Li Miaomia lay on the table, and said unhappily, Lian Yuzheng found it. Those people hid very well. We sent several people to secretly investigate their whereabouts, but only found 2 small tails, who were not well hidden. We didn't even know where the others were. Even so, several people were lost. These days, Ruan Wanshu's injuries have almost healed. He continued Li Miaomia's words and asked, Have you found the other party? Tang Mo shook his head. They hid very well. Chen Shanshan said calmly, You want to use Tian Xian as bait. The weak female voice immediately attracted everyone's attention, and Ruan Wanshu paused slightly. The pale boy slowly turned his head to look at the little girl who was talking. After a moment, Ruan Wanshu said, Yes. You have all heard the updated rules, and Eve's game rules released by the Black Tower yesterday. If we want to get Eve's rewards, we can only return to the elimination time ranking list. There are only 2 returnees left in Beijing, Su Yunsheng and Ning Zheng. It's too difficult to find them, so let them come to me. Tang Emo reminded him. Ning Zheng should not come. Ruan Huashu was stunned. What? Tang Emo told him about the encounter with Ning Zheng in Chaoyang Joy City just now. Ruan Huashu's face was a little ugly. He came for us. The chosen base is in the 80th middle school. This is no secret among Beijing players. Ning Zheng must know the location of Lian Yuzheng and me. He came to Chaoyang district to kill me and Lian Yuzheng. Now he has found you and Fu Wenduo. With the 4 of us here, he will not attack again. What a pity. Chun Shanshan, what a pity. Ruan Huashu sighed. He stood up and clapped his hands. Fu Wenduo's eyes turned cold, and he shot a knife to the back, but saw a nimble figure quickly dodge the attack. The man who came was a young man with a flat head. When he saw Fu Wenduo, a bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly hidden. He looked at Fu Wenduo fearfully, and then looked at Tang Emo. He put one foot on the chair casually and said with a smile, I know Fu Wenduo, is this Tang Emo? Tang Emo looked at him calmly. Soon 3 or 4 more people came out from behind the young man with a flat head. More than a dozen people slowly gathered in the not-so-spacious classroom. Among the newcomers were men and women. They stared at Tang Emo and Fu Wenduo in silence, and sometimes stared at Ruan Huashu coldly. A strong aura emanated from these people. Tang Emo understood the other party's identity at the first time. Ruan Huashu said coldly, There are not many Beijing players willing to cooperate with Tianxian, but we are the top force in Beijing. Major Fu should know them. We have fought each other before. Tang Emo looked at these people steadily. After a while, he turned his head and said, It's difficult to find Ning Zheng again, but it should be possible to find Su Yunsheng. Ruan Huashu stared at Tang Emo with cold eyes. Why? Boom! The shock came too suddenly, and the ground shook violently. The entire number 80 middle school, the entire city of Beijing, the ground was shaking violently. The sky was spinning, and cracks as thick as arms appeared on the ceiling of the classroom, and soon collapsed to the wall. Tang Emo didn't think about it. He grabbed Chun Shanshan, carried the little girl on his back, and ran to the corridor. He supported himself with one hand, turned over and jumped directly from the 3rd floor, landing steadily on the ground. Fu Wenduo also jumped to the 1st floor with Fu Wensheng. Ruan Huashu and others reacted and left the building one by one. When they all gathered in the playground, Tang Emo looked up and looked around. The ground was still shaking violently, and the tall buildings around the 80th middle school were shaking constantly. But no building collapsed, and Tang Emo pricked up his ears, but didn't hear the sound of a building collapsing. The whole city of Beijing was shaking strangely, just shaking, seemingly violent, but without any damage. Tang Emo said in surprise, Isn't it an earthquake? Everyone looked at him in astonishment. Li Miaomyo, if it's not an earthquake, then what is it? The whole of Beijing is shaking. Isn't this an earthquake? Chun Shanshan carefully observed the movements around her, and soon her face became very ugly. It is indeed not an earthquake. The magnitude of the earthquake is underground. No matter how shallow the epicenter is, it is underground. Earthquakes are from bottom to top, and buildings can easily collapse. But feel the ground under our feet. This vibration is more like shaking on the same level as us. Then the question is, Fu Wenduo's eyes were cold. What can shake the entire city of Beijing? The next second, a gloomy and soft female voice with a disdainful smile suddenly resounded over Beijing, answering his question, Survivors of the Earth? The tremors of the ground seemed to have calmed down a little, and everyone looked to the west in astonishment. The voice came from the west, and when it sounded, the tremors of the earth resonated with her. It seemed that the ground had become her vocal cords, and every time she spoke, the ground would tremble. At this moment, the whole of Beijing, whether it was the survivors of Earth or the returnees, looked to the west in shock. At the junction of Chaoyang District and Haidian District, a young man in a denim jacket stopped and said in surprise, It's not an earthquake, it's that guy's superpower. Wait, if the voice is to spread throughout Beijing, that person's ability will definitely not be able to hold up. This voice. Ning Zheng's face darkened. Su Yunsheng. The vast city of Beijing, Beihai, the forbidden city, the temple of heaven. This cold female voice spread to every corner, and when she spoke again, the earth trembled with her voice. She sneered, I, the 9th place in the time ranking, Su Yunsheng. Here is a notice letter to the Beijing survivors Fu Wenduo, Tang Emo, Ruan Huashu, and Lian Yuzheng. May 25, 5 a.m., Beijing East Third Ring Elevated Road. You want E's reward? I want to be the only player in China who can unlock the reward. Haha, I wait for you. By the way, Ning Zheng, are you coming? A low, hoarse laugh sounded, and the voice did not sound like that of a 16-year-old girl at all. In an abandoned courtyard in Xiqing District, Beijing, a middle-aged man opened his bloodshot eyes, knelt on the ground, looked up at the sky, and opened his mouth. A gloomy-looking girl put one hand on the back of the man's head and leaned over to speak in his ear. Strangely, her mouth was speaking, but the sound came from the man's mouth. Behind Su Yunsheng were three silent girls with their heads down. She giggled and pressed the hand on the back of the middle-aged man's head with more force, almost digging into his brain. Fu Wenduo, I heard that you are the strongest player in China. Tang Mo and the others were concentrating on listening to the sound coming from the sky, when suddenly, a miserable and desperate cry sounded. After the cry, the ground instantly returned to normal, and the sound disappeared. Everyone was stunned, but they did not relax their vigilance. After 5 minutes of no movement, Tang Mo narrowed his eyes, and turned to look at Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo shook his head at him. They didn't know that in the small courtyard, the middle-aged man's eyes were bleeding. Su Yunsheng kicked him to the ground, and the middle-aged man twitched twice and stopped breathing. Useless waste. Su Yunsheng cursed with a sneer and turned away. Just as she turned around and took 2 steps, a clear and familiar child's voice rang out, spreading across China. Ding, Jax Crone, the official player of China District 2, successfully opened E's reward. Su Yunsheng turned his head and looked at the black tower, his face full of astonishment. On the other side, Chaoyang District Number 80 Middle School. Tang Mo was also stunned when he heard this voice, and gradually his expression became strange. He smiled helplessly. Well, the only player in China who opened the reward? In the courtyard? Su Yunsheng. Damn! The slap in the face came too fast, like a tornado. Chapter 177. Shanghai, Nanjing Road. Blood flowed along the cracks in the bricks on the ground to both sides of the road, quickly outlining dark brown marks. Some of the blood had already dried up, and some of the blood was still warm. More than a dozen bodies lay on the ground with their eyes wide open, looking at the sky. On the second floor of a store on one side of the road, when the black tower's prompt sound ended, the tall foreign man was confused at first, and then he seemed to be suddenly hit by something violent, and his eyes widened. Luo Fengcheng said in surprise, Jax. Tang Xiao quickly ran up to catch Jax's falling body. Because he was too strong, she fell back half a step. Several members of the attack organization looked at Luo Fengcheng blankly. Luo Fengcheng narrowed his eyes, looked at the quiet Nanjing Road outside the window, and said quickly, let's go back to the base first. At the same time, the earthquake that shook the entire Beijing city gradually subsided as Su Yunsheng stopped talking. No one knows if there will be another earthquake. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo looked at each other, and tacitly decided not to enter the building. Wan Wanshu did the same. Everyone gathered in the shade of the playground. Wan Wanshu said directly, May 25th at 5 a.m., that is the last hour of Eve's game. Su Yunsheng looked arrogant, and didn't take us seriously. He directly issued a challenge to us. It was called a notice letter, but it was actually a challenge letter. In fact, she has made plans. Being able to rank 9th in the time rankings, Su Yunsheng could never be a fool. Tang Mo nodded, yes, in 1 hour, if she eliminates us, she can open the reward. Even if we kill her, we may not be able to open the reward. Su Yunsheng is a challenge to you. It sounds like it has nothing to do with us. A slapping voice sounded. Tang Mo looked in the direction of the voice. It was the flat-headed young man who dodged Fu Wen's flying knife. Wan Wanshu stared at him coldly, and sneered from his throat. Don't you want to get E's reward? The young man with the flat head suddenly laughed. What do you mean? Wan Wanshu glanced at the other Beijing players present. The reason why you agreed to cooperate and came here is not for E's reward. In the whole Beijing, only by eliminating Su Yunsheng and Ning Zheng can we get E's reward. There are only 2 of us, and we only have 2 chances. 6 days later, we want to kill Su Yunsheng, and Su Yunsheng wants to kill us. He pointed at himself and Tang Mo, however, there must be many returnees who will take advantage of the chaos to find opportunities to kill us. Doesn't this have anything to do with you? Other returnees can take advantage of the chaos to kill us, and you can also find a chance to kill Su Yunsheng. The flat-headed young man's expression remained unchanged. He had this idea in his mind, but it was pointed out by someone. Before this, no one thought that Su Yunsheng would issue such a challenge. She seemed to be challenging Tang Mo and the other 4 alone, but in fact, Her voice spread throughout Beijing. Countless returnees heard her words and were eager to try, and ambushed at the E's third ring road elevated road that day. Su Yusheng used himself as bait to lure out Tang Yimou and the other four. Then he used Tang Yimou and the other four to lure out all the returnees in Beijing who wanted to unlock the rewards. At the same time, ambitious Beijing players would definitely go. In the melee, Su Yusheng had a greater chance of winning. Qin Shanchen said calmly, "This decisive battle is Su Yusheng against us, but in fact it is a battle between Earth players and returnees. To be honest, there are more than 5 million survivors on Earth, and only 320,000 returnees, but I don't think we are stronger than them." No one refuted Qin Shanshan's words. Tang Yimou, Su Yusheng set a time limit of 1 hour. In fact, he was also protecting himself. The battle of 1 hour can still be controlled, but if it lasts longer, this war between the returnees and the survivors will be difficult to deal with. Lian Yuzheng, who had been watching coldly, said, "There are really no fools among the returnees. Su Yusheng is not stupid. She used to kill only pigs, but now she is so arrogant to issue a challenge. She is not crazy, everything is under her control." After discussing for a while, they agreed to meet at E's third ring road in 6 days. They tacitly did not ask each other where they were going to hide. Every extra word they said could cost them their lives. They were just a temporary alliance, they were never friends. Before Tang Yimou left, Ron Wangshu suddenly asked, "Tang Yimou, when you cleared the first level of the Black Tower in difficult mode, the Black Tower said you were in Huaxia District 2. Huaxia District 2 official player Jax opened E's reward. Do you know him?" Tang Yimou said calmly, "I don't know him." Ron Wangshu looked at him dimly, curling his lips. "Okay." The four of them left number 80 immediately. Ron Wangshu didn't know that the foreign burly man following Tang Yimou before was Jax, but he realized that Tang Yimou must know Jax. After finding a secluded residential building to stay, Tang Yimou looked directly at Qin Shanshan and said straight to the point, "Jax Crone. Is that Jax's full name? Is there another player with this name in Shanghai?" Qin Shanshan shook her head. "It's Jax. I didn't expect Jax to be the first player in China to unlock the reward. Brother Tang Yimou, it's 13:51 in the afternoon. The time reported by the Black Tower just now is 13:19. This is not E's game time. Fu and Duo, can I get the reward from the other party if I eliminate the returner outside the game time?" Qin Shanshan hesitated for a moment and said, "I don't know. But my intuition tells me that it's better not to try. This is a quiet, old-fashioned community." Tang Yimou and his four friends found an empty house. After entering, Fu Wensheng took out a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Tang Yimou. Tang Yimou poured the water on the wound on his wrist, which was scratched by the debris on the ground when he jumped off the building with Qin Shanshan on his back. The four of them sat down around the dining table. The dining table of this family happened to be a table for 4 people. Tang Mo's fingers tapped on the table. After a moment, he looked up and said, "E's reward, do you think this sudden game is very similar to the surprise copy of Santa Claus half a year ago?" Fu Wensheng recalled, "Santa Claus's surprise copy, I remember that copy didn't give us any extra rewards. Everyone was forced to enter the copy, and at the end of the game, the player who grabbed the Christmas tree branch at the beginning could get a reward, and those who didn't get it would not get a reward. Brother Tang, do you mean that E's game might be the same as this game?" Tang Yimou nodded, then shook his head and said, "That's not what I mean. I'm just wondering, what would happen if the returners couldn't open the rewards, and the Earth players couldn't get the rewards? What would happen?" Fu Wensheng, "What will happen?" Fu Wenduo said lightly, "Not very good." Tang Yimou looked at him subconsciously. Qin Shanshan pursed her lips. "Well, it's not very good. Perhaps this E's reward is like a Christmas tree branch, which is not required for every player. In fact, it is impossible for players to have all of them. In addition to finding the correct way to unlock the reward, the returner can only have the opportunity to unlock the reward if he eliminates 45 Earth players. This probability is very low, but maybe they can find the right way. However, on the other side, Earth players only have 100 chances. Fu Wensheng, I know, there are only 100 players on the time leaderboard." Tang Yimou added, "And the time leaderboard is fixed and will not change. In other words, if Earth players want to win this game and unlock E's reward, the prerequisite is that we have this reward. There are more than 5 million Earth survivors in the world. Even if all the returnees on the time leaderboard are killed, only 100 players can get the reward." In fact, Tang Yimou had long realized that E's game was not a punishment game. There would be no punishment for failing to pass the game, but the reward would be lost. Just like Cinderella's food chain game, this game named Eve's game number 315 has been reminding players, there is no punishment for failure to pass the game, but there will be rewards for success. However, I want this reward. Qin Shanshan looked at Tang Yimo in surprise. Fu Wenduo raised the corner of his lips. Well, I want this reward too. Tang Yimo raised his eyebrows at him. There are only 2 chances in the whole of Beijing. One is Su Yunsheng, and the other is Ningzheng. Fu Wenduo, exactly 2. Tang Yimo didn't say anything else. This guy is really arrogant. Su Yunsheng is not even 1/10 as arrogant as him. Thinking so in his heart, Tang Yimo had a smile on his face. Any ambitious player who wants to attack the tower and become more powerful will never give up Eve's reward. This is not a Christmas branch, it is a rare reward. Open the reward, and what you get must be much more powerful than the Christmas tree branches. Everyone discussed for a while, and returned to the topic at the beginning. Tang Yimo, how did Jax get Eve's reward and open the reward? Tang Yimo and Fu Wenduo had no idea about this matter, and they turned their eyes to the short-haired girl. Qin Shanshan looked at the table calmly. She closed her eyes, as if thinking about something. Tang Yimo waited quietly for her answer. In this short minute, countless fragments flashed through Qin Shanshan's mind. She kept on thinking, imagining herself as Luo Fengcheng, and based on her teacher's personality and her teacher's usual strategic style, she imagined what she would do if she was Luo Fengcheng, facing the upcoming Black Tower 4.0 version and the information that Jax brought back from Beijing. Qin Shanshan suddenly opened her eyes. I will join forces with other Shanghai players and ambush directly. Qin Shanshan took out a map from her backpack and turned to the map of Shanghai. She stared at several districts in the center of Shanghai with a sharp gaze. Finally, she took a pen and drew a circle on Nanjing Road. She said, before I left Shanghai, my teacher caught a transparent person. He said Nanjing Road was a restricted area and most transparent people didn't dare to enter, but he disappeared before he could tell the reason. After leaving Shanghai for more than a month, Qin Shanshan learned more and more about the invisible people. She quickly analyzed. The restricted area is because there are powerful players here. Just like Su Yunsheng, most of the returnees who saw her were killed by her, so there must be a powerful returnee on Nanjing Road. He used Nanjing Road as a base. Tang Yimo said directly, Lu Xiao, Lu Yuan, 53 RD and 59th in the time ranking list. Qin Shanshan, that's them. She drew a small circle on the map, circling the Black Tower floating above Nanjing Road. The returnees who can use Nanjing Road as a base must be very arrogant and look down on others. When the Black Tower is updated, they must be in Nanjing Road, or even under the Black Tower. The teacher will ambush them here. Jax killed someone in this battle, and got his reward. How did Jax open the reward? Qin Shanshan, I don't know either. The 4 discussed for a while, but still couldn't come up with an answer. But they did find another important thing. Tang Yimo smiled and said, the other copies of the Eve game should be the same as the Cinderella copy, which is a safe copy. There is no penalty for failure, and there are rewards for passing the level. Although the rewards may not be very good. Tang Yimo thought of the small and broken pumpkin, but it's better than nothing. During these 6 days, we can make some preparations and participate in some games. As Tang Yimo guessed, the 4 of them entered 2 more dungeons. One time, the teammates we met were all Earth players, and the other time, we met a returnee who had very little rest time. There are rewards for clearing the game, but no penalties for failure. Tang Yimo got 2 props that seemed very useless. Fu Wenduo, this is also the convenience that the Black Tower gives to returnees. This kind of game that prohibits violence is the only way for weak returnees to eliminate us and unlock rewards. Tang Yimo, but they failed to eliminate us. The Black Tower gave us an opportunity, and it depends on each individual whether he can seize it. Soon, 6 days passed. At midnight on May 24th, Tang Yimo and his 4 companions ambushed on the top floor of a high-rise building next to the East Third Ring elevated road. The view here is wide, and you can see the more than 10 kilometers of the elevated road. They waited quietly upstairs for 28 hours. The earlier they came, the less they had to worry about being ambushed by others. At 4 o'clock in the morning on May 25th, the East Third Ring elevated road in Beijing was pitch black. The slightly cold evening breeze blew across the road, and the elevated road was full of scrap vehicles that had crashed into a ball. The smell of abandonment and desolation filled the night. Tang Yimo was very patient. He stared at the long elevated road without blinking, waiting for the first person to appear. Chapter 178. It was summer in May, and the sun had not yet shone on the earth. The cool evening breeze blew across the long East Third Ring Road viaduct. The sky gradually turned pale, and soon, the sky was bright, but the sun was still hiding below the horizon and had not appeared. Tang Mo chose a commercial building in the north of the East 3rd Ring Road. Su Yunsheng was not an easy opponent. Half an hour ago, Tang Mo asked Fu Wensheng to hide far away and not get close, while Qin Shanshan hid in another building far away and tried to act separately from Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. Because Su Yunsheng's target was them, or rather, all the returnees hiding in the East 3rd Ring Road. The only ones they really wanted to kill were Tang Mo, Fu Wenduo, Ruan Wanshu and Lian Yuzheng. Tang Mo's patience was excellent. He crawled on the roof of the building for a whole hour without moving. Time passed by minute, and Tang Mo lowered his voice. She should have arrived a long time ago. There were only Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo on the rooftop of this building. Fu Wenduo, someone saw Su Yunsheng's companions appear in Xiqing District yesterday. They came from the west. Chaoyang District is the base camp of the Chosen Ones, and they will not choose to enter the East 3rd Ring Road from Chaoyang District. So she should appear from the south and ambush on the south side. So Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo came to this building an hour in advance, and almost all their attention was focused on the south. The sun broke through the horizon and shone on the land, and a layer of summer heat inevitably gushed up from the surface. Tang Mo waited quietly, and after a moment, he said firmly, "She will not appear rashly." Su Yunsheng would issue a challenge, but he would not be stupid enough to show up alone. Tang Mo turned to look at Fu Wenduo. He clenched the small parasol. "We will act separately. I will go to the north side, you go to the south side." Turkey egg contact. Fu Wenduo nodded gently. Compared with other players, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo have turkey eggs. This is not just a saber, it is also a communication device. The two looked at each other calmly, without saying anything extra. Their eyes were trusting. However, just as Fu Wenduo was holding the ground with one hand and preparing to leave the rooftop as quickly as possible, suddenly, a crisp crash came from the south. Fu Wenduo paused, then quickly crouched down. The two looked to the south at the same time. On both sides of the elevated road, more than a dozen players straightened up and looked to the south with astonishment. The sound was actually very light, the sound of the ball hitting the ground. The ball was very elastic, bouncing on the ground and the car, and then returning to the owner's hand. In the dim sunlight, at the end of the elevated road, a black shadow was elongated by the sunlight. She slapped a strange red ball roughly, and walked forward step by step. Suddenly, she exerted force, and hit the ball hard towards a high-rise residential building on the left side of the elevated road. Boom! The window was smashed, and the ball smashed through 3 walls in a row, and spiderweb-like cracks instantly covered the walls. The next second, the ball bounced back from the broken building, and was firmly caught in Su Yunsheng's hand. From the southernmost to the northernmost side of the East 3rd Ring Road, hundreds of players at both ends of the more than 10 kilometers of elevated road were all startled and looked at this gloomy-looking girl in disbelief. Su Yunsheng? Qin Shanshan looked through the window, and saw the man clearly with a telescope. She was shocked and said, "How is it possible? How dare she show up so blatantly?" The short-haired girl's eyes widened, and her mouth opened slightly. However, she calmed down in just a second. Qin Shanshan put down the telescope and said quickly, "It won't be that simple. Su Yunsheng is not a reckless person. She must have a reason for her sudden appearance. It is now 4:56 in the morning, and there are still 4 minutes to 5 o'clock. She chose this time to show up. She dared to show up without fear of being attacked by others. She relied on." Qin Shanshan picked up the telescope and stared at the red ball in Su Yunsheng's hand. At the same time, Tang Mo saw the ball clearly. "What is that? What is that?" This question flashed through everyone's mind at the same time. Under the bright sunshine, Su Yunsheng slowly opened his mouth and revealed a cold smile. She held the red ball firmly in her hand, and stood on the southernmost side of the East 3rd Ring Road, looking at the narrow road at a glance. The next moment, she opened her mouth and shouted out 4 names: Fu Wenduo, Tang Mo, Ruan Wanshu, Lian Yuzheng. Because the whole road was quiet enough, this voice actually echoed halfway through the road. Su Yunsheng laughed, and she laughed loudly. Then she read the 4 names again, and suddenly raised the red ball. "Congratulations. Game start." Bang! The red ball was spun in her hand, and then hit the ground with a bang. She used all her strength. Su Yunsheng used all his strength to hit the ball through the road and into the ground, creating a 10-meter deep pit with smoke rising from all directions. An ominous premonition instantly surged into Tang Mo's heart, and this premonition was even stronger in Qin Shanshan's foresight. But it was too late. As the ball hit the ground, it shattered with a loud bang, making a violent explosion, and the sky suddenly became dark. A clear child's voice sounded, "Ding! Schrodinger's dodgeball has been triggered. Please choose a map." Su Yunsheng laughed from her throat. She stepped on the ground, cracking the road surface. This elevated road. Ding! The map has been confirmed. Loading. Player information is loading. The East 3rd Ring Elevated Road in Huaxia District 1 has been loaded. At 4:59 a.m. on May 25th, 41 official players, 28 illegal immigrants, and 56 returnees officially entered the map. The sound of the Black Tower without fluctuations echoed over the entire East 3rd Ring Road. Tang Yimou opened his eyes wide and looked straight at the road in front of him. On the dark ground, a thin layer of red film slowly climbed up from both sides of the road. It was like a shell, covering the entire East 3rd Ring Road and the buildings on both sides of it, including the building where Tang Yimou and Fu Wenduo were. This layer of film climbed higher and higher, and finally gathered in the sky to form a dome. When the eggshell was fully formed, a brilliant red light flashed in the center of the eggshell. Bang! A firework exploded in the sky, and countless ribbons fell from the red light. At the same time, cheerful music sounded, and children's voices sang together, and the joyful singing enveloped the East 3rd Ring Road. In this extremely pleasant background music, the mechanical voice of the Black Tower seemed to come alive. Ding! The large-scale individual game Schrodinger's Playground Dodgeball Brawl officially started. Game rules. First, the game time is 1 hour. Second, all players can only touch the dodgeball with their elbows, and below, and knees, and below. Third, those who are hit by the dodgeball in other parts of their body will be eliminated and must leave the field by leaping over the frog within 1 minute. Fourth, friendship comes first, competition comes second. The great Mr. Schrodinger hated it most when people said that cats like to play with balls, so he made a magical red dodgeball. You like to play with balls, and your whole family likes players. Mr. Schrodinger said so, and so did the exclamation mark. The voice of the Black Tower stopped abruptly, but in the sky, colorful ribbons fluttered and fell continuously. Several exclamations were heard on both sides of the elevated road, and soon 1 or 2 sounds of fighting were heard. But both the shouts and the fighting ended quickly. The players who dared to come to the East 3rd Ring Road, whether they were surviving players or returning players, were all the best among them, and were quite confident in their own strength. But no one could have imagined that they were actually calculated by Su Yunsheng alone. No wonder the last hour was required, not only to give themselves a way out, but also for this 1 hour time-limited game. No wonder they asked to be on the East 3rd Ring Road, because it was difficult to hide on this elevated road, and it was easier to play dodgeball. The music was still playing, and the ribbons kept falling. Amid the intense and cheerful music, Tang Mo's face gradually became ugly. He looked at Fu Wenduo silently, and Fu Wenduo also looked at him. The two looked at each other, stood up together, and stopped hiding. Because above their heads, a red spherical light kept flashing. In the dark night, the red ball of light was extremely obvious. One after another, red lights flickered on from the southernmost side of the elevated road, as if turning on a light. Red balls of light were scattered on both sides of the elevated road. The nearest red ball of light was in the building next to Tang Yimou. The man was hiding in the middle of the building on the 17th floor. After he noticed the lights above Tang Yimou and Fu Wenduo's heads, he looked at them fearfully. After determining that the other party was 2 people, and that he had no chance of winning, he turned around and ran without a trace of hesitation. Tang Yimou looked at the red ball of light above his head, and then looked at the red ball of light above Fu Wenduo's head. The blinding light penetrated all the wall materials, and was extremely dazzling in the night sky. Su Yunsheng actually calculated it. After a moment, Tang Yimou laughed in anger. I'm afraid even Shanshan couldn't think that Su Yunsheng would have such a prop. But Tang Yimou was not in a hurry. This dodgeball game included all the players on the elevated road. With his and Fu Wenduo's skills, they might not lose. And Su Yunsheng might not be able to find them. There were so many people, and the game time was only 1 hour. The enemy was in the light, and I was in the dark. Su Yunsheng is right there. Tang Yimou turned his head, narrowed his eyes, and stared at the black dot in the distance. Fu Wenduo moved his wrist, and his right hand instantly became a black weapon. Approach quietly. Okay. Another good thing about the dark sky is that it is easy to hide. Tang Yimou found Chen Shanshan, and asked her to find Fu Wensheng, and the two of them found a place to hide. A dodgeball game suddenly started, and everything was beyond their expectations. Tang Yimou did not intend to let Chen Shanshan intervene. This is obviously not a game suitable for Chen Shanshan. The red light ball is very conspicuous. At first, everyone dared not move casually, and avoided the light ball. After sneaking for 2 kilometers, Tang Yimo found a low building to hide. At this time, he was only 5 kilometers away from Su Yunsheng. With his eyesight, he could clearly see Su Yunsheng's closed eyes. Tang Yimo, what is she doing? Fu and Duo quickly observed. Is she holding a dodgeball? Tang Yimo noticed the red ball in Su Yunsheng's hand. This ball fell from the sky and landed in Su Yunsheng's hands. It was not the one she had hit at the beginning. She did not throw the ball, but stood there, closed her eyes, raised her hands, and looked up at the sky. I don't know what she was thinking. What is she doing? Li Miaomiu said speechlessly. In the middle of the elevated road, 14 cars rear-ended each other, and the steel cars crashed into a ball of iron. In the middle of the messy car accident ruins, there were 3 red light balls quietly waiting in it. Li Miaomiu cursed in frustration. This Su Yunsheng actually has this kind of prop. With this, all of our positions have been exposed. What on earth does she want to do? She just stands there with the dodgeball, and doesn't throw the ball. Although she was furious that all of her group had been tricked by this 16-year-old girl, Li Miaomiu still remembered to lower her voice. Boss, are we really not going to change positions? This light ball has exposed all of our positions. Ruan Washu, will changing positions help? Li Miaomiu was speechless for a moment. Lian Yuzheng said coldly, you can't hide anywhere. This light ball can penetrate all matter and be seen by others. What we have to do now is to wait and see. There are 3 of us, and ordinary people don't dare to act rashly. Li Miaomiu, boss, what should we do next? Ruan Wanshu said the same thing as Tang Yimo. The enemy is in the open, and I am in the dark. Everyone was dragged into this game. We were indeed calculated by Su Yunsheng, but her situation was really bad. The voice stopped abruptly. Ruan Wanshu's face changed, and he looked forward. A middle-aged man ran to the front of the ruins in a stiff posture. He stared at the 3 red light balls in the middle of the ruins with his eyes wide open. He breathed hard, and his breathing was very strange, as if a drowning person was trying hard to breathe out of his lungs. The heavy breathing sound was very abrupt in the dark night. Lian Yuzheng took out a silver knife and waited indifferently for the man to get closer. Just as the man walked completely to the 3 people, he leaned down and saw Ruan Wanshu and the other 2 hiding in the ruins. Red blood surrounded his eyeballs. The corners of his mouth twitched strangely, and his whole body was shaking. He slowly opened his mouth and laughed strangely, his vocal cords trembling stiffly, saying, I found you. A silver light flashed, and Lian Yuzheng's knife cut the middle-aged man's artery in one go. Blood sprayed all over the ground, but the man was still laughing. The next second, Su Yunsheng, who had been standing in the middle of the road without moving, suddenly opened his eyes and showed a cold and bloodthirsty smile. Ruan Washu, practice Yuzheng. She looked forward and grabbed the air with her left hand. Tang Yimo hid upstairs and asked in surprise, what is that? In the 3 buildings around Su Yunsheng, 2 players with red light balls suddenly fell to the ground, and their bodies twitched twice. When they got up again, their posture became very stiff. They ran out of the building together, and ran straight to a car accident ruined 3 kilometers ahead of the elevated road. At the same time, Su Yunsheng shouted angrily, swung her right hand, and threw the red dodgeball forward with force. Fu Duo and Tang Yimo said in unison, is this a dodgeball? A red dodgeball pierced the air with a whoosh and hit the ruins at a terrifying speed. 3 kilometers away, 6 seconds, 500 meters per second, the ruins were directly smashed by this ball, and steel flew everywhere, making a harsh sound. The dodgeball brushed past Li Miaomiu, and she fell backwards, cursing, what the hell is this dodgeball? Bullets are not this fast. Before he finished speaking, the dodgeball hit the elevated guardrail. The ball curved and reflected towards Li Miaomiu, as if it had aimed at her. Fuck. At the same moment when the red dodgeball hit Li Miaomiu, 4 players flew over. The 4 players were like puppets controlled by someone. Their movements were stiff, but their actions were extremely decisive. They all ignored Li Miaomiu and rushed directly towards Ruan Wanshu and Lian Yuzheng. Chapter 179. A shadow flashed by. Lian Yuzheng blocked Ruan Wanshu, holding 2 short knives in both hands, and cut the 4 players apart. The 4 players had dull eyes and stiff movements, but their skills were not slow at all. 3 of them were at least at the 2nd level of the Black Tower, and the other one was as fast as Lian Yuzheng. Ruan Wanshu stared at the 4 players coldly. When Lian Yuzheng kicked the 4 players away and hit the soundproof board of the elevated road, he pressed his hands on the ground. Gravity suppression. The next second, bang, 4 heavy objects fell to the ground, and the 4 players were pressed to the ground, unable to move. Su Yunsheng saw this from a distance and said, "Huh?" She looked at Wan Wangshu vigilantly. "I really can't underestimate you." Su Yunsheng's eyes turned cold, and after the 4 players were suppressed by Wan Wangshu's ability, Lian Yuzheng ran forward at a rapid speed and killed them one by one. In 3 seconds, the 2 opened their eyes wide, and their throats were cut by a knife, and they stopped breathing. 2 others were seriously injured and unconscious, and had lost their fighting power. Lian Yuzheng looked up at Su Yunsheng in front of her again. She gathered strength with her right foot and prepared to fly up. Unexpectedly, Su Yunsheng laughed strangely and raised his hands to grab the air casually. A crisp and faint sound of steel wire rang softly in everyone's ears. Wan Wangshu's face changed. He turned around and saw 4 more figures running from a distance. Li Miaomiu exclaimed, "Is that Lu Xiao?" Among the 4 players who appeared this time, one of them was actually recognized. He was the leader of a certain organization in Beijing. Wan Wangshu kept pressing his hands on the ground, and the 4 people were pulled to the ground when they approached his ability range. The strong gravity slowed down the 4 people's movements. Wan Wangshu and Lian Yuzheng looked at each other, and the latter flew forward again. The 4 new players were much more skilled than before, especially the bald strongman Lu Xiao. His strong muscles were spread all over his body. Lian Yuzheng nimbly changed directions and attacked continuously, but Lu Xiao was able to resist her short knife with just his physical strength. The sharp short blade repeatedly cut the bald man's skin, oozing blood. But he seemed to feel no pain. Under Su Yunsheng's control, he used his strong body strength to collide with Lian Yuzheng again and again, making a bang 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 sound. Wan Wangshu looked up and said coldly, "Your ability is to control others?" The cold voice spread far on the elevated road, and Su Yunsheng laughed. "Guess." "Ah, I guess your ability is to change the gravity within a certain range." Wan Wangshu ignored the other party's ridicule. "You can control other people's bodies, but you can't change the attacks they receive. They are not able to move within the range of my ability, so you can only control them, but you cannot change all objective facts." "Su Yunsheng, what do you want to say?" Wan Wangshu sneered and turned to look at the female doctor beside him. Li Miaomiu nodded and took out a knife. She looked at the bald man who was shaking with Lian Yuzheng, and then cut her slender ankle without blinking. Blood spurted out instantly, and Li Miaomiu collapsed on the ground, with the tendons of both feet cut by herself. As she did so, the bald man also fell to the ground, as if his hamstrings were broken. Su Yunsheng's eyes narrowed. On the tall building in the distance, Tang Mo was also surprised to see this. Her ability has evolved? Yes, Li Miaomiu's ability has evolved. When Tang Mo fought with her 2 months ago, her ability was only to transfer the pain she felt to others. But now, after she cut her hamstrings, the bald man also lost his ability to move. Fu Wenduo observed. It was still her hamstrings that were broken, but the bald man really couldn't walk. Su Yunsheng stared at Li Miaomiu with a gloomy face. The female doctor was very vindictive and taunted her in return. "Guess what my special power is?" Su Yunsheng's face kept changing, and finally she laughed hoarsely. "How many tendons do you have left to cut?" As he said that, Su Yunsheng gave up the bald man and continued to manipulate the other 3. However, in just 1 minute, Li Miaomiu stood up again. Su Yunsheng looked at her in astonishment, but saw that she raised the knife this time and cut her ankle again. With a crisp sound of breaking, another player fell to the ground and could not move. Tang Mo, her body recovery ability is also faster. If it were someone else, even Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, it would take at least 10 minutes to recover after their tendons were cut. Li Miaomiu was different. Even if she stabbed her head with a knife, she would not die. As long as she handled it properly, she could rely on her powerful self-healing ability to survive. On the narrow elevated road, the dodgeball was thrown by Su Yunsheng, and it kept bouncing and jumping into the distance and disappeared. Su Yunsheng, Wan Wangshu, and the other 2 fought fiercely. Wan Wangshu controlled gravity, Li Miaomiu transferred physical damage, and Lian Yuzheng attacked at close range. Su Yunsheng gradually lost the upper hand, but when a player died, she switched to control another one. Not long after, the road surface was stained with blood and turned into a mottled dark brown. Another player was pressed to the ground by Wan Wangshu's gravity. Lian Yuzheng shouted angrily and slashed at him with a knife, but unexpectedly, the player kept his feet close to the ground and moved back several meters to avoid her attack. Lian Yuzheng's body trembled, and she turned to look at Su Yunsheng. In the middle of the wide road, the girl raised her lips and showed a sinister smile. "Look what I found? Little friend surnamed Ruan, your ability can only control the gravity of objects flying in the air. As long as your feet are close to the ground, you can't control it. It's very interesting." The next second, She looked at Li Miaomiao and smiled sarcastically. Andy, you can chop 10 or 8 more times. There are more than 100 players here. See if your self-healing ability is stronger or these pigs are more powerful. Li Miaomiao, hack your aunt. Li Miaomiao was furious, but the situation suddenly reversed. The players who dared to come here to ambush tonight were elite players in Beijing. Lian Yuzhing's strength was higher than most of them, but it was impossible for her to fight for alone. Su Yunsheng controlled the bodies of these players, making them close to the ground to reduce the chance of being exposed in midair. Ron Wangshu's ability was useless. Although Li Miaomiao could limit the enemy's movements by self-harm, her speed was limited, and Lian Yuzheng gradually fell behind. Seeing this, Ron Wangshu looked up and said, "Do you think that the captain of every organization is like you, not good at fighting?" Su Yunsheng's heart tightened. "What do you mean?" The next second, the pale and thin boy laughed coldly, and he flipped his hand to take out a slender silver sniper rifle. The sniper rifle was as long as his arm. He swung his right hand, and the bullet came out of the muzzle with a bang, shooting straight through a player's chest. Ron Wangshu moved very quickly, like a white shadow in the dark night, climbing over several scrapped cars in a few seconds, and shooting bullets at the 4 people controlled by Su Yunsheng at the same time. After Ron Wangshu joined, Lian Yuzheng rushed directly in the opposite direction towards Su Yunsheng. Ron Wangshu held back 4 people by himself, while Lian Yuzheng moved like lightning, holding 2 short knives in both hands, and rushed to Su Yunsheng like a swallow. Su Yunsheng was shocked and hurriedly retreated. The 4 people immediately stopped their movements, and a trace of clarity appeared in their dull eyes. Su Yunsheng was not incapable of fighting, but her level was very average. Her strong physical fitness prevented her from being killed by Lian Yuzheng's sword, but the difference in skills made her only able to resist. Another sharp blow cut off Su Yunsheng's hair. After she dodged in a panic, she shouted angrily, "You still don't come up? Have you seen enough? If you have, come out." Lian Yuzheng looked up and saw a black shadow flashing through the window of the building next to her, and appeared in front of her the next second. The young man in black supported himself with one hand and swept his left foot towards Lian Yuzheng's head. Lian Yuzheng blocked it with both arms and fell back 3 steps. The young man walked to Su Yunsheng's side. For a moment, the 5 people stood in silence on the dark elevated road. Ron Wangshu looked at the young man standing next to Su Yunsheng and said, "Ningzheng." It was an affirmative sentence. "Ningzheng, Ron Wangshu, practice Yuzheng." "Ron Wangshu, are you in the same group?" Su Yunsheng smiled and said, "The returnees are not in the same group. Are they in the same group with you pigs who only have luck?" Then, she turned and looked at Ningzheng. "One for each of us, is that okay? I want the kid named Wan. As for practicing Yuzheng, I give it to you, the big star." Ningzheng looked at her steadily without saying anything. The next moment, the 2 of them kicked the ground with their legs and rushed out with a whoosh. Lian Yuzheng faced Ningzheng. Su Yunsheng punched Ron Wangshu, and at the same time, he supported his hand on the ground and swept his leg towards Li Miaomiao. With the addition of Ningzheng, Ron Wangshu and the other 2 became passive again. Although Su Yunsheng seemed to need to freeze when she wanted to use her superpowers. But now that she was fighting Ron Wangshu in close combat, she could still simply control the players and let them harass Ron Wangshu, but she could no longer perform complex fighting skills. Ning Zheng's ability was very strange. Whenever Lian Yuzheng's knife was about to hit him, he suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind Lian Yuzheng. Even if it was 3 against 2, the 3 of them could not gain the upper hand at all. Tang Mo was lying on the high building and watching the scene from a distance, squinting his eyes. At this time, Ron Wangshu suddenly shouted, "You are not up yet." This sentence was very similar to what Su Yunsheng said before. Su Yunsheng subconsciously said, "Fu duo Tang Mo?" She actually thought that Tang Mo and Ron Wangshu had joined forces to ambush her around. She immediately became alert, guarding against possible enemies around her. Who would have thought that when Ningzheng dodged Lian Yuzheng's knife, he appeared next to Su Yunsheng? Su Yunsheng was shocked. "You!" Bang! Ningzheng shot back, and Su Yunsheng avoided the vital point at the critical moment, but was still shot through the shoulder blade, bleeding profusely. She covered her shoulder in embarrassment, with a look of shock on her face. "You!" She looked at Ningzheng, then at Ron Wangshu and others. Ningzheng walked slowly to Ron Wangshu's side, and looked at her coldly. She understood immediately. "Asshole, Ningzheng, you actually betrayed me." Ningzheng said calmly, "You and I have never been teammates. We just met 5 days ago. We were enemies on that earth before. You always wanted to kill me, didn't you?" Su Yunsheng sneered. "You also want to kill me." She stopped talking nonsense, What benefits did these human pigs give you? A low and hoarse voice sounded, and Ron Wangshu said lightly, I guarantee that he can open E's reward. Su Yunqing's eyes widened. What do you mean? Do you know how to unlock E's reward? The Black Tower announced 45 names. Except for Mu Huishue, you can directly unlock the reward by killing any one of the other 44 people. Impossible. Su Yunsheng roared, do you want to die? Or do you want that big star to die? She thought again. There is less than an hour left. Are you going to help him kill Tang Imo and Fu Wenduo? Ron Wangshu glanced around. He clearly didn't see Tang Imo, but Tang Imo knew he was looking at him. Lien Yuzhen said, who said there are only these 4 people? Su Yunsheng, who else? Lien Yuzhen, it takes a normal person half a month to go from Beijing to South Korea by land, but it only takes me 1 day, round trip. Ron Wangshu, Article 42, if the returnee kills Jin Chenhao, the illegal immigrant from East Asia 6, he can directly open E's reward. Su Yunqing's face sank. No one expected that Ron Wangshu would pay attention to other high-level players from the beginning. On May 18th, Black Tower announced 45 names to the world. Excluding Mu Huishue, according to the world population density, there are a total of 5 players from China on the list. 4 of them are in Beijing, and 1 is in Huaxia 315 district, but it is unknown which city. This ratio is already very shocking. According to common sense, Black Tower only announced the area number of the players, not the specific location. However, just by the name, it is clear which country some players belong to. For example, Fujiwara Haruya, the official player of East Asia District 1, is Japanese at first glance. Another example is Jin Chenhao, who is a Korean. After weighing the pros and cons, Ron Wangshu gave up the idea of catching Tang Imo and Fu Wenduo. Because these 2 are teammates, they still have hope to catch one of them, but the hope of catching 2 is extremely slim. So he set his sights on South Korea, which is next to China, that is, Jin Chenhao in East Asia 6. After hearing these words, Su Yunsheng lowered her head in silence. After a long time, she suddenly laughed. Is it the same for you Earth survivors? Kidnapping your own compatriots, using their lives as bargaining chips, in exchange for the cooperation of the returnees? I thought that only we returnees were cold-blooded and ruthless, but it turns out that you are no more than that. Lien Yuzhen, winners win, losers lose. These 4 words directly blocked all of Su Yunqing's words. Su Yunsheng laughed in anger. She did not admit defeat, raised her hands, and controlled 4 more players. The 2 sides fought, and soon she fell into a disadvantage. The blood dyed Su Yunqing's clothes a dazzling red, her back pressed against the sound insulation board of the elevated road, covering the largest wound on her abdomen. Lien Yuzhen held a short knife and walked towards her indifferently. Su Yunsheng suddenly laughed and said, Fu Wenduo, Tang Imo, if you don't come out, my reward will not fall into your hands. Lien Yuzhen's footsteps stopped for a moment, and then continued to walk towards Su Yunsheng. Su Yunsheng roared, Fu Wenduo, Tang Imo. On the high building. Tang Imo, Fu Wenduo, With a light sigh, Tang Imo supported himself with both hands, and jumped down the building with Fu Wenduo one after the other, landing on the elevated road. Ron Wangshu was not surprised to see Tang Imo. He looked calm. You want to take her head? The voice was very calm, but Lien Yuzhen had already clenched the short knife, ready to attack Tang Imo and Fu Wenduo at any time. Ron Wangshu, Lien Yuzhen, Li Miaomia, plus Ning Zheng. If it were these 4 people, even if Tang Imo and Fu Wenduo joined forces, they might not be able to take Su Yunqing's head from him. Because Su Yunsheng is not dead, she will run. As long as they fight, Su Yunsheng will definitely find a chance to escape. But Tang Imo looked calm. You're not ready yet? Ron Wangshu, Lien Yuzhen, Su Yunsheng, who had been betrayed by his teammates once, ? Li Miaomia was confused and said, Wait, what the hell do you mean? Why does this sound so familiar? The next second, Ning Zheng shot at Li Miaomia. Li Miaomia quickly dodged, but Ning Zheng didn't seem to kill her. After repelling Li Miaomia, he took the opportunity to walk to Tang Imo and Fu Wenduo. Except for Tang Imo and Fu Wenduo, everyone else looked at Ning Zheng with strange eyes. Even Ron Wangshu, who was calm, couldn't help but say after holding back for a long time, Is this appropriate? Ning Zheng was silent for a long time, pointed with his hand, and said faintly, He stole my E's reward. Tang Imo, who was pointed at, smiled slightly. Well, I stole it. Although I can't open it, I took it away. So even if you give Jin Chenhao to him, and let him kill Jin Chenhao, he can't open E's reward. Tang Imo analyzed. I agree that compared to benefits and temptations, threats are the most necessary bargaining chips for a stable cooperative relationship. Ruan Wanshu, Su Yunsheng, Can you please not use this kind of educational tone to tell them how you shamelessly poach people? Chapter 180. Tang Mo never believed in Ruan Wanshu from the beginning. Common interests are the premise of cooperation, but if this interest is a competitive relationship between the two parties, then such a cooperative relationship is thinner than paper. So on the first day, when Suyun gave birth to the tactics, Qin Shanshan began to look for real allies. Combining the survivors and returnees on Earth, they finally set their sights on Ningzheng. There are 4 survivors on Earth in Beijing, but only 2 returnees. Tang Mo was destined to not cooperate with Ruan Washu. Ningzheng could cooperate with them. So 3 days ago, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo teamed up to set up a trap and caught Ningzheng. Originally, Tang Mo wanted to kill him directly, but Ningzheng's ability was very strange. Tang Mo tied him up with a rubber rope, but he ran away. The effect of the rubber rope ability is that under the law of cause and effect, the tied object cannot break free for 1 minute. However, Ningzheng ran away. Fortunately, Fu Wenduo snatched a red apple from Ningzheng, and Tang Mo found that it was Yi's reward when he checked. Item, Yi's reward. Owner, Ningzheng. Quality, rare. Level, none. Attack power, none. Function, hidden. Restriction, this reward cannot be destroyed before opening. Note, Yi's rewards can be many, but there is only one Eve. With this apple, Ningzheng had no choice but to cooperate with Tang Mo and the other 4. So today's situation came about. Tang Mo didn't expect that after that day, Ruan Wanshu would actually find Ningzheng and cooperate with him. Threats are always more effective than benefits. Tang Mo said calmly. Ruan Wanshu, Su Yunsheng, Ruan Wanshu looked at Tang Mo coldly, and then glanced at Ningzheng who was standing beside them. He said coldly, Tang Mo, so you want to take her head now? He didn't mention any names, but everyone knew he was talking about Su Yunsheng. The next second, Ruan Wanshu didn't change his expression and started to sow discord. He smiled and said, What about Ningzheng? Ruan Wanshu pointed at Ningzheng standing aside, but his eyes were on Tang Mo. You are teammates, and your relationship is different from our chosen ones. We are an organization, I am their leader, and they will obey my decisions. This time I did not intend to kill Ningzheng. In our organization, I chose to let Lian Yuzhen get the reward from Yi this time, and she killed Su Yunsheng. But you and Fu Wenduo are 2 people. Tang Mo won Su Yunsheng, is that enough? Tang Mo asked back, What do you want to say? Ruan Wanshu looked directly at Ningzheng. Is Yi's reward more important, or is your life more important? Ningzheng narrowed his eyes. The pale young man looked at Tang Mo again, with a smile on his face. Have you and Fu Wenduo discussed who will take Su Yunsheng's head, and who will take Ningzheng's head? Let me guess. Su Yunsheng's ability looks weird, but now it is not impossible to crack it. She is already doomed. I don't plan to fight with you, and let her have a chance to escape. I will stand by and watch you kill Su Yunsheng, and then watch Fu Wenduo kill Ningzheng. Tang Mo's face slowly darkened, and he stared coldly at the thin boy. Ruan Wanshu's words were more sinister than taking action directly, and he guessed it exactly. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo never intended to let Ningzheng go. They had 2 people, but Su Yunsheng only had 1. Ningzheng had always been their target. However, Ruan Wanshu proposed at this time that although Ningzheng was forced to choose to cooperate with Tang Mo, as long as Ruan Wanshu gave up participating, Ningzheng's situation would become dangerous. There was no Ruan Wanshu and Lian Yuzhen, only Tang Mo, Fu Wenduo, Ningzheng and Su Yunsheng. It was very easy for Tang Mo to take the opportunity to kill Ningzheng. Ningzheng's expression remained unchanged, but he did not refute Ruan Wanshu's words, which showed his attitude. The 3 parties stood on the deserted and chaotic elevated road, forming a confrontation. Tang Mo counted the time in his heart, and he raised his head calmly and looked at the black tower in the distance. On the huge black tower, the bloody number had counted down to the last 20 minutes. There were only 20 minutes left before Yi's game ended. He was very patient and kept counting down. The time was almost up. Qin Shanshan and Fu Wensheng should have been nearby. I didn't plan to kill Ningzheng. Tang Mo raised his head, and in just a few seconds, he made a decision. Ruan Wanshu, are you not going to intervene in Su Yunsheng's affairs? Ruan Wanshu did not answer, but asked Ningzheng, Do you believe him? Tang Mo interrupted Ruan Wanshu. Are you really not going to intervene in Su Yunsheng's affairs? He raised his small parasol with a swish sound, and pointed the tip of the parasol at Su Yunsheng. Ruan Wanshu was silent for a moment, and took 2 steps back to make way. His deep eyes stared at Tang Yimou, watching Tang Yimou and Fu Wenduo approach Su Yunsheng step by step. The short and thin girl leaned against the elevated soundproof board, looking at the 2 powerful Earth players with a strange smile. Su Yunsheng covered his chest, and his body was already covered with wounds. She just stared at Tang Yimou and Fu Wenduo slowly approaching, and suddenly she turned her head. "You little brat, are you really going to give them my head?" "Ruan Wanshu, I like to sow discord, but I never like to be sowed by others." "Su Yunsheng, you." Su Yunsheng originally planned to lure out Tang Yimou and Fu Wenduo to make the battle more chaotic, so that she could take the opportunity to escape. Who knew that Ruan Wanshu would choose to sow discord between Tang Yimou and Ning Zheng, and give up killing her directly? This made her plan fall apart completely. Tang Yimou walked in front of her, and he looked at Fu Wenduo. "Is it me or you?" "Fu Wenduo, you come." It only took 2 seconds for the 2 to talk, but it had already decided who would get Yi's reward this time. Tang Yimou said he would not kill Ning Zheng again, and he would not kill him. So Su Yunsheng was the only reward they could get. Tang Yimou looked at Fu Wenduo steadily without saying anything more. The next moment he turned his head, raised the small parasol directly, and stabbed Su Yunsheng fiercely. But just as the pink parasol was about to stab Su Yunsheng, a sharp sound of breaking through the air came from a distance at a very fast speed. An ominous premonition surged in Tang Mo's heart. "No!" Tang Yimou dodged sideways, and just as he sideways, a red dodgeball hit the wall by his hair and bounced hard to the ground. Su Yunsheng yelled, kicked the ground with her right foot, and jumped into the air, grabbing the dodgeball with both hands. She held the dodgeball, looked at the group of stunned players, and laughed. "A bunch of idiots, this is my dodgeball game." As soon as the voice fell, Su Yunsheng roared and slapped the dodgeball, throwing the ball at Ning Zheng. "Fuck you, Ning Zheng, you go to hell." Ning Zheng was already very fast, and with his strange ability, he successfully dodged the ball. But the ball didn't stop. A small red dodgeball kept hitting the elevated road, forcing everyone to keep dodging. The ball was so fast that when the terrain was limited to a very small range, it changed direction very quickly, making it difficult for everyone to catch it. Tang Yimou noticed that Su Yunsheng was also dodging the ball. His brain started working quickly, and he suddenly said, "No, who threw this ball just now?" Su Yunsheng rolled over on the ground, licked her lips, and smiled at Tang Yimou. "You found me." Tang Mo's heart tightened. He pressed his hands on the ground, and faintly felt a slight vibration of the ground. Tang Yimou turned and looked behind him. When he saw the more than 30 players running towards him, his heart instantly turned cold. However, it was too late to find out that something was wrong. Su Yunsheng's eyes were red, and he laughed angrily. "You did a really good job, really good." Ruan Wanshu, Lian Yuzheng, and Tang Yimou, Fu Wenduo. At the end, she gritted her teeth. "You are beyond my expectation. It turns out that pigs can be so strong that it's not a waste for me to use this dodgeball this time. You didn't lose unfairly this time. This is my most powerful prop. It is a one-time consumable. You should feel honored to die under this dodgeball." Su Yunsheng kicked the dodgeball and kicked it towards Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo dodged sideways and threw the ball towards Su Yunsheng. Li Miaomiao roared, "Hack your honor." She found the players running here and wondered, what are those people doing? Why are they running here? Do they want to die? As soon as he finished speaking, the more than 30 players were already running closer. Li Miaomiao found that the running postures of these players were a little stiff, and their expressions were also very dull, just like the players who were controlled by Su Yunsheng before. She instantly understood, you can actually control so many people at the same time? Su Yunsheng laughed wildly. Yes, none of the 4 Earth-ranking players present thought that Su Yunsheng could actually control so many people at once. The red dodgeball was beyond Tang Mo's expectations, and Su Yunsheng's ability to control so many people was another uncontrollable accident. These 2 things, when viewed separately, do not seem to be a dead end. But when the 2 things are added together, the situation is reversed instantly. Su Yunsheng, these are all my pigs. On the crowded elevated road, Su Yunsheng controlled the players and asked them to collectively attack Tang Yimou and his 4 companions. Her target was Tang Yimou and his 4 companions. When controlling the players to attack, she could even control their bodies and let them block the dodgeball for her. In this kind of game, no matter how strong the individual is, it is not as good as the collective strength. Su Yunsheng's team suddenly had more than 30 teammates, and they all attacked Tang Yimou and others. Tang Yimou could only dodge awkwardly, and had no way to fight back. Originally, Tang Mo had planned to send a signal to let Chen Shanshan and Fu Wensheng appear, but now he couldn't hold back and think of ways to solve the current problem. Ruan Wangshu suddenly said, "You won't die if you are hit by a dodgeball." Hearing this, Tang Mo quickly turned his head to look. As expected, a young man was hit by a red dodgeball. He was originally controlled by Su Yunsheng, and seeing this, Su Yunsheng spat and released his control. The man's eyes regained clarity, but before he could regain control of his body for long, he widened his eyes, suddenly squatted down, held his head with both hands, and began to frog jump out of the court. "What's going on?" the young man shouted in horror, and while shouting, he frog hopped away from the elevated road. The frog jumping behavior was actually not controlled by the player. Tang Mo realized this, and while avoiding the dodgeball, he watched the player completely jump out of the elevated road. When the man left the elevated road, he stopped leaping, but when he wanted to come back, he was locked outside the red light barrier and could not enter again. He slapped the red light film angrily, but the light film did not move at all. Game Rule 3. Those who are hit by the dodgeball in other parts of the body will fail, and must leave the game by leaping within 1 minute. Tang Mo quickly said, "You will not die if you are hit by this ball, but you will be forced to leap and leave the game within 1 minute." Fu Wenduo looked at Tang Mo. Tang Mo turned his head to dodge a ball and looked at him. The two said in unison, "What is her purpose?" Soon, they knew Su Yunsheng's purpose. Ruan Washu was the worst among the four. Even if he had gravity suppression, he was still inevitably hit by the dodgeball in such a chaotic scene. Ruan Wangshu squatted down and started to frog jump off the field. Su Yunsheng found this situation and laughed in surprise. He kicked his feet and rushed towards Ruan Washu. She controlled those players to entangle Lian Yuzheng. Although her ability to move was slowed down when she used her superpowers, she still approached Ruan Washu, who was frog jumping off the field step by step. Ruan Washu had no way to dodge. He held his head with both hands and watched Su Yunsheng approach coldly. But just as Su Yunsheng raised the knife to chop at Ruan Washu, a sharp dart rubbed across her face. Su Yunsheng looked up and saw that Fu Wenduo was already in front of him. The knife and the dagger collided, and Su Yunsheng took 2 steps back. At this time, Ruan Washu had safely jumped out of the field. He stood outside the red light film and watched the battle between Fu Wenduo and Su Yunsheng on the elevated road expressionlessly. He turned his head to look at Tang Mo and made a mouth shape, "Thank you." Tang Mo raised his lips. "It's not to save you. If she kills you, she will directly open E's reward. She doesn't need to stay here anymore and can escape. It's hard for us to catch her again." Ruan Wanshu spoke this time. "Thank you." Tang Mo didn't answer him. In terms of single combat, 10 Su Yunshengs are not Fu Wenduo's opponents. She knew it well and found an opportunity to control the player to hit Fu Wenduo with a dodgeball, and she escaped smoothly. Seeing that time pass by, the strength of Tang Mo and the other two was far beyond Su Yunsheng's guess. Tang Mo, who was the least good at fighting among the three, could dodge the dodgeball repeatedly to avoid being attacked by Su Yunsheng. 10 minutes later, Ningzheng also jumped off the field. He did not stop at all after leaving the elevated road, and even gave up his reward and left this dangerous place. Su Yunsheng became more and more irritated. Suddenly she found an opportunity. Tang Mo was almost hit by the dodgeball, and in order to protect him, Fu Wenduo revealed a flaw. "Now!" Su Yunsheng controlled a middle-aged player, and punched the dodgeball at Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo was unable to dodge, and was hit in the chest by the dodgeball. He narrowed his eyes, and looked at Su Yunsheng coldly, then held his head with both hands, and started to leap. Su Yunsheng was very surprised. There were only 5 minutes left before Eve's game ended, and she couldn't miss this opportunity. She controlled 15 players to entangle Tang Mo and Lian Yuzheng, and rushed towards Fu Wenduo. On the dark elevated road, a thin girl passed through the crowd, shouting and raising her weapon, madly slashing at a man in black, who was holding his head and leaping. The knife was clearly getting closer and closer to him, but Fu Wenduo didn't even raise his head, and still calmly leaped away. At this time, Su Yunsheng had already noticed something was wrong. Her knife chopped Fu Wenduo's head, and the usually sharp prop knife actually made a crisp metal collision sound. Su Yunsheng's eyes slowly widened, and she saw Fu Wenduo's hands turn black. Su Yunsheng was shocked and said, "My props are high-quality weapons. How could it be possible?" The voice stopped abruptly, and a small pink parasol passed through Su Yunsheng's body from the back of his chest. She lowered her head, and saw a smooth umbrella tip piercing from her chest. She slowly turned her head, and saw Tang Mo panting, looking at her with trembling fingers. Behind Tang Mo, Lien Yuzheng struggled to entangle 15 people. Su Yusheng suddenly didn't understand. Why? Why did you help him entangle the enemy, when you are obviously not teammates? Why did you look like you were prepared when it was obviously the flaw she found? Su Yusheng spurted out a large mouthful of blood. Tang Mo pulled out the small parasol. She covered her chest, but the blood could not be stopped. On the handle of the small parasol, the red gem shone brightly. Su Junsheng was seriously injured and dying, and fell to the ground. She could no longer control those players. Seeing Tang Mo and his friends, those players did not dare to attack again and turned away. Lien Yuzheng was covered in blood. She wiped the blood off her face and looked coldly at the gloomy girl on the ground. I would rather let others take your reward than let you escape. So you can die. After saying this, Lien Yuzheng took the initiative to hit the dodgeball with her shoulder, and Frog jumped off the field to stand with Wan Wanshu. Fu Wenduo also stood outside the court, with his hands in his pockets, watching the situation on the elevated road. Tang Mo waved his small parasol, and blood fell to the ground along the tip of the umbrella. Tang Mo, frog jump is too easy for him, I believe him. Even if he is frog jumping, he can kill you with a backhand. As for dodging the ball, you underestimated Fu Wenduo, the world's first stowaway, who passed the tower attack game. No matter what the situation is, I may not be able to dodge the ball, but he will definitely be able to dodge it. Su Yunsheng immediately understood. You did it on purpose. Yes, after discovering that they would not die after being hit by the dodgeball, and there was no punishment, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo came up with this countermeasure. One person pretended to be hit by the ball, and the other took the opportunity to kill Su Yunsheng when she attacked. But who was the person hit by the ball? When was the best time? Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo did not move, and waited patiently until the end, until Su Yunsheng became anxious. As for the person hit by the ball, it would be best if it was Fu Wenduo. Even before the earth went online, frog jumping was as common as walking for Fu Wenduo. These things didn't require any verbal communication. They understood each other's intentions, and acted out a play together to trick Su Yunsheng. Lien Yuzheng's help was not part of Tang Mo's plan. They had originally planned that Tang Mo would spare as much time as possible to kill Su Yunsheng. Fu Wen hit his edge when he took the frog jump, and also looked for an opportunity to kill Su Yunsheng. No matter who killed Su Yunsheng, the plan would be considered a success. In the end, Tang Mo won. In the distant center of Beijing, on the Black Giant Tower, the blood-red countdown numbers began to count down to the last minute. Blood gurgled out of Su Yunsheng's chest. She looked at Tang Mo, then at Fu Wenduo and others outside the field. She suddenly laughed, and blood flowed down the corners of her mouth. She closed her eyes while laughing, and fell to the ground without breathing. At this time, the number on the Black Tower also counted down to the last 10 seconds. A crisp child's voice sounded, ding. The large multiplayer copy Schrodinger's dodgeball brawl officially ended. Player Tang Mo successfully passed the game, eliminated 14 opponents, and received the reward Schrodinger's. Ding. Data correction. Mr. Schrödinger does not intend to give any rewards to humans who love to play with balls. All guys who love to play with balls are idiots, said the respected Mr. Schrödinger. The rules of this dodgeball game are very strange. There is no punishment for failure, and no reward for victory. Tang Mo was not too surprised. After the red light film disappeared, Tang Mo tied up the small parasol and walked towards Fu Wenduo. At this moment, on the Black Tower in the distance, the red countdown number had turned into 1. When the last number jumped to 0, a red object fell from the sky and hit Tang Mo's head heavily. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo both noticed this object at the first time, and they both tried to stop it. But this object actually went straight through the small parasol and Fu Wenduo's hand, and hit Tang Mo's head with a bang. Tang Mo only felt a buzzing in his brain, and he slowly raised his eyes to look at Fu Wenduo. The red apple rolled off Tang Mo's head and fell to the ground. Before he fainted, Tang Mo heard the notification sound of the Black Tower, and Fu Wenduo's terrified cry. Tang Mo! Ding! Tang Mo, the official player of Huaxia District 1, successfully opened E's reward. The next second, countless images and information rushed like a flood, shattering Tang Mo's consciousness. He fell backwards, and was held firmly in Fu Wenduo's arms. Fu Wenduo had no time to react. He picked up Tang Mo horizontally, and rushed to Li Miaomu. Li Miaomu also reacted. She was a doctor before Earth went online. After checking Tang Mo's body, she said, no problem, he probably just fainted. With his current physical condition, he wouldn't die immediately even if he was hit on the head by an apple or shot through the head. Fu Wenduo also calmed down. He nodded, thank you. As he said that, He hugged Tang Yamo and left the elevated road in a few steps. Fu Wenduo hugged Tang Yamo and ran to the place he had agreed with Qin Shanshan at the fastest speed. Tang Mo's face was pressed against Fu Wenduo's chest. He seemed to have been greatly shocked in his coma. His face was pale and ugly, and his breathing was rapid. Fu Wenduo looked down at him, silently hugged him tighter, and flashed into a building. Chapter 181. After the dodgeball brawl ended, the sky suddenly brightened, and the sun had already jumped out of the horizon. Fu Wenduo found a hidden room in the dark office building. He put Tang Yamo on the bed. After making sure that the building was very safe, he went out to look for Qin Shanshan and Fu Wensheng. 5 minutes later, the three returned to the building. Fu Wensheng immediately used his supernatural power to make a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Fu Wenduo. These days, Fu Wensheng's supernatural power has also evolved a little, and he can produce more advanced healing mineral water. But the mineral water he produced this time could not be stored, and the daily production was limited. Fu Wenduo sat on the bed, lifted Tang Yamo up with one hand, let him lean on his chest, and poured mineral water into his mouth with the other hand. After a long time, Tang Yamo still did not wake up. His eyebrows were tightly knitted. Qin Shanshan thought, "Major Fu, you said before that an apple hit brother Tang Yamo?" Fu Wenduo took out the apple. Qin Shanshan took out another identical apple from her pocket. "This apple is the same as Ning Jing's." She rubbed the apple 3 times, and rows of small golden characters appeared on the apple. "Qin Shanshan, this is Eve's reward. Brother Tang Yamo killed Su Yunsheng and got her Eve's reward. But Ning Jing's apple is not opened, while Brother Tang Mo's apple is already opened." Fu Wensheng, could it be that Brother Tang suddenly fell into a coma because he got Eve's reward? Is there such a reward? The person who got the reward fell into a coma, but the one who didn't get it escaped alive and kicking? Fu Wensheng thought this answer was too incredible, but this was the only explanation now. "Qin Shanshan, if it's really because of Eve's reward, then Brother Tang Yamo won't have any problems. He will wake up sooner or later. The Black Tower gives rewards, not punishments." Fu Wenduo carefully examined Tang Mo's body. As a Special Forces soldier, he has excellent battlefield medical skills. Moving his ear away from Tang Mo's chest, Fu Wenduo agreed with Qin Shanshan's inference. Tang Mo's coma, this time might be a good thing, because he got Eve's reward. Everyone didn't think about it anymore, and waited patiently for him to wake up. "Qin Shanshan, at that time, Xiaosheng and I hid far away, so we didn't see what happened on the elevated road very clearly. Major Fu, can you tell us the details?" Fu Wenduo nodded, and told us what happened before. His voice was low, and his speed was neither fast nor slow. The sentences he used were the simplest and easiest to understand. The sentences were very short. Obviously, he was used to explaining the problem in the simplest words. As he spoke, he unbuttoned Tang Mo's coat, and used mineral water to wipe the wounds on his body. Tang Yamo was not injured much, just 2 wounds on his chest, and 3 wounds on his arms. Fu Wenduo's wound was more serious, and Fu took mineral water to clean his brother's wound. When the child's hand touched a knife wound on Fu Wenduo's back that was deep enough to see the bone, Fu Wenduo's voice paused slightly. "Fu Wensheng, did I touch your wound, brother?" "No." The child cleaned the wound more carefully. Fu Wenduo actually remembered that a long time ago, when he and Tang Yamo were still in Shanghai, Tang Yamo had helped him clean his wound once in the infirmary organized by attack. At that time, the two had just met and were not familiar with each other, so they were wary of each other. Thinking of this, Fu Wenduo lowered his eyes, and looked at Tang Mo's pale face, and slowly pursed his lips. Tang Yamo seemed to be in a bad mood. In fact, Fu Wenduo's guess was correct. Tang Yamo had never had such a terrible nightmare. It was more like a ghost pressing on the bed. He could clearly hear the voices of Fu Wenduo and Qin Shanshan talking, and even felt the temperature of Fu Wenduo's fingers when he wiped his wound. But he couldn't open his eyes, couldn't speak, and couldn't move. Countless information and images rushed into his brain frantically. Even with Tang Mo's current physical condition, he felt that his head was about to explode and was about to be overwhelmed by such a huge amount of information. However, he couldn't tell what he saw, nor did he know what the information that rushed into his brain was. It was a wonderful feeling. Outside the building, the sky was gloomy, and the first thunderstorm of the year fell in Beijing. Thunder roared, and heavy rain fell. The sound of water drops splashing on the ground, and the subtle feeling of the reaction between the trace amount of nitrogen and oxygen in the air struck by lightning. Everything constitutes a subtle world. It seems that there is a bowstring in the air that can be plucked. Tang Yamo cannot touch it, but he clearly feels that it is there. Plucking the bowstring can cross all the long and short distances on the coordinates. One-dimensional point, two-dimensional surface, three-dimensional space, four-dimensional. What is the four-dimensional? No, maybe not the four-dimensional, it is something else. For groups of strong and vigorous vitality are shining in this building. In the building, the most dazzling group of vitality is sitting next to Tang Mo. In Fu Wenduo's body, thousands of cells are like the sun, dazzling. Tang Mo could also hear the sound of each cell in his body replicating and decaying, breaking and gathering. Life was warm and strong, and each cell was growing vigorously, evolving towards an unknown end. What else? What else? Tang Mo was like a thirsty sponge, madly wanting to know the truth hidden under this wonderful feeling. Another lightning bolt struck from the sky, illuminating the room. After a whole night of dodgeball, Fu Wenduo was a little tired. He sat on the floor against the bed, and closed his eyes to rest. As if he noticed Tang Mo's movement, he looked up at the young man lying on the bed. Tang Mo did not move. Fu Wenduo raised his eyebrows strangely, and he reached out his hand calmly, and hooked a finger that Tang Mo had naturally hung down. After thinking for a while, he bit his finger again, and flicked it lightly on the back of Tang Mo's hand. The unconscious young man did not respond. Fu Wenduo looked up at the ceiling and still hooked his fingers. The two children went out to collect intelligence. Fu Wenduo leaned against the bed, hooked his fingers, and closed his eyes to rest. At the same time, 4 people in China fell into a coma and have not yet woken up. The first one to fall into a coma, Jax, has been in a coma for 6 days, and the last one, Tang Mo, has only been in a coma for 5 minutes. China, the eastern part of the Gurban-Tumdet Desert. Yellow sand covered the sky, and a violent storm rose. In the vast desert, a small black dot appeared at the junction of the sky and the desert. The small black dot grew bigger and closer. Suddenly, his right foot sank into the ground and hit a quicksand. The tall and strong man, like a bear, lowered his head silently, looking at his right foot stuck in the quicksand. Soon, his left foot was also entangled in the quicksand and sank down. But in an instant, the strong man suddenly jumped into the air at a speed invisible to the naked eye, miraculously escaping from the terrifying quicksand. Then he did not react at all, continued to lower his head silently, and walked forward step by step. When he completely walked out of the desert, he raised his dark and dull eyes, and looked at a sign on the side of the road that read, "Welcome to Shahizi City." A blue sign with words on it. Andre stared at it for a while, then took out a brick-like dictionary from the heavy bag he was carrying. He looked up the words inside, and whispered a strange Chinese sentence. "Is it Heezy?" Putting the dictionary away, he walked into the city. The moment he entered, more than a dozen pairs of eyes stared in the direction where he appeared. The sturdy and honest Russian man seemed to have the same honesty as his appearance. He walked quietly, seemingly unaware that in this small city, any unfamiliar face would attract everyone's attention and attack. His big feet stepped on the cement road, and walked silently into a small shop on the roadside. The moment he entered, 2 short and thin men jumped out of a small building next to him. The two looked at each other, and followed him in quietly with weapons. There were only 2 dull collisions. 10 seconds later, Andre came out of the shop and licked his cracked lips. He thought about it, and walked back to the shop. In the dim shop, 2 short and thin men were rolling on the ground in pain, holding their chests. Suddenly seeing this demon coming back, the 2 men were so scared that they retreated backwards, begging for mercy. Andre was silent for a moment, and said 3 Chinese characters with a strange pronunciation, "Mu Hui Shui." The 2 men were stunned and realized that this giant bear-like man did not come back to kill them. The 2 looked at each other, and decided to wait and see. Andre said it again, "Mu Hui Shui, Hua Xia, one family." "What? Find her." The 3 of them just stood there. Andre said it several times, and a flat-headed man suddenly understood. "Wait, you mean Mu Hui Shui?" Andre nodded. "Mu Hui Shui." Flat-headed man, "Are you looking for Mu Hui Shui?" "Mu Hui Shui, I find her." Flat-headed man, "But Mu Hui Shui is not here." This big brother, Mu Hui Shui, is in Huaxia District 3. I heard people say that District 3 is probably a place like Guangzhou or Shenzhen, or in the Yangtze River Delta. Anyway, it's definitely not in our Xinjiang. You found the wrong place. Andre can't speak Chinese, let alone understand Chinese. The man said a lot of nonsense, and he could only understand. Mu Hui Shui. 3 words. He didn't say anything. After a while, when the 2 men thought he really just wanted to find someone and didn't want to kill anyone, Andre smashed the wall behind them with his fist, and the whole store shook violently, and was about to collapse. The 2 men stared in horror, but unexpectedly, a more horrifying scene appeared. Andre raised one hand to support the collapsed beam. Just one hand, the heavy concrete ceiling was supported. The two men were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they couldn't say a word. The man who was holding up the weight of the entire house seemed to be holding an umbrella, with a normal expression, without any abnormality. He spoke again. Mu Huishua, I find her. The two men, Andre raised his head. Take me, find her. Do you only know these two Chinese sentences? 7 days later, Chaoyang District, Beijing. Tang Mo slowly opened his eyes, and looked at the ceiling above his head. His eyes were out of focus, and he slowly focused after a few seconds. The moment he woke up, Fu Wenduo also opened his eyes, and turned to look at him. At that moment, Fu Wenduo suddenly felt that the young man in front of him suddenly had a mysterious and strange temperament, but when he looked again, Tang Mo had returned to normal, just a little tired. The two looked at each other, and understood each other's meaning without words. Fu Wenduo took out a pack of biscuits. Tang Mo took it and ate 2 pieces, recovered his strength, and drank a sip of water. Fu Wenduo got straight to the point. What is Yi's reward? Tang Mo put down the water, and looked up at him. To Fu Wenduo, Tang Mo was in a coma for 7 days, but to Tang Mo, he could hear the movements around him all the time, and knew that Fu Wenduo had hooked his finger. However, when he opened his eyes, the man looked very calm again, as if he was not the one who had been secretly hooking people's fingers these days. Tang Mo leaned against the wall, sat cross-legged on the bed, and looked up at Fu Wenduo. After a while, he suddenly said, You were the one who had a crush on me first, right? Fu Wenduo was stunned. Tang Mo raised his head. I think it through. I probably know the answer that night. Victor, you lost. The voice stopped, and Tang Mo continued, Oh, but this matter is not important. Put it aside for now. You asked me about Yi's reward just now. Actually, I don't know. I don't know what that is. I seemed to have a very long dream when I was unconscious. I forgot everything in the dream the moment I woke up. Fu Wenduo, Tang Mo, your expression is a little strange. What happened? Fu Wenduo, What did you say happened? Chapter 182. The weak sunlight shone into the room through the blue glass curtain wall and reflected on the ground beside the bed. After Tang Mo finished speaking, there was a brief silence between the two. Tang Mo looked up at Fu Wenduo, and Fu Wenduo looked at him, and slowly narrowed his eyes. Not important? Tang Mo understood what the other party meant, raised the corner of his lips, and asked back, Compared to Yi's reward, is it more important? Bang! Fu Wenduo suddenly pressed the wall with one hand, and circled the young man, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed under him. 7 days ago, the incident happened suddenly. Fu Wenduo found an office building to settle the unconscious Tang Mo. They are now in a small bedroom inside the office. The space is relatively narrow and hidden. The bed is only 1.2 meters long and close to the wall, which is convenient for Fu Wenduo to do a wallbang. The distance between the two people is rapidly reduced. After staring at each other quietly for a moment, Fu Wenduo suddenly said, When did you know my birthday? Tang Mo, Fu Wenduo raised his eyebrows. Last December, Grandma Wolf's Monster Valley. Your secret is that you have a crush on someone for a long time, and his birthday is September 9th. So you will know that your lucky number is 9. But I never reveal personal information on the internet, including birthday. Tang Mo looked calm. He maintained the posture of being trapped between the wall and his chest. He simply leaned back and leaned against the wall, saying lightly, Who said it was you? Fu Wenduo showed a rare surprised expression. Not me. Tang Mo raised his mouth. I didn't say it wasn't you. Fu Wenduo, Tang Mo, you are nervous, Fu Wenduo. Under normal circumstances, you would have known I was joking, and would not have asked that question. But anyway, you were the one who had a crush on me first. Last February? Last February, before the Black Tower came, Tang Mo and Victor had known each other for half a year, and they often teamed up to play cards online. Tang Mo did not like meeting netizens, nor did he like to reveal his information online, and he never participated in offline bridge competitions. Victor was even more mysterious than him, and he did not even reveal his age. Unable to attend the offline bridge tournament where many masters gathered, someone in the circle organized an online bridge tournament in February. Victor happened to be online frequently during that period, so the two signed up. But they didn't make it to the finals. The night before the semifinals, Victor suddenly left a message to Tang Mo on QQ, telling him that he couldn't come the next day because of something. Tang Mo didn't think too much about it, because he knew that Victor was always busy at work. Now that he thought about it, Fu Wenduo might have suddenly had a task at that time. But when Tang Mo got home from get off work and opened QQ to see the message, He was more surprised than disappointed. Victor, I have something to do tomorrow, so I can't come. Sorry. 5 minutes later. Victor, I'm going to Suzhou on a business trip next week. Shall we meet? Tang Mo didn't agree immediately. At that time, he had a little affection for Victor, but he didn't like him. Victor was like a cup of cold coffee. The aroma was not strong enough. He wanted to taste it and feel the mellowness hidden in the cold temperature, but he didn't want to break his habit of never meeting netizens. What's more, what if he died in the open? After hesitating for a few days, seeing Victor online again, Tang Mo thought again and replied, if it's convenient for you, yes. Victor was silent for a long time and replied, sorry, I changed my schedule temporarily and can't go. Tang Mo was stunned for a long time before replying, okay. This feeling suddenly became strange. He was fully prepared to meet Victor, but he refused. Tang Mo didn't know when he really had a good impression of Victor, but this incident was definitely a turning point. Before this, his feeling about Victor was more about the tacit understanding that fit him very well, without words. The powerful and decisive Victor attracted him, and his gravity was strong, but not a black hole. Since then, he cared more about the other party, and his good impression gradually became that as long as the other party proposed to meet, he would never hesitate. Tang Mo leaned against the wall, smiled and analyzed. With your personality and status, you would never meet an online friend if you didn't really want to meet. So, February last year? This young man is too smart. But this kind of intelligence and sharpness is exactly what Fu Wenduo likes the most. He avoided Tang Mo's question, closed his eyes, and thought for a long time, and said, October of the year before last? Tang Mo paused. Fu Wenduo raised the corner of his lips. He knew he guessed right. In October 2016, Ma Tong and Victor had just known each other for 3 months. They met in an online bridge game. At that time, they were not teammates, but opponents. Fu Wenduo was Tang Mo's superior. Although they were opponents, Tang Mo noticed that the person sitting next to him was in complete sync with him. Every idea and routine of playing cards was mysteriously consistent with his own. Tang Mo lost that game. His teammates were so bad that even the masters could not lead them. They lost cleanly. After the game, Tang Mo added Fu Wenduo as his friend. On the bridge platform they played, when adding friends, the system automatically sends a greeting to the other party. Before Tang Mo sent his greeting, his message bar lit up. Victor, you play cards so well, let's be friends. Ma Tong, you play cards so well, let's be friends. The two spoke only 1 second apart. Tang Mo was slightly stunned and subconsciously read out the name, Victor. After chatting for a while, they added each other as QQ friends, and then they played cards together for half a year. In October, they matched with a couple with very interesting IDs. One of them was named Larry Fanchong, and the other was named My name is Fanchong. These two people have funny names, but their card-playing skills are not bad. The four of them fought for 5 minutes. Seeing that Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo were about to win, Larry Fanchong said anxiously, Today is my girlfriend's birthday. 2 big brothers. Please give me some face, Bu. Tang Mo encountered such a situation for the first time, and he hit 6 points. Victor asked, What does Bu mean? There is a long way to go, ball you. We were very unlucky today. We met all great players and lost 10 games in a row. Give me some face, big man. My girlfriend said she won't sleep unless she wins a game. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo were not very interested in winning or losing the game. They only cared about the process of playing cards. They just pressed quit. When chatting privately, Tang Mo suddenly said, The world is big, but birthday is the biggest? Victor, when is your birthday? Tang Mo didn't expect him to say this. No, it's still early. After thinking about it, he asked, What about you? Victor, it's still early. This was the only time they talked about their birthdays, and since they had known each other for a short time, no one had revealed their birthday. But since then, Tang Mo subconsciously remembered this incident. He carefully noticed Fu Wenduo's words. It's still early. It's still early. This word is very special. Later, Tang Mo guessed Fu Wenduo's birthday and understood the meaning of his words. It's still early. His birthday had just passed, so it was. It's still early. If you insist on saying who fell in love with whom first, it's actually hard to say the answer. Tang Mo knew that he had been moved very early. Maybe when they first met, he had a feeling about Victor. This person is special. Feeling. However, he couldn't tell a specific time when he liked her. It would be the same for Fu Wenduo. But Tang Mo remained calm. You had a crush on me first. There is a time to prove it. In February 2017, given Fu Wenduo's personality and his identity, if he didn't like me, would he come to meet his online friend? Fu Wenduo said, "You had a crush on me first." There is a time to prove it. In October 2016, if he didn't have a good impression of her, why would Tang Mo pay attention to the birthday of an online friend and try every means to guess the specific time, but not tell it? Tang Mo hadn't eaten steamed buns for a long time, but he wanted to fight for this. Just like when Fu Wenduo said that night, Tang Mo quickly realized that the man in front of him liked him, but he was a little surprised when this man fell in love with him. In the end, he liked Tang Mo or Ma Tong, or both. Fu Wenduo lowered his eyes, and stared at Tang Mo's face with a firm gaze. Tang Mo was not to be outdone, and looked at him calmly. After a long time, when footsteps were heard near the stairs, Tang Mo smiled and said, "Are you childish?" Fu Wenduo took back his hand that was leaning on the wall, and did not answer this question, but responded with his eyes. "You are not childish?" Tang Mo admitted that in some aspects, Ma Tong and Victor have always been very childish. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and Fu Wensheng pushed open the door, and said in surprise, "Hey, Brother Tang, are you awake?" Qin Shanchen walked into the room. "Brother Tang Mo is awake. How is it? Is there anything wrong with your body?" Tang Mo got up from the bed, walked around the room twice, and stretched his body. "No problem. Just a little hungry after not eating for a few days." Fu Wenduo said, "I was unconscious for 7 days. What happened during these 7 days? Qin Shanchen took out a bag of compressed biscuits from her bag. "A lot of things. Major Fu didn't tell you." The little girl helped Tang Mo find a reason. "You just woke up?" Tang Mo paused for a moment, while tearing open the biscuit bag, and nodded in agreement. Fu Wensheng, "Brother Tang, what is Eve's reward? Tell us quickly." Tang Mo ate 2 biscuits, and when his hunger was relieved, he put the biscuits back into his bag. He looked at Qin Shanchen seriously, his expression solemn. "Shanchen, you need to analyze this matter. First, I didn't get any substantial reward." Everyone was stunned. Qin Shanchen quickly reacted, "Well, there is definitely no reward such as props. You were knocked unconscious by a red apple. Major Fu took the apple at that time, but after checking, we found that this apple was the same as Ning Jing's. It is called E's reward. It has no special function. It just represents E's reward." The short-haired girl took out a red apple from her bag and handed it to Tang Mo. "You can say that this apple is like a symbol. It represents E's reward, but it has nothing to do with E's reward." Tang Mo nodded. "Ning Zheng and Su Yinsheng both have this apple, and all returnees in the world also have red apples. But as long as it is not opened, it is just an apple." Qin Shanchen, "Yes, that's what I mean. So there is no actual reward. When you were unconscious, Major Fu and I discussed it in a low voice. We all felt that E's reward might be related to the truth of the advent of the Black Tower." After the words fell, the little girl looked at Tang Mo with expectant eyes. However, she was destined to be disappointed. Tang Mo sighed. "This is the second point I want to say. I was in a coma for 7 days, but in my perception, it was just a moment. I had a dream that seemed very long and very short. I forgot everything when I woke up. I have no memory of the situation in the dream. I know what you discussed. I could hear your voices when I was in a coma, and the sound and touch still exist." Fu Wenduo was standing aside with his arms folded and listening indifferently. Suddenly, when he heard this, his eyebrows twitched, and he glanced at Tang Mo and his fingers. Fu Wenduo, Chapter 183. Qin Shanchen did not notice Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo's little tricks. She thought for a moment and said, "He can remember what happened when he was unconscious, but he has no memory of Eve's reward. Black Tower can actually do this." The voice stopped, and the little girl raised her head. "Brother Tang Mo, what do you think has changed compared to before the coma?" "It seems that his strength has become stronger." After a pause, Tang Mo added, "Overall strength." Tang Mo did not hide this from his teammates. After waking up, he vaguely realized that he might have become stronger. This kind of strength enhancement does not mean that he suddenly got some props or some superpowers, but my eyesight is better. Looking out of the window, "Fu Wenduo, where can you see?" Fu Wenduo walked to the window. The white billboard 5 kilometers away is Huawei's latest mobile phone. "Tang Mo, can you see the name of the spokesperson in the lower right corner?" Fu Wenduo narrowed his eyes and looked at it for a moment. "It's a bit blurry, but I have some impression of the star on the billboard. Knowing his name and looking at those words, I can tell what they are. The implication is that if he doesn't know what those words are, Fu Wenduo doesn't dare to say that he can see them clearly." Tang Mo looked at him. "I can see them clearly." Not so clearly, but I can tell which words they are. Fu Wenduo, Christmas branches? Qin Shanchen also said, upgraded version of Christmas branches? Tang Mo smiled and shook his head, maybe, but I don't think it's that simple. What I can feel now is that my 5 senses have been improved, and my reaction ability and speed have also improved. As for other aspects of my strength. The voice paused, and Tang Mo turned his head slightly to look at the man standing next to him. The two people's eyes met in the air. Fu Wenduo raised the corners of his lips, and Tang Mo also laughed. Fu Xiaodi was confused on the side. Hey, what's wrong with other aspects of my strength, Brother Tang? Why don't you say anything? Qin Shanchen smiled and said, there is a roadside basketball court behind this building. Why don't we go there for a real fight? I couldn't ask for more. The 4 of them quickly came to the basketball court. Tang Mo put his small parasol aside, and Fu Wenduo didn't use any weapons. The two stood on both sides of the basketball court and looked at each other tacitly. The next second, there were 2 whistling sounds of breaking wind. 2 black figures collided with each other at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. The vibration spread to the earth, and the basketball hoop made a violent buzzing sound. This level of battle was far beyond the ability of Qin Shanchen, whose physical fitness could not be improved, to see clearly, but the little girl did not give up. She opened her eyes wide and stared at the field carefully. After a brief collision, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo exchanged positions. Tang Mo supported himself with one hand and slid back 3 meters before he stabilized his body. He looked up and saw Fu Wenduo's surprised expression. Tang Mo's speed and strength have indeed been significantly improved. Fu Wenduo's calm face showed a rare expectation. He was looking forward to the next fight. A man's low voice sounded, again? Okay. The next moment, Tang Mo rushed up again. He seemed to punch Fu Wenduo in the heart, but at the moment of contact, he actually kicked Fu Wenduo's lower body. Fu Wenduo blocked his attack with both hands, and his left hand was as fast as thunder, grabbing Tang Mo's arm in the blink of an eye. Tang Mo quickly broke free and hit him with a left hook. The barehanded melee with such extreme speed and power has a pure and wild violent aesthetic. The sound of bang 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 continued, because both sides used 100% of their strength, and both of them were inevitably bruised. Suddenly, Fu Wenduo's figure was ghostly, and he suddenly held Tang Mo's neck with his elbow from behind, and pressed his neck with his other hand. At that moment, Tang Mo almost sensed the breath of death. He clearly realized that as long as Fu Wenduo exerted force, his neck would be broken by the opponent. The fight ended here. Fu Wenduo let go of Tang Mo. Tang Mo coughed twice, and twisted his neck. What kind of fighting technique was that just now? Fu Wenduo cleared his throat, naked choke. Tang Mo had never heard of this kind of fighting technique, and thought it was difficult to learn, so Fu Wenduo had not taught him before. He didn't know that the naked choke is a very lethal move in jiu-jitsu. A normal person will have difficulty breathing and easily faint after being strangled by the throat. There are many players who have been choked unconscious by this move in formal competitions. Fu Wenduo didn't expect that this competition with Tang Mo would force him to use this lethal move. He thought about it, and decided not to tell Tang Mo about this move in the future, so as not to let Tang Mo remember it. Tang Mo still found that his close combat strength was inferior to Fu Wenduo. He is indeed stronger than before, but he is still not as good as Fu Wenduo if they really fight. The 4 of them returned to the house, and Tang Mo made a summary. At present, it seems that Yi's reward is more inclined to improve physical fitness, which can also be said to be an upgraded version of Christmas branches. Fu Wensheng thought, Yi's reward is a red apple, it's a bit like a peace apple. In this way, it can really be related to Christmas branches. Qin Shanchen subconsciously felt that this reward would not be so simple. There are no more than 20 players in the world who have received this reward. If it was just to reward high-level players and improve their physical fitness, the Black Tower would not have specially set up a 7-day Eve game. However, they have limited information at present, so they can only guess so much. Tang Mo was in a coma for 7 days, and many things were unclear. Qin Shanchen explained to him the current situation in Beijing. After Su Yusheng died, the returnees have restrained a lot. In the past 7 days, many players in Beijing have indeed been killed or eliminated in the game, but most of the accidental deaths are official players with weaker strength, and there are not many of them. This is easy to understand. Tang Mo said, Su Yusheng can be said to be the most powerful returnee in Beijing. Her death is a wake-up call for those returnees. The survivors on Earth are not as weak as they think, so they dare not kill people so blatantly. But many players still died. After returning to Earth, The returnees are still bound by the time rankings, and they are still not official players. If they want to be truly free and remove the golden number floating next to their necks, they must eliminate the Earth players. Killing is the simplest way. If Tang Imo and his men had not killed Su Yunsheng in a straightforward manner and intimidated the returners, the situation in Beijing would be even more serious. Now the two sides have a delicate balance. The returners must eliminate the Earth players. This is the way of survival given to them by the Black Tower. But they will not kill people at will. This kind of opposition is acceptable to both sides. It can even be said that the returners are still at a disadvantage. Because they have no organization, most of them are lone rangers, and they are always threatened by the time rankings. Tang Imo crossed his arms and tapped his fingers gently on his arms. He frowned and thought for a long time, then suddenly looked up. Where's Ningzheng? Yes, where's Ningzheng? After Su Junsheng died, Ningzheng was the most powerful returnee in Beijing. Returning to Earth has become a fact, and smart returnees will no longer fight alone. After seeing the strength of the chosen organization and players, like Fu Duo, they will become more united. Perhaps not too united, but Ningzheng can completely rely on his influence to take the opportunity to create a powerful returnee organization to compete with the survivors on Earth. This is probably what many returnees want to see. But, Qin Shanshan, no news about Ningzheng. Tang Imo was a little surprised. He subconsciously looked at Fu Wenduo, wanting to get a positive answer from him. No news at all? Fu Wenduo, no. Tang Mo's face changed. No news at all. As long as you come into contact with people, there will definitely be clues left. Did Ningzheng not seize the time to eliminate the Earth players and get rid of his identity as a returnee? At the same time, in the West 6th Ring Road of Beijing, there is an abandoned clothing factory. As the sky gradually darkened, a faint white light flashed in the depths of the factory, and soon, a white figure appeared in the factory. Ningzheng was wearing a white coat with a little blood on it. After returning to Earth, he first held his weapon tightly and observed the surroundings vigilantly. After making sure that there was nothing unusual, he walked out of the factory with an indifferent look. Just as he walked out of the gate of this factory, Ningzheng turned around and threw a knife to the side of the factory. Next to the factory gate, a tall, thin, baby-faced young man turned his head to avoid the knife. He shouted exaggeratedly, "Wow, you're so fierce when you just meet, and you're already using a knife." The corners of his mouth slowly opened, the baby-faced young man blinked, put his hands in his pockets, glanced at Ningzheng's neck, and smiled. Hee, just came out of the copy? The number is gone. Have you eliminated enough people? Ningzheng knew that this baby-faced young man, who looked like a psychopath, should not be underestimated because he could hide his aura from being discovered by himself. He put his hand in his pocket and held the prop hidden in his pocket. Ningzheng said coldly, "Who are you? You don't know my name?" The baby-faced young man opened his mouth slightly, with a surprised look on his face. "A week ago, on the East 3rd Ring Elevated Road, you, Tang Imo, and Fu Wenduo all joined forces. They didn't even tell you my name?" Ningzheng didn't answer, but he had an expression of "Are you important? Why do you say your name?" "Bai Ruoya, eh?" He clicked his tongue twice and muttered, "Aren't you afraid that I would have gone there to cause trouble a week ago?" Soon, he raised his head with a playful smile and looked at Ningzheng, saying, "It's not too late to know my name now. Bai Ruoya, Tang's good friend, is also the biggest enemy. I really want to kill him, and Fu Wenduo." Ningzheng's pupil shrank, but he still had no expression. "What do you want to say?" "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Don't you want to kill them?" Ningzheng clenched his fingers and turned away. Bai Ruoya didn't chase him, but just stood behind him, laughing. "Ningzheng, 62nd on the time list, you are so cowardly, okay? I will call you a coward from now on." Ningzheng paused, but still didn't look back. Bai Ruoya's laughter was like a rusty copper bell, which should have been very pleasant to hear, but it was rusty, and it creaked into Ningzheng's heart, making him irritable and angry. But he held back. He didn't want to get too involved with the survivors of the Earth, he just wanted to survive, to the end. However, just as he was about to reach the end of the road, Bai Ruoya's laughter stopped abruptly. He spoke again, his voice was low and magical, and he said with a smile, "Hey, I heard that you have a twin sister? Hee, does she really exist?" Ningzheng turned around suddenly, and looked at the baby-faced young man in the distance in astonishment. 3 days later. Although Tang Imo had no memory of what he had experienced when he was unconscious, as time passed, some of the lost memories gradually returned to his mind. He said to Fu Wenduo affirmatively, "We must attack the tower." Fu Wenduo asked calmly, Is this the information from the Black Tower? Tang Mo shook his head. I don't remember, but my subconscious tells me that only by attacking the tower can we get more things and know the truth. We must attack the tower as fast as possible. And you need to attack the tower quickly to get rid of your identity as a stowaway. Returnees need to eliminate the survivors on Earth, thereby gaining freedom and becoming players recognized by the Black Tower. However, the situation of stowaways is not much better than theirs. Any stowaway who participates in any Black Tower game will be coveted by the Black Tower boss. It's okay for a powerful stowaway like Fuwaduo, but many stowaways who are not strong are eaten by the Black Tower boss from the beginning. The Black Tower monsters really eat people, they never joke. Fuwaduo smiled calmly. Okay. In the battle on the East Third Ring Road Elevated Road, Tang Mo and Fuwaduo were the final winners. But since then, their already unstable cooperative relationship with Tianxian has collapsed directly, and the two sides have never contacted each other again. Tang Mo did not intend to tell the other party the information he got from his Eve's reward. He was thinking about when to challenge the 5th floor of the Black Tower, and what preparations to make before that. In the dark night, Fuwaduo leaned against the window, and looked back at the young men in the room. Tang Mo supported his chin with his left hand, and held a pen in his right hand. He drew a rough map of Beijing on the paper, and circled several circles in it. These are all places in Beijing that may trigger dungeons, real dungeons. 5 minutes later, Tang Mo raised his head. When will Shanshan and Xiaoshang come back? Fuwaduo, it's just an ordinary copy. With their strength, they should be able to come out in 2 days. Tang Mo nodded. Tang Mo and Fuwaduo never regarded Shanshan and Fu Wensheng as their subordinates. The two children are also powerful players. Although the two are not strong in martial arts, Shanshan's brain and Fu Xiaoti's healing ability are sometimes more important than martial arts in the Black Tower game. In any organization or team, they will be core members. Tang Mo would not take Shanshan to every game to protect her, and similarly, Fuwaduo would not always tie Fu Wensheng to his side. The two children needed the opportunity to grow independently. Tang Mo already had a few locations in mind, and he planned to wait for Shanshan to come back, and the two of them would discuss and determine which dungeon the four of them would enter next. The room was silent, with only the faint sound of the wind hitting the window, causing a buzzing vibration. Fuwaduo looked at Tang Mo steadily, tapping his fingers on the windowsill, and occasionally glancing at Tang Mo's hand that supported his chin, as if thinking about something. Just as he was about to speak after thinking for a long time, Fuwaduo's expression changed, and Tang Mo also looked up suddenly. Fuwaduo had already taken out a small dart from his pocket, and shot it through the window with a whoosh, and shot it out of the window. The sound of broken glass was very loud in the building. After the person outside dodged the small dart, he smiled very dissatisfiedly. Hey, you greet each other like this every time you meet. Tang, Major Fu. Is this how you treat your friends? His tone was very relaxed, but when he dodged the small dart, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, confirming that this was not the cheating Fidipide's dart. Tang Mo stood up, holding the small parasol tied around his waist tightly, staring coldly at the baby-faced young man who shouldn't be here. He called out the other person's name in a cold voice. Bai Ruoyu. Bai Ruoyu smiled and said meaningfully, So you still remember me, Tang? Tang Mo noticed his sour tone, but didn't understand what was wrong with the other person. However, the lunatics were more cheerful, and he was not interested in guessing Bai Ruoyu's thoughts. In the building, Bai Ruoyu was the only one, but Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo were too. Neither Tang Mo nor Fu Wenduo had any intention of taking action. They were very calm, standing in the house, and looking at the baby-faced young man outside the door. Bai Ruoyu couldn't kill them, but since he dared to come, it meant that he was sure to leave. So Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo had no intention of taking action. What do you want to do? Bai Ruoyu said sincerely. I miss you, Tang. Noticing that Fu Wenduo's expression had darkened a little, Bai Ruoyu thought he was jealous, and generously decided to share the spoils equally. I also want to kill you, Major Fu. Tang Mo ignored the psychopath's teasing, and his fingers rubbed the handle of the small parasol, with a warning meaning that was self-evident. Bai Ruoyu shrugged. Aren't we friends? Tang Mo glanced at him, and almost took the small parasol to attack him, telling this baby-faced man who is your friend. Bai Ruoyu was not angry, but he took a half-step back, half of his face hidden in the darkness, and said with a smile, The assembly copy released by the Black Tower yesterday feels very interesting. Tang, are you going? Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo had planned to go, but Tang Mo asked coldly, Is it related to you? Because I will go. Tang Mo, eh. He suddenly didn't want to go. Fu Wen's low voice sounded, "You came here just to say this?" Bai Ruiyao didn't answer. He imitated the voice of the Black Tower and said in a flat tone, "Ding, the assembly copy is open for a limited time. Game location, the fun commercial street in the Underground Kingdom. Game rewards, unknown, game boss, Santa Claus." At 6:06 a.m. on June 6th, players are requested to go to the Temple of Heaven in Dongcheng District to participate in the game. The voice stopped abruptly, and the smile on Bai Ruiyao's mouth became brighter. Tang, Major Fu. Are you coming? After a pause, he chuckled and said, "By the way, I should say. Dare you come?" Guangzhou, China, beside the Pearl River, Guangzhou Tower. In the dark night sky, a full moon hangs high in the sky, casting a faint light. This is the second tallest tower in the world, Guangzhou Tower. The rotating and slender design gives this tower a slender waist, and it is also nicknamed Guangzhou's small waist. Looking up from the bottom of the tower is so tall that it is almost invisible, almost as tall as the moon. However, no one knows that at this moment, at the top of the tower, a tall and thin figure with a ponytail stands at the top of the antenna mast, slightly looking up at the strange yet familiar moon. Mu Huishua reaches out and touches the moon. The moonlight is reflected in her eyes, and there is a line of 6 golden digits on her neck. The cold wind rustles her black leather jacket, but she doesn't seem to feel cold or high, and just stands on the top of the tower and looks at the moon quietly. After a long time, she whispered in Cantonese, "Let's go watch the moonlight together," and slowly withdrew her hand. After watching for a while, Mu Huishua seemed to be tired of watching the moon. She wanted to lie down and bask in the moonlight, but she found that the pointed top of the tower did not give her a place to lie down. She looked around depressedly. Except for the top of the tower under her feet, there was really no place for her to sleep. If she really didn't mind lying down, she might even be pierced through by the top of the tower. Now she couldn't grab the designer by the collar and question why he didn't design a platform for basking in the moonlight. It was not humane at all. Helpless, Mu Huishua sighed and suddenly fell backwards. This action came unexpectedly, and a black figure fell down from the top of Guangzhou Tower. 600 meters high, 15 seconds of falling time, she closed her eyes and quietly enjoyed the feeling of being enveloped by the moonlight at this moment. When there were about 50 meters left to the ground, she pulled out the whip from her waist, exerted force on her wrist, and the resilient whip shattered the glass curtain wall with a few strokes, shot into the house, and wrapped around a pillar. Mu Huishua shouted, used the force to swing in the air for half a circle, and then landed steadily. She tied the whip back to her waist and walked to leave. But she stopped half a step away and spoke to the person behind her without looking back. After saying 2 words, she remembered the situation a month ago when she spoke Cantonese, but the other party didn't understand. She said again, "Don't follow me, I'm leaving Guangzhou today." In the bleak night wind, the 5 players hiding behind the building were all stunned. Among them were survivors from Earth and returnees. Mu Huishua put her hands in her pockets and walked away from the Guangzhou Tower. She walked a few hundred meters and found that someone was following her. She raised her eyebrows. "Do you really think I don't kill people?" The 5 people stopped at the same time, not knowing whether to move. Mu Huishua raised her head and looked at the moon again, and she suddenly laughed. It was a smile of joy from the bottom of her heart, as if she had walked hard in the desert for 3 days and 3 nights with a heavy bag on her back, and finally saw an oasis and was about to be liberated. "I don't care about life or death, but I care more about freedom and liberation." She smiled and said, "I'm going to Beijing to find someone to kill me. You don't have to follow me anymore." The 5 people were shocked by her words and stood there for a while. When they reacted and looked up, the person had disappeared. "I'm going to Beijing. Find someone to kill me." This sounds like a complete joke, but the 5 people felt that Mu Huishua was not joking at all. She really wanted to find someone sincerely and asked that person to end her life. There was even a hint of impatience. Chapter 184. June 6, 2018, 1 a.m. In the silent city of Beijing, several black figures passed through the buildings at a very fast speed and quietly moved towards the direction of Dongcheng District. Their figures almost blended into the night, and the breeze blew, and they disappeared in the blink of an eye. By 5 a.m., more than 30 players had gathered near the Temple of Heaven in Dongcheng District. Since the Black Tower 2.0 version updated the assembly copy, the Black Tower has released an assembly copy almost every month. Most of the assembly copies are not life-threatening. Each assembly copy released by the Black Tower is different, with different tasks, different boss, and different rewards. Tang Mo has participated in 2 assembly copies, one in Shanghai and one in Beijing. However, this copy is a little different. The Temple of Heaven Park is located in the center of Beijing. It is a flat area without many buildings for shelter. A week ago, after the Black Tower released this assembly copy, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo unanimously decided to participate in the game. Even if Bai Ruoyou hadn't deliberately provoked them, they would have chosen to enter. Because there is a prerequisite for entering this dungeon, enterers must have received the Christmas tree branch reward in the Christmas surprise dungeon. Half-year ago. In the past 6 months, among the assembly dungeons that Tang Mo had participated in and heard of, only the Weird Circus dungeon in Shanghai had restrictions on entrance. According to Tang Mo's experience, this kind of dungeon with an entry threshold generally has very generous rewards, and the dungeon content also involves some secrets of the underground kingdom, and can contact some relatively advanced Black Tower monsters. Tang Mo called this kind of assembly copy a special copy. As the sky gradually brightened, Tang Mo and his 4 companions hid in a small building in the Temple of Heaven Park, quietly staring at the Temple of Heaven Park not far away. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo had both seen Santa Claus before, and the gap between the 2 sides was very large, so neither dared to underestimate him. Fu Wenduo handed his pistol to Tang Mo, and Tang Mo also took the king's gold coins. Special copies are different from ordinary assembly copies, and the possibility of death is very high, Tang Mo said in a low voice. In the Weird Circus assembly dungeon, a total of 23 players entered, and only 9 survived. In this dungeon, saving your life is the most important thing. Combined with previous experience, even if the assembly dungeon fails, most people will not die, and there is still a chance to turn things around. So the most important thing is to save your life. Qin Shanshan and Fu Wensheng nodded in unison. Time passed by minute, getting closer and closer to 6:06. Fu Wenduo pressed his body against the window, his eyes calmly scanning the entire Temple of Heaven Park. The park was quiet, the dark trees swayed slightly in the wind, and there was no sound at all. Fu Wenduo's eyes stayed on a tree for a moment, then looked at the Temple of Heaven and the other 2 bungalows. Fu Wenduo took Tang Mo's hand and wrote a number on his palm. 9. Then, he also wrote the same number on the back of Qin Shanshan and Fu Wensheng's hands. Tang Mo was slightly stunned and looked at him in surprise. Fu Wenduo put his index finger on his lips and made a hush, and pointed at the ceiling. Tang Mo instantly understood what he meant. Tang Mo took out his phone from his pocket and typed a line of words. Is there anyone? Fu Wenduo took the phone. They came earlier than us, I just discovered their existence. Tang Mo's expression darkened. Qin Shanshan took out a pen and paper from her bag and wrote, Those who are qualified to come here are players who have received the Christmas branch reward. The returnees should not have participated in the Christmas dungeon. After half a year, many of the players who received the reward at the time have also died. The number of players in Beijing who have the opportunity to enter this assembly dungeon should not exceed 50. However, this also means that every player in this dungeon has strength beyond the average level. The 9 that Fu Wenduo just wrote means that he found 9 people hiding in the Temple of Heaven Park. But they know that there are more players who are hiding very well, and even Fu Wenduo can't find them. Tang Mo thought about it, and typed a word, Wait. Everyone nodded gently. The morning sun completely jumped out of the horizon, and the Temple of Heaven Park was still empty. Just as the time approached 6:06, with only 1 minute left, a black shadow suddenly jumped from behind a big tree and jumped into the square in front of the Temple of Heaven. The next moment, more than a dozen figures jumped over and landed steadily on the platform. In the last 10 seconds, a total of 25 players stood in front of the Temple of Heaven, staring at the people around them vigilantly. Tang Mo heard a sound of breaking wind above his head, and he knew that the person hiding above their heads had also set off. Without further ado, Tang Mo said, Let's go. The 4 of them jumped down from the building. Tang Mo carried Qin Shanshan on his back, and Fu Wenduo carried Fu Wensheng. The 2 ran to the square in front of the Temple of Heaven at a terrifying speed. As soon as Tang Mo stood firm, he saw Bai Ruoyou's disgusting smile appear from behind the Temple of Heaven. He smiled at him, and winked at him and Fu Wenduo. Tang Mo narrowed his eyes. There was only 1 second left. Suddenly, a figure that shouldn't be here appeared in Tang Mo's sight. He looked at the other person in surprise. Before he could see the other person's face clearly, a dazzling white light flashed before his eyes. The clear voice of a child rang out from the Black Tower. Ding! Player Tang Mo successfully entered the Gathering Dungeon Santa Claus's Fun Commercial Street. As of 6:06 on June 6, 2018, A total of 31 players have successfully entered the dungeon, including 20 official players, 1 reserve player, 7 stowaways, and 3 returnees. The voice of the Black Tower reached all the players. Although there was a white light in front of him, Tang Mo could hear a cry of surprise from his side. There are actually reserve players? There are actually returnees, so that was really Ningzheng just now. Ding! Assembly copy Santa Claus's Fun Commercial Street. Preface: Santa Claus has never experienced such a bad Christmas. A good holiday for giving gifts to children was ruined by some shameless Black Tower monsters. This incident made Santa Claus very upset, and he has not slept well in half a year. So today, Santa Claus decided to give a real reward to those good children who were deceived by the bad boss. All children who like Santa Claus and like to play Santa Claus's games are honest and good children. Santa Claus will not mess up this Christmas surprise. Tang Mo suddenly felt a sharp fall. When he was about to fall to the ground, he subconsciously supported himself with one hand to stabilize his body. The place where his fingers touched was surprisingly soft and elastic. Tang Mo lowered his head in surprise, and saw that the ground was a large trampoline with pink and white checkered patterns. After his body fell, it bounced a few times before landing steadily. After standing up, Tang Mo quickly checked the surrounding situation. He saw Fu Wensheng. Fu Xiudi's speed was slower than Tang Mo's. After he stabilized his body, he also saw Tang Mo and showed a surprised expression. Tang Mo wanted to look at other people again. At this time, the mechanical voice of the Black Tower sounded in the room. Ding! The players officially entered the Fun Commercial Street. Violence, the use of superpowers, and all props are prohibited in the commercial street. In the magical Fun Commercial Street, players no longer have special identities such as official players, reserve, stowaways, and returnees. The identities of all players are temporarily set as reserve customers. Friendly reminder: please find the right way to become an official customer of the Fun Commercial Street as soon as possible. After this sentence, Tang Mo finally saw the other 2 people in the room. This is a candy-like small house, with a springy gummy trampoline on the ground, biscuits on the walls, and rock candy on the windows. The ceiling is a giant dome of chocolate. There is no furniture in the room, and the sweet smell pierces Tang Mo's nose, making him frown. There are only 4 people in this candy house. Tang Mo, Fu Wensheng, a strange woman in black, and Ningzheng. Yes, it was Ningzheng. The 4 of them stood firmly on the trampoline, standing in 4 corners, looking at each other calmly. Fu Wensheng was very happy when he saw Tang Mo at first, but when he found that there were other people in the room, he quickly put away his surprised expression. He stared at the 3 adults in the room warily, as if he didn't know Tang Mo. Ningzheng didn't expect that he would end up in the same room with Tang Mo. He suddenly felt a little pain in his neck and thought of his Eve's apple. He stared at Tang Mo coldly, thought for a moment, and did not take action, but observed the house. The young woman looked at Tang Mo curiously for several times, and then looked at Ningzheng. Finally, her eyes fell on Fu Wensheng, and she smiled. There is such a little boy. Tang Mo raised his eyebrows. Cantonese? The woman noticed Tang Mo's gaze, smiled at Tang Mo, and turned to look for other clues in the room. Tang Mo and Fu Wensheng did not communicate, and they each observed the room. Presumably, the 31 players should have entered different rooms after entering the game. Tang Mo walked around the room, on the one hand, guarding against Ningzheng and the young woman's sudden attack. However, they did not attack. The 4 of them walked around the room and returned to the center of the room together. Ningzheng looked at Tang Mo silently without speaking. Fu Wensheng pretended not to know Tang Mo at this moment, and it was difficult to speak. Tang Mo thought about it, and was about to speak, when a clear and clean female voice spoke in front of him. It seems that everyone is watching? This person seemed to be in a good mood, and her tone was very pleasant. Tang Mo looked at the woman strangely. This was the first time he had seen a player who could maintain such a good attitude after entering the Black Tower game. Why did she feel like she was just here to play games, and she was not afraid of losing the game at all? Wasn't she afraid of death? Fu Wensheng nodded and said, "Watch it." The young woman smiled and said, "Is the kid 13 years old this year?" Fu Wensheng answered reflexively, "I'm 12 this year." After he finished speaking, he remembered that this was a completely unfamiliar player, and he didn't need to answer the other party's questions at all. Fu Wensheng was a little annoyed, but the tone of the woman's words was just like chatting, so he didn't take precautions. So young. The woman in black touched her chin. Ningzheng interrupted their chat. "Tang Mo, what is Eve's reward?" The young woman paused and looked up at Tang Mo in surprise. Tang Mo frowned. Ningzheng's words sounded full of resentment, and the question was casual, But in fact it was very tricky. When Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo caught Ning Zheng before, Fu Xiaodi was not there, so he didn't know that Tang Mo and Fu Wensheng knew each other. But after he said that, the young woman knew that Tang Mo had E's reward. E's reward was something that would make high-level players jealous. It was like a Pandora's box. Everyone thought there was something good inside, and wanted to get the treasure inside. Even if Tang Mo told them that he had lost his memory, and didn't know what E's reward was, these players wouldn't believe it. Ning Zheng's words put Tang Mo on the opposite side of the three players in the room. Tang Mo thought for a long time, but only a few seconds passed. He calmly replied to Ning Zheng, "A very good prop. But in the Santa Claus Gathering copy, it is forbidden to use any props. Coincidentally, I didn't bring it with me. Ning Zheng, why are you here? You are a returner, and you also have a Christmas branch?" As soon as she finished speaking, the young woman looked at Ning Zheng in surprise again. All the players in Beijing knew that Ning Zheng was the last returner who survived in Beijing on the time ranking list. Tang Mo's reputation was very loud in China, and Ning Zheng was no less famous. If Tang Mo has E's reward, he becomes the public enemy of the players. Then Ning Zheng, as a returner, his identity itself makes him the enemy of the survivors on Earth. Killing Ning Zheng will definitely get a fine item. This is the rule of the time ranking game. Ning Zheng wants Tang Mo to be excluded by the players in the room, and Tang Mo does the same. The woman in black looked at the hidden hostility between the two people, and she smiled and said, "Tang Mo, Ning Zheng, I didn't expect that I was so lucky to meet two famous high-level players at once. It seems that you don't need to introduce each other, you all know each other. My name is Mo Shui. What's the name of this kid?" The reaction of the woman in black was beyond Tang Mo and Ning Zheng's expectations. She just passed it over like that. Fu Wensheng said, "My name is Qin Sheng." The woman in black smiled and said, "The game still needs to start. Haida just said that it is recommended that we find the right way as soon as possible and become formal customers. What do you think about this?" Given Ning Zheng's cautious character, Tang Mo knew that he would not take action here. Neither side can use superpowers or props, so Ning Zheng is not sure of winning against Tang Mo. Similarly, Ning Zheng also knows that Tang Mo will not take action. Ning Zheng said, "There are 4 windows in this room. 2 on each side, and 1 door. I tried to open the door just now, but it didn't work. The door is locked." Looking out from these 4 windows, there are 4 shops each. The 4 walked to the window on one side and looked out through the window, only to see 4 identical shops standing outside the window. Each store has a beautiful glass window, in which some display exquisite gifts and some display cakes and biscuits. They walked to the other side, and there were 4 identical stores outside the window on the other side. There are 8 stores in total, symmetrical with this house as the center axis. The stores on the left are the cake shop, candy shop, biscuit shop and gift shop, and the 4 stores on the right are also these 4. The names of the stores are circled with colorful neon lights on the signs of these 4 stores: Santa Claus's cake shop, Santa Claus's candy shop, Santa Claus's biscuit shop, and Santa Claus's gift shop. Fu Wensheng read out the 4 names. The door could not be opened, and the windows were sealed shut. Violence was prohibited in the fun shopping street, but the Black Tower did not say whether it prohibited violence between players or all violence. So Tang Mo did not dare to open the door violently, and could only wait quietly in the room for the Black Tower to announce the new rules of the game. The 4 players in the room, except for the unknown black-clad woman, the other 3 were advanced players who had experienced many games. The 3 were not in a hurry at all. The Black Tower never gives an inexplicable puzzle. They have found all the clues they can find, and there must be other clues that have not been announced. But before that, Ning Zheng did not answer the question that Tang Mo asked him. Tang Mo lowered his eyes and winked at Fu Xiaodi. Although Fu Wensheng did not have the tacit understanding with Tang Mo like his elder brother, he understood what Tang Mo meant after a while. He seemed like a curious and timid child at this moment, staring nervously at returner. Ning Zheng looked at him and quietly shrunk towards Tang Mo. His behavior did not arouse Ning Zheng's suspicion. After all, Tang Mo was a formal player, and Ning Zheng was a returner. It was clear who the child would choose. Fu Wensheng whispered, "How could a returner enter this game?" Tang Mo followed his words and asked indifferently, "How did you enter? Have returners also experienced the Christmas surprise copy?" Ning Zheng leaned against the rock sugar window. Hearing Tang Mo's words, he asked back with a cold expression, "Christmas surprise copy? Tang Mo, how did you get the Christmas tree branches if you haven't experienced the Christmas dungeon?" Ning Zheng looked at Tang Mo with strange eyes, and suddenly he sneered and said to himself, "You don't want to know what Christmas dungeon we experienced." And then he didn't say anything more, turned his eyes away, and quietly observed the 4 stores outside the window. Tang Mo captured the key information. Returners also experienced the Christmas dungeon. The Christmas dungeon experienced by returners does not seem to be a good memory. Tang Mo looked at Ning Jing's neck. "Are you an official player now?" The string of golden numbers was no longer on Ning Jing's neck. Ning Jing looked at Tang Mo steadily. After a moment, he said, "Did Su Jun say anything to you when she was dying?" "What should she say?" Tang Mo said yes. Ning Jing's body froze. He carefully observed Tang Mo's expression for a while, and then he snorted and breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't say anything. Tang Mo's heart moved. There were only 4 people in the room. Tang Mo and Ning Jing were definitely not friends, and Fu Wensheng didn't dare to get close to Tang Mo blatantly. The black-clad woman named Mo Shui had been standing by and did not participate in their conversation. She even seemed to not care about what Tang Mo and Ning Jing said. She reached out and touched the biscuit wall, gently broke off a piece, and put it in her mouth to chew. Sweet. Tang Mo, Ning Jing, There are all kinds of strange things in the world. How come all kinds of strange players can appear? However, the next moment, Tang Mo suddenly saw the woman pick up a small piece of rock sugar from the window with her bare hands, exerted a little force on her feet, and jumped to the ceiling like a light swallow to break off a piece of chocolate. Her movements were beautiful, as if she was walking or eating, and she moved freely on this elastic gummy trampoline. Tang Mo and Ning Jing both realized that this woman's strength was not simple. Just when the weird and stagnant atmosphere in the room was about to last for 5 minutes, a familiar child's voice finally broke the silence. "Ding! All 100 virtual customers are in place. Please prepare the 31 reserve customers. In 5 minutes, the fun commercial street will usher in the first wave of customers. Players, please observe carefully and find the store that really belongs to Santa Claus. After 3 rounds of customer crazes, players can choose the store they want to enter. Please pay attention. Only by entering the right store can you become a formal customer." Chapter 185. Without giving the players any time to react, the Black Tower's prompt caught Tang Mo and the other 3 off guard. In this room, Tang Mo and Fu Wensheng were partners, but they pretended not to know each other, and the 4 of them were wary of each other. When the Black Tower gave the game prompt, they did not communicate immediately, but thought about it separately. Time passed by, and the young woman in black spoke first. "Do you have any ideas about the rules that the Black Tower just mentioned?" Ning Jing stared at the woman coldly without speaking. Tang Mo shook his head silently. Fu Wensheng followed Tang Mo and said without hesitation, "I don't know." It was obvious that the 3 people in the room had no intention of cooperating. The young woman raised her eyebrows. But she didn't force it, but looked at the 4 shops outside through the window. 5 minutes later, a faint vibration sounded outside the room. Tang Mo paused, and the 4 people immediately walked to the window. Suddenly, 4 light gates appeared on the road between the candy house and the 4 shops. These 4 light gates were right in front of the shop's door, and bright red light shone on the door frame. Tang Mo suddenly thought of something, and he immediately turned around and ran to the other side of the candy house, looking out from the window on the other side. Sure enough, there were 4 light gates here too. 8 shops, 8 light gates. Each light gate corresponds to a shop one by one, Fu Wensheng said in surprise. The sudden appearance of 8 light gates puzzled the players, but the Black Tower soon gave the answer. The vibration became louder and louder, and the red light on the light gate became brighter and brighter. When the vibration and light reached a peak, everything stopped abruptly. Suddenly, a light-colored figure suddenly stepped out of a door and walked out of the door. It was a figure covered by red light, and it was impossible to see his appearance and clothes at all. It was only vaguely distinguished that he seemed to be an adult man. He held a bag of coins in his hand, rubbing his hands, as he walked through the light door and into the gift shop on the right side of the candy house. A word suddenly appeared in Tang Mo's mind. Virtual customer? The 4 of them were surprised. This red light man was just the beginning. Then, one after another, red light men came out from the 8 doors. Which door they came out from did not mean that they would approach the shop opposite that door. At the same time, they did not necessarily enter only one shop. After exiting the first shop, one may enter the second or third shop, or may return directly to the light gate and disappear. Countless virtual customers went in and out of the 8 shops, and the entire commercial street was as lively as a festival. Tang Mo was also stunned for a moment, and his eyes quickly scanned the 4 shops on the left. But if he looked at the left, he could not see the right. These customers walked quickly, walked in and out, bought things, and then returned to the light gate one by one, making the ground bang bang. 5 minutes later, all the customers walked into the light door and disappeared. If the vibration of the footsteps had not completely dissipated, Tang Mo would not have been sure whether the red light man had appeared just now. He quickly came to his senses and looked at the other two people in the room. Although Ningzheng tried his best to hide his surprise, his pretended calmness exposed the fact that he was also confused. The black-clothed woman named Mo Shui frowned, looked at the 8 shops on both sides, turned around and said to the 3 players in the room, "The 8 doors have not disappeared." Everyone immediately checked again. Tang Mo, all the people disappeared, but the door is still there. So, will they come back again? Ningzheng, when will they come back? Will they be the same people as before? The next second, a clear child's voice sounded, "Ding, please prepare the customers. The second batch of virtual guests will arrive in 5 minutes." Tang Mo closed his eyes and took a deep breath to calm his violently beating heart. Brother Fu noticed his abnormality and looked at him worriedly. Tang Mo cast a reassuring look at him. Fu Wensheng looked away and pretended to be unfamiliar with Tang Mo. Tang Mo looked at Ningzheng and the young woman calmly and said in silence, "I just counted. A total of 100 red light people appeared, the same number as the 100 virtual customers mentioned by the Black Tower. The 4 people in the room were not ordinary players, and they did the same thing as Tang Mo." Ningzheng was hiding the information he found, but the young woman was much more generous. She said directly, "I remembered 67 of them." "This kid, why are you looking at me so surprised?" She smiled and said, "Although those light people have no faces and no clothes, their heights and shapes are still different. If you look carefully, you can see some differences and distinguish them." Tang Mo also looked at the young woman in surprise, but she only stared at Fu Wensheng and didn't seem to notice Tang Mo. Being able to remember more than 60 light people who looked almost the same in such a short time, this woman's strength might be stronger than he imagined. After the woman gave her information, she scanned the crowd and asked again, "Do you have any clues this time?" Ningzheng stared at her warily and said nothing. Fu Wensheng thought Tang Mo would also refuse, so he said, "No. What if I say yes?" The smile on the young woman's face stopped. She turned her head to look at Tang Mo. Her eyes could not hide her surprise, as if she didn't expect Tang Mo to say that. Her bright dark eyes stared at Tang Mo quietly, and Tang Mo also looked at her quietly. The two looked at each other for a moment, and the woman smiled slightly. "What a coincidence, I also have a clue." "So, Tang Mo, do you want to cooperate?" Fu Wensheng never expected that in a game where he and Brother Tang were assigned to the same room, Brother Tang did not choose him to cooperate, but chose a woman to cooperate. What is the relationship between this woman and Brother Tang? Where did this little goblin come from? Tang Mo and the woman in black walked to the corner and quietly discussed information. Ningzheng narrowed his eyes and stared at them. Fu Wensheng wanted to run over, but after weighing the pros and cons, he decided to continue to conceal his relationship with Tang Mo. Just when the kid was beginning to doubt his life, Tang Mo raised his eyes and gave him a look. Fu Wensheng was stunned, then reacted. Brother Tang must have a reason for doing this, and he chose to believe Brother Tang. Tang Mo and the young woman whispered a lot of things, and Ningzheng and Fu Wensheng didn't hear them. When they walked back, the woman stopped beside Ningzheng and asked with a smile, "Ningzheng, do you want to join our team and work together?" Ningzheng hesitated for a moment, raised his head and said lightly, "No need." The young woman shrugged, and she walked to Fu Wensheng again, leaning forward slightly. "I haven't seen a child for a long time. Let's go through the level together." Fu Wensheng didn't understand what she meant by this sentence. When he reacted, he looked up at Tang Mo in surprise. Tang Mo said, "It's about to start." Buzz, the ground shook again, and the red light doors on both sides of the house flashed dazzling light. It seemed that there were really customers coming out of the door to go shopping, and the noisy voices flowed into the ears of every player. A group of blurry-looking red light people entered the store one after another, buying what they wanted. Their speed was even faster than the first round. Like red leaves falling, they rolled past the players' eyes, dazzling them. Fu Wensheng stared with wide eyes, trying to learn from the young woman to identify as many light people as possible, but he felt his head explode and his eyes dry after identifying 20 people. The light people appeared in batches with a rumble, and then disappeared in batches with a rumble. Tang Mo's eyes were full of bloodshot. After the last light man disappeared into the light gate with a gift box in his arms, he closed his eyes for a long time before he came to his senses. Tang Mo looked at the young woman, who nodded at him. The two of them exchanged a few words, and Tang Mo whispered, "Is that so?" Ning Zheng clenched his fingers. The woman in black, confirm it for the third time. Tang Mo, yes. This time the woman in black walked to Ning Zheng's side again, without stopping. But after she walked over, she turned back. "You still don't want to cooperate?" Ning Zheng was silent for a long time, then turned to look at Tang Mo. In the current situation, if Ning Zheng wanted to cooperate, it would mean that he would temporarily put aside the grudge he had with Tang Mo. If it was Bai Ruiyao, he might be able to cooperate with him shamelessly, and sell Tang Mo out as soon as he walked out of this door. But Ning Zheng couldn't do it. He owed a favor, so it was not easy for him to take revenge on Tang Mo. He didn't want to shake hands with Tang Mo just because of this simple game without life-threatening danger. He still had a lot of things he wanted to do. Ning Zheng said calmly, "No need." "Young woman, really?" Ning Zheng became alert. "What do you want to say?" The woman smiled. "Nothing. It's just that Santa Claus is one of the most powerful bosses in the Black Tower world. It's better to be careful in his game." Ning Zheng was about to speak when the ground shook slightly. "Tang Mo, here we come." The four of them immediately rushed to the window, as quickly as possible. Tang Mo and Fu Wensheng on one side, the young woman and Ning Zheng on the other. They each looked out from a window. This time, virtual customers appeared faster, entered the store, and bought things faster. As if someone had pressed the accelerator, the red light overlapped, and it was difficult to tell how many people there were. Fu Wensheng's eyes soon became dry, and he finally survived these 5 minutes, only to hear Haida say coldly, "In 1 minute, all prospective customers, please choose to enter the correct store. Please note that entering the correct store is the only way to become a formal customer." Fu Wensheng was confused and asked, "What if I can't get a permanent job?" As if he had heard his words, Haida answered very humanely, "If the game fails, the player will leave Santa Claus's fun shopping street immediately. So he won't die." This sentence rang in the minds of the four people at the same time. When Haida said this, 2 red spots of light suddenly appeared on the cotton candy door of the candy house. The spots of light disappeared, and 2 small turntables made of maltose appeared in front of everyone. The top turntable is divided into 2 equal parts, with left written on the left and right written on the right. The bottom turntable is divided into 4 parts, and a Q-version lollipop, chocolate, cake and gift box pattern are drawn on each part with sugar juice. Turn the turntable to let the pointer point to any small piece. Fu Wensheng, these 2 turntables require us to choose any one of the 8 shops and enter the store. The first turntable divides the 8 shops into 2 teams, and the second turntable directly requires players to choose a specific shop. Time was running out, and Fu Wensheng looked at Tang Mo nervously. He had an answer in his mind, but he was not sure. The young woman had said that she would help Fu Wensheng pass the level, so Tang Mo naturally walked up, took the child's hand, and helped him turn the 2 turntables. After he turned, the turntables turned back to their original positions. A light flashed on the door of the cotton candy room, and a line of words appeared on the door. "Please all prospective customers choose the store you want to go to." After the selection is completed, the door opens. Next it was Tang Mo and the young woman's turn. The 2 were obviously partners, but they didn't communicate. Instead, they blocked their sight and turned the turntable. In the end, only Ning Zheng was left. Ning Zheng stood there and looked at the door of the cotton candy room and the 3 people beside the door quietly. He walked to the door, calmly stretched out his hand, and touched the first turntable. Just as he was about to turn the turntable, a female voice sounded, "The candy house on the left." Tang Mo looked at the young woman in surprise. Ning Zheng was also very surprised. He looked at the woman with strange eyes. After a long time, he said faintly, "Do we know each other?" The woman in black smiled. "No, but I have heard of your name. There are not many Chinese players on the time rankings. You are very powerful." "Ning Zheng, then why do you want to help me?" "You are a returner." Tang Mo was shocked, and he realized something. Ning Zheng rushed ahead of him. "Are you also a returner?" "Did I say I was a returner?" The woman in black raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Are you so hostile to the survivors of Earth because you are a returner? Maybe it's not necessary. We are all human beings. Why should we distinguish so clearly? And maybe I didn't help you." Ning Zheng narrowed his eyes, and he said coldly, "I guess it's the candy house on the left," and then quickly turned the turntable. When he finished his choice, the cotton candy door exuded a tempting sweet fragrance. In this rich fragrance, Haida's cold voice sounded, 1 minute is up. 19 reserve customers successfully became regular customers, and 12 reserve customers failed the game. Santa Claus believes that only dishonest bad kids don't know that he runs a candy store, and the best candy store in the whole underground kingdom. Bad kids will definitely get the punishment they deserve. Santa Claus reindeer smiled and stretched out their hooves. As soon as the voice fell, the door creaked open. Ah! As the door opened, more than a dozen shrill screams rang in everyone's ears. When Tangamo saw the scene clearly, he saw 11 muscular reindeers stretched out their hooves and kicked the buttocks of 11 players hard. The players howled in pain and were kicked into the light gate by the reindeer, disappearing on the commercial street. Tangamo and the other 3 immediately turned their heads and finally saw where they were. This was a long and narrow street. At the top of the street was a colorful neon door with a row of colorful characters on it. Santa Claus's Fun Commercial Street. In the middle of the street, 8 red light gates gradually disappeared into the air, and with them disappeared 7 fake shops. From the room just now, Tangamo did not realize that Santa Claus's candy house was so huge. It was like a palace standing on the roadside, with a huge lollipop hanging on the shop sign. In the middle of the road, there were 8 small candy houses. Compared with Santa Claus's candy house, these 8 candy houses were as small as toys. But all the players were sent to these candy houses just now. They thought they were playing the game alone, but in fact they were playing the same game at the same time. They saw the same red light man, and in the end 12 people did not choose the correct store, and 19 people entered the next game. Tangamo looked for Chen Shanshan and Fu Wenduo in the crowd. Fu Wensheng was very smart, and didn't look at Fu Wenduo, but ran straight to Chen Shanshan. After the 2 children met up, the other players looked at them in surprise, and didn't take them seriously. Fu Wenduo found Tangamo and walked towards him. When he walked to Tangamo, he found Ning Zheng and a woman in black with a strong presence. Fu Wenduo paused, his eyes swept across Ning Zheng, and finally fell on the woman in black. When everyone left the candy house, the restricted abilities and props were all released, and a sense of oppression that could not be ignored instantly pressed down from the top of the head. Tangamo stood beside Fu Wenduo and also examined the woman in black. In the crowd, most of the players were observing Fu Wenduo, Tangamo and Ning Zheng, 3 well-known players. Only Bai Ruoya stared at the woman in black with wide eyes. Slowly, the corners of his mouth became bigger and bigger, and he laughed, and the laughter became louder and louder, attracting the attention of people around him, but he still laughed loudly as if no one was around. Fu Wenduo stared at the woman in black for a long time, and said in a low voice, "What's your name?" The woman in black did not answer, but said a name, "Fu Wenduo?" Then she looked at everyone on the street, and her eyes stopped when she saw Bai Ruoyu. She smiled and said, "Tangamo Fu Wenduo, Ning Zheng. This game is really surprising. Tangamo, I found that person looking at you with very interesting eyes. Do you know him?" Tangamo looked in the direction of her finger. Bai Ruoyu waved at him, and made the shape of Tang Tang. Tangamo said coldly, "I don't know him." The woman in black said, "Why don't we make a bet? If you guess who I am, I tell you his identity. It just so happens that I hate him a little bit. I don't hate many people, and it's rare to meet someone I hate before I die. It doesn't seem that he has a good relationship with you, so it's good to annoy him. But if you can't guess, I want your most important prop." Tangamo, "Are you sure you want to bet?" The woman in black, "Yes." "You don't want to make this bet? That's fine, I never force anyone." "No, I make this bet with you." The black-clothed woman's voice stopped abruptly, and she looked at Tangamo with interest. She had never stared at Tangamo with such a serious look, or rather, before Fu Wenduo appeared, Tangamo thought that this woman was interested in him and Ning Zheng, and she had never concealed that interest. But after Fu Wenduo appeared, a ball of hot and belligerent flames instantly ignited in this woman's eyes, and the fighting spirit that could not be concealed at all burned in her eyes. But they didn't know each other. Now, she looked at Tangamo with the same serious eyes. The woman in black smiled and said, "You don't have to think about it anymore. I can tell whether the props you gave me are your most important." When the first batch of virtual customers appeared, I could directly identify 67 red light people without knowing the situation. In the second and third batches of customers, I could easily observe and remember the characteristics of the light people entering the 4 shops without any effort. Not far away, Brother Fu was learning from Chen Shanshan the real way to pass the game. The kid exclaimed, "We have to remember every store that 100 identical light people entered? Remember all of them?" Chen Shanshan corrected, "They don't look exactly the same, there are differences. There are children, there are adults. That's too much, 100, in such a short time, they still look so androgynous." Brother Fu found a suitable adjective. Chen Shanshan noticed the confrontation between Tangamo and the woman in black. While observing the situation over there, she said, You don't need to do it the second or third time. You just need to observe the store each child goes to. Santa Claus likes honest children, and children also like Santa Claus the most. In the first customer frenzy, as long as you find that all the children go to the candy house, you can guess a vague target. Then you just need to check the answer to your guess, and you can pass the level. She said it very easily, but among all the players, she was probably the only one who was qualified to say so. With her super intelligent brain, Chun Shanshan knew the answer in the first customer frenzy, and she didn't even need to check again, because her brain could handle such calculations and operations at the same time. Even Tangamo and the woman in black didn't confirm the answer until the second time. Chun Shanshan asked, Xiaosheng, who is that woman? She was in the same room with you just now? Fu Wensheng nodded. Her name is Mo Shui. She is a very strange person. Sister Shanshan, you just said that normally it is best to play this game with two people. You don't know that Brother Tang didn't choose to cooperate with me, but cooperated with that woman instead. This woman is also very strange. She seems to be from Guangdong, and she helped Ning Zheng to pass the game. Ning Zheng didn't appreciate her kindness. Chun Shanshan's eyes widened, turned her head and said, Wait, you said she is from Guangdong? Fu Wensheng touched his head. Yes, she said something in Cantonese in the room. It seems to be Cantonese. Chun Shanshan looked at the woman in black not far away in astonishment. Could she be? At the same time, Tang Yimou looked at the woman steadily, and said those three words in a calm tone. Mu Huixue. Mu Huixue's pupil shrank, and then the corners of her lips curled up. Her hand touched the whip at her waist, and the next second, she suddenly pulled out the whip and swung it towards Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo dodged the whip sideways, and reached out to grab the tail of the whip. But as soon as his hand touched the whip, the long whip turned into a ball of burning flames. Fu Wenduo frowned and threw the whip away. The whip returned to Mu Huixue's hand, and changed back to its original shape. Mu Huixue didn't give him time to react. She shouted and whipped the ground with a whip, using the force to jump into the air. The flexible whip smashed a crack on the ground, and stabbed Fu Wenduo at a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to see. Tang Mo didn't think about it, quickly recited the spell, opened the small parasol to block Fu Wenduo. But as soon as he raised the umbrella, a chill from the soles of his feet made him immediately realize that the umbrella might be pierced by the whip. Fu Wenduo pushed his umbrella aside, and swung his right hand, which turned into a black sharp weapon, blocking the long whip. The two collided, making a harsh metal collision sound. Mu Huixue became excited. She looked at Fu Wenduo's right hand that had turned into a weapon. Is this your ability? Come again. No one knew why this woman suddenly went crazy, but everyone could see that the battle between this woman and Fu Wenduo was definitely not something that ordinary players could participate in. Other players avoided this scene, but only Bai Ruoyu's eyes lit up. Fu Wenduo and Mu Huixue were not fighting alone. Tang Yimou also tried to stop them. Bai Ruoyu found an opportunity, and seized the flaw that Tang Yimou revealed. Hee, I found it, Tang Tang. Two silver lights flashed, and the sharp butterfly knife came like a death sickle, breaking through the wind. While dealing with Mu Huixue, Tang Yimou also had to be careful of Bai Ruoyu's sneak attack. His face sank, and he was about to block it with difficulty. Unexpectedly, the red whip turned in the air, and with two whooshes, it entangled Bai Ruoyu's wrists and tied his hands tightly. Bai Ruoyu was startled, and for the first time, the smile disappeared from his baby-faced face. Mu Huixue pulled the whip, pulled the baby-faced young man to her side, and kicked him in the leg with a smile. Lucky Yao, the most annoying person in the circle, you don't seem to be very lucky today. Am I the first person to catch you? Bai Ruoyu moved his wrist, and tried to break free from the whip. Fu Wenduo took out the props, and tied him up with the law of causality. Bai Ruoyu, Damn, weren't these three people fighting just now? Tang Mo glanced at him. Are you cursing me in your heart? Bai Ruoyu, Mu Huixue, no one has caught you in all these years. The slippery Lucky Yao, this nickname makes me want to catch you. So I put on a show to lure you in, and it seems to work well. I seem to have a talent for acting. Bai Ruoyu tried, but couldn't break free from Fu Wenduo's props. He was not in a hurry, and laughed again. Mu Huixue, we don't seem to be familiar with each other. Mu Huixue, not being familiar with someone doesn't mean you're not annoying. Bai Ruoyu wanted to refute this, but he found himself speechless. He seemed to be hated by many people. Mu Huixue just wanted to catch Bai Ruoyu, but as Bai Ruoyu said, they didn't have any deep hatred. So she turned to look at Tang Mo. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Tang Mo didn't even blink. Kill him. Bai Ruoyu, After a moment, The baby-faced young man winked and said aggrievedly, "Tang Tang, how could you bear to do that? We are good friends. Don't do something you regret on impulse. Think about it for a while, maybe talk to someone." Tang Mo said meaningfully, looked at Fu Wenduo, and discussed for a while. "What do you think?" Fu Wenduo said without hesitation, "Kill him." Bai Ruoyao, Soon, he said dissatisfiedly, "Hey, you really regret it if you're so careless, Tang Tang." Mu Huishua smiled and said, "It seems you're not going to be lucky today." Bai Ruoyao's eyes swept over the three people. He raised his head and looked at Ning Zheng, who was watching all this coldly not far away. He raised his lips and was about to speak, but heard a familiar Christmas song coming from the end of the commercial street. The cheerful and joyful singing was getting closer and closer, echoing throughout the commercial street. Santa Claus, riding on a sleigh, drove the reindeer and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, Merry Christmas." Santa Claus quickly drove to the door of the candy house. He looked at the 19 players outside the door and smiled. "My dear children, are you the ones who come to visit my candy house today? The children who come here are all honest and kind children. You are not allowed to fight." Just after he finished speaking, the mechanical reminder sound of the Black Tower rang in everyone's ears. Ding! In Santa Claus's fun commercial street, it is forbidden to use superpowers, props, and all violent acts. Tang Mo, Fu Wenduo, Mu Huishua, In an instant, the superpower that had just returned to the body was suppressed again. The prop rope tied to Bai Ruoyau's wrist swished back into Fu Wenduo's pocket. The baby-faced young man was stunned for a moment, then he raised the corner of his mouth, tilted his head and smiled. He, Tang Tang, I told you at the beginning that my nickname is Lucky Yao. You are not the illegitimate child of the Black Tower. Chapter 186. After the prop rope was automatically retracted, Bai Ruoyao jumped back, passed between Tang Mo and Mu Huishua, and jumped far to keep a safe distance. He covered his chest in front of Tang Mo, looking like a heartbroken. Before he performed for a few seconds, he smiled and ran into the crowd again, making people want to pick him out and beat him to death. Tang Mo suddenly wanted to laugh. He put his hands in his pockets, glanced at Bai Ruoyao, and then looked away. Some people will stick to you like sticky candy if you ignore them. But if you pay attention to him, he will run away immediately. Bai Ruoyao is one of these people. After the Earth went online, everyone was thinking about how to pass the Black Tower game and survive. But he was thinking about how to have fun every day, as if life would have meaning in this way. But he was afraid of death. Even if he covered it with a smile, Tang Mo could sense that this baby-faced young man didn't want to die, he wanted to live. Santa Claus got off the tall sleigh and walked through the crowd to the huge door. This is a castle-style candy house. Ancient Greek domed door, snowflake-like hollow walls. Santa put his hand into the pocket behind his buttocks and dug hard, but he didn't seem to find anything. He slapped his head and said, "Oh, I put it in the wrong place again." Then everyone saw him put his hand into his pants, touched his crotch twice, and took out a golden key. An imperceptible subtle smell spread in the air. The five senses of advanced players have been greatly improved, but the smell is very light, and most people don't care. Tang Mo should not have cared, but Fu Wenduo suddenly covered his mouth and nose without changing his expression. Tang Mo was stunned for a moment, and the next second, Schrodinger's roar rang in his mind, "I will make you into Santa Claus's stinky toilet." Tang Mo, Tang Mo silently stretched out his hand, and seemed to feel that it was not safe, so he covered Fu Wenduo's hand again. He noticed that Fu Wenduo's movements froze for a moment, and after a while, Fu Wenduo's low voice sounded behind his ear. "According to common sense, you should cover my nose now." Tang Mo raised the corners of his lips, and did not answer. Santa Claus opened the door with a golden key, and with a creak, as if it had been sealed for many years, a dazzling light shone from inside the door. The next second, the cheerful Christmas song sounded from the store, and Santa Claus laughed and shouted, "Merry Christmas! Welcome to Santa Claus's fun candy house," and everyone finally saw the store clearly. The first thing that caught their eyes was a huge red gem candy. The diamond-shaped ruby candy was suspended high in the air. With the melody of the song, it gently rotated and danced, reflecting dazzling light. Right below the gem was a chocolate fountain, the size of a swimming pool. The rich sweet smell of cocoa pierced his nose, making Tang Mo frown uncomfortably. Santa Claus happily walked around the chocolate fountain and took the players to visit. This is Santa Claus's fun candy house. Every year, countless children want to visit, but I only like honest and good children. There are too many bad children in the underground kingdom. The tall and mighty Santa Claus picked up an ice cream cone from the fountain, put it into the chocolate fountain and spun it twice, then handed it to a player standing behind him. Honest child, do you like chocolate? The player's heart tightened, and he said cautiously, no. The players who have survived to this day and entered this dungeon are not simple people. Most of them know the specialness of Santa Claus among the monsters in the Black Tower, and know how powerful he is. What if he answered I like it, and Santa Claus handed him this chocolate? Would he eat it or not? No one knows what will happen after eating it. A dark light flashed in Santa Claus' eyes. He touched his white beard and said regretfully, what a pity. If you don't like chocolate, don't force yourself. Children, do you want to eat chocolate? Eat it, and you can get more powerful strength. The crisp reminder sound of the Black Tower sounded at the right time. Ding! The first gift prepared by Santa Claus for the children is rebellious chocolate. Props, rebellious chocolate. Owner, Santa Claus. Quality, excellent. Level 1. Attack power, none. Function, a piece of magical chocolate. Eating it can enhance a certain amount of body muscle strength. Limitation, it will only work when eaten for the first time. Note, it is said that eating chocolate will definitely make you fat. But who would have thought that this is a rebellious chocolate that is in its rebellious period? Players who said they don't like chocolate, Santa Claus said that the players might not eat the chocolate. But since Haida said so, everyone took the cone boldly, rolled some chocolate from the chocolate fountain, and started eating. The player's face turned pale and blue. Seeing that everyone had eaten the chocolate, he couldn't help but reach out his hand to take the chocolate. When his hand was halfway extended, it was slapped down. He raised his head, and the white-bearded Santa Claus looked at him kindly and smiled. Santa Claus never forces children. I like chocolate. Santa Claus's face suddenly changed. Were you lying just now? Are you a dishonest child? The Christmas song echoing in the room suddenly stopped. No one paid attention to the music when it was playing. Once it stopped, a cold wind came in from the crack of the door, the air was stagnant, and a terrifying aura pressed down from the top of the head. The player was not stupid, he immediately changed his words. I don't like chocolate, not at all. Santa Claus suddenly changed his expression and laughed. You are really a good kid. Compared to eating a prop and strengthening the body, life is the most important. Santa Claus continued to move forward with the player. The player walked to the end, and no longer dared to stand behind Santa Claus. There was no similar situation afterwards. Santa Claus entered the next room and continued to visit with the players, and no longer invited them to eat. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo stood at the end. Bai Ruoya seemed to be afraid that they would catch him again. He stood in the middle of the crowd with a smile, and winked at Tang Mo from time to time. His name is Bai Ruoya, nicknamed Fox. A mellow female voice sounded, and Mu Huishua stood behind with her arms folded, looking at Bai Ruoya's psychotic appearance, and raised her eyebrows at him. Bai Ruoya was originally flirting with Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, but was suddenly glanced at by Mu Huishua, and he also returned a glance. Fox. In a way, Bai Ruoya really looks like a fox, and he is definitely a slutty fox. Mu Huishua, but many people don't like his nickname, so they changed his name to Fly. Tang Mo Fly? Mu Huishua, it's a fly. Buzz is flying around your head all day long, but it's a bit difficult to swat it to death. Tang Mo nodded, deeply agreed. There is only a wrong name, not a wrong nickname. This name is tailor-made for Bai Ruoya. Fu Wenduo suddenly said, is he Fox? The man's voice was very calm, but Tang Mo heard a hint of surprise in it. Fu Wenduo actually knew Bai Ruoya. Could it be that Bai Ruoya's identity is the same as they guessed before? Even Fu Wenduo, Luofeng City can't find out the information, but the country seems to have been investigating Bai Ruoya's identity. It seems that he knows Fu Wenduo, but Fu Wenduo doesn't know him. He came back from abroad a few years ago, and his skills are so good that he is obviously not an ordinary person. Mu Huishua smiled and said, Major Fu has heard of him too? Fly is quite famous in the circle, much more famous than me in many ways. After all, he is annoying. At this time, Santa Claus had taken everyone to visit the second room and walked towards the third room. Fu Wenduo stopped and looked at Mu Huishua seriously. He was silent for a moment and asked, Dear? Mu Huishua smiled heartily and nodded. National Security Group 6, codename Dear. First meeting, I've heard a lot about you, Major Fu. You're better than I expected. After a pause, she turned to look at Tang Mo. But what surprised me more today is you, Tang Mo. The most powerful survivor in China is the stowaway Fu Wenduo, but the most powerful official player in China should be you. Wait, is Fly an official player? Bai Ruoya is an official player, Tang Mo said. He is. Mu Huishua frowned. Then maybe I have to take back what I said. Before Earth went online, I couldn't beat Fly at all. Now, without using superpowers and props, he and I are only evenly matched. In terms of physical fitness, only Major Fu should have a chance to defeat him. Tang Imo was stunned. He didn't expect Bairuoyu to get such a high evaluation from Mu Huishue, but then he understood. Mortals will eventually die is Bairuoyu's superpower. This is a useless superpower that can be almost ignored. It allows Bairuoyu to see the death energy on a person. It has no attack power and no surprise effect. But Bairuoyu has survived well until now. He relies not on his supernatural powers or his brain only puts him in trouble, but on his strong personal strength. But Bairuoyu can actually beat Mu Huishue? Is he so strong? Mu Huishue said solemnly, yes, Fly is very strong. If he is not strong, he would have died abroad long ago. There are too many people in the circle who want to kill him. We belong to the country in name, but we never really belong to the country. We have loose discipline and only know each other's nicknames. If we don't want to show up, no one knows what some people look like. There are no rules or conditions, and as long as the mission is completed, it doesn't matter even if teammates are killed. You came to Beijing to find him? Mu Huishue paused and looked at Fu Wenduo. Tang Imo had wanted to ask this question a long time ago. Bairuoyu is strong and eccentric, but he is not famous. This kind of not famous means that he has never been noticed by the Black Tower, and has never been reported by the Black Tower. This is also one of the reasons why Tang Imo realized that Bairuoyu is actually afraid of death. How did Mu Huishue know that Bairuoyu was in Beijing? Bairuoyu was from Chongqing, so why would Mu Huishue come all the way to Beijing to find him? Although she seemed to be easy to get along with, Mu Huishue was a returner anyway, and the number 1 returner on the time ranking list. She had killed countless people, and Tang Imo and Fu Wenduo had never let down their guard against her. The two stared at her calmly, and as long as she made a move, they would counterattack at the same time. Mu Huishue touched her chin and smiled and said to herself, I came to find him. She tooted, why are you looking for flies? I'm here to find Fu Wenduo. Tang Imo and Fu Wenduo were both stunned. Fu Wenduo knew that he didn't know Mu Huishue at all. They had both heard of each other's name, but it was definitely the first time they met. Tang Imo thought of something else. The most powerful returner and the most powerful survivor, could it be that Mu Huishue came this time to? I'm here to find you, kill me. Under the dazzling gem light, the black-clad woman with a ponytail grinned, revealing her white teeth. She is not very beautiful, but she looks very pleasing to the eye. Her powerful strength is hidden in her tall and slender body. No one would have thought that she is the most powerful human on earth. Tang Mo's eyes slowly widened, and he looked at Mu Huishue in astonishment. Fu Wenduo narrowed his eyes for a long time, and whispered, Do you want to die? Before Mu Huishue answered, she followed the crowd into the third room. Suddenly she closed her mouth, and turned to look at Santa Claus. She raised her hand to stop the conversation, and spoke very quickly, Those 2 doors are not right. We visited 3 rooms from the moment we entered the room. These 3 rooms were connected in a line and separated by doors. But now there are 2 doors in the third room, corresponding to 2 rooms respectively. There is a line between the walls of the 2 doors, separating the 2 rooms. So clearly. Mu Huishue had been chatting with Tang Imo and Fu Wenduo just now, but she didn't miss Santa Claus' introduction at all. Tang Imo glanced at the room, and then looked at the 2 doors. Mu Huishue, choose one of the rooms and enter? Tang Imo and Chen Shanshan, who was far away and did not approach because of suspicion, shook their heads together and said at the same time, The game has not started yet, this is a visit without danger. My intuition tells me that these 2 may be the key to the game, and now Santa Claus will take us to visit them. As soon as the voice fell, a loud laugh rang out, and Santa Claus stood in the middle of the 2 doors and laughed. It's time to make a choice. Which of these 2 rooms do the children want to visit first? Santa Claus listens to the children, so now, everyone, raise your hands and vote. Chapter 187. From the outside, Santa's candy house is just a rather tall house, but after entering the door, the space is more spacious than Tang Imo imagined. Now the player has followed Santa to visit 3 houses, each of which contains a variety of candies and desserts. The 3 houses are of the same specifications and size, and the 4th and 5th houses are not much different from the first 3. They are still exactly the same. Because they are exactly the same, the doors of these 2 houses are almost close to the walls on both sides of the 3rd house. Santa Claus stood between the 2 doors, smiling at the players in front of him. The players looked at each other, not saying anything, but each had their own plans in mind. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo looked at each other. Tang Mo walked to the left, and Fu Wenduo walked to the right. Soon, the players were divided into two teams, standing in front of the door they wanted to enter. One team chose to enter the room on the left, and the other team chose to enter the room on the right. Santa Claus had no opinion on their choice. He stretched out his big hand and counted the number of players in each team. 1, 2, 3. Well, there are 8 cute children on the left. There are 19 players in total. It stands to reason that if you count one side, you can directly calculate the number of people on the other side. But Santa Claus looked like he was not good at math, and counted the number of people on the right again. 8, 9. Hey, why are there 2 missing? Santa Claus looked up for a while, and found the little girl and the young woman standing between the two teams. Santa Claus asked in surprise, "My dear children, did you not hear what Santa Claus said just now? The most democratic Santa Claus in the underground kingdom has decided to let you vote on which room to enter first. Don't you want to vote?" Mu Huishua crossed her arms and smiled brightly after hearing this. "Must you join the vote?" Santa Claus was stunned. "If you must choose, then I have chosen now." Mu Huishua said this but did not move. Santa Claus, "Well, if you don't want to choose, Santa Claus won't force you. Because I am the most democratic Santa Claus." Touching his thick white beard, Santa Claus reluctantly reached into his crotch, fumbled a few times, and took out a key. He walked to the door on the right and opened it. Everyone entered the room one after another. Mu Huishua and Qin Shanshan were the last to enter the room because they were standing outside the team and far away from the door. After Qin Shanshan entered the room, she walked straight to Fu Wensheng and silently merged into the big team. Mu Huishua looked at the little girl's back, touched his chin, and said nothing. Tang Mo had been quietly observing this woman, never letting down his guard. Seeing that Mu Huishua did not make the next move, he retracted his gaze and observed the room. "Congratulations, lovely children, you chose the most popular chocolate bean house in my candy house." In the center of the huge room was a giant inflatable bed with a diameter of 5 meters. Santa Claus stood beside the inflatable bed, bent down, and picked up a large pile of colorful balls from the bed. These balls were as big as a person's fist. Santa Claus opened his fingers, and the balls fell from between his fingers, hitting each other and making a clattering sound. No child in this world can resist the temptation of colorful chocolate beans. The best-selling products in the candy house are these chocolate beans. Santa Claus did not give the chocolate beans to the players this time. He patiently explained how these chocolate beans were made, thanks to the great Mr. Schrödinger for inventing the chocolate bean machine. That is my second favorite invention, only a little less practical than the golden toilet it made. Confusing chocolate beans with toilets, everyone suddenly felt that there was a strange smell in the room. Tang Mo carefully observed every corner of the room, and finally his eyes fell on these chocolate beans. Except for the lack of the M, these chocolates were exactly the enlarged version of beans. After Santa Claus introduced them, he was very stingy, and did not let the players touch the chocolate beans, and took them to the next room. As soon as they entered the room, the players' bodies tilted. With their physical fitness, they would not fall down. Tang Mo stepped on the soft floor, and carefully distinguished them. "Tang Mo, it's cotton candy." "Fu Wenduo, the first room is a chocolate fountain, the second room is glass candy balls, and the third room is strawberry ice cream. These 2 rooms are chocolate beans and cotton candy respectively." The two looked at each other. Tang Mo opened his mouth and said something silently. "What about lollipops?" "Yes, lollipops." No one knew that in the previous real and fake store game, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo had a natural advantage from the beginning. They knew that Santa Claus opened a candy store. Half a year ago, in the Weird Circus assembly, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo pretended to be Mr. A and Mr. B and survived in the capital of the Underground Kingdom for 7 days. The two deliberately walked through every street in the kingdom's capital to collect information. Tang Mo once saw a store called Santa's Candy House. There was a huge colorful circle lollipop printed on the store sign, and many underground children came in and out, and the business was very good. It was a pity that this kind of information was too trivial, so the two did not tell Qin Shanshan and Fu Wensheng. Fortunately, Fu Wensheng was assigned to Tang Mo's room, so all 4 of them were able to clear the game. Any seemingly insignificant information could be the key to winning or losing the game. Tang Mo never ignored any clues. The lollipop was printed on the sign of the candy house by Santa Claus, and Tang Mo didn't think it was done casually. If there is a candy in each room, where is the lollipop? Santa Claus was surrounded by players, and didn't notice the eye contact between the 2 little players. He led the players into the next door. This time, There were not two rooms in parallel. The sixth room was just a single room, like the first three. However, the seventh and eighth rooms were in parallel. Santa Claus once again asked the players to make a choice. This time, more players gave up voting. Everyone entered the room on the left, and then the one on the right. After visiting both rooms, Santa Claus stood at the door of the ninth room with a key. The 3-meter-high dome door was only level with the giant Santa Claus's head. He turned and looked at the 19 players. His eyes were kind and his voice was deep. Children, happy times are always so short. This is the last room. Everyone's heart tightened, and they looked at the white-bearded old man with caution. Santa Claus's face was full of reluctance, but no one really thought he was a pure and harmless old man. He is Santa Claus. From the surprise copy of Christmas last year to now, he has never shown any malice to the players, but he will always be a Black Tower monster. Santa Claus likes honest children the most. Santa Claus himself is very dishonest. In happy questions and answers, Wang Xiuqian's gloating laughter sounded in Fu Wen's mind. He leaned close to Tang Mo's ear and said this in a low voice. Although Tang Mo never regarded Santa Claus as a real friendly boss, after hearing this, he became more wary of Santa Claus. However, Fu Duo said, this does not mean that Santa Claus wants to kill the player. The wolf grandmother has ill intentions towards the player and wants to eat the player. Schrodinger's attitude towards players remains neutral. The world is not black and white. For now, Santa Claus does not seem to be a sinister and vicious Black Tower boss. Tang Mo nodded. Let's observe it again. Santa Claus used his limited vocabulary to express his regret for this short visit. Children, I want to be with you forever, but happiness cannot be preserved forever. Before entering the last room, let Santa Claus give you one last gift. The tall and majestic Santa Claus untied the red gift bag from his waist, frowned, and reached into the bag for a long time. Ah, I finally found it. The white-bearded old man laughed, his face full of wrinkles, and he took out a crystal-like rock sugar dice from the bag. Under the bright light, the rock sugar dice flashed like a diamond. There are 6 sides in total, and a number is written on each side. Santa Claus tied the bag back, showing a rare hint of pride, and he smiled and said, this is Santa Claus's lucky dice. Every Christmas Eve, December 25th, Santa Claus rides a reindeer sleigh to deliver gifts to children. But there are so many children in the world, and I have so many gifts. I always don't know which gift to give to which child. So the great Mr. Schrodinger made this beautiful lucky dice for me. Praise Mr. Schrodinger. Santa Claus said happily, this is a magical dice. It can always find the most suitable gifts for children. Every time before I put a gift into the children's socks, I will throw it first, and let it choose the gift full of love. Now, children, I decided to share this luck with you. Santa Claus raised the rock candy dice. There are 6 numbers in total. The bigger the number, the more luck you have. Throw it, children, this is a lucky little game, and it is also my gift to you. After the voice fell, Santa Claus moved his wrist, and threw the rock candy dice into the sky. As the dice fell freely, the light penetrated it, illuminating rows of small golden words in the air. At first, the players did not find these words strange. The Black Tower never made things difficult for the players with props. It would tell the players the functions of each prop in detail, but the way to find the instruction manual was different each time, and sometimes it was weird. However, after seeing these words clearly, the players all let out a gasp. Everyone breathed rapidly, their eyes instantly became hot, and the air temperature rose sharply. Tang Mo opened his eyes wide, and subconsciously took a half step forward. Fu Duo narrowed his eyes, and fixed his gaze on the crystal-clear dice. Mu Huishua also said huh in surprise. She quickly said something in Cantonese that no one could understand, and read the instructions for using the dice from beginning to end more carefully. Qin Shanshan was surprised and said, is this dice really so magical? With a bang, the dice fell to the ground, as if a tempting hand was seducing the players to pick it up. Yes, it is so magical. Santa Claus laughed. Come on, children, before entering the last room, this is Santa Claus's last gift to you. Item: Santa Claus's magic dice. Owner: Santa Claus. Quality: rare. Level: level 1. Attack power: average. It is relatively hard, maybe it hurts a little when it hits people. Function: improve the luck of the user. Throw this dice, and the user can increase his own luck according to the size of the number on the top. The bigger the number, the more luck is improved. This improvement is a causal improvement and cannot be reversed. The luck classification is in accordance with the Black Tower regulations. The specific improvement value is not detailed. All explanations belong to the Black Tower. Restrictions. It can only be used in the copy. The effect of the dice will automatically disappear after leaving the copy. However, Santa Claus seems to have a way to solve this problem. Note, boy, do you want to take a gamble? Smuggling into Europe? This is the last chance. Chapter 188. Luck is illusory, but sometimes it can determine a person's fate. Tang Mo once wondered if he was a little unlucky. For example, the first time he participated in the assembly dungeon, he was unlucky enough to be regarded as a typical example by the Black Tower, and the public enemy mode was turned on, and he was forced to join forces with Fu Wenduo to fight against 19 Black Tower players on the first floor. But he never really said that he had bad luck. None of the players who can survive to this day have bad luck. Earth has been online for half a year, and those who can survive to this day have both strength and luck, and sometimes luck is even more important than strength. Returners are people with extremely bad luck. Their strength is not weaker than that of Earth players, but because they failed to successfully enter the game in the first 3 days, they were ruthlessly thrown into another world by the Black Tower and experienced a cruel survival battle. Now Santa Claus said that this dice can increase people's luck. Tang Mo's breathing became faster, but he remained calm on the surface, and his eyes swept across the other players in the house. The greedy and eager eyes on the faces of the players could not be concealed at all. The value of this dice exceeded their imagination. If the owner of this dice is not the powerful Santa Claus, there is no doubt that these players will try their best to take it away. Santa Claus looked down at the players with a kind look, and seemed not to see the greed in their hearts. He laughed and said, "My lovely children, come and roll the dice. Let this magical dice give you luck. This is the only gift that Santa Claus can give you." No one dared to move first. Desire eventually makes people let down their guard. One player couldn't help but ask, "Is it enough to just roll the dice?" Of course. You just need to walk up, pick up the dice, and throw it into the air. The magic dice will give you a correct number and give you this luck. Everyone looked at each other, and finally someone couldn't help but swallow his saliva and walked up. He carefully reached out his hand to pick up the huge dice, and he exclaimed, "Hey, it's so light." The weight of the dice is not as heavy as the player imagined. It is so light that it seems to be made of foam. The player picked up the dice and threw it into the air. The dice rolled 5 times and fell to the ground, revealing a number. "Wow, what a lucky kid." Santa Claus stroked his thick white beard. "You must be an honest kid." So the magic dice gave 5. "Congratulations, my good kid." A dazzling white light jumped out from the number 5 on the dice and flew towards the player with a whoosh. The player subconsciously stretched out his hand to catch the white light, and saw that the white light turned into a small dice in his hand, with only one red number 5 on each side of the dice. The player asked blankly, "Is that all?" Santa nodded. "Of course, kid, you got a great fortune. Which other kid wants to try it?" The players let down their guard. "I do it." 7 or 8 players came forward to throw the dice. The players who threw big numbers smiled excitedly, while the players who threw small numbers looked unhappy. Tang Mo was about to throw the dice when a white figure suddenly rushed up to block him. Bai Royo picked up the huge dice, and he turned around, as if he had just discovered that Tang Mo wanted to roll the dice. The baby-faced young man said innocently, Tang, do you want to roll the dice?" Tang Mo looked at him expressionlessly. The baby-faced young man was very generous. "Then let you roll the dice first. After all, we are good friends, right, Tang?" There was a malicious smile on his handsome face. Obviously, rolling the dice is purely a matter of luck, and the Black Tower cannot allow players to cheat. But Tang Mo always felt that if he took the dice from Bai Roya's arms now, his luck would be stolen by this lunatic. So he didn't move, staring coldly at Bai Roya. The baby-faced young man pretended to hold his heart, and was about to cry and complain that Tang Mo misunderstood him. He was just trying to be humble, and didn't mean to do anything bad. Unexpectedly, a pair of slender hands suddenly took the dice from his arms without any courtesy. Bai Roya's acting expression froze on his face, and he turned his head to look aside. The black-clothed woman, with a ponytail, smiled slightly, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "Then I won't be polite, fly." Bai Royo, Flies. Mu Huishua raised the dice with one hand, moved her wrist, and threw the dice into the air. The dice fell to the ground. Mu Huishua, 5, not bad. As she said that, Mu Huishua handed the dice to Qin Shanshan, who was standing not far away. Qin Shanshan was stunned, not understanding how this returnee noticed her. Mu Huishua smiled and said, "Little friend, come first." After saying that, she put her hands in her pockets and left with a smile. When she walked to Bai Royale, she whispered again, flies, and then walked away. Qin Shanshan still pretended not to know Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. She threw the dice, and the number was 5. Fu Wenxing threw the dice, and the number was 2. The child's face darkened, and he twitched his mouth in anger. Bai Ruoyao was excluded from the circle of players. Fu Wisheng gave the dice to an unknown player. After a few people passed, it was Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo's turn. Tang Mo took a deep breath and threw the dice into the air. When the number 1 appeared in front of him, his eyelids twitched, and he handed the dice to Fu Wenduo without expressing his opinion. Fu Wenduo had better luck and rolled a 4. Finally, it was Bai Ruoyao. The baby-faced young man threw the dice casually, and a dazzling number 6 appeared in front of everyone. Tang Mo glanced at Bai Ruoyao indifferently, and Bai Ruoyao smiled and winked at him. Santa Claus waved his hand and took the magical dice into his pocket. The players watched him take the dice away, and even if they were reluctant, they did not dare to stop him. Santa Claus, now that the children have received the last gift from Santa Claus, then only this is left, the last room of the candy house. He opened his huge body to reveal a tall door. A hoarse and strange laugh came out of Santa Claus' throat. Tang Mo thought he had heard it wrong. He looked at Santa Claus again, and the latter was still kind and gentle. The old man with a white beard wearing a red Christmas suit laughed and shouted, "Merry Christmas," then pushed the door open with force. With a creak, the door slowly opened to both sides. The dazzling white light pierced into the eyes of every player, and Tang Mo couldn't help but squint. When he looked at the things in the room clearly, he saw a huge rainbow lollipop floating in the center of the room. The size of this lollipop exceeded everyone's imagination. This was the 9th room the players visited. The first 8 rooms were the same size and decoration, only the candies and desserts in the room were different. But the size of this 9th room was twice that of the first 8 rooms. There was only one lollipop in the whole room. It was above the ceiling and below the ground, slowly floating in the air. The room was filled with the sweet smell of candy. Although there was only one candy, the sweetness far exceeded that of the 8 rooms in front. Santa proudly popped out his chest and introduced proudly, "This is my treasure of the town, Santa's lollipop. It is also a prop, but it is too precious. Children, you can't touch it. If you touch it, I will be angry, very, very angry." Santa was still laughing when he said this, but all the players didn't think he was joking. The hidden murderous intent was creepy. Santa Claus said, "Many children in the underground kingdom dream of seeing this lollipop, but I never allow it. This is a magical lollipop and my proudest work. Even the great Mr. Schrödinger can't make such a great lollipop. Whether it is the sweetness of the sugar, the color of the rainbow pattern, or the number of layers of circles, it is simply a perfect work of art. But today, children, you are so lucky. I allow you to visit this lollipop. You can't touch the lollipop. If you touch it, Santa Claus will get angry. This seems to be a fatal flag. No one wants to visit a lollipop that cannot be touched, but Santa Claus forces them to visit. Everyone is cautiously several meters away from the lollipop, not daring to get close, for fear of touching it. Fortunately, no one touched it, and Santa Claus took everyone back to the door of the room. Standing in front of the huge lollipop, Santa Claus said with emotion, "It's been a long time since I have seen such obedient and sensible children like you. Because you are so honest and kind, all good children deserve happiness. There are still 3 hours before the closing time of the fun shopping street. Children, do you want to play games?" A player said, "This game allows us to take away the luck given by the magic dice?" Santa Claus was surprised. "So the luck given by the magic dice can be taken away?" The player was stunned. Black Tower said, "Santa Claus seems to have a way to solve this problem. But now Santa Claus actually looks like he doesn't know. Is Black Tower lying, or does he mean that Santa Claus doesn't know how to solve it?" A deep male voice sounded beside Tang Mo's ear. "Santa Claus is very dishonest." Tang Mo nodded and looked at Fu Wenduo. "Is it related to the game we are going to play next?" The two looked at each other and understood what each other meant. At present, it seems that if players want to take away the luck given by the magic dice, they must participate in Santa Claus's game. Santa Claus continued to play dumb, and gradually some players realized that this Santa Claus was not a good boss in the full sense. Some people couldn't help asking, "What kind of game is this?" Santa Claus's voice stopped abruptly, and he lowered his head to look at the player who interrupted him. The thin figure of a female player was reflected in his dark eyes. Santa Claus looked at her quietly for 2 seconds, and the female player's back felt cold, and her legs almost softened, and she almost knelt down. Santa Claus laughed again. "This is one of the most famous games in the Underworld Kingdom." Tang Mo raised an eyebrow. "Honesty card game, happy quiz game. Now another famous game of the Underground Kingdom has emerged. Your Underground Kingdom has many famous games. Santa Claus. Every year, many children come to my candy house to play this interesting game. Come with me, children. Let's go back to the starting point of the game. Santa Claus led the 19 players, in the order of visiting the houses before, and then returned to the door of the candy house one by one. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo followed the crowd and walked through the 9 rooms. Gradually, Tang Mo suddenly felt a strange sense of familiarity. Wait, the location and distribution of these rooms, the size of these rooms are exactly the same. There are 9 rooms in total. Tang Mo looked at Fu Wenduo in surprise, and he found that Fu Wenduo also realized the same thing as him. At this time, Santa Claus laughed loudly. Yes, it is Santa Claus's hopscotch game. All the players were stunned. Most of the players present have played the hopscotch game before. This is a very popular childhood game. You only need to draw 9 squares on the ground with stones, and you can play it anytime and anywhere. Santa Claus's candy house is a natural playground. It has 9 rooms in total. The first 3 rooms are in a row, and the 4th and 5th rooms are in parallel. The 6th room is in a row, and the 7th and 8th rooms are in parallel again. The last room is the 9th room. It is the largest room. It is twice the size of the previous rooms because it includes the area of the 7th and 8th rooms. The second time he walked through the 9 rooms, Tang Mo discovered that the layout of the 9 rooms was exactly the same as that of the hopscotch game. Apparently, the players present had also played hopscotch. Santa Claus seemed unaware that this game was very common. He happily introduced the rules of the game. Once a child wanted to play hide-and-seek in my candy house, but my candy house was too big. I found his body in a sea of chocolate beans 3 days later. So from then on, I never let the children play hide-and-seek in the candy house again. I invented an interesting game for them, hopscotch. Do you see these 9 rooms, kids? No one said anything. Santa Claus was not angry. He turned aside and said with a smile, "This is your playground." Boom! The ground shook violently, and the walls of the candy house made a deafening sound. They seemed to collapse, and all sank under the ground. At the original address of the 9 rooms, all the houses disappeared, and 9 blue patterns of the same size as the houses appeared. These patterns outlined rectangles that looked like rooms. Only the houses disappeared, and the original things in the houses were still there. In the center of the image, there is a chocolate fountain, glass candy balls, strawberry ice cream. In the 9th room, there is also a giant lollipop. Bang, bang, bang. It was like the special sound of a light bulb turning on, and blue numbers appeared above these rectangles. Starting from the first room, it was 1, 2, 3, all the way to 9. A player whispered to himself, 1, 2, 3, 45, 67, 89. Is this really hopscotch? Yes, this is really a hopscotch game. Santa Claus proudly introduced the game he designed. This is a simple and interesting game that can not only exercise your body, but also make you more familiar with Santa Claus's candy house. Children, have you seen the lucky dice you just got from the magic dice? Everyone took out the small dice they just got from their pockets. Santa Claus, this is your prop. Before starting the game, throw the dice into the grid you want to go to, and then you can jump to that grid. But be careful, you must be fast, and don't step on the grid lines. In each grid, you can only stop 1 step and leave 1 footprint. Santa Claus touched his beard and said regretfully, "There are always children who are particularly greedy. I have given him many gifts and candies, but he doesn't play the game properly when playing games, and always wants to steal candies. So I set this rule that you can't stay in each room along the way. You can only eat a little of the things in the room where the dice are thrown." Chun Shan Shan, what would happen if you stayed? Santa Claus, what? A sinister light flashed across his eyes. Yes, cute girl, what do you think would happen? Chin Shan Shan shut up and stopped talking. Why would someone die in a sea of chocolate beans just playing a game? The answer seemed obvious. Santa Claus didn't say any more nonsense. He pointed his big hand at Bai Ruoyao. That child, do you understand how to play this game? Bai Ruoyao showed a rare surprised expression. Me? He seemed to be asking why it was me. Santa Claus, I have long discovered that you, like Santa Claus, love to laugh. My lovely child, children who love to laugh are always lucky. Bai Ruoyao, Although he felt very speechless, Bai Ruoyao walked forward generously. Santa Claus, take out your dice, and let me see if you understand this game. Come on, show it to everyone. Bai Ruoyao moved his wrist, and a small dice appeared between his fingers. Santa Claus was surprised. 6-point dice? Byroyu said. Shall I demonstrate it directly? Santa Claus, do you really understand everything? The baby-faced young man chuckled. He looked back at Tangamo and Fu Waduo, turned around and threw the dice. The small dice drew a huge arc in the air, and it was about to fall into the 9th room, but it turned a little in the air and finally fell into the 8th room. The dice landed with a crisp sound, and the next second, Byroyu kicked his feet and flew out instantly. He was like a nimble cheetah, tapping the ground lightly in each room, easily avoiding the candies in the room, and jumping into the 8th room. Not one step more, not one step less. The tall and thin baby-faced young man stood in the 8th room, with his hands in his pockets, smiling and waving at everyone. The other players immediately realized that the baby-faced young man's strength should not be underestimated, and became more vigilant against him. Mu Huishue exclaimed in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, "You are indeed Fly." The smile on Byroya's face suddenly froze. He sneered and jumped back to the original place, like flying again. Santa Claus sighed. "Yes, that's it. You just entered the 8th house, and this house has been lit up by you. Just throw the dice into the correct house in order, jump into that house again, and then go back and light up all the houses, and the game is completed. You are really a smart child." After saying that, he looked at the other 18 players. "Do the other kids understand the rules of the game?" "Byroyu, I didn't see that house being lit up by me." Santa Claus pointed to his eyes. "I saw it." A middle-aged man asked, "What does it mean to win the game?" Santa Claus, win the game?" It seemed that he just realized that a game should have 2 endings, victory and failure. The burly old man with a white beard touched his red hat, and thought for a while. "Then the first 3 children who pass the game will be considered the winners. But you have to hurry up. There are still 3 hours before the fun shopping street closes." Mu Huishue raised her hand. "There is only one map of the house. Who will start hopscotch first?" Santa Claus touched his chin. "This seems to be a question." "Haha, no, this is too simple. Who said Santa Claus only has one house map? I obviously have another one." After the voice fell, Santa Claus waved his hand, and 2 blue lights flew to both sides. They fell to the ground and rose up, and instantly turned into 2 more house maps. The first 8 rooms of the 2 maps are exactly the same as the previous maps, and they are at an angle of 120 degrees with the first map. The 3 maps draw a complete circle, and the center of the circle is the 9th room. The starting point is different, but the destination is the same. Now there are 3 maps in total, but there are 19 players. Before the players asked questions, Santa Claus shouted, "When you roll the dice, just now, the children who roll 1 and 6 come here, come to me." The 5 players looked at each other strangely, and walked to Santa Claus. "Children who roll 2 and 5, stand on my left." 7 players stand on the left. "Children who roll 3 and 4, stand on my right." 7 players stand on the right. Santa claps his hands. "Look, how simple it is. You use these 3 maps respectively. I believe that every child has a chance to play the game now, right?" Fu Wisheng said again. "No, this still won't work." He rolled the number 2, and he pointed to the 6 players around him. "There are 7 people in our group. Among the 7 of us, who will play the game first, and who will play the game later, there are only 3 hours, maybe the last person can't play. Believe me, you must have a way to solve it, my lovely child." Santa Claus winked at Fu Wisheng. Fu Wisheng was stunned, but Qin Shanchen stopped him, and the little girl stared at the white-haired old man with a kind smile. "He is right. Even if we don't divide into 3 groups, we still have a way to decide who goes first and who goes last." As if he recognized Qin Shanshan's words, the smile on Santa Claus' face became deeper. "The cruelest thing in the world is not the Black Tower game, nor the Black Tower monsters, but human beings themselves." A clear child's voice sounded. Ding! The large-scale assembly copy game Santa Claus's Fun Commercial Street Santa Claus's Hopscotch game is officially opened. Game rules. First, players must use lucky dice to throw. Which house they throw into, they can only jump to that house, and then turn back. Second, stepping on the edge of the house or staying in the house for one more step will be considered a foul. You need to restart the game. Third, players can throw the dice into any house at will, but only by going through the 9 houses in the correct order can all houses be lit up and the game completed. Fourth, players are prohibited from using any props, superpowers, and violence in the game. Santa Claus hates bad kids who steal candy the most. As for what counts as stealing, Santa Claus has his own opinion. The players were still trying to understand what Black Tower said, and Santa Claus reminded them, "Wow, 10 minutes have passed. Kids, you have 2 hours and 50 minutes left. The players didn't waste any more time and walked to their respective house maps. When the 3 groups of players walked to their respective maps, a blue light film rose from the ground and separated them. The players touched the light film in surprise. The light film was soft and elastic, but it stubbornly blocked the 3 groups of players and prevented them from touching. Tangemo said something to Fu Wenduo, and Fu Wenduo shook his head at him. This light film couldn't even penetrate sound. It seems that Santa Claus has forbidden players to communicate with each other. The players put away their thoughts and stood at the entrance of the first house, waiting for the dice to be thrown and the game to start. Hee, this is fate, Tang Tang. Tangemo looked at the 9 grids in front of him without looking away. Bai Ruoya was not discouraged. He stuck to Tangmo's eyes like a piece of ox-stick candy and said with a smile, "Look, I am 6 and you are 1. We are so lucky to be assigned to the same group. This is a great fate." Tangemo said coldly, "There are 5 people in our group. The implication is that you and the other 3 people are also destined to be together." Bai Ruoya glanced at the other 3 people and finally looked at Tangemo with a serious face. "I only have you in my heart, Tang Tang." Tangemo just thought it was ridiculous. Before he opened his mouth, he found that Bai Ruoya's smile suddenly froze on his face. He followed Bai Ruoya's gaze and saw a tall black-haired woman patting the blue light film exaggeratedly, making a handprint on the light film. She laughed at Bai Ruoya and made a mouth shape. "Hello, fly." Bai Ruoya, Tangemo laughed. For people like Bai Ruoya, force is indeed the best way to suppress him. And this man doesn't seem to be as casual with women as he is with men, and doesn't like to make fun of women. Tangemo understood that Mu Huishue was helping him. This powerful returner seemed to like to join in the fun. She would go wherever there was fun. Seeing Bai Ruoya teasing Tangemo, she came over without hesitation and joined in. Tangmo's eyes paused for a moment on the 2 children in Mu Huishue's group. With Shanshan around, Fu Wensheng shouldn't have any problems. At least, he won't be bullied. As for Fu Wenduo, he will definitely have no problems. He just needs to take care of himself. Tangemo retracted his gaze and looked at the 5 people in his group. In theory, rolling dice is a high probability event. Just like tossing a coin, the probability of throwing heads and tails is 0.5. If you roll the dice, the probability of throwing each number should be 1/6. But this is the probability obtained by big data, and there are only 19 players now. There are only 5 players who throw 1 and 6, Tangemo and Bai Ruoya. A young woman who throws 6, a middle-aged man who throws 1, and Ning Zheng who throws 1. Tangemo carefully examines Ning Zheng. Since entering the candy house, Ning Zheng has reduced his presence and has not communicated with any players. He is like a transparent shadow, silently following the crowd. Santa Claus asked the players to eat chocolate cones, and he ate one. Santa asked the players to roll the dice, and he did not fall behind. But he just had no sense of existence. If Tangemo didn't know who he was, he might think he was just an ordinary player. There were only 5 people in their group, and normally the competition would not be as fierce as in other groups. More than 2 hours of game time was enough for the 5 of them to pass the game smoothly. But Santa said that only the top 3 in each group could be considered the winner of the game. This group seemed simple, but perhaps more terrifying than the other 2 groups. Tangemo, Bai Ruoya, Ning Zheng. Tangemo knew that none of the 3 of them would miss this opportunity. But Tangemo didn't want to be the first one to go up, and so did Bai Ruoya and Ning Zheng. The 2 players' eyes turned, their sights wandering between Tangemo and Bai Ruoya, suspecting that they were planning to join forces. Tangemo didn't explain, but played along, moving his body slightly closer to Bai Ruoya. The 2 groups next door had already started to decide who would start the game first because of the large number of people. Very tacitly, Fu Wenduo and Qin Shanshan both chose to stand aside and gave up the opportunity to play the game first. Mu Huishue also stood aside with her arms folded. She seemed to like being with the children, and was very close to Qin Shanshan and Fu Wensheng. In Tangmo's group, the young woman couldn't help but ask, "Who's going first?" Bai Ruoya said with a giggle, "Ladies first." Ning Zheng didn't say anything, but looked at the group of people calmly, as if he didn't want to give up the opportunity. Tangemo was more direct. "I want to be the first. Who else wants to be the first to play the game?" The young woman and the middle-aged man frowned, hesitated for a moment, and took a half-step forward. Tangemo turned to look at Ning Zheng. "What about you?" Ning Zheng clenched his fingers for a long time, and said, "I won't participate." He looked like he had suffered a great loss. Tangemo laughed subconsciously, and the young woman and the middle-aged man looked at him strangely. Tang Mo put away his smile. He just thought Ning Zheng was interesting. It was the first time he discovered that this most powerful returnee in Beijing actually had a talent for acting. It was a pity that his acting skills were a little worse than Bai Ruoya's. If the two of them hadn't focused their attention on Tang Mo, they should have noticed Ning Zheng's abnormality. Young woman. So now we three want to play the game first. Among the three, the young woman seemed to be the weakest. She directly reminded. The Black Tower said that the use of superpowers and props is prohibited, and violence is prohibited. Bai Ruoya laughed. There are many ways to torture someone without violence. The two players' faces changed. Bai Ruoya deliberately pointed at Tang Mo. He is an expert in this area. Hearing this, the two people backed off a little. Everyone can see that when all the players came out of the candy house just now, Tang Mo and Bai Ruoya had a fight, and the two were very skilled. They are definitely advanced players. The game can be played later, and it is not a big deal if you are not the first to play. If you go against Tang Mo because of this, it will be a loss. Thinking of this, the young woman and the middle-aged man both retreated a little, and did not want to fight with Tang Mo anymore. Tang Mo's mouth showed a sneer, and he smiled. Bai Ruoya, are you provoking me? Bai Ruoya was slightly stunned. He always felt that the current Tang Mo was a little different from the one he knew. Hiding his doubts in his stomach, the baby-faced young man continued to say with a playful smile, Really, Tang, I was obviously praising you for being ruthless. Is there such a compliment? Tang Mo laughed instead of being angry. Then do you want to try how ruthless I am? Bai Ruoya felt more and more that something was wrong. He said, I really want to try it, but Tang, the Black Tower prohibits violence. Tang Mo, didn't you just say that I have many ways to torture a person without violence? Bai Ruoya's smile suddenly stopped. The middle-aged man and the young woman immediately understood that the baby-faced young man was framing Tang Mo. These two people were not teammates at all, and they might be enemies. Tang Mo wanted to mislead the two people, making them think that he and Bai Ruoya were teammates, so that they would be afraid. But since things had come to this point, he said, I give up. The middle-aged man was surprised and said, You give up? Why? Tang Mo turned and walked away, and when he was 1 meter away from Bai Ruoya, he pulled out a small parasol from his waist at a very fast speed. Whoosh! A sharp sound of breaking through the air sounded, and the round umbrella head was pressed against Bai Ruoya's throat. The baby-faced young man was fearless, and smiled brightly at Tang Mo. No violence, Tang. Tang Mo, I am sure I can jump into every house without stepping on the line. But I am not sure I can jump into every house without stepping on the line if some people mess up. In order to prevent Bai Ruoya from causing trouble, Tang Mo directly gave up the opportunity to play games. Well-reasoned and convincing. The middle-aged man always felt that something was strange, but he couldn't find the strange point. He looked at the young woman. Neither of them wanted to fight. They didn't know the other's strength. The middle-aged man suggested, Rock, paper, scissors, whoever wins starts the game first. Okay. Rock, paper, scissors. The middle-aged man won, and he showed a hint of joy. He dared to challenge the game first, which showed that he had the ability to do what Bai Ruoya did just now without stepping on any line. The numbers on the house flickered and floated in the air. The middle-aged man looked at the 9 numbers and counted them silently in his mind. Then he took out the dice and gently threw it into the first grid. The man jumped in easily and then jumped back to the original place. The huge Santa Claus stood in the 9th house in the center. He stroked his beloved giant lollipop and suddenly shouted, Look what I see. A cute child has already lit up a house of his own. The other two groups were still arguing about who would start the game first because of the large number of people. Hearing this, they all looked at Tang Mo's group. The middle-aged man happily clenched the dice, threw it forward, and threw it into the second grid. The second grid was also very simple. Even though each of these grids was the size of a house, with the physical fitness of the 19 players present, they could basically jump out of the room in one step, leaving only a footprint. The middle-aged man pushed the ground with 1 foot, used the force to push in the first house, and jumped into the second grid. He bent down, picked up the dice he had thrown on the ground, and then turned around to jump back to the original place. However, the moment he jumped into the first house, the originally gentle chocolate fountain in the center of the house suddenly surged. The man widened his eyes and exclaimed, No! The surging black chocolate flood rushed over his head with a bang. Without superpowers and props, the man was caught off guard by the flood. The players watched in horror as the player kept rising and falling in the chocolate flood. The thick chocolate flood was so heavy that he couldn't lift his head. The man inevitably left countless footprints in the house, and the flood became more and more fierce. Soon, The flood washed him under the fountain. When the man's body completely disappeared, everything returned to calm, and only the sticky chocolate juice on the ground hinted at what had just happened. All players could hear Santa Claus' voice, and he said regretfully, "Poor child, why did you steal Santa Claus's chocolate?" The young woman immediately said, "No, he didn't touch the chocolate at all." Santa Claus raised his head and stared at the woman. After a while, he smiled strangely. "How do you know he didn't, child? He just wanted to steal my chocolate, I know." Santa Claus hates bad kids who steal candy the most. As for what counts as stealing, Santa Claus has his own opinion. A basin of cold water poured down from everyone's head. Once a child died in a sea of chocolate beans because he stole chocolate beans. Now, this middle-aged man died in a chocolate fountain, and his body could not be found. Because Santa thought he wanted to steal chocolate. Tangamo pursed his lips, silently looked at the calm chocolate fountain, and then looked away. Tangamo, Bairuoyao, and Ningzheng never thought of being the first to play the game, because they all knew that Santa Claus would not be that simple, and this game would never be that harmless. So this is the real insidious part of this game. There are 9 houses in total, and players have to roll the dice into the correct house in order, and then walk into that house again and again to light up the house. This means that players have to pass by these houses many times. No one knows whether the candies lying quietly in the middle of the house you walked through last time will suddenly attack. Players cannot touch the candies, because if they touch Santa Claus, he will think you want to steal them. But candies can actively attack players as long as Santa Claus determines that you want to steal candies. Some players are afraid and don't want to participate in this game anymore. However, the blue light film frames them, and they cannot escape. Qin Shanshan raised her head and asked calmly, "What will happen if the game fails?" Santa Claus tilted his head. "The game fails." He had a kind smile on his face, but there was no light in his dark eyes. He smiled, "Guess, my lovely child." The players who wanted to retreat immediately retracted their feet. Among these players, except for a mysterious reserve, all others had at least cleared the first floor of the Black Tower. In fact, 18 players had at least cleared the second floor of the Black Tower. Since they couldn't leave the game, they could only turn around and face it. The death of the middle-aged man seemed to be a warning, making the remaining 4 people in Tangmo's group silent. The young woman didn't dare to play the game casually anymore. She took a half step back. Unexpectedly, she suddenly saw 3 people coming forward together and standing in front of the first house. The young woman opened her eyes in confusion and looked at the 3 players. It was obvious that the 3 of them didn't want to start the game just now, and gave the opportunity to her and the middle-aged man. Why did the 3 of them stand over at the same time now? The next moment, the young woman's face turned pale, her fingers slowly clenched, her eyes were full of resentment. "They are treating us as guinea pigs." Yes, whether it is Ningzheng, Bairuoyao, or Tangamo, they did not plan to start the game in the first round. They wanted to observe this game, and not fight an unprepared battle. So the middle-aged man and the young woman were eager to start the game first, and the 3 did not stop them. The death of the middle-aged man was beyond Tangmo's expectations. He did not expect that a player would die so quickly. He held his dice, and looked at Ningzheng and Bairuoyu. Bairuoyu treated the dice as a stone, and threw it in the air to play. He smiled and said, Tang wants to play games so soon. Aren't you afraid that I will mess up now?" Tangamo said lightly, "That makes sense." "Then you go first, I mess up." Bairuoyu paused. The 3 of them had known each other for a long time, and were wary of each other. People from the other 2 groups also started playing games one after another. Only in Tangmo's group, the young woman did not dare to act rashly. Tangamo and the other 2 restrained each other, and no one moved first. Time passed by, and Bairuoyu walked to the front of the house. Tangamo looked up at him. "Aren't you afraid that I will make trouble?" Bairuoyu narrowed his eyes. "I am different from that man, Tang. That chocolate flood can't kill me. And from beginning to end, the chocolate flood has been confined to the house. As long as I escape from the house, it can never catch up with me. The same goes for other rooms. Leave, and you can be saved." The young woman suddenly realized. "Tangamo, continue." "Bairuoyu, Tang, do you really want to kill me so much?" Tangamo did not speak. Bairuoyu looked at him steadily, and suddenly laughed. Hee, then come quickly." After that, he threw the dice forward and landed on the number 1. The nimble figure flashed by, and before the young woman could see clearly, Bairuoyu had already jumped through the first square and returned to the original place. Then came the number 2. I don't know if it was because of good luck, But Bairoyo did not encounter any attacks until he jumped to the number 4. He returned to the original place with a playful smile, and threw the dice into the number 5 with a smile. Bairoyo was as light as a swallow, and jumped into the 5th house in a few steps. He picked up the dice on the ground and stepped on the soft marshmallows. With his right foot gently pushing the ground, Bairoyo was about to jump out of the 5th house, but before his feet left the ground, he was stuck by the marshmallows. A cold smile appeared on the doll's face, and the marshmallows like swamps crazily sucked the human who stepped on it. But this human was like a bird easily stepping on the marshmallows. With every step, his foot would be sucked deeper into the marshmallow. Because he was stuck, Bairoyo took 5 steps to jump out of the house, which was originally only 1 step away. In the last step, his entire right foot was sucked into the marshmallow. Bairoyo made a quick decision, took out a beautiful silver butterfly knife from his pocket, cut off his trouser legs and shoes, and jumped out of the 5th house. Santa Claus said in surprise, "Huh," and turned his eyes to Bairoyo. When Bairoyo landed steadily, he turned the dice in his hand and smiled at Tangemo. "Hee hee, Tang Tang, am I awesome?" Tangemo ignored him. He looked at the young woman again. "Tell me, am I good?" The young woman realized Bairoyo's terrifying strength and dared not speak. Bairoyo was bored and threw the dice into the 6th house and jumped forward again. But Tangemo suddenly looked at Ningzheng and then at Bairoyo's back the moment he jumped over. Wait. Tangemo's brain started working quickly. In his peripheral vision, he saw the other 2 groups of players. Some players were killed by glass candy balls, and some players were drowned by a sea of chocolate beans. He gradually grasped the strange place, and then he looked up and saw Bairoyo just jumped into the 6th house. Bairoyo was the first player to jump into the 6th house. The other 2 groups of players could only jump to the 4th house at most, and were attacked to death by the candies. Bairoyo walked lazily to the middle of the house, and bent down to pick up the dice. As soon as his hand touched the dice, a clear child's voice sounded above the fun commercial street, and kept echoing. The other 2 groups of players also stopped their actions, and listened to the prompt of the Black Tower in astonishment. Heita said calmly, "Ding, player Bairoyo successfully triggered the lucky fighting stage. Please choose any player to go on stage to participate in the battle. Fighting time, 5 minutes. During the fight, players can use props, but not supernatural powers. The winner's dice can be exchanged with the loser's lucky dice, and the 2 exchange luck. Santa Claus likes this hidden reward stage the most. Santa Claus has something to say about this. Ha! Fight, fight!" Before Heita finished speaking, Santa Claus in the 9th house couldn't wait to clap his hands. Chapter 189. Boom! In the 6th grid, a layer of red light film quickly rose from the ground, separating this room from the other rooms. Bairoyo had never expected such a thing to happen, and he rarely showed a surprised expression. The players from the other 2 groups also looked over, and soon Bairoyo calmed down. He touched his chin and said meaningfully, "Oh. Fighting stage?" Santa Claus corrected him. "It's the lucky fighting stage." Santa Claus knows that children don't like single-player games. They need to play with other children to be truly happy. "So my lovely child, who do you want to choose as your opponent? I'm really looking forward to it." Bairoyo asked, "Can you only choose these 3 people?" He pointed at Tangemo and the other 2. Santa Claus said regretfully, "It seems that you really want to play with other children, but I must regretfully tell you that you can only choose these 3 children. Santa Claus's games are the most democratic, and I never force children. This is my only restriction on you. You cannot choose people from the other 2 groups. But the choice is still in your hands. Come on, kid, tell me who you want to choose." A malicious gaze fell on Tangemo, which was impossible to ignore. Tangemo raised his head and stared coldly at the baby-faced young man. The 2 of them looked at each other from a distance of 5 rooms. Bairoyo tilted his head and smiled. Tangemo looked calm and unmoved. Although the other 2 groups could not hear Bairoyo's words, they could hear what Santa Claus and Black Tower said. They watched what happened to Tangemo's group with caution and tentativeness. Unable to use superpowers, only props. This is not good for Tangemo. Fu and Shum was a little worried. Brother Tang will not be in trouble, that psychopath is really powerful. Brother Tang also said that Bairoyo's close combat is very strong. He may not be Bairoyo's opponent. Qin Shanshan calmly analyzed. Bairoyo's lucky dice is 6 points, and Brother Tang's is 1 point. If he wins the fight, he can exchange points with Tangemo, or he can choose not to exchange. But if Brother Tang wins, Brother Tang can get 6 points. Normal people will not choose Brother Tang, to eliminate uncertainty. But Bai Ruoyu is not a normal person. Fu Wisheng said, "Why do I feel that he will choose Brother Tang? None of us can think of such a crazy idea." Yes, anyone who triggers dual stage will definitely not choose a player with a lower score than himself. Tang Mo's lucky dice is 1 point, and Bai Ruoyu is 6 points. Even if Bai Ruoyu wins, he will not get anything. On the contrary, if he loses, Tang Mo will exchange the lucky dice for him, and he will become 1 point. Any intelligent person knows how to choose, but Bai Ruoyu is not without intelligence, but likes to do things that hurt others and benefit himself. Qin Shanshan and Fu Wensheng both understand this. Bai Ruoyu touched his chin with a smile, and his deep eyes stayed on Tang Mo. Just when he was about to speak, a steady male voice attracted Santa Claus's attention. Haida said that violence is prohibited in this game. Is fighting considered violence? Santa Claus was stunned and touched his head. Yes, violence is prohibited in the Black Tower. As if he had just realized this problem, Santa Claus pondered for a long time, clapped his hands, and laughed. "Child, you are very thoughtful, but how could the great Santa Claus not think of this?" Although he didn't notice this problem at all, Santa Claus pretended to be clear about it and said, "You must be united and friendly. Of course you can't fight, but this is just a competition. Friendship comes first, competition comes second, and of course you can't kill people. Santa hates dishonest children the most, and murderous children the second. So you can't kill people, you have to grasp this degree." Fu Wadua raised an eyebrow. "You can duel to hurt people, but you can't duel to kill people?" Santa nodded. "Yes, you can't kill people." Bai Ruoyu's interest dropped a little. He asked boredly, "What if you want to kill someone?" Santa Claus. "Then Santa Claus will stop you at the first time." Bai Ruoyu's eyes suddenly lit up. "What do you mean by the first time?" Santa Claus chuckled and showed a kind smile. "It means to stop you as quickly as possible." Everyone was silent. What is the fastest speed? Santa Claus's strength is unfathomable. If he really wants to stop the player from killing, he will definitely not fail. But will he really try his best to stop it? To be fair, Santa Claus is a boss who is closer to the player. He will not be as crazy as the wolf grandmother who wants to eat the player, nor will he be as disgusted with the player as Schrödinger and constantly look for opportunities to kill the player. But he has always stayed out of it, seemingly friendly to the players, but he will not really protect the players. Every player who died in the hopscotch game revealed the true face of this Black Tower monster. No matter how approachable he is still the boss of the Black Tower. No one knows how quickly Santa Claus will stop Bai Ruoyu when he really wants to kill his opponent. The players stared at Santa Claus with vigilant eyes, and had a deeper understanding of this kind-looking white-bearded old man. As if feeling a little guilty under such naked suspicious eyes, Santa Claus coughed solemnly, and decided to save his image. Children who kill people are all bad kids. Santa Claus will definitely punish them. Tang Mo, what punishment? Santa Claus was speechless after being asked, and after a long pause he said, "I will drive all the bad kids out of my candy house, and never allow them to enter again." Everyone, what kind of punishment is this, Santa Claus? Then I will never give him Christmas gifts again. This punishment was so stupid that Mu Huishua laughed out loud. She didn't seem to be afraid that Santa Claus would get angry and kill her, causing others to look at her. Santa Claus slowly put away his smile, and said in a hoarse voice, "Bad boy, there will be punishment." The tone of this sentence was completely different from before, and the players looked at Santa Claus. At this time, Santa Claus had returned to normal. He smiled at Bai Ruoyu. "Okay, my lovely child, you haven't chosen your opponent yet. You must remember not to kill people, and play the game well." Tang Mo was prepared that Bai Ruoyu would choose him, but he saw the baby-faced young man staring at him, his mouth curled up, revealing a malicious smile, and then pointed with his right hand. "I choose her." The young woman froze in place. Bai Ruoyu, it's you." Under the urging of Santa Claus, the young woman walked to the 6th grid with a pale face. Her body was shaking. She knew her own strength best. She couldn't beat Bai Ruoyu. Bai Ruoyu wanted to kill her easily. Beads of sweat rolled down her forehead. She wanted to question the baby-faced young man. He and that man, Tang Mo, were enemies, so why did he choose her? Couldn't he have some backbone and choose his enemy and kill him? Santa Claus didn't say he would definitely kill the bad boy. Bai Ruoyu threw the lucky dice into the air, and caught it steadily. He turned around, and saw the young woman staring at him with red eyes. He tilted his head and smiled. "Do I look so stupid?" The young woman was stunned. "What?" Bai Ruoyu laughed. "You won't get anything by defeating Tang Tang. He is so unlucky that all the dice are won. I am not a fool. Why should I choose him?" Of course I choose you. He was actually answering the young woman's question. Although they couldn't hear the other group's voice, Mu Huishua, Qin Shanshan and others guessed what Bai Ruoyu was talking about. Mu Huishua laughed disdainfully. You are obviously afraid of death. What a nice way to say it. Qin Shanshan looked at Mu Huishua calmly. In the sixth box, when the young woman stood on it, 2 red socks suddenly appeared in the air. Santa Claus, put your dice in, and the fight officially begins. Whoever wins will be eligible to choose the socks first. Bai Ruoyu walked forward, looked at the 2 socks curiously, and even smelled them. No smell? He suddenly felt bored, shrugged, threw the dice into the socks, and turned back to rub his neck at the young woman, provoking her. The young woman gritted her teeth, walked up slowly, and threw her dice into the sock. Just as her dice fell into the sock, Bai Ruoyu turned around and walked back to where she was, and the young woman suddenly jumped up. She shouted angrily, and took out a silver knife from her pocket. The silver knife emitted a dazzling white light, illuminating the entire candy house. No one expected that the young woman who looked frightened and weak would act so decisively, taking the initiative to attack and catching Bai Ruoyu off guard. Seeing that strange silver knife was about to pierce the back of Bai Ruoyu's head, the young woman was also afraid. No. She thought she would kill Bai Ruoyu, and then be punished by Santa Claus. In a flash, Bai Ruoyu turned his head to avoid the knife, and the knife slid a small circle in the air, as if it had eyes, and shot into his eyes. Bai Ruoyu laughed. Hey, this thing looks familiar. A hidden knife that can track the target is somewhat similar to Tang Mo's checkmate ability. Bai Ruoyu moved his wrist, and a silver butterfly knife appeared in his right hand. The silver butterfly knife danced in the air, creating a beautiful knife flower, at an extremely fast speed. There was a crisp metal collision sound, and the knife flashing white light was cut into 2 pieces by the butterfly knife and fell to the ground. Bai Ruoyu did not stop, and kicked his right foot, and the whole person rushed out like a rocket, pointing directly at the young woman. The woman was so scared that her face lost color, and she took out many white flowers from her pocket in horror, and threw them out with both hands. These small flowers exploded immediately after falling to the ground, restricting Bai Ruoyu's movement. But the gap in strength could not be made up by a few sophisticated props. The butterfly knife arrived in an instant, and the silver death god held a sickle, and put the blade against the woman's throat. The cold breath of death pressed the young woman so hard that she dared not breathe. As long as she moved, the knife could easily cut her neck. The smoke and dust formed by the explosion of the white flowers slowly dissipated, and the baby-faced young man grinned, revealing a bright smile. I won. After saying that, Bai Ruoyu put the butterfly knife back into his sleeve. The young woman collapsed to the ground. I admit defeat. Santa Claus was very dissatisfied with this one-sided crushing situation. It was really not exciting. He watched Bai Ruoyu walk to the Christmas socks, and pick one up at random. The woman got up from the ground and walked back to the starting point. Only halfway through, Bai Ruoyu said, I didn't plan to fight, hee, it's 6 o'clock, you just admit defeat. I didn't expect that you, a bad woman, would want to hit me. The young woman turned her head sharply, and looked at Bai Ruoyu in disbelief. You clearly gestured to me, and said you wanted to kill me. Bai Ruoyu blinked. I didn't say that. You? Tang Mo stood at the starting point, watching the scene from afar. He turned his head, and whispered something to Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo couldn't hear the sound, but nodded and said something to him. Psychopath. There are only wrong names, not wrong nicknames. Obviously very afraid of death, but likes to die in various ways. Bai Ruoyu took his dice, and prepared to return to the starting point. However, this time when he jumped back from the 6th grid, he triggered the tornado attack of strawberry ice cream in the 3rd grid. Bai Ruoyu yelled. I hate strawberries the most and accidentally stepped on this grid a little more, and finally lost the game, and Ningzheng took over. The other 2 groups also had players who played to the 6th grid. When he reached the 6th grid, the crisp prompt sound of the black tower sounded again. Ding! Player Li Ju successfully triggered the lucky fighting stage. Please choose any player. It turns out that the 6th grid is the trigger grid for the fighting stage. The man was stunned at first, then recovered. He was so excited that he quickly pointed to a young girl in his group. The girl's face changed instantly. This was Fu Wenduo's group. The girl's dice was 4, and the man's dice was 3. It was obvious that this girl was the one with the worst physical fitness in this group of players. Even if props could be used in the duel, the man would definitely win if nothing unexpected happened. As expected, the girl surrendered quickly after injuring an arm. The player named Li Ju excitedly took her dice, and continued his game. When Santa Claus grouped the players, the points 3 and 4 were in one group, 2 and 5 were in one group, and 1 and 6 were in one group. The points of the first group were close, so it would not drive the players crazy. But the points of the other two groups were quite different. When the opportunity to exchange dice appeared in front of them, most players, who believed in their own strength, would never give up this opportunity. At this time, weak female players and children became the target of public criticism. Fu Wensheng also became nervous. He was fine, his points were 2, and no one would choose him to duel except for players with the same points of 2. Qin Shanshan was different. Without Tang Yimo, Fu Duo was there, and Fu Wensheng could not protect Qin Shanshan at all, and he could not even take care of himself. Fu Wensheng worriedly said, "Sister Shanshan, your points are 5, will they?" Qin Shanshan patted the child's shoulder. "Don't worry." Brother Fu couldn't rest assured at all. He had learned from Tang Yimo that Qin Shanshan's physical fitness could never be improved due to her supernatural powers, and she was naturally at a disadvantage in fighting. As a man, he couldn't protect Qin Shanshan. If Tang Yimo and his elder brother were here, they would definitely have a way to intimidate other players, but he couldn't. The child was thinking about it when a slightly hoarse female voice sounded from not far away. "I choose her." Fu looked up when he heard the voice, and saw a short-haired woman staring at Qin Shanshan viciously, not hiding the greed in her eyes. Qin Shanshan was not panicked. The short-haired woman had 2 scars on her face, wheat-colored skin, and thin muscles on her body. She was obviously a tough character. But Qin Shanshan calmly walked to the 6th box. She walked to the Christmas stocking and prepared to put her dice in. Before putting it in, she looked up and asked, "Santa Claus, can I give up the fighting stage?" Santa Claus was stunned. "Huh?" Qin Shanshan, "Give up, or admit defeat, okay." Santa Claus didn't react and replied, "Yes." Qin Shanshan nodded, threw the dice into the sock, and turned to the woman the next moment and said, "I admit defeat." Short-haired woman, "Eh?" Santa Claus, "Eh?" Qin Shanshan reached out and took the woman's dice, leaving her own dice to her. Short-haired woman, "Wait, you admit defeat?" Qin Shanshan, "Santa Claus said you can admit defeat. I can't beat you, so I admit defeat." After a pause, she said, "Or do you mean that you don't want to take my dice? You want to take your original dice? That was my own decision. I can exchange it with you again." The short-haired woman felt like she had punched cotton, and she was angry but couldn't say anything. She took Qin Shanshan's dice away, muttering, "How can there be such a calm child?" and then continued her game. She gave up decisively, and without any hesitation. This thin girl was calmer than the players thought. She was guilty of possessing a treasure. She was not strong enough and knew that she would definitely not win, so she simply didn't even fight and gave up directly. Normal players would not risk being punished by Santa Claus to kill her, and her life would not be in danger, but this little girl did not try at all. Either she was extremely timid, or she was extremely calm. Now Qin Shanshan and Fu Wensheng both had 2 points on their dice, and players would not invite them to duel in order to increase their points. Fu Wensheng could understand Qin Shanshan's idea, but he would not be as decisive as the other party. After holding back for a while, Fu Wensheng could not help but whispered, "Sister Shanshan, we only have 2 points now. The number of points on the lucky dice actually affects the penalty that is triggered, right?" "Yes, the game has been going on for an hour, and players have already discovered that the lucky dice can be used as more than just stones to be thrown into the grid they want to enter. The number of points on the lucky dice affects the dangers that players may encounter. Bai Ruiya's number is 6, so he is very lucky. He played until the 5th grid before triggering a penalty. The first middle-aged man who died in the candy house had a number of 1, so he was unlucky and triggered a penalty after playing only the 2nd grid. The same is true for other players' games. The larger the points, the fewer penalties are triggered. The smaller the points, the more frequently the penalties are triggered. Qin Shanshan changed her dice from 5 to 2, which did make her no longer a target of public criticism, but the more she started playing the game, the greater the possibility of encountering danger. Moreover, the lucky dice has a chance to permanently increase the player's luck value. Among the gifts given by Santa Claus, only this is what all players want. Qin Shanshan, if you want to increase your luck value, the prerequisite is to survive. Fu Wensheng was stunned, and soon, he understood what Qin Shanshan meant. He was surprised and said, "Sister Shanshan, you mean? Many people will die?" Before he finished speaking, he heard a shrill scream. Fu Wensheng looked up and saw a young man stepping into the 4th grid, instantly triggering the punishment of the chocolate bean ocean. The chocolate beans that were calm just now suddenly surged into a 3-meter-high wave, and the waves hit the man hard. The latter didn't even see clearly, and was hit by thousands of chocolate beans and drowned in the sea of chocolate beans. Santa Claus said with a distressed tone, smiling, "Poor child, why did you steal my chocolate beans? If you were honest, maybe you wouldn't die." Everyone was angry but dared not speak. Qin Shanshan looked at Santa Claus sitting in the ninth house calmly, and then she caught a glimpse of a tall figure in her peripheral vision. She turned her head and saw Mu Huishua with a ponytail walking to the starting point, bending down and starting to stretch her legs. She did some warm-up exercises, and the others looked at her in surprise, thinking that she was doing something unnecessary. Qin Shanshan knew that the strongest player in their group was the black-clad woman who was doing high-leg warm-up exercises. After finishing a set of exercises, Mu Huishua squatted on the ground, pressed her hands on the ground, and made a starting position. "Oh right, it seems that I have to throw the dice first and throw it into the grid I want." With a slight movement of the wrist, a white dice slid a beautiful arc in the air and landed in the first room. The next second, black lightning followed, and the dice was caught steadily by a pair of hands as soon as it fell to the ground. When everyone could see clearly again, she had returned to the starting point. She was still in the same starting position as before. Even though many players had already played the first two squares, these two squares posed no threat to her, and she did not despise them at all. Mu Huishua raised the corners of her lips, threw the dice with her right hand, and landed in the second square. Then, the third square, the fourth square, the fifth square, the sixth square. Her movements were like flowing clouds in water, without any extra movements, just a simple toe tapping the ground, and flew into the next room. She also triggered a penalty in the middle, but before those surging chocolate beans touched the corner of her clothes, she had already flown to the next room. Finally, Mu Huishua landed in the sixth room. Mu Huishua turned to Santa Claus and said, "Is it true that we cannot choose players from other groups?" Santa Claus nodded. "Of course not, my child, otherwise what is the point of grouping?" Mu Huishua smiled regretfully and raised her finger. "Then I will choose her." Qin Shanshan frowned, and Mu Huishua waved at her and smiled. Chapter 190. Sister Shanshan. Fu Wensheng shouted nervously. Qin Shanshan turned around and gave him a reassuring look, then turned around and walked towards the sixth grid. The short-haired girl walked into the grid step by step, her expression calm, with a calmness that did not match her age. She looked at the other party calmly, and Mu Huishua smiled and waved at her, revealing a bright smile. No one understood why Mu Huishua chose Qin Shanshan as her opponent. Her points were 5, and Qin Shanshan's were 2. Everyone knows that this little girl looks weak, but her score is 2. Even if the probability of losing is only 1 in 10,000, once she loses, her lucky dice will become 2. Mu Huishua should choose a player with the same score of 5, so that no matter who wins or loses, neither of them will suffer. Is she so confident in her own strength? Everyone thought. Qin Shanshan looked calm, but countless thoughts flashed through her mind. Mu Huishua chose her to win, others did not know, but she knew it very well. But Mu Huishua would not lose if she chose any player in this group. The difference in strength is like a natural chasm. Since it doesn't matter who you choose, why did Mu Huishua choose her? Qin Shanshan kept thinking, but she still couldn't figure it out. There is no logic in this matter. You can only act according to circumstances. Qin Shanshan was thinking about Mu Huishua's intentions, and heard a smiling female voice. "Your physical strength doesn't seem to increase much?" Qin Shanshan was stunned and looked up at the other party. Mu Huishua lowered her voice and laughed in a volume that only the two of them could hear. "After eating the chocolate ice cream, all players' physical fitness will be improved to a certain extent. I roughly divided everyone's physical fitness into an order of magnitude. With your physical fitness as 1, others probably improved 1 or 2 physical fitness points. Only you didn't improve at all." Qin Shanshan was shocked. She had never fought once in the Santa Claus copy, and she surrendered directly when she was invited to challenge before. How did Mu Huishua figure it out? Breathing, walking, every minute and every second, a person's muscle strength and 5 senses are not resting. After a pause, Mu Huishua pulled the corner of her mouth open. You don't necessarily need him to fight to see a person's physical fitness. Even walking can reveal some clues. "Hey kid, how old are you this year? You look a little older than that little boy." Qin Shanshan was silent. It's not her fault that she didn't think about it. She really knows very little about this kind of physical strength. 15. Mu Huishua, very small. Qin Shanshan, shall we start the duel? As she spoke, she took out her dice from her pocket and walked towards the Christmas socks. The little girl put the dice into the socks and deliberately walked to the corner of the grid, far away from the socks. Mu Huishua needed to put the dice into the socks before the two could start the duel. Mu Huishua's strength was so strong that he could kill her in the blink of an eye just by putting the dice into the socks, leaving her no chance to surrender. Chen Shanshan made full preparations to prevent any accidents. Mu Huishua walked to the socks, turned the small lucky dice, a light flashed in her eyes, and threw the dice in. I admit defeat. A crisp female voice interrupted Chen Shanshan's words, and the little girl looked at the other party in surprise. The tall woman in black tights reached into the socks, and took out the dice that Chen Shanshan had just put in. She looked lazy and walked to the middle of the sixth grid, ready to continue her game. Mu Huishua looked up, and found that Chen Shanshan had not left the grid. She raised her eyebrows. Not leaving? I have to continue the game. Chen Shanshan looked at her for a few seconds, turned around and walked back to the starting point. Fu Wensheng explained in a low voice, Sister Shanshan, what on earth does she want to do? Chen Shanshan put her index finger to her lips, and made a gesture of silence. She looked at the sixth grid, where the shrewd black-clad woman lightly jumped over 6 grids, and returned to the starting point. She encountered 2 sudden crises along the way. The lucky points became 2, and bad luck came over instantly. But she was not moved at all, still looking calm and composed, but she did not relax her vigilance and tried her best. Seeing Mu Huishua jump to the 7th grid again, Chen Shanshan whispered to Fu Wensheng, she wants to see if I can keep this dice. Maybe she is also curious about how I can survive until now when my physical fitness cannot be improved, what my superpowers are, and which grid can help me reach. On the other side, Tang Mo saw Mu Huishua give the dice to Chen Shanshan, thought for a moment, and understood her intention. Before the game started, Mu Huishua said that she came to Fu Wenduo and hoped that Fu Wenduo would kill her. She was not lying. She said it very seriously. She really wanted to die. Giving the dice to Chen Shanshan might bring her more danger, but Mu Huishua was not afraid. Under Bai Ruoya's endless suicidal behavior, there was a heart that was extremely afraid of death. Under Mu Huishua's cautious appearance, there was a determination to really want to die. People who are not afraid of death are actually the most terrifying. Tang Mo retracted his gaze and walked to the grid. His score was 1. If he started the game rashly, he would definitely face a more terrible punishment than Mu Huishua, who had a score of 2. Tang Mo was not going to take any risks. He threw the dice, and the small dice drew a parabola in the air and landed steadily in the 6th grid. Santa Claus said in surprise, huh? And looked up at Tang Mo. Tang Mo said indifferently, can I go directly to the 6th grid? Santa Claus said in annoyance, is it still possible? Well, I don't think I said it's not allowed. You are so smart, kid, you actually caught Santa Claus's loophole. It seems that I have to add this rule to the game rules next time. There is no doubt that Tang Mo chose the young woman. The latter looked ugly, staring at Tang Mo with red eyes, wishing to cut him into pieces. However, it is a crime to possess a treasure. This woman's strength may be considered average among the 19 players, but in this group, she is far from being a match for Tang Mo and the other 2. She struggled to fight with Tang Mo for a few times, and before the small parasol was about to hit her throat, she quickly admitted defeat. Tang Mo took her dice and returned to the original position. On the other side, Chen Shanshan took the dice and walked to the starting point. Fu Wensheng looked at her back nervously. The thin girl straightened her back and walked to the front silently. She glanced at the dice in her hand, threw it into the 1st grid, and then walked in and out easily. Then came the 2nd grid. Chen Shanshan's physical fitness could not be improved, that was compared with other players. Compared with before the Earth went online, she must have been much stronger, but her improvement was all within the level that normal human training could achieve. With her ability, she could jump in each room-sized grid without leaving a second footprint, which was already the limit. Once she encountered danger, it would be extremely difficult for her to escape, and she would definitely fail the game. Fu Wensheng wanted to persuade her to quit while she was ahead and never take risks to pass the game. Unexpectedly, Chen Shanshan jumped 3 grids in a row without encountering any danger. Fu Xiaodi touched his head. A lucky dice with 5 points is so useful. Mu Huishua stood aside with her arms folded, staring at Chen Shanshan with dark eyes, thinking. Chen Shanshan threw the dice into the 4th grid again, and she jumped over 4 grids with a little effort, and then jumped back. Just when everyone thought she was going to the 5th grid, she suddenly put away the dice and said to Santa Claus, I give up, let's change someone else. Everyone looked at her in surprise. Mu Huishua was also stunned for a moment, watching the little girl walk back to Fu Wensheng. Fu Wensheng, Sister Shanshan, why don't you continue? Chun Shanshan, next time there should be danger, triggering punishment. How do you know? Jin Shanshan watched a player behind her roll the dice and play the game. After watching for a while, she turned around and explained, Xiaosheng, do you think the punishment mechanism of this game is completely random? There are 9 grids in total. No one has been to the last 2 grids. In the first 7 grids, is the difficulty of the punishment the same for each grid? Fu Wensheng thought carefully and said, I don't know whether the punishment is random, but the difficulty of the punishment of these 7 grids is different. There was a male player who experienced the punishment of glass candy balls and chocolate beans in succession. Glass candy balls are the second grid, and its punishment is like Plants vs. Zombies, constantly spitting out candy balls to hit people. Chocolate beans are even more terrifying. The entire grid is occupied by chocolate beans. If you don't leave the grid within 2 seconds, you will definitely be drowned in the sea of chocolate beans and can never escape. Jin Shanshan, so the difficulty of the grid punishment is different, and the probability of encountering danger is also different according to each person's dice points. Before me, there were a total of 16 players who had started the game. 16? Fu Wensheng didn't expect Qin Shanshan to remember the game process of the other 2 groups of players. Qin Shanshan, yes. I roughly calculated the number of times they encountered penalties, which round they encountered penalties, and their luck points. My luck points are 5. Normally, I should encounter 2 penalties before I reach the 5th grid. But Mu Huaixue played the game before me, and she triggered a lot of penalties. As she said that, the little girl glanced at Santa Claus sitting in the 9th grid. It's him, controlling the game. He really wants to kill all the players present, but he can't do that under the surveillance of the Black Tower. He even has to control the number and frequency of punishments to ensure the fairness of the game. Mu Huaixue is very strong, so even if her luck points are 5, she has encountered too many punishments. I am weak. It doesn't matter if you give me a little sweetness, as long as you punish me in the 5th grid, I will be wiped out. Fu Wensheng was surprised. Santa Claus is in control? Qin Shanshan, this is just my guess. With the same lucky dice, stronger players will encounter more penalties, while weaker players will encounter fewer. I only observed 16 people. The sample size is too small, so this speculation is not accurate. But fortunately, this proves a 100% fact. Fu Wensheng, what fact? Qin Shanshan looked at the child seriously. Xiaosheng, it is impossible for the 2 of us to pass this game. Fu Wensheng, this is not good at all. On the other side, Tang Mo hadn't thought about Qin Shanshan yet. It was Ning Zheng's turn to play in their group. Ning Zheng's score was 1. He stood in front of the starting point and threw the dice into the 6th grid without hesitation, imitating Tang Mo. The handsome, tall and thin young man stood in the grid and swept his eyes over the other 3 players in the group one by one. The young woman was the least worried because her score was 1. Ning Zheng threw the dice directly into the 6th grid, obviously wanting to open the big stage of fighting and exchange dice with others. No matter who he chose, he would not choose her. Tang Mo looked at Ning Zheng coldly, and when Ning Zheng aimed his eyes at Bai Ruoyao, he said, I choose him. Bai Ruoyao spread his hands and walked up with a playful smile. They each put the dice into their socks and prepared to duel. Just then, Tang Mo laughed, attracting the attention of the 2. Tang Mo looked at Bai Ruoyao. Are you going to give the dice to him? Bai Ruoyao looked at Tang Mo and slowly opened his mouth. Tang, what are you saying? Why don't I understand? Tang Mo, I said, you are going to deliberately let the water go this round and give the dice to Ning Zheng. Tang, you wronged me. Why should I give up the dice? The baby-faced young man pretended to hold his heart and said sadly, I am so selfless in your heart. If I want to give up the dice, I should give it to you. What is the relationship between you and me? Tang Mo, I don't know what the relationship between you and me is. But it is obvious that your relationship is not simple. After a pause, Tang Mo turned his head to look at Ning Zheng and said 4 words, You are not up yet? Ning Zheng's face turned black. Tang Mo smiled. When did you hook up together? When you visited the candy house? Or earlier? Bai Ruoyao narrowed his eyes and looked at Tang Mo. After a moment he laughed. Guess, if you guess right, I will give you the 6-point dice. Chapter 191. Tang Mo did not respond to his words, and the baby-faced young man said it again, with a sincere tone. Tang, if you guess correctly, I will really give you the dice. There was a big smile on the fair face, which was dazzling. From the beginning, I was wondering why Ning Zheng came to participate in this game. Tang Mo looked at Bai Ruoyao and Ning Zheng in the grid, and said calmly, To participate in this game, players must have received Christmas branches before. The surviving players and the returnees have just experienced a great battle. Most players will not rashly enter such a dangerous game, so those who could enter must be the best players. Again, they should have cleared the second floor of the Black Tower, or have great confidence in their own strength. Bai Ruoya smiled and narrowed his eyes. Continue. Tang Mo, whether they are regular players, reserve players, or stowaways, their common enemy is the returnees. The returnees are in a very dangerous situation in this kind of copy. But Haida said that there were 3 returnees who entered the game. Let's not talk about the reasons why the other 2 entered the game. Ningzheng. The voice paused. Tang Mo looked at the young man beside him. Ningzheng looked at him silently. He continued. Ningzheng is a very cautious person. Even if there is only a 30% chance of threatening his life, he will not participate. So in the dodgeball brawl, Ningzheng clearly had a chance to take back his apple, and even open E's reward. After leaving the elevated road, he chose to turn around and leave without looking back, giving up the reward directly. Tang Mo, at first I just felt strange, but then by coincidence me and Ningzheng were assigned to the same group. With your personality, even if you don't know Ningzheng at all, you will deliberately provoke him. But just now you just talked to me and the other 2 players, consciously avoiding Ningzheng, so I judged that you already knew each other. Bai Ruoya smiled and looked at Tang Mo without saying a word, but if you look closely, you will find that the arc of his mouth has risen a little bit, as if his thoughts have been guessed. Tang Mo touched the 6-point dice in his hand. Before the game started, you found him and joined forces with him. The means are nothing more than coercion and inducement. Tang Mo thought for a while and raised his head. You are very strong, but Ningzheng is a returner on the time ranking list. He has participated in many more games than you. You can't have anything to tempt him. Inducement is impossible, so it is coercion? What handle did you catch on him, Bai Ruoya? Paw in the center of the grid, the baby-faced young man did not hesitate to applaud. Tang, you understand me so well, I almost thought you had a crush on me. But you also understand Ningzheng so well. You are such a playboy. Bai Ruoya frowned. What should I do? I have to give you the dice. Tang Mo did not comment. He did not lack the 6-point dice, and Bai Ruoya's words could not be believed, even a punctuation mark. Sure enough, the next second, the baby-faced young man raised his hand. But it's a pity, Tang. I also want to give you the dice, but I don't have the 6-point dice now. After saying that, he turned to look at Santa Claus. I give up. Santa Claus listened to Tang Mo's group's conversation with great interest. He seemed to have guessed something and said helplessly, Alas, children, why are you so kind and unwilling to fight with your companions? Every duel ends before it even starts. Okay, Santa Claus likes honest and kind children the most. Take your dice. Bai Ruoya smiled and took the lucky dice with 1 point from his socks. Tang Mo guessed it right, so he gave the dice with 6 points to Tang Mo. But unfortunately, he no longer had a 6-point dice, so of course, he couldn't get another one to give to Tang Mo. Bai Ruoya walked back to his original position and winked at Tang Mo. Tang Mo ignored him. He calmly looked at Ningzheng in the middle of the grid, watching him jump back to the starting point and end his game. Tang? Tang Mo ignored Bai Ruoya. His fingers gently rubbed the small lucky dice, and his brain quickly worked. What exactly did Bai Ruoya and Ningzheng want to do? If it were any other multiplayer game, these 2 people could indeed join hands to threaten Tang Mo. But it is obvious that Santa Claus's game prohibits violence on the surface, and their only chance is the duel stage in the 6th grid. The first time Bai Ruoya triggered the duel, he did not choose Tang Mo, but the young woman. Now he deliberately gave the dice to Ningzheng and took the 1-point dice himself. What is his purpose? What benefits will this bring to them? In a game where the murderer must die, punished by Santa Claus, how do these 2 people who are afraid of death plan to deal with him? Tang Mo had a bad feeling in his heart. His super-intelligent thinking made him smell something wrong, but his logic could not understand what was going on in the mind of a psychopath, nor could he substitute it. Closing his eyes and taking a long breath, Tang Mo sneered and shook his head. The way to deal with a psychopath is to ignore him and not treat him as a human being. Anyway, the other party's conspiracy will naturally be exposed at that time. The truth came faster than Tang Mo thought. When it was Bai Ruoya's turn to throw the dice, he threw the dice into the 6th box without hesitation. Seeing the scene, Tang Mo's eyelids twitched slightly. He looked at Bai Ruoya, who jumped into the 6th grid in the distance, and saw the other party waving at him. Tang, do you want to duel? Tang Mo, Santa Claus said that in the duel stage, players cannot kill their opponents, otherwise they will be punished by Santa Claus. But injuries are inevitable. Tang Mo walked into the sixth grid expressionlessly, and threw his dice into the Christmas stocking. The small white dice had just left his hand, and had not yet fallen to the bottom of the socks. A black shadow flashed quickly, and rushed towards the baby-faced young man standing in the middle of the grid. Bai Ruoyo exclaimed in surprise, then dodged Tang Mo's attack. Tang Mo pulled out a small parasol from his waist, opened it with a click, and used the umbrella to knock Bai Ruoyo away. The pink umbrella was like steel, and Bai Ruoyo subconsciously blocked it with one hand, but when he touched the umbrella, he felt a heavy pressure like a mountain. This small parasol is not as fragile as it looks. Bai Ruoyo smiled and said, Tang Tang, are you serious? Bai Ruoyo was answered by the sharp tip of the umbrella. Tang Mo's moves were fierce, and the small parasol left a trail of afterimages in the air. Sometimes he opened his defense, sometimes he closed his attack. Bai Ruoyo kept dodging left and right, and he seemed to be at a disadvantage. Tang Mo never thought of giving up. Indeed, without using superpowers and props, his physical fitness and fighting skills were incomparable to Bai Ruoyo. But now the two of them can use props. Bai Ruoyo is obviously a person who does not often use props and relies on external objects. Another attack that broke through the air. Bai Ruoyo's eyes turned cold, his wrist moved, and the silver butterfly knife flew out from his sleeve. The two knives flew into the air. Bai Ruoyo turned sideways and kicked the handles, and the two knives flew towards Tang Mo. Tang Mo immediately opened his small parasol to block it, and the silver knife left two white marks on the umbrella and flew back to Bai Ruoyo's hand. Bai Ruoyo danced with his fingers and snapped the butterfly knife shut. He looked at Tang Mo and laughed. Tang Tang, I'm really going to do it. The next moment, the two of them rushed towards each other without any hesitation. 2 hours later, a total of 10 battles broke out on the Santa Claus duel stage, and the first 9 battles were completely incomparable to this one. The difference in strength was fully reflected at this moment. The young woman whose dice was snatched away by Bai Ruoyo could no longer catch Bai Ruoyo and Tang Mo's attacking movements with her eyesight. She swallowed her saliva in fear, and then she realized that Bai Ruoyo was just teasing her and didn't take her seriously. The other two groups, Fu Wenduo and Mu Huishua, also noticed the battle here. Fu Wensheng was a little anxious. Sister Shanchen, didn't you say that Brother Tang is not the opponent of that psychopath just by physical strength and props? What should I do? Qin Shanchen's breathing also became a little faster. She didn't know much about fighting, and couldn't give Tang Mo any advice. But she chose to believe Tang Mo. Brother Tang Mo must have his own judgment. Fu Wenduo crossed his arms, and watched this fierce duel quietly through a layer of red light film. Tang Mo didn't hold back at all, and Bai Ruoyo almost tried his best. The silver knife flowers and the pink parasol kept colliding, making a bang 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 sound. Santa Claus was so absorbed in watching that he almost shouted fight. The sharp butterfly knife pierced Tang Mo's arm, and his clothes were cut into pieces, with the sleeves completely hanging on his arms. Red blood flowed down his skin, dripping onto the ground, staining Tang Mo's hand. Bai Ruoyo was also slightly injured, but his condition was much better than Tang Mo's. Time passed by, and when a cheerful Christmas song sounded in the white space, no one reacted. Even Santa Claus was surprised and said, "What is this? Ah, it's time." Yes, Santa Claus's duel stage has a time limit of 5 minutes. When the time was up, Tang Mo wanted to do it again, but Bai Ruoyo stopped first. Tang Mo had guessed his intention and stared at him coldly. Santa Claus said, "Oh, this is difficult. You two children are very good, and there is no winner in 5 minutes. Then Santa Claus can only give a fair judgment. I am the fairest and most democratic Santa Claus, and I will listen to every suggestion of the children. In my opinion, this round should be won by this kid. I admit defeat." Santa's voice stopped abruptly, and he stared at Bai Ruoyo blankly. After a moment, he retracted his hand pointing at Bai Ruoyo, and laughed hoarsely. "Is that so? Well, since you admit defeat, then this kid is the winner." Bai Ruoyo wiped the bloody marks on his neck from the small parasol, walked to Tang Mo with a smile, and reached out to take out a 1-point dice from the socks behind him. Tang Mo obviously won, but his expression became even colder. "Tang Mo, you and I have such a deep hatred." It was an affirmative sentence, not a question. This question actually stumped Bai Ruoyo. He was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "It seems not, but Tang Tang, don't you feel bored?" Tang Mo, boring about what? Bai Ruoyo, every day is boring. Games, dungeons, attacking towers. You are so cute, I can only play with you. Tang Mo glanced at him, took his dice, and turned away. Bai Ruoyo spread his hands innocently. Don't try to guess the brain circuit of a psychopath. Tang Mo can't understand Bai Ruoya's motives. If you think about it carefully, the relationship between the two of them is indeed not to the extent of a blood feud. Bai Ruoyu was concerned about Tang Mo at first because Tang Mo was surrounded by a thick death aura that was almost tangible, but he just couldn't die. Then Tang Mo forced him to cut off his arm, and Bai Ruoyu remembered Tang Mo from then on. And the reason why Tang Mo used a big match on Bai Ruoyu and forced him to cut off his arm was because Bai Ruoyu took away his moonflower. There were only 3 players left in the gem corridor dungeon: Tang Mo, Bai Ruoyu and Fu Wensheng. Bai Ruoyu and Fu Wensheng didn't need moonflowers to pass the level, as they were their rewards. Tang Mo wanted to pass the level, but he had to put the moonflower in the bedroom of the Queen of Hearts. So in the end, Bai Ruoyu suddenly turned against Tang Mo and took away his moonflower, thus getting 2 rewards. He only took Tang Mo's and didn't take Fu Wensheng's, who was weaker, out of his own bad taste. At the same time, he also left a way for Tang Mo to survive. As long as Tang Mo took Fu Wensheng's moonflower, Tang Mo could pass the level smoothly. But Tang Mo was not willing to take the reward from the children. He had turkey eggs and could reload the game. Bai Ruoyu could never imagine why Tang Mo could guess his intentions and then force him into a dead end. But this did not prevent him from deciding to pester Tang Mo to make his life no longer boring. When Tang Mo walked back to the starting point, he had figured out the relationship between him and Bai Ruoyu. Psychopaths have broad minds, and mentally retarded children are more joyful. Tang Mo concluded with a sneer. At this time, Bai Ruoyu just jumped back to the starting point. Hearing Tang Mo seem to have said something, he came over. Hee hee, Tang, what did you say? Tang Mo smiled. Praise you for being smart. After a pause, Tang Mo added, and you keep your word. Bai Ruoyu himself was amused by Tang Mo's words. He pretended to be serious. I am very trustworthy. When I have a 6-point dice next time, I will definitely give it to you. Tang Mo believed in him rather than Fu Shuti. He was not afraid of Fu Wenduo. Would Bai Ruoyu really give the dice to Tang Mo? Tang Mo's eyes moved left and right between him and Ning Zheng. No, they wanted to fight a war of attrition. Tang Mo did not win because he could not beat Bai Ruoyu at all. And Bai Ruoyu did not defeat Tang Mo. On the one hand, he could not end the battle within 5 minutes, and on the other hand, he never thought of defeating Tang Mo. He wanted to hurt Tang Mo. Hurting the enemy by 1,000 means hurting yourself by 800. This is what Tang Mo guessed, Bai Ruoyu's idea. There is no doubt that a psychopath would definitely do such a thing, and Bai Ruoyu's loss was not 800, at most 400. This deal is very cost-effective. Killing is prohibited in the Santa Claus copy, but what about outside the copy? Once Tang Mo is seriously injured and cannot recover in a short time, that will be Bai Ruoyu's chance. The only thing Tang Mo can do now is to wait and see and pass the game as soon as possible. However, Ning Zheng soon threw the dice into the 6th grid, and he looked at Tang Mo. I choose him. Tang Mo was silent, and walked to the grid. Ning Zheng was different from Bai Ruoyu. He wanted to win the game more, so he didn't throw the dice into the 6th grid at the beginning. Instead, he threw the first 5 grids, and walked to the 6th grid step by step. But he still chose Tang Mo. Tang Mo took out the dice. You are different from Bai Ruoyu, I may win. Ning Zheng is very strong, but he is also strong in supernatural powers. Without supernatural powers, it is hard to say who will win between him and Tang Mo. Ning Zheng was silent for a moment. So now you and I are both 6 points. The implication is, even if he loses, he will not lose anything. Tang Mo thought. So this is why you and Bai Ruoyu exchanged dice. Tang Mo smiled. I am very curious. What handle did Bai Ruoyu catch on you that made you help him so much? In the dodgeball battle, Ning Zheng was a spy for 3 parties. Tang Mo still remembers it vividly. What handle can make such a cautious person who cherishes his life resolutely help a psychopath, even if it will threaten his own life? Ning Zheng did not speak. He threw the dice into his socks, and then turned to attack Tang Mo. At first, Ning Zheng's attack was not fierce, and it seemed that he did not use all his strength. Bai Ruoyu put his hands to his mouth and made a trumpet shape. Ning, you have to work hard to become stronger. Ning Zheng's eyes twitched, and he took out a red prop dagger and stabbed Tang Mo. 5 minutes later, Ning Zheng and Tang Mo were evenly matched. Tang Mo thought for a while and said, I admit defeat. Ning Zheng glanced at him. I won't appreciate your kindness. Tang Mo smiled and said, Did I say I need you to appreciate it? After that, he took his 6-point dice. In Santa's hopscotch game, players can throw the dice into any grid at will, and can even throw the dice into the 6th grid at the beginning to trigger the duel stage. However, when the duel is over, regardless of the winner, the player is considered to have failed the game, and the round of the game is over. In addition, if the duel fails, the player's round of the game is also over. Tang Mo took the initiative to admit defeat so that Ning Zheng could continue the game. He said on the surface. I don't need Ning Zheng to appreciate it, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he calmly walked back to the starting point. Next, Bai Ruoya and Ning Zheng took turns to fight and consume Tang Mo's physical strength. The game time was very short, and Tang Mo was constantly fighting with masters, so many wounds inevitably appeared on his body. Fu and Duo watched this scene quietly in another group, and glanced at Bai Ruoya coldly. The baby-faced young man noticed the man's cold gaze, and thought Fu and Duo wanted to say hello to him, so he raised his hand and waved at Fu and Duo. Fu and Duo suddenly smiled, his thin lips curled up, and he stretched out his right hand to wipe his lower lip. In the third group, Fu and Sheng took a breath. Big brother is angry. Chun Shanshan? Question mark. Fu Wenqing's scalp was numb with fear, and his desire to survive was extremely strong. Big brother is really angry. It's over. So scary. What should I do, Sister Shanshan? Can we pretend not to know Big Brother after we leave the game? I don't want to meet Big Brother like this. Qin Shanshan wanted to say. Even if Major Fu is really angry, it's not because of you. But suddenly, there was a harsh system crash. The loud system crash sounded throughout the space, and all the players turned their heads to look at the place where the sound came from. At the front of the grid with the points 2 and 5, a black figure landed steadily in front of Santa Claus and stepped into the 9th grid with both feet. No one noticed when this woman walked through all the grids and came in front of Santa Claus. Perhaps it was because she moved too fast, and once she mastered the skills, she could quickly apply them. Hearing the familiar sound of the computer system crashing, Mu Huishue was momentarily distracted. She supported herself with both hands, and there was a bloody wound on her forehead, which was caused by the cotton candy thread scratching the 5th grid. Mu Huishue coughed, and the blood on her forehead flowed down and covered her eyes. She wiped the blood clean, stood up straight, and looked up at the tall Santa Claus in front of her. I won. Santa Claus was stunned for a long time, and the corners of his mouth widened a little bit, revealing a smile. My child, it is obvious that you have failed in the game. Santa Claus's smile was sinister and cunning, but he pretended to be very regretful and kind, which made his expression look a little funny. Mu Huishue also guessed so. She stretched her body. So where did I lose? From the 1st grid to the 9th grid, she successfully passed each grid without taking an extra step in any grid, and successfully avoided the attacks of the candies. Finally, she came to the 9th grid. Mu Huishue thought for a while. Does it mean that coming to the 9th grid does not count as passing the game? Or do I have to go back to the starting point? Santa Claus. No, kid, follow the correct order, do not violate the rules of the game, and enter the 9th grid to complete the game. Mu Huishue. I did not violate the rules of the game, and I also entered the 9th grid. Mu Huishue tapped her chin with her fingers. Sure enough, the correct order is not that simple. As she said, she turned around and looked behind her. Behind her were 8 huge numbers suspended in the air. Just above the 8 grids, each corresponded to a huge number flashing red light. Just now, Mu Huishue jumped to the 9th square step by step according to the order of these 8 numbers. Mu Huishue laughed softly and said, Interesting. After she finished speaking, she did not question Santa Claus again, but walked back to the starting point. Santa Claus was ready to humiliate this player, but unexpectedly, the other party turned around and walked away. Santa Claus subconsciously said, Child, you don't ask anymore? Mu Huishue, will you answer if I ask? Santa Claus, no. The woman in black smiled and grinned. So. In a few seconds, Mu Huishue jumped back to the starting point. Santa Claus, There was silence in the white space. Qin Shanshan kept thinking about the conversation between Mu Huishue and Santa Claus. The other 2 groups could only hear Santa Claus' voice, but not Mu Huishue's voice, so they got much less information than Qin Shanshan's group. However, at the same time, Tang Mo, Fu Duo, Bai Ruoya, Ning Zheng all realized the order is wrong. Tang Mo turned his head and looked forward. 9 huge numbers were suspended high in the air. From the beginning, the players threw the dice and played hopscotch in the order of these 9 numbers. However, Mu Huishue had just failed. Tang Mo believed that with Mu Huishue's strength, she could not break the rules, so she could only have gone in the wrong order. What is the real order? Santa Claus was defeated by Mu Huishue, and his face was very depressed. He vented loudly. Hey, kids, Santa Claus must remind you that my fun shopping street will close in half an hour. But none of you have passed the game. You are the worst group of kids I have ever taught. Only half an hour left. The players were in an uproar. Fu Wendu's eyes stayed on the 9 numbers one by one, and finally, he walked to the starting point, ready to start the game. On the other side, Bairuoyo opened his eyes exaggeratedly. Wow, only half an hour left. What should I do? If I don't pass the game, will I die here? Hee hee, let Dear, Tang Tang and Major Fu be buried with me, oh, and Ning Ning. Don't look at me like that. I haven't forgotten you, Ning Ning. We die here together, it feels good too. Ning Zheng, He suddenly wanted to betray again, and slapped this psychopath away. The young woman didn't care so much. She was extremely anxious. She had long discovered that she was the weakest among the 4 people in this group, and she couldn't even compare with the other 3. Each group can only pass 3 people at most. No matter what, she couldn't pass. What should she do? Is she really going to die here? Cooperation, how about it? Bairuoya's disgusting laughter suddenly stopped. He looked at Tang Emo, and after a moment, he smiled and said, Tang Tang, you actually want to cooperate with me? I'm so happy. I say, we two cooperate, join forces. How about it? The smile on Bairuoya's face disappeared instantly, and Ning Zheng frowned. The young woman looked at Tang Emo in astonishment, pointing at herself. You said me? We cooperate? Bairuoya said lightly. Tang Tang, it seems that your vision in selecting teammates is not good. Tang Emo didn't look at him, but looked at the young woman seriously. He is the strongest returner in Beijing at present, Ning Zheng on the time ranking list. His name is Bairuoya, and his strength is no worse than Ning Zheng. After a pause, he said, with them here, you can't be in the top 3. Unfortunately, I don't plan to sacrifice for you and let you be in the top 3. So, cooperate? Only women and villains are difficult to raise. I didn't agree with this sentence before, but now I think villains are really annoying. Bairuoya yelled, Tang Tang, don't think I don't know you're talking about me. The black-haired young man looked calm, his eyes were trustworthy and powerful, and he raised the corners of his mouth. Hey, do you want to cooperate? The young woman's eyes were hot. Her pupils trembled, staring at Tang Emo, and the next second, she said forcefully, Okay, cooperate. Tang Emo smiled gently. Chapter 192. Only half an hour left. Tang Emo pulled the young woman aside, and whispered a few words into her ear. Bairuoya stretched his ears, but didn't hear any sound. He raised the corner of his mouth. Ning Ning, do you think Tang Tang said anything? At such a close distance, with your in my hearing, we couldn't hear any sound. Did he really talk to that woman? Ning Zheng glanced at him, and said nothing. Bairuoya didn't want to get an answer from Ning Zheng. He looked at Tang Mo's back with interest, his eyes rolled around, and he didn't know what idea he had come up with. On the side, the young woman's face kept changing. From the initial nervous expectation, she suddenly felt a little scared, and finally turned pale. She looked at Tang Emo with a very complicated look. She was doubting the young man in front of her, but her situation left her with no choice. If she didn't believe in Tang Emo, she wouldn't be able to pass the game. If she believed in Tang Emo, she might not be able to pass the game. It's death anyway. Okay, I get it, I believe you. Tang Emo looked up at Bairuoya, who immediately waved excitedly at him. Tang Emo narrowed his eyes, and every scene he had encountered with this psychopath flashed through his mind. He was thinking about how he had provoked the other party, and heard a nervous voice rang out in a low voice. Tang Emo, the first official player in China to pass the 3rd and 4th floors of the Black Tower, I know you. A month ago, Beijing East 3rd Ring Elevated Road, I watched from a distance that time and didn't dare to go up. But I know you are a very powerful high-level player. Tang Emo turned his head to look at the woman, and for the first time, he saw her clearly. This was a young woman with an ordinary appearance, only about 25 years old. Without the Black Tower, she might have been an ordinary white-collar worker, living a day-to-day life like other people of the same age. But now her eyes were firm. Even though she knew that she was the weakest among the 4 players in this group, and was likely to fail the game and face death in half an hour, she made a firm decision and believed in the strange player in front of her. My name is Bai Lu. The young woman said her name for the first time. Tang Emo, I want to know. Why did you help me? Tang Emo looked calm. I didn't help you. The young woman was stunned. What? Tang Mo's mouth showed a barely perceptible arc. I just don't want that psychopath to have an easy life. By the way, I don't want his companions to have an easy life either. Half an hour. For the other 2 groups of players, every second counts. Most of the players were shocked, and at a loss when they saw Mu Huishua fail to pass the game. Some players quickly figured out the key and rushed to pass the game. Tang Mo's group continued as usual. Bairoya seemed to be not afraid of not being able to pass the game. He kept throwing the dice into the 6th box and invited Tang Mo to duel. On the other side, Qin Shanshan's dice turned into 2 points again. Mu Huishua gave the 5-point dice to Qin Shanshan, but she couldn't keep it. As long as someone starts the duel stage, she could only give up the dice. Fu Wensheng is stronger than Qin Shanshan and has defended it once. However, the two children are too dazzling among the players. In the last half hour, both of their dice turned into 2 points. Fu Wensheng said anxiously, "Sister Shanshan, what should we do? The dangers encountered by the lucky dice with 5 points are so terrible. We only have 2 points. How can we skip these 9 grids? Chun Shanshan, isn't it impossible for us to pass this game?" Fu Wensheng, He suddenly remembered what Qin Shanshan said before. The kid said depressedly, "No, then Sister Shanshan, are you so calm?" Qin Shanshan thought for a while. "Xiaosheng, do you want to get a better reward?" Fu Wensheng, "Of course. But we can't even pass the game." Qin Shanshan pulled Fu Wensheng in front of her. She stretched out her hand and made 2 gestures to Fu Wensheng. Fu Wensheng was stunned. "That's it?" Qin Shanshan nodded. "That's it, go ahead." "Are you sure Brother Tang understands what I mean?" The short-haired girl smiled helplessly. "Go quickly, it's too late if you don't go now." A minute later, Tang Mo saw a short and thin figure in his peripheral vision. He looked closely, and saw Fu Wensheng lying on the red light film set up by Santa Claus, constantly tapping the light film to attract his attention. Tang Mo walked over calmly, and looked at Fu Wensheng expressionlessly. Fu Wensheng stretched out his 2 hands. He raised his index finger with his left hand, and made a 1, and made a thumbs-up gesture with his right hand. Fu Xiaodi didn't understand what this gesture meant, but Tang Mo's eyes changed, and he quietly looked up in the direction of Qin Shanshan. After a long time, he raised the corners of his lips, made a thumbs-up with his right hand, and then turned and left. Fu Wensheng ran back, and showed Qin Shanshan the gesture Tang Mo had just made. "Qin Shanshan, yeah, I saw it." Fu Wensheng, "Sister Shanshan, what are you and Brother Tang up to? If I just give a thumbs up, I can get a better reward." "Not yet, but soon." Qin Shanshan took 2 steps forward and suddenly stopped. The short-haired girl showed a rare shyness on her face. Qin Shanshan coughed and her voice became a little lower. Whisper. "Have you ever asked anyone for help?" Fu Wensheng, "Ah." 10 minutes later, a pleasant Merry Christmas suddenly sounded, and Santa Claus, sitting on a huge lollipop, was also stunned and turned his head to look behind him. Behind him, a tall and handsome man in black wearing thick military boots gently kicked the white dice on the ground. The small dice flew into the air with a gurgle, and was caught steadily by him. Fu Wensheng raised his eyes, and looked at Santa Claus. The next second, he asked in a low voice, "I passed the level?" Santa Claus opened his mouth wide for a long time, and he muttered depressedly, "How come the players nowadays are so strong?" then quickly changed his face, and put on a cheerful smile. "Kid, you are so smart. Yes, you passed the level. Congratulations, you have completed Santa Claus's hopscotch game." As soon as these words fell, a burst of exclamations rang out in the entire white space. Most of the players in Fu Wenduo's group noticed the order in which he hopscotch, and they were very surprised and scrambled to hopscotch. Fu Wenduo had already passed the level, so the order in which he hopscotch must be correct, and as long as you follow his order, you will definitely pass the level. In the other 2 groups, most of the players did not pay attention to the situation on Fu Wenduo's side. They were very annoyed, but the scheming players were not in a hurry. They stared at the situation in Fu Wenduo's group silently, trying to find the correct answer from the order of the remaining players. It was the first time that Mu Huishua was beaten to the game by someone else, which was quite refreshing. She was playing with a small dice in her hand, with a smile on her face, and no one knew what she was thinking. The next moment, she turned around and looked behind her. She found the 2 children before they even approached. Looking at the 2 children steadily, Mu Huishua smiled and said, "What's the matter?" Fu Wensheng knew Mu Huishua's identity, and buried his head in silence. Qin Shanshan looked up. Yes, something happened. Mu Huishua raised an eyebrow. "What's the matter?" The little girl asked for help with a clear mind, and said righteously, "Please help us and help us pass the level." Mu Huishua, The other 2 groups were playing in full swing. Perhaps because there were more players, the 2 groups were eager to play the game without wasting any time. The middle group was a little quiet. Tang Mo, Bai Ruoyao, Ning Zheng, and the young woman, none of the 4 people went up first. Until the last round of the game, Bai Ruoyao and Ning Zheng still took turns to challenge Tang Mo, consuming his physical strength and injuring him. But now there are only 10 minutes left. Ning Zheng no longer hesitated, he walked forward and decided to start his own game. This group was frighteningly quiet. Ning Zheng threw the dice into the first grid, the second grid, the third grid, and then the 6th grid. He jumped into the 6th grid, and his expression became complicated. He raised his head and looked forward, his eyes swept across Tang Mo and the other 2. Finally he said, "I choose him." Tang Mo was well prepared. He walked to the 6th grid skillfully, and stood in front of Ning Zheng. 2 red Christmas stockings appeared in the air. Tang Mo and Ning Zheng walked forward and threw their dice into the stockings. At this moment, Tang Mo's hand holding the dice was suspended in the air. He laughed. "It seems that your alliance with Bai Ruoyao is not very stable." Ning Zheng's body shook, and he threw the dice into the socks without saying anything. Tang Mo said loudly, "There are 4 people in this group, and only you and I have a dice score of 6. The points of the lucky dice are related to the punishment and trap that will be triggered next. Even if Santa Claus wants to wipe us out, he must abide by the principles of the Black Tower. Players with a score of 1 must be punished many times more than players with a score of 6. Santa Claus was listening with great interest. When he heard this, he complained about himself. "Children, I don't want to kill you. I am Santa Claus who loves children the most." Santa Claus' words can be heard by all players. One player lowered his voice and said, "Don't you have any idea in your mind?" Santa Claus was not ashamed, but proud, and the smile on his face became even brighter. Tang Mo continued to say to Ning Zheng, "You chose me to start the duel stage because only you and I have 6 points. Even though the woman's strength is obviously lower than yours, you don't want to take risks. In case she has an unexpected prop that can defeat you, even if there is only a 1% chance, you will not let it happen. So you chose me." "Ning Zheng, what do you want to say?" Tang Mo pointed his finger behind him. "Why didn't you choose him?" Bai Ruoyao pointed at himself. "Hee, Tang, you mean me?" "Yes, Ning, I want to know why you didn't choose me, we are good friends." Ning Zheng looked unhappy. Tang Mo answered for him, "Because you don't trust him. His score is 1, and he has a great chance of defeating you. As long as he doesn't admit defeat, you will easily lose the dice, and the game will fail, and you have to start all over again. Compared to him, Ning Zheng, you trust me more. Every round of the game before was to consume my physical strength, only this time, you are serious. Time is insufficient, you don't want to die, you want to pass the level. This time, you must win the duel, and you must get a 6-point dice. Ning Zheng, Tang Mo, I don't have. So I will do it for you." The voice stopped abruptly, and Ning Zheng looked at Tang Mo in a daze. Holding a dice tightly in his fingers, Tang Mo smiled slightly, loosened his hand, and the dice fell steadily into the Christmas stocking. The moment the dice fell in, Tang Mo smiled and said, "I give up." After saying that, he reached into the Christmas stocking and took out his dice. Ning Zheng stared at Tang Mo blankly. He saw Tang Mo put the dice back into his pocket and walk straight back to the starting point. Although he didn't look back, as if he knew he was watching, Tang Mo raised his hand and waved, very casually. Ning Zheng pursed his lips, turned around, took back his dice, and continued the game. Soon, the second song Merry Christmas sounded in the white space. Ning Zheng stood in front of Santa Claus, glanced at Fu and Duo beside him, and breathed a sigh of relief. He turned his head and looked behind him, only to see Bai Ruoyao approaching Tang Mo again, chattering something. Tang Mo ignored him and pushed the young woman to the starting point. "You come." Bai Ruoyao stopped talking. Tang, are you going to have a century duel with me?" Tang Mo, "Century duel?" Bai Ruoyao, yes, it's just you and me left. This game is very simple, and almost everyone knows the order. But knowing the order is one thing, and being able to pass the level is another. Now you are the only one left on the field with a score of 6. If the score on the dice is 1. Tang, can you handle the punishment of hell level difficulty? The implication is that he will definitely take away Tang Mo's dice. Tang Mo asked directly, "Do you want to duel with me?" "You don't want to?" Tang Mo, "Okay, I wait for you in the 6th box." Bai Ruoyao was about to say something else when a trembling female voice sounded, I choose him." Bai Ruoyao subconsciously turned his head to look at the other party, only to see the young woman pointing her finger at Ning Zheng standing next to Santa Claus. Bai Ruoyao was surprised and asked, "Is this possible?" "Young woman, holy. Santa Claus never said that you can't challenge players who have already cleared the game. We are all good children who like Santa Claus. Games are for entertainment. Santa Claus said that the duel stage is a place for us to communicate our feelings. Even if you have cleared the game, you can't play it anymore. Santa Claus stroked his beard and said, you can indeed challenge players who have already cleared the game. This is a hidden rule. Few people pay attention to this. You are really a smart child. Bairuoyu chuckled. She is indeed quite smart. She knows that if she takes the 1-point dice, she will die before she can move 2 squares. So she throws it directly to the 6th square and tries to change her dice to 6. Tang Tang, did you teach her this? He approached Tang Imo and provoked. But Tang Tang, how can she beat Ning Zheng? She can definitely choose you, and you can admit defeat and give her your dice. Aren't you partners? You trust each other very much. Ning Zheng walked to the 6th grid and took out his dice from his pocket. The young woman walked to his side timidly. Ning Zheng looked down and looked at this opponent. He suddenly felt that he was too cautious just now. How could such a player have hidden props to defeat him? He should not choose Tang Imo, but this woman. However, he had already chosen Tang Imo, and Tang Imo whispered to him at the end. Ning Zheng's eyes darkened, and he threw the dice into the Christmas stocking. The young woman took out her most powerful prop. If Ning Zheng made a move, she would definitely dodge at the first moment and admit defeat loudly. Unexpectedly, Ning Zheng said lightly, I admit defeat. The smile on Bairuoya's face froze. Ning Zheng took the young woman's 1-point dice from the Christmas stocking and walked back to the 9th square. Everything happened very quickly. The young woman stayed where she was, and did not come back to her senses. Bairuoya clenched his fingers, and an obscure laugh leaked from his teeth. So this is why you deliberately provoked the relationship between Ning Zheng and me just now, and took the initiative to admit defeat. Tang Tang, I didn't know you were such a gentle person. Even if this woman got a 6-point dice, with her strength, there is only a 10% chance that she can pass the game. Why do you think both of you can pass the game? And can she keep this dice? Tang Imo, why do you think she can't keep it? Bairuoya, she just played a round of the game. According to the rules, she can't play the game right away. The only ones who can play the game below are you and me. If I were playing the game, I would definitely throw the dice into the 6th box, then choose her and take back the 6-point dice. Tang Imo narrowed his eyes. Both her and I have 6 points. Why don't you choose me? You must choose her. Bairuoya smiled. Tang Tang, do I look like a fool? This is the second time Bairuoya said this to Tang Imo. Bairuoya is afraid of death, afraid to death. At this time, in order to pass the game, he will not entangle with Tang Imo anymore. He will only choose the path of 100% winning rate to save his life. Tang Imo looked at Bairuoya quietly. I will let her pass the level smoothly. Bairuoya smiled and said, then you can try. I am different from you. I will definitely fulfill what I promised others. Tang Imo paused for a moment. You first, or me first? He looked indifferent, and did not seem very willing. Bairuoya wanted to roll the dice first, and directly snatched the 6-point dice back from the young woman's hand, and hit Tang Mo's face hard. But he closed his mouth before he opened his mouth again. He thought of a more interesting game. He deliberately said, ladies first. Tang Imo rarely smiled. You remind me of a Black Tower boss. Bairuoya, who? Tang Imo, a guy who is not very likable like you. Tang Imo was not polite. He threw the dice into the first grid. Obviously, he was going to play the game seriously. The dice fell into the grid with a click. Tang Imo jumped in with 1 foot, and slowly walked towards the dice. When he bent down to pick up the dice, he did not stand up again, but sat down directly. Through a thin layer of red light film, Tang Imo picked up the dice, and smiled at Bairuoya. The smile on Bairuoya's face disappeared in an instant, and a sense of foreboding surged in his heart. Slowly, he opened his mouth. Tang Tang, what are you doing? Do you want to sit down and chat with me? There are still 5 minutes left. Do you have time to pass the level? Even if you have time. Will your little girl have time? Tang Imo sat cross-legged on the ground, occupying a grid without moving. Santa Claus's hopscotch game has a total of 9 grids, of which the 9th grid is the end grid, and the size of each other grid is the same as the room. In other words, this is a very large map. Each time, except for the square where the dice is thrown, the player can only leave 1 footprint in each square, otherwise it will be considered a violation and will be punished. However, because the player has to take the dice back, Santa Claus does not stipulate how many times he can step on the square where the dice is, nor how long he can stay. Bairuoya suddenly realized something. His eyes were dark, staring at Tang Imo, and spit out 2 words from between his teeth, Tang Mo. Tang Mo smiled and said, "So I can stay in this room as long as I want, and you have no right to interfere." Bai Ruoye laughed in anger. "Mr. Tang, you don't want to pass the customs yourself in order to prevent me from passing the customs, so this is what you call keeping your word. You promised this woman that you would let her pass the customs, and in the end, you let her pass the customs like this? Bai Ruoye, are you afraid?" Bai Ruoye fell silent, looking at Tang Mo coldly, with murderous intent on his face. Tang Mo smiled and said again, "Bai Ruoye, tell me, are you afraid now?" Tang Mo. The situation took a turn for the worse. Tang Mo supported his chin and smiled. "There are still 4 minutes. With your and my strength, everything is still in time. Tell me, are you afraid? Are you afraid that you will not be able to pass the game and die here? Do you really want to beg me to continue the game and not drag you down?" Bai Ruoye's nails dug deep into his palm. After just a second, he smiled. "Yes, I am afraid of death. I am especially afraid of death. Tang Mo, continue your game. Is it worth dying here for someone like me?" Tang Mo stood up, and Bai Ruoye's eyes lit up. But the next moment, Tang Mo just changed his posture and sat down again. "It's worth it. Bai Ruoye, Tang Mo." Chapter 193. Bai Ruoye looked at Tang Mo quietly. Tang Mo sat in the center of the first grid, tilted his head slightly, and looked at him, with a smile on his lips. The two of them stared at each other silently through a thin layer of red light film. After a few seconds, Bai Ruoye smiled. "I have participated in 4 assembly copies in total, and each one will not end in death. Failure in the game does not mean that you will definitely die. It is very likely to trigger other games, or accept some tolerable punishment. There is a certain danger, but it does not necessarily mean death. The Gathering Dungeon is a shortcut for the Black Tower to improve players' strength. Tang, I suddenly feel a little happy when you piss me off like this. You care about me so much, and you deliberately delay time. It turns out that I am so important in your heart. Tang Mo, do you think so?" Bai Ruoye blinked. "You have a lucky dice with 6 points, and even if Santa Claus wants to make you lose, he can only open 3 penalty grids at most. With your strength, 3 penalty grids are not difficult. Even if you can't use your powers and props, you can make it in a minute if you hurry up." Tang Mo pretended to be surprised and said, "Oh," then said, "What if I jump in the wrong order?" Bai Ruoye acted more exaggerated than Tang Mo. He covered his mouth. "Wow, you got it wrong. Tang, you are really stupid. Such a stupid Tang is not my good friend." Tang Mo didn't say anything. Bai Ruoye laughed and teased him a few more times. One person sat firmly on the mountain, the other kept laughing. Bai Ruoye's face was not nervous at all, as if he really didn't care about the outcome of the game. It was obvious that Tang Mo couldn't play the game quickly, and if he didn't have time to complete the game, he was doomed to fail. But he didn't care. In the other 2 groups, someone noticed that Tang Mo was sitting in the first grid and didn't move. He looked at him in surprise for a few more times, then looked away. Everyone was busy completing their own games, and no one had time to waste on unfamiliar players. There were only 4 minutes left. Even the strongest players would need at least 1 minute to clear the 9 grids. Fu Wen's group played smoothly, but Mu Huishua's group had a little surprise. No one knew what the 2 children said to the woman in black before the game started. After the woman started the game, she threw the dice 1 grid at a time and played the game normally. When she threw the dice into the 6th grid, she chose the little boy as her duel partner. This is normal. In this group, Qin Shanshan and Fu Wensheng are the top choices for all players to duel. In addition to the player with a dice point of 2, they may choose to challenge the player with a point of 5 to increase their chances of passing the game. Players with a point of 5 will choose these 2 children to attack, because they will immediately admit defeat and not waste their game time. Sure enough, after Fu Wensheng walked to the 6th box, he threw the dice into the Christmas stocking, and then quickly said, I admit defeat." Then the kid opened his eyes wide, nervously looking up from below, quietly looking at Mu Huishua. Mu Huishua looked at the little boy with a half-smile, turned to the boy's companion, the short, thin girl with short hair, whistled, then reached out, and took the boy's dice from the sock where he threw the dice. The players looked at Mu Huishua in astonishment. She must have taken the wrong one. They had no idea what the female player was thinking. The boy's dice was 2 points, and her dice was 5 points. Did she put the wrong socks in? No, the boy threw the dice in just a second ago. Even a fool wouldn't admit his mistake. The players were confused, and soon Mu Huishua returned to the starting point and threw the dice into the 6th box again. At this moment, there were only 6 players left in this group. In addition to Fu Wensheng, There were 3 other players whose dice were 5 points, 2 male players and 1 female player. One of the male players cried out in his heart that something was wrong after seeing Mu Huishua throw the dice into the 6th box again, and his face suddenly turned dark. When Mu Huishua pointed at a female player and asked her to come up to duel, the male player's face was extremely ugly. He quickly ran to the only other male player with a score of 5 and whispered, "She is deliberately changing the points of the dice for others." The man was shocked. "What?" The male player hurriedly said, "Didn't you see that she deliberately changed the 5-point dice to the little boy? This time she called the woman up to take the 5-point dice from her hand. If I'm not mistaken, I don't know what those 2 kids said to her, and she was willing to help them get the 5-point dice." The man was shocked and said, "No way, even if those 2 kids got the 5-point dice, we can still challenge them to a duel and get their dice back. Those 2 kids are so weak that they can't keep them even if they get them. If you take it back, she will definitely help you to duel again and get the dice back. Will you still take those 2 kids' dice?" Things were developing in the worst-case scenario predicted by the male player. When Mu Huishua played the game again, she really chose Chen Shanshan as her duel partner and gave her 5-point dice again. But this time, she happened to see the situation in Tang Mo's group where the young woman chose Ning Zheng as her duel partner. She raised her eyebrows. Can it be like this? Then, Mu Huishua did not challenge the players in the group who had not passed the level, but challenged one of the 2 players who had passed the level. This person was very confused and did not understand why Mu Huishua wanted to challenge him. He knew that he was not as strong as this terrifying woman, who was a high-level player who had already passed the 9 grids and immediately admitted defeat. As a result, in the last 3 minutes, the dice in the hands of Mu Huishua, Chen Shanshan and Fu Wensheng were all 5 points. Time passed by minute, and the closer it got to the end, the more players rushed to challenge the game. No one was willing to give up the challenge opportunity, because every second meant that the game was 1 second closer to the end. Only Tang Mo's group. The black-haired young man calmly sat cross-legged on the ground, and the baby-faced young man smiled brightly and squinted at him. When there were 2 minutes left, Bairoya said with a smile, Tang, if you do this, this woman might be very sad. So you are this kind of Tang. Half an hour ago, Tang Mo promised the young woman that he would help her complete the game. But Tang Mo sat here, not only to prevent Bairoya from completing the game, but also to prevent her from completing the game. The woman's forehead was covered with sweat, and her pale face seemed to prove that Bairoya had revealed her thoughts. In the last minute and a half, Bairoya was still teasing Tang Mo. He said with a smile on his face, which was so bright that it was obviously acting, with a hint of sarcasm. Until the last minute, when Bairoya found that Tang Mo was still sitting on the ground, holding his chin and looking at him with a faint smile. Bairoya's voice stopped abruptly. Tang Mo looked at him quietly for a while, and smiled. "Why don't you say anything?" Bairoya raised his head, and looked at Santa Claus. The next moment, his eyes were cold and his expression was unprecedentedly ugly. Bairoya's face was as cold as if he had taken it out of an ice cellar, and he shouted, "What's going on with that dice?" Santa Claus was stunned by the question and subconsciously asked back, "What's going on?" Bairoya stepped forward and pointed at Tang Mo. He never thought about completing this game. Santa Claus stroked his beard and said to Tang Mo, "Child, you don't want to play the game? You really make me so disappointed. Is Santa Claus's game not good enough, so you don't want to play? My child, why do you do this?" Tang Mo followed his words and said, "Yes, why should I do this?" In the other group, Fu Wensheng couldn't hear Tang Mo's voice, but he could see Bairoya's face suddenly changed, and he questioned Santa Claus. Fu Wensheng frowned. Why did Brother Tang do this? Because for this game, passing the level does not mean victory, and not passing the level does not mean failure. Chen Shanshan touched the dice with 5 points, and put it carefully in her pocket. Santa Claus told us this answer before the game even started. After a pause, Chen Shanshan looked at Fu Wensheng. "Xiaosheng, do you remember what Santa Claus said before we threw the lucky dice to decide the dice points we got?" Fu Wensheng thought for a moment, and suddenly understood. He said this is his last reward for us. Yes, the lucky dice. This is the last reward that players can get in the Santa Claus Gathering copy. The 2 children turned their heads at the same time, and looked at the woman in black, who was walking over. Mu Huishua crossed her arms and smiled. "Go on, I want to hear your opinions too." Chen Shanshan glanced at her and continued, "I think the 11 players present, 8 of them died, now understand the correct order of passing this game. Santa Claus is a democratic black tower monster, who cares a lot about the feelings of children. The numbers floating on the grid are the order of the grids he marked, but this is not the order we chose. The order we chose is the order we got from 2 votes when we visited the candy house before. The hopscotch game map is 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9. Qin Shanshan looked at the huge game map in front of her and said, "There is no problem with the 7th and 8th rooms. The order we voted is the same as the order marked by Santa Claus. But we chose the opposite order in the 4th and 5th rooms. So to pass this game, just follow 1, 2, 3, 5, for 6, 7, 8, 9, and swap 4 and 5, and you will succeed." That's what Major Fu did. Mu Huishua smiled and said, "You guys really know Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo." The little girl suddenly realized that she was careless, and said that she knew Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo. She blamed herself for a moment, and said more cautiously, "The players of this game are basically advanced players. It's not difficult to guess the correct order." After Sister Mu's failure, some people have already guessed the truth. Since her identity has been exposed, Qin Shanshan simply didn't hide it anymore. However, most people don't realize that the real purpose of this game is not to allow players to complete the game. Its real purpose is the 6th grid. In Tang Mo's group, Tang Mo slightly raised his head and said, "The 6th grid, the lucky duel stage." On the surface, this grid is to allow players to interact, making this game a non-standalone game, and creating an opportunity for players to fight. This also fits with Santa Claus's mentality of wanting players to consume themselves, and it would be best if all of them died. Santa Claus smiled and said, "Hey, the great Santa Claus loves children the most. Why would he want all the children to die?" Tang Mo ignored him, but assuming that the lucky dice is the last reward given by Santa Claus to the player, then there will be no reward for completing this game. Santa Claus will set up a useless game, but Black Tower will never do that. Just as Black Tower will never measure players with a single standard, whoever is lucky can get a bigger score and get better luck in the future, that's not the case. The fairness of the Black Tower can be seen from the relationship between the returnees and the survivors on Earth. The returnees are unfortunate, and they have experienced a more cruel world. But they are not always unfortunate. They can return to Earth with their own strength, and their strength is better than that of the survivors on Earth. There is always a way out, and the Black Tower is no exception. Tang Mo, people with good luck may get a lucky dice of 6 points at the beginning. But he is not good at fighting, and he can't keep the 6-point dice in the fighting arena, so he will get a 1-point dice. Players who are not strong enough, but have good brains can use other means, such as sharing their information with powerful players, to get dice with higher points. After a pause, Tang Mo sat on the ground and said with a smile, "Is it important to pass the level? It's not important at all. What's important is what dice you have in your hand at the end of the game. I forgot a little lucky fly. What dice do you have in your hand now?" The moment the voice fell, a cheerful Christmas song sounded over the entire candy house. Santa Claus jumped off the giant lollipop and landed on the ground with a loud bang. "Ha ha ha, kids, the game is over. Merry Christmas." The players who didn't pass the game turned pale, afraid that they would be punished. The players who passed the game were not all happy. When Tang Mo started talking, Ning Zhang's expression didn't change much. When Tang Mo was halfway through, he had already guessed the truth of the whole game. "Tang Mo." Ning Zhang tightly grasped his lucky dice in his hand, almost crushing it into powder. In fact, from the beginning, the Black Tower has been reminding players what is really important in this game. It is the 6th grid. The copy of Santa Claus's Fun Commercial Street was opened at 6:06 a.m. on June 6, 2018. The lucky dice is the last reward given by Santa Claus to the player. Santa Claus will not hurt children. Even if he wants to kill people, he is restricted by the Black Tower, so he will not die if the game fails. Restricting superpowers, players can only use props in the duel arena. This is the last bit of fairness that the Black Tower gives to players with poor physical fitness, allowing them to have a higher chance of getting dice with high points. Even in this game, guessing the correct order does not mean that you can pass the game. Because the points are too low, players will encounter more penalties, and players themselves want to get higher points. But what Bai Ruoya and Ning Zheng did not expect was that this game did not want players to pass the game at all, but wanted players to exchange the dice points in their hands through the game. Bai Ruoya lowered his head, and the shadow cast on his baby face, making it difficult to see his expression. After a long time, he raised his head and curled his lips, but he no longer made that strange and deliberate laugh. "Tang Mo, why are you so sure that nothing will happen if you don't complete the game?" This is the last thing Bai Ruoya didn't understand. Bai Ruoya could guess that he wouldn't die if he didn't complete the game, but he didn't dare to be as sure as Tang Mo. This is the fundamental reason why he didn't realize the truth, and even if he did, he didn't dare to take the risk. Regarding this matter, Tang Mo blinked his eyes like by Royo. Yes. Chapter 194. 10 minutes ago. Mu Huishua lowered her head and looked at the serious little girl in front of her. Qin Shanshan's tone was very calm, and she didn't seem to be begging anyone when she spoke, but Mu Huishua looked down and saw that the little girl clenched her fists. She was obviously very nervous, but pretended to be calm. No matter how smart she is just a 15-year-old child. Thinking of this, Mu Huishua raised the corner of her lips. Ask me to help you pass the level? Why? Asking why is actually asking, why should I help you? Qin Shanshan, because I can tell you the truth about this game. Mu Huishua, you mean the correct order of the game? This is very simple, I guessed it a long time ago. Just swap the order of the 4th and 5th grids, and you can pass the level. If you want to say this, then you are wrong, kid. After a pause, she looked at Qin Shanshan's calm expression and narrowed her eyes. The truth is not this? Qin Shanshan got straight to the point. This game doesn't need to be completed. Mu Huishua paused, but was not too surprised. She smiled and said, continue. Qin Shanshan said exactly the same thing as Tang Mo said later. The two had never communicated, but smart people always think of the same thing, just as history always develops in a similar direction. Mu Huishua asked the same question as by Ruoyo. Why are you so sure that this game doesn't need to be completed? Mu Huishua had also thought about this guess, but she couldn't be as sure as Qin Shanshan. The little girl gave her the answer to this question, because I can't pass it. Mu Huishua was really stunned for the first time. Qin Shanshan, you once said that you found that although I ate the chocolate ice cream given by Santa Claus, my physical fitness did not improve. You are right. For some reasons, my physical fitness will not improve under any circumstances. In the Christmas surprise copy half a year ago, the Christmas tree branch had no effect on me. This time, Santa's chocolate ice cream is the same. Fu Wisheng was standing aside and didn't dare to breathe, but Qin Shanshan's voice was calm, without a trace of fear. She knew clearly that the optimistic and generous woman in black in front of her was the first on the time list, had killed many people, and had 260,000 minutes of rest time, but she still raised her head and looked at this person firmly. She said, Santa's 9 grids are each the size of a room. You can only leave one footprint in the grid, which means you can't step on it a second time. My physical fitness has improved compared to before Earth went online, because I have been working hard to exercise. But the limit of my body is to leave one step in each grid. So, I can't pass this game. An hour ago, Qin Shanshan said to Fu Wisheng, we can't pass this game. In fact, this sentence is wrong. Fu Wisheng still has a chance. If he gets a lucky dice with 5 points, and is extremely lucky to trigger only one penalty, he can avoid it by luck. Then he can pass the game. Because Fu Wisheng's physical fitness can be improved, he is much stronger than Qin Shanshan. He also carries mineral water made by his own ability, which can improve physical strength for a short time after drinking. But Qin Shanshan absolutely cannot. The Black Tower will never give players a game that is impossible to pass. I can't pass this game, so there is only one truth. The short-haired female voice raised her face, her eyes firm. This game never requires players to pass the game. Smart player Mu Huishua has seen a lot, but at this moment, she looked at this little girl who only reached her chest quietly for a moment, and suddenly burst out laughing. Qin Shanshan's ears turned red, worried about Mu Huishua's answer. Mu Huishua asked, then the last question, why are you sure I will help you? Because? You are a good person. Mu Huishua raised her eyebrows and said nothing. Qin Shanshan breathed a sigh of relief. She got away with it. Why did you decide to ask Mu Huishua for help? Actually, a 2-point dice is not a bad thing. For 2 children, it is good enough to survive and get a reward. But Qin Shanshan asked Fu Wisheng to ask Tang Mo something. The one gesture on the left hand means, number 1 in the time ranking. The thumb on the right hand means, is she a good person who can be trusted? In response, Tang Mo's answer was, yes, Mu Huishua is indeed a good person and can be asked for help. So Qin Shanshan boldly asked for help. What happened next was that Mu Huishua helped the 2 children blatantly change the dice, so that at the end of the game, both children had dice with 5 points in their hands. No one understood why Mu Huishua did this, just like the game had been going on for so long that most players gradually forgot that this lucky dice was a reward from Santa Claus. They treated this dice as a game prop. As long as they passed the game, it didn't matter what number of dice they had in their hands. In the whole candy house, only Tang Mo and the other 4 were 100% sure that this game did not require a level pass. Because only the 4 of them knew that Qin Shanchen would never be able to pass the level pass. Only on the basis of being sure that the game does not require a level pass, will the players shift their attention from the level pass game to the lucky dice, and will they notice that the real meaning of the 6th grid is not to let players fight each other, but to let players get better rewards and ensure the fairness of the game. Santa Claus jumped down from the huge lollipop. His feet landed on the ground, shaking the whole space. The players who didn't pass the game looked pale, and some collapsed on the ground in exhaustion. The players who passed the game showed joy on their faces. Ningzheng stood there, looking coldly at Tang Mo's back. After a long while, he said hoarsely, "In the previous 14 duels, you didn't take the initiative to admit defeat, and let me consume your physical strength, just to tell me that you have the strength to fight me." Tang Mo turned around and looked at him. Ningzheng continued, "You know that Bai Ruoyu has caught my handle and threatened me to attack you, so you did me a favor so that I can hurt you again and again. Until the last time, you didn't waste my time and gave up directly, which made my guilt reach the peak. Tang Mo, Ningzheng, you think too much." Ningzheng looked at Tang Mo's indifferent expression. He clenched the dice in his hand, and suddenly he seemed to realize something. His eyes widened. "No, not only that. You did it on purpose. You clearly know that if you tell me to remember your favor, I will be dismissive. The last sentence you said to me, you told me not to remember it in my heart, but made me decide to return your favor and give my 6-point dice to your companion, so that she has a chance to pass the game. It's you schemed against me and took away my reward." Ningzheng gritted his teeth. "Tang Mo, when did you start scheming against me? Did it start from the first time I chose you to duel?" Tang Mo looked at him and didn't answer. Ningzheng, "Tang Mo." Tang Mo slowly raised the corner of his lips. "Guess." Ningzheng was so angry that he wanted to rush up and tear the player, who took away his reward twice, into pieces, but his reason calmed him down. He glanced at Tang Mo, and then at Fu Wenduo, who was standing aside, and didn't seem to notice the situation here. He couldn't do it. The smile on Tang Mo's mouth deepened a little. For Ningzheng, Tang Mo didn't need to take away his 6-point dice. That dice wouldn't be a bargain for Tang Mo, doubling his luck. It would only be a bargain for a stranger. But he still did it. Tang Mo was never a person who didn't bear grudges. Regardless of the reason, Ningzheng helped Bai Ruoyao consume Tang Mo's physical strength and injured him. Tang Mo would definitely retaliate for this. Calculating is one thing, and getting it is another. If Tang Mo hadn't succeeded this time, he wouldn't bother to attack Ningzheng again. But he succeeded. Santa Claus put his fingers in his mouth and blew the whistle hard. Soon after the sound fell, a fierce vibration sounded in the white space. The sound was very weak at first, and came from the distance of the commercial street. Everyone looked into the distance, and could only see a small black dot. When everyone saw the small black dot clearly, the muscular reindeer whistled past, and rushed into the long and interesting commercial street. As they stepped onto the commercial street, the disappeared shops began to gradually return to their original positions. The shops rose from the ground, and the bricks, stones, and tiles were like fallen dominoes that were pressed back to their original positions at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the reindeer pulled the sleigh and let out a long roar, stopping in front of Santa Claus, the candy house, cake shop, gift shop, and cookie shop were restored one by one. Moo! The leading reindeer raised its hoof proudly, scaring a player to take 3 steps back. Santa laughed. "You bastard, don't bully my lovely children." The reindeer glared at the player with disdain and retracted his hoof obediently. Santa turned his head to look at the remaining 11 players, stroked his beard and said, "Happy times are always so short. Children, it's time to say goodbye again." After the voice fell, the players didn't understand what happened. Santa got on the sleigh, pulled the reins, and prepared to leave. At this time, a player reacted, "Wait, where is the game? Game rewards. And penalties for losing the game?" Santa Claus looked at him strangely, with an exaggerated expression. "Punishment? Santa Claus never punishes good children, only bad children." "Are you a dishonest bad child?" The player was frightened and immediately said, I am not." Santa Claus grinned, showing a smile of success. "What else is there? My lovely child, isn't the reward always in your hands? You actually still want a reward. Do you want me to give you a passionate kiss? You are such a greedy child." Santa Claus pulled the reins and sighed helplessly. Santa's candy shop business is not good this season. I don't know why. The children in the underground kingdom are starting to get cavities like crazy. The damn thing of tooth decay makes children dislike eating candy. I have to go. I have to hurry up and research a kind of candy that will not cause cavities. Listening to Santa Claus's words, the expressions of the players changed. The slow-reacting players only understood what Santa Claus meant when they heard the last part. The quick-reacting players lowered their heads and looked at the dice in their hands the moment Santa finished speaking. The young woman was ecstatic, and she whispered to Tang Mo, "Thank you." On the small white dice, the players with higher points blushed with excitement, and the players with lower points stared at the dice blankly. Only then did they understand the true meaning of this game. Other players glared at the woman in black angrily. "You stole my dice. You already know that there is no winning or losing in this game, only the good or bad rewards." The most angry person was the young man who had already completed the game, but was dragged back to the duel stage by Mu Huishua and lost his dice. He pulled out a knife from his waist in a rage, stepped forward, and rushed towards Mu Huishua. A red shadow flashed before his eyes, and the player immediately dodged in horror. The red whip hit the ground with a snap, causing the ground to shake slightly. This force was far beyond his ability to resist. Mu Huishua tilted her head to look at him and smiled. "Is there something wrong?" The young man opened his mouth, then clenched his teeth and closed it, retracted the knife, and turned away. "The winner is the king." The man also snatched the 5-point dice from someone else. Although he wanted to cut Mu Huishua into pieces, he was not stupid. If he really did it, the whip would be able to break his neck in the blink of an eye. Santa Claus looked at the angry and unspeakable expressions of the players, and laughed with satisfaction. He kindly reminded, "It's getting dark, and the fun shopping street is about to close. Good children, don't stay on the street." Then he waved the reins, laughed and shouted, "Merry Christmas," while driving the reindeer sleigh and leaving the commercial street. White light lit up from the lucky dice in each player's hand. The next second, the dice disappeared, and a ball of white light flew into the air, then swooped down and sank into the heart of each player. Tang Mo stroked his chest, and he suddenly felt more relaxed, as if something unpredictable had changed. He subconsciously turned his head to look at Fu Wenduo, who was standing not far away. Before he could speak, a dazzling white light flashed before his eyes. Before the white light dissipated, Tang Mo kicked the ground hard and rushed to the right. Although he couldn't see it, he clearly remembered that Bai Royale was standing at this position before the white light came on. At the same time as Tang Mo moved, there were two sounds of breaking wind. Bai Royale also started to run away the moment he left the game, but Fu Wenduo was faster than him. Fu Wenduo's body sank, and his right leg quickly swept towards Bai Royale's lower body. Bai Royale heard the sound of the wind, supported himself with one hand, and jumped twice on the ground to avoid the attack. Tang Mo pulled out a small parasol, stood 3 meters away, and pointed the umbrella tip at Bai Royale. A silver pistol turned beautifully in Fu Wenduo's hand, and the cold muzzle was pointed at Bai Royale's head. Beijing Temple of Heaven Park, 10 a.m. The players returned to Earth and appeared on the flat ground in front of the Temple of Heaven. When they found the confrontation between Tang Mo and the other two, these players turned around and ran away, not wanting to get involved. For a moment, only Tang Mo, Fu Wenduo, Bai Royale, Chen Shanshan, Mu Huishua, Ning Zheng and Fu Wensheng were left in the open space. The baby-faced young man was sandwiched between Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. He looked left and right, and blinked pitifully. "Tang, Major Fu, what are you doing?" Bai Royale shook his head, and wherever he shook, Fu Wenduo's gun followed him. Bai Royale said aggrievedly, "Wow, you are going to team up to bully me." Then, he raised his head and looked at Ning Zheng. "Ning, look, they are 2 against 1, bullying me." Ning Zheng did not leave. He glanced at Tang Mo, and then at Fu Wenduo. Ning Zheng quickly estimated the possibility of his revenge on these two people in his mind. If he fought alone, the possibility of his revenge was less than 10%. He was not Bai Royale, who liked to make trouble and die. Ning Zheng clenched his fingers and decided to suffer this loss. He would never have anything to do with these two people again. At worst, he would just avoid them. Ning Zheng looked up and said, "Bai Royale, I did everything you asked me to do. I hope you will keep your promise." Bai Royale's eyes turned cold, and after a moment, he laughed and said, "I will never break my promise." Ning Zheng looked at him. "I hope you remember what you said." After the voice fell, Ning Zheng turned around and left without looking back. "Tang Mo, it seems that your only helper ran away." Bai Royale blinked. Tang, do you really want to kill me? How can you bear it?" Tang Mo smiled. "I am very willing to do it." However, Bai Royale did not answer him, but slowly turned his head and looked at the man in black on the other side. He looked at the other person for a moment and uttered 3 words, "Major Fu." Fu Wenduo raised his lips. Fox. Bai Ruoyao, you want to kill me? Fu Wenduo did not answer. Compared to Tang Mo's undisguised murderous intent, Fu Wenduo just pointed the gun at Bai Ruoyao's head. He smiled indifferently. However, Bai Ruoyao could not ignore the cold snake-like gaze. It was the first time he sensed such a fierce murderous intent from Fu Wenduo. Bai Ruoyao suddenly realized, this person is really angry. He had played so many times, repeatedly making trouble, and this time Fu Wenduo finally got angry. Bai Ruoyao's brain started working quickly. He was not stupid, he just had the wrong name, not the wrong nickname. The nickname Fly was not wrong, and the nickname Fox was never wrong. Bai Ruoyao was very smart, and it was because of his extreme intelligence that he could survive intact in the repeated suicidal actions. His enemies were all over the world, but over the years, many of his enemies died, but he was still alive and well. Why is Fu Wenduo so angry? Bai Ruoyao felt that she seemed to have noticed something, but before she could fully grasp it, she heard a surprised female voice. Do you really want to kill Fly? Fu Wenduo looked at Mu Huishua. Yes. Mu Huishua raised her hands helplessly. Then I won't participate. Although killing a colleague is nothing to us, there are many people who want to kill him, and there are also many spies in Xiao who want to kill this annoying guy. But I don't plan to kill him. Life and death are determined by fate. The strong prey on the weak. You do it, I watch. Bai Ruoyao noticed her then. Hey dear, are you just going to watch me die? We drank in Moscow. Mu Huishua smiled and said, so I won't interfere. Chapter 195. Mu Huishua smiled and said, also, if what you mean by drinking together is secretly attending the same cocktail party, each of us performed different tasks, and we only glanced at each other from afar. Then the number of people I have drunk with, Fly, is so many that I can't even count them myself. Bai Ruoyao didn't look embarrassed when his attempt to get close was exposed. His expression was extremely helpless. He winked at Mu Huishua, and Mu Huishua tilted her head and smiled at him. Bai Ruoyao knew that this woman really couldn't help him, but he refused to give up, and instead acted like he was let down and pitiful. There are not many people in the circle who can survive. You are the only one I have seen in more than half a year. Dear, how could you bear to watch me die? Before Mu Huishua could answer, Bai Ruoyao seized the moment when Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo relaxed their vigilance. His eyes suddenly changed, and he kicked his feet and ran towards the direction of the Temple of Heaven. Under the hot sunlight, a black figure fled at a very fast speed. Tang Mo was indeed a little dazed, but Fu Wenduo rushed up immediately. He lowered his body, parallel to the ground, almost close to the ground. His elbows and knees collided with the ground, making a faint metal collision sound. Mu Huishua opened her eyes wide in surprise. Her horrible dynamic vision allowed her to see that every time Fu Wenduo's body touched the ground, it would turn into a small piece of black metal. Every collision was an acceleration. Bai Ruoyao's speed was already very fast. Mu Huishua thought she couldn't catch up with him after he escaped a few meters, but Fu Wenduo did. With a wave of his right arm, the black triangular pyramid-shaped weapon pierced directly into Bai Ruoyao's back. Bai Ruoyao seemed to have eyes behind his head. After weighing whether he could escape, he gave up running away and turned his head to block the attack. Two silver butterfly knives collided with the black weapon, making a clanging sound, and the two men slid back half a meter. The pink parasol came in an instant, and Bai Ruoyao blocked it again. What followed was a close fight at the top level of human beings. In the square in front of the Temple of Heaven, three figures kept approaching and colliding, and soon all three of them had small wounds. Bai Ruoyao had the most wounds. He stopped smiling, stared calmly at every move of Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, and avoided them carefully. Only Mu Huishua could see the movements of the three people on the field. As the fight continued, her expression gradually became serious. There seemed to be a light golden light flashing in her eyes. Every place she stared at, Tang Mo and the other two would attack in the next second. Bai Ruoyao moved his wrist, and two butterfly knives were thrown out at the same time, shooting at the eyes of Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. At this moment, he turned around and ran, and he didn't even want his own weapons. Unexpectedly, Tang Mo flipped his hand and took out a glowing stone from his pocket. The stone didn't look impressive, but Tang Mo threw it into the air, and the two butterfly knives actually flew towards it at the same time. It was like a magnet, firmly sucking the butterfly knives. Bai Ruoyao secretly said that it was not good, but the butterfly knife attack did not work, and he was quickly captured by Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo did not give him a chance to struggle, and directly took out the causal prop rope and tied up the baby-faced young man. When he was first tied up, Bai Ruoyao's face was gloomy and unhappy. Then he looked at Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, raised his mouth, and laughed again. Major Fu, your way of tying people is not good at all. I have a very interesting way of tying people. Do you want to try it? Tang Mo put away his small parasol and spread his hands to catch the stone falling from the sky. Untie your rope and tie it again. Bai Ruoyao, what do you think? Bai Ruoyao looked innocent. I didn't say I would be untied. Tang, you said it yourself. Tang Mo ignored him. He took the stone and wanted to remove the 2 butterfly knives stuck on it. The 2 knives stuck to the glowing stone for a full half-minute. At the moment of the 30th second, it seemed to suddenly lose its magnetism, and the 2 butterfly knives fell quickly to the ground. Tang Mo subconsciously reached out to take it, and Bai Ruoyao whispered, come back. The butterfly knife was faster than Tang Mo, and it drew a beautiful knife flower in the air and flew into Bai Ruoyao's sleeve. Tang Mo's eyes narrowed. This item is at least rare. Tang Mo's eyes turned, and he had already thought about how to loot the other party's items after killing Bai Ruoyao, and how many good things he could get. But he looked down at the baby-faced young man, and his eyes suddenly sank when he saw the expression on his face. After a moment of silence, Tang Mo asked, do you have any means to save your life? I have been caught by you, Tang, and I still have a way to save my life? The baby-faced young man looked at him with a smile. His eyes were dark, but he was still smiling. He was asking this question, but he knew the answer to the question better than anyone else. Bai Ruoyao still has a way to save his life. He is a person who is afraid of death. Now Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo really want to kill him, but although he is angry, he does not think he will die. Tang Mo can't figure out what this person is sure of, and thinks he can survive. Mu Huishua came over. I'm curious too. That's it, Lucky Yao, you can still escape? I won't beg for you, we're not familiar with each other. Bai Ruoyao was hurt by her words. If he hadn't been tied up, he might have made an expression of wiping tears. He acted for a while, and saw that Tang Mo and Mu Huishua didn't respond to him. Bai Ruoyao turned his eyes to Fu Wenduo, and after a moment, he smiled and said, Hee, Major Fu, I want you to save my life. Fu Wenduo's eyelids moved, his expression was indifferent, and a low sound came out of his nose. Bai Ruoyao, first, I've had enough of the game. I want to save my life more than having fun. I won't deliberately cause trouble for you in the future, but if we accidentally enter the same game, it's not my intention. Of course, I won't deliberately harm you. After a pause, the baby-faced young man said aggrievedly, in fact, I have never killed anyone. Tang, that time in the gem corridor of the Queen of Hearts, although I thought about stealing your moon flower, I didn't steal it. Besides, even if I snatch it away, you can still snatch the moon flower from this kid and pass the level. Fu Wisheng said angrily, what do you mean you can pass the level by snatching my moon flower? Bai Ruoyao, I'm just saying, nothing happened that time. Fu Xiaodi was angry and wanted to rush up and kick this psychopath, but was stopped by Chen Shanshan. You can't beat him. Fu Wensheng, do the weak have no human rights? The kid shrank back behind Fu Wenduo with grievance and decided to tell his parents, brother, help me beat him up. Fu Wenduo lowered his eyes and looked at Bai Ruoyao. That's it? Bai Ruoyao looked at Fu Wenduo steadily and continued, second, I will use a piece of news about the Black Tower in exchange for you letting me go. Hey Tang, don't do it yet, this news is definitely worth it. You haven't heard me yet, how do you know it's useless? Tang Mo put away the small parasol and asked with a smile, then tell me, what news? Bai Ruoyao paused for a while, and kept it a secret. The sunlight shone from the back of the Temple of Heaven, casting a shadow that trapped him in it. His smiling voice sounded a little mysterious at this moment. Half a year ago, before the Black Tower was launched, during the 3 days when players were selected, I was carrying out a secret mission in Chongqing. Halfway through the mission, I found that my heartbeat was accelerating. I wanted to control this physical change myself, but I couldn't bear it, and fainted in a secret passage. Tang Mo narrowed his eyes, and he realized what Bai Ruoyao was talking about. Bai Ruoyao, my heartbeat reached 194 beats at the fastest time. Fu Wenduo, real data? Bai Ruoyao blinked, guess. Of course it's not real data. Half a year ago, at the attack organization base in Shanghai, Luo Fengcheng told Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo the information that a very small number of humans on Earth had accelerated heartbeats before going online. At that time, the two also told Luo Fengcheng that they did have accelerated heartbeats. But at that time, the three did not completely trust each other, so they said all false data. Tang Mo's actual highest heartbeat was 532, but he said it was 169. Fu Wenduo said it was 171, but now it seems that it is definitely impossible to be this number. But this is not the point. Tang Mo, very few people have accelerated heartbeats. We all know this. So what? Bai Ruoyo, I know what this accelerated heartbeat means. Tang Mo was shocked. He and Fu Wenduo looked at each other without saying anything. Mu Huishue, what does it mean? Bai Ruoyo didn't say anything, but looked at Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo with a smile. Fu Wenduo, what is it? Bai Ruoyo, Major Fu agreed to let me go? Fu Wenduo was silent for a while, looking at Tang Mo. Okay. Bai Ruoyo, the number of accelerated heartbeats is not important. It only means how powerful the player who once possessed this ability is. The higher the heartbeat, the more powerful the former owner was. Tang Mo turned his head and looked at Fu Wenduo, who was also looking at him, and their eyes met. Your ability notes? Yes, my ability notes. Qin Shanshan was surprised. Former owner? Bai Ruoyo looked at her. Yes, former owner. There are 7 billion people on Earth, some of whom are survivors of Earth, and some have become returnees. Among the survivors on Earth, the official players and stowaways have superpowers from the beginning. Among the reserve forces, some people have passed the first level of the Black Tower and gained superpowers. As for the returnees, Bai Ruoyo looked at Mu Huishue. Mu Huishue was not stingy with her information. In that world, on the 7th day of the Dark Ages, all the returnees passed the first level of the Black Tower, and there were 1.6 billion people left at that time. The implication is that at least 1.6 billion returnees have gained superpowers. Although there are only more than 300,000 returnees now, plus the survivors on Earth with superpowers, Bai Ruoyo said, there are at least 1.7 billion humans with superpowers? 1.8 billion? Hee, but that's not important. Tang Mo whispered, Bai Ruoyo. Qin Shanshan, does it mean that before us, there were humans who had superpowers? Did I say that the former owner was a human? Qin Shanshan was silent for a moment. Fu Wenduo, what is that? Bai Ruoyo said confidently, I don't know. Before Tang Mo and the others could make a move, Bai Ruoyo said quickly, but I know that everyone whose heartbeat speeds up is because there was a player who once had the same superpower as them, and that player had cleared the 7th floor of the Black Tower. My mortal will eventually die. After a pause, Bai Ruoyo sighed helplessly. It seems that my superpowers are no longer a secret. Tang, you already knew it, and you still have it. Mu Huishue glanced at Tang Mo. Bai Ruoyo openly leaked Tang Mo's superpower information to Mu Huishue, and Tang Mo could only sneer and kick him. Bai Ruoyo said pitifully, my mortal will eventually die, your mysterious superpowers, and Major Fu's inexplicable superpowers that can turn into Iron Man, all players have had similar superpowers before, and they have all passed the 7th floor of the Black Tower. As for whether they passed through our Black Tower, or the same Black Tower, I don't know either. Even though he was a prisoner, Bai Ruoyo always had various ways to beg for mercy, which made people want to beat him up. Tang Mo's brain worked quickly, and after a moment, he said, why should I believe you? Bai Ruoyo, I didn't lie. We don't know whether you lied or not. Bai Ruoyo narrowed his eyes, and he decided to reveal another piece of information. This matter was told to me by a Black Tower boss. She is very advanced and very powerful. Hey Tang, I know you are going to say again, why would such a powerful Black Tower monster tell me such important information? Maybe because I am kind and cute. Tang Mo was about to kick her, Bai Ruoyo said quickly. Okay, because I completed a hidden task, and she has the same surname as me, Bai, so she decided to tell me an interesting news. Bai Ruoyo's eyes were sincere. I really didn't lie. Tang Mo knew that he was not lying. This news was very informative to Tang Mo. He closed his eyes and swallowed his doubts, preparing to discuss this matter with Qin Shanshan and Fu Wenduo after finishing Bai Ruoyo. Yes, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo never thought of letting Bai Ruoyo go. Tang Mo usually would not break his promises. If he promised others something, he would do it most of the time. Fu Wenduo was even more so. But this was Bai Ruoyo. From Fu Wenduo's eyes, Tang Mo knew that Bai Ruoyo was a person who would keep his promises. He promised Ning Zheng that he would not embarrass him again and would help him keep the secret. Even though Ning Zheng failed to help him trick Tang Mo, and they were both tricked, he did not reveal Ning Zheng's secret. But Bai Ruoyo only said that he would not deliberately cause trouble, and did not say what would happen if the two sides accidentally met in the same game in the future. The opponent's strong strength made Tang Mo have to be wary, and people who are afraid of death always hold grudges. How afraid Bai Ruoyo is of death, how much he holds grudges. Between ending it all and letting the tiger go back to the mountains, Tang Mo chose the former. Fu Wenduo helped him make the promise because Bai Ruoyo believed that Major Fu would keep his promise, and he didn't believe Tang Mo. Tang Mo also admitted that he would not care about these things when necessary. But Fu Wenduo would. However, when Fu Wenduo promised Bai Ruoyao, he told Tang Mo with his eyes, "It's okay to regret." Tang Mo's hand quietly touched the small parasol, and Fu Wenduo stood aside with a calm expression. Just when Tang Mo was about to hold the umbrella handle tightly, Bai Ruoyao looked at Fu Wenduo and suddenly said, "There is a third thing." Tang Mo paused. Mu Huishua smiled. Sure enough, Xing Yunyao's life-saving methods always make people marvel. This is really interesting. I also want to know, what else can you take out to make them not kill you? Bai Ruoyu blinked and looked at Fu Wenduo with sincere eyes. July 18, 2014, Myakina, Myanmar, and Mokjiang. Fu Wenduo's expression changed. It turned out to be you. Bai Ruoyao threw a coquettish eye and said with a smile, "It's your F." Fu Wenduo was silent. After a long while he said, "You go?" As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and took back the rope that tied Bai Ruoyu. Tang Mo was surprised for a moment, but didn't say anything. The baby-faced young man looked heartbroken and said to Tang Mo, "Tang, do you really hate me so much?" Tang Mo held the small parasol and sneered as he imitated his tone. "Bai Ruoyao, do you really want to die so much?" Bai Ruoyu spread his hands innocently, but the next moment, he turned and ran, and soon disappeared in the woods of the Temple of Heaven Park. Mu Huishua sighed. It turned out that it was Fly who reported it 4 years ago. Tang Mo looked at Fu Wenduo. What did he do? Fu Wenduo explained what happened 4 years ago one by one. Tang Mo really didn't expect that Bai Ruoyao, who seemed to be careless, only made trouble and was disgusting, had actually saved people. He saved the 2 most elite special forces in China at that time. 4 years ago, Fu Wenduo received a secret report and led the Xiaolong Brigade and another special forces to gather in Myakina, Myanmar, preparing to capture a drug lord. The night before they were about to take action, someone sent them a lollipop through a local child. When they opened it, there was a note hidden inside the candy. A trap was set. The note also showed a large turtle, which was covered by a basin and struggling to turn over its belly. This F, it turns out, refers to Fox. Mu Huishua. It is estimated that Xing Yunyao was carrying out another mission in the local area at that time and accidentally discovered this situation, so he used this method to remind you. Everyone in the circle is unaware of the mission and whereabouts of their companions, and we don't know the appearance and identity of others. The Myakina incident is quite well known in the circle, and I didn't expect it to be done by him. But don't worry, Fly's promises are as famous as his popularity, and he never breaks his promises. He shouldn't come to cause trouble in the future. Fu Xiaodi muttered, then we should beat him up before letting him go. The beating just now was not hard enough. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo exchanged glances, and the two decided to discuss the important information brought by Bai Ruoya after leaving the Temple of Heaven. The bright sunshine shone on the 5 people. The sun had passed the center of the sky and tilted slightly to the west. Mu Huishua is tall, but she is a woman after all, not as tall as Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. Tang Mo lowered his head and looked at the long golden number on the other person's neck. 260,126. In Santa Claus's fun shopping street, all players are restricted in their abilities and identities. They cannot use their abilities, and everyone's identity is Santa Claus's customer. After leaving the dungeon, Tang Mo found that Ning Zheng had become a formal player and had left the status of a returner. Mu Huishua is still a returner. Eliminate 5 official players, including but not limited to the game method, and you can become an official player. It is very simple for Mu Huishua to become an official player. But she is still a returner. Qin Shanshan asked, why? Mu Huishua is particularly patient with children. She slightly bent down and looked at Qin Shanshan, and asked with a smile, why? Qin Shanshan thought, am I so short? The little girl said again, you are still a returner. Anyone in this world can be a returner, only Mu Huishua can't. She was absolutely superior to the other 350,000 returnees with her absolute strength, and her rest time was several times that of the second place. She did not become a formal player. There was only one possibility. Mu Huishua smiled and said, what is the difference between a returnee and a formal player? Anyway, I will die soon. This woman really wanted to die, and she was not even interested in becoming a formal player. Perhaps because he had been with Mu Huishua for a long time, and she had helped him get a lucky dice with 5 points, Brother Fu became much bolder. He asked curiously, that? The number on your neck, did you really kill so many people? Mu Huishua was happy to answer the children's questions. Killing a returner who has no rest time can get the other party's 10 minutes of rest time. Killing a person who has rest time, in addition to the basic 10 minutes, can also get half of the other party's rest time. Kid, how many people do you think I have killed? Oh yes, I don't know your name yet. Fu Wuduo. His name is Fu Wenxing. Mu Huishua understood instantly. Her eyes turned back and forth between Fu Wuduo and Fu Wensheng, and clapped her hands. So I was deceived by you at the beginning. She looked at Tang Yimou. You pretended not to know this kid in the candy house, and I really believed it. She found the reason for herself and smiled. Maybe it's because the earth is too peaceful, and people will relax their vigilance after staying there for a long time. Fu Wensheng looked at her strangely. Brother Fu never felt that the earth was peaceful, although compared to the world of returnees, they, the survivors of the earth, seemed to live more comfortable. But all the players who have survived to this day have experienced life and death. Mu Huishua pointed at her neck. There are 2 reasons why I don't become a regular. First, I am too lazy to do it. I am going to die soon anyway. Second, with this number, no one dared to attack me all the way from Guangzhou to Beijing. It is very useful. At the end, he smiled and said something in Cantonese, and seemed to be in a good mood. You want Fu Wuduo to kill you? Tang Yimou asked. Yes. Why? Mu Huishua. There are 2 reasons. First, in the world of returnees, everyone cherishes their lives. In addition to being sure, they will not easily challenge players on the time leaderboard, and will not challenge those who are higher than themselves. I haven't fought with a strong man for a long time. I like fighting. Tang Yimou didn't see this at all. Mu Huishua was so belligerent? Fu Wuduo asked. The second reason? Mu Huishua looked at him seriously. This is related to my ability. Before I tell you about my ability, I want to confirm it first. Major Fu, do you agree to duel with me? Fu Wuduo did not answer, but asked, how many people have you killed? Mu Huishua seemed to have guessed that he would ask this question, and quickly answered, 76. Brother Fu exclaimed, so few? Indeed, 76 people sound a lot. At least since the earth went online, no more than 20 people have died at Tang Mo's hands. But Mu Huishua is a returner, and a top returner with 260,000 rest time, at the top of the cruel food chain. Of these 260,000, 120,000 were obtained by killing the number 1 on the previous time ranking list. That man had 240,000 rest time, and I got half of it. Mu Huishua pointed at the string of golden numbers. The numbers were completely transparent, floating beside her neck. Because there were too many numbers, they rolled gently, with a faint smell of blood. As for the other 140,000, when I first became the first, some people wanted to kill me. After I killed them, I got half of their rest time. Most of those who challenged me were high-ranking players on the time leaderboard. Mu Huishua touched her neck and smiled, but the smile was accompanied by a hint of murderous intent that could not be ignored. She recalled those years. Before I killed the first place, I had no name on the time ranking list. Suddenly appeared, and immediately jumped to 3rd place. A strange female player, maybe she killed the first place by luck. She is very attractive, isn't she? In the sun, Mu Huishua smiled gently, revealing a sharp tiger tooth. Chapter 196. Mu Huishua was right. A little-known woman suddenly killed the former number 1, got his rest time, and became a high-ranking player. Most high-level returners would subconsciously think that this woman had used some method to kill the former number 1, so they were eager to try and kill her to get rest time. But as more and more high-ranking players died at the hands of Mu Huishua, they knew the true strength of this woman, and would no longer challenge her rashly. Before that, Mu Huishua had accumulated a lot of rest time, becoming the first in the time ranking. Mu Huishua is not a bloodthirsty returnee, which is a good thing for Tang Yimou, Fu Wuduo, and even all the survivors on Earth. However, Fu Wuduo, I have no reason to kill you. If Mu Huishua is a vicious returnee with more than 100,000 lives on her hands, Fu Wuduo may still try to fight her, and killing her can be regarded as eliminating harm for the people. Fu Wuduo has this sense of responsibility. Of course, if Mu Huishua was very strong, Fu Wuduo would not risk his life to do this. Now it seems that Mu Huishua is strong and not a vicious person. Fu Wuduo has no reason to kill her. Fu Wuduo, I also have the idea of fighting with the strong. As he said, he turned his head and glanced at Tang Yimou. Obviously, Tang Yimou also hopes to fight with the strong, and actual combat is the best idea to improve strength. Fu Wuduo continued, but I may not be able to kill you, and secondly, I have no reason to kill you. Mu Huishua smiled and said, I want to die, that's the best reason. Why do you want to die? A low female voice suddenly sounded, and everyone looked down. Qin Shanshan raised her face and looked at Mu Huishua seriously, as if she wanted to see her true thoughts from her expression. Mu Huishua looked down at the little girl, and after a moment, she smiled and said, "I have no reason to live, so I want to die. Is this reason okay?" Qin Shanshan was silent and didn't speak, but everyone knew that this reason was completely untenable. Whether it was Fu Wenduo or Tang Yimou, they had no reason to kill Mu Huishua. They were not friends with the number one returner, let alone enemies. They could fight and spar, but killing him was very laborious and might not be successful. Tang Yimou thought for a moment and prepared to explain the reason. At this time, a soft female voice smiled softly. Tang Yimou subconsciously raised his head and looked at the other party. He saw Mu Huishua touching her chin with her index finger and smiled. "What if you kill me, and you can revive any player who died in the Black Tower game?" Thump. Tang Yimou opened his eyes wide, and he heard his heart tremble violently in his chest. In the updated rules of Black Tower 4.0, returnees are still subject to rest time restrictions, but they can take the initiative to become official players. In addition, the time ranking list was forcibly frozen by Black Tower. Tang Yimou killed Su Yunsheng, who was ranked 7th on the time ranking list, but the original 8th place did not become 7th, because the time ranking list has been frozen. 100 returnees, one less if one dies. Apart from this, the rules of the time ranking list itself have not changed. After killing Su Yunsheng, Tang Yimou got a high-quality prop. On the surface, this prop is a small silver stone. The prop description is that it can attract metal materials under certain circumstances. However, the note of this prop is, "Note, as a kind stone, I can help other stones become night pearls." Tang Yimou has an excellent memory, and immediately turned out the familiar scene from his memory. He found a black stone from his backpack. When he put the two stones together, they suddenly merged. The silver stone disappeared, and the black stone began to glow. The introduction of the newly synthesized prop is, Prop, a magical night shining pearl. Owner, Tang Yimou. Quality, excellent. Level 2. Attack power, none. Function, has strong magnetic force, and can absorb any prop made of metal materials. Restriction, the prop to be absorbed must be of rare quality. There is only a certain probability that props of excellent quality and below can be absorbed. The lower the quality, the lower the success rate of absorption. The probability of a junk quality item being sucked is 0, and the sucking time is 30 seconds. After 30 seconds, it will fall immediately. It can only be used once every 7 days. Note, the ugly duckling can become a white swan, and my little stone can also become a night shining pearl. This stone was knocked out by Tang Yimou using Mario's hat before he participated in the Iron Shoemaker dungeon. There are also advantages and disadvantages in fine quality props. Without a doubt, this is the best prop that Tang Yimou knocked out. No one expected that a piece of ordinary quality prop stone could be combined with other props to become a top quality prop. This stone becomes stronger when it encounters a strong opponent, and weaker when it encounters a weak opponent. Tang Yimou used it to absorb Bairoya's butterfly knife before, causing him to be caught off guard. Tang Yimou knew that this was not a coincidence. He got the silver stone because the Black Tower knew that he had the black stone, so he gave him such a reward. And now, killing Mu Huishua can revive a player who died in the Black Tower dungeon. Tang Mo's breathing became slightly faster. He raised his head and looked at Mu Huishua quietly. Mu Huishua knew that he was tempted. She continued, "In addition to resurrecting one person, if you kill me, you can also get all my props. Fu Wenduo, Tang Yimou, I am not a fool. If I don't die, I will not abandon these props and give them to others. But if I die, you can get them naturally. The returnees must have more props than the survivors on Earth." With a light laugh, Mu Huishua smiled and said, "You know what I'm talking about." This condition made Tang Yimou and Fu Wenduo tempted. However, Qin Shanshan asked her, "Why don't you let yourself die in the Black Tower game? Ordinary Black Tower boss may not be able to kill you, but Santa Claus, he will definitely kill you. No matter how strong Mu Huishua is, she is just a player who has cleared the 4th floor of the Black Tower. Santa Claus is a Black Tower monster at the level of the circus leader. Tang Yimou has fought with the circus leader. No one in the world can be a match for those monsters unless they reach the 6th floor of the Black Tower. Mu Huishua could have deliberately violated the rules in the previous fun commercial street game and let Santa Claus kill her. For the first time, Mu Huishua stopped smiling and looked at the short-haired girl seriously. Being killed by a Black Tower monster does not conform to my aesthetics. I am happy to die at the hands of a strong man. To die at the hands of a monster. Kid, that is trampling on my dignity. Qin Shanshan opened her mouth, but said nothing. The benefits of killing Mu Huishue are very obvious, but after a while, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo shook their heads together. Fu Wenduo, I have no reason to kill you. It was the same answer. They had no reason to kill a female player who was not a bad person. Mu Huishue thought for a while and said, what if? I have another reason? Guangzhou, watching square. The scorching sun was hanging high in the sky, and the sunlight was shining on the ground, almost turning the cement in the ground into liquid. Guangzhou is located on the Tropic of Cancer. The temperature in June is extremely high. Watching square lacks shelter, and few people will walk on it on such a hot day. However, today there are 3 people walking on the bright road. They were 2 short, skinny men and a tall, burly man. After the Earth went online, people's physical fitness improved, and their ability to withstand extreme weather conditions of extreme heat and cold greatly increased, so this kind of weather did not make them feel uncomfortable. But on such a hot day, the first 2 middle-aged men wore thin clothes, and the last strong man, who was as strong as a bear, was actually wrapped in a thick fur coat. He had a long beard, a sloppy and dirty face, and wore a fur hat. He buried his face in his clothes, and his silver-gray eyes quietly looked at the outside world. The 2 men in front were walking honestly, when suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air came from the middle of the Guangzhou Tower. A small silver arrow whizzed through the air at a terrifying speed and shot straight at a middle-aged man walking on the left. The middle-aged man found something wrong and thought it was not good, but he had no time to react. Seeing that the small arrow was about to pierce his head, a big hand reached out in front of him and grabbed the arrow steadily. In the middle of the Guangzhou Tower, the 2 middle-aged men changed their expressions and hurriedly left through the passage. But just as they arrived at the bottom floor of Guangzhou Tower, they saw a tall and strong black figure blocking the gate of the TV tower. The thick beard covered the other person's appearance, and they could only see a pair of gray eyes. The 2 ran away, but Andre was much faster than them. He picked up the 2 strong Guangzhou players with one hand each and pressed them on the plastic lounge chairs on the first floor of the TV station. At this time, the 2 Xinjiang players finally ran over. The 2 Guangzhou players looked at this strange foreign strongman timidly. This man was like a giant bear, and the terrifying pressure made them tremble uncontrollably. Seeing this, the Xinjiang players suddenly felt the same way. They were threatened in the same way half a month ago. Andre said to the 2 Xinjiang players, "Say we go find her." After spending almost a month together, the 2 of them could already communicate with Andre in a simple way. They told Andre, "Don't be afraid, we are also from Xia country. He is a Russian player named Andre. We came from Xinjiang. He wants to find Mu Huishue. I heard that Mu Huishue was last seen in Guangzhou Tower, so we came to see her. Do you know where Mu Huishue is?" Hearing this, the 2 Guangzhou players' faces changed slightly. After a moment, one of them said, "Mu Huishue left Guangzhou half a month ago." "Ah?" The man explained, "If you are talking about the number 1 on the ranking list at that time, the returnee Mu Huishue, then she left Guangzhou half a month ago. She is a very strange person. After the 2 worlds merged, she did nothing but stood on the top of the Guangzhou Tower, looking at the stars and the moon. When she got tired of watching, she suddenly jumped down and told us that she was leaving and going to Beijing because she wanted to find someone to kill her." Xinjiang player, Andre, who didn't understand at all, "Mu Huishue is in Larry." Xinjiang player asked, "No, brother, she wanted to find someone to kill her. Why does this sound so impossible?" Guangzhou player was also innocent. "Really, that's what she said, and then she left. Our organization is the largest official player organization in Guangzhou. We sent people to watch Mu Huishue and saw her leave Guangzhou and go north. As for whether she went to Beijing, we don't know." No matter how impossible it was, the 2 Xinjiang players could only tell Andre the truth. Andre, Not to mention Andre, the 2 Xinjiang players didn't believe it. However, they then asked some other Guangzhou players, and the answers they got were the same. Andre was silent and stopped talking. Slowly, he raised his head and looked to the north. The 2 Xinjiang players felt nervous and suddenly had a bad premonition. As expected, the next second, Andre looked at them and said, "Let's go to Beijing." Xinjiang player, You really think Xiagua is as big as the world map? You can go wherever you want. At the same time, Beijing, Temple of Heaven. Mu Huishue took off a red whip from her waist and held it in her hand. Opposite her, Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo stood on the other side, and the 3 of them looked at each other quietly. After Mu Huishue explained her special ability, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo decided to join forces to kill her. Mu Huishue's ability is not completely offensive, but it is extremely difficult to kill her. On the one hand, she doesn't want to die casually. She wants to die with dignity at the hands of a strong man who can kill her. On the other hand, her ability will make her subconsciously fight back. Tang Mo, have you really thought about it? Mu Huishue smiled and said, "You may not be able to kill me." Tang Mo did not answer. He turned his hand and pulled out the small parasol, staring at Mu Huishue calmly. He and Fu Wenduo looked at each other, and they knew that the other was thinking about how to crack Mu Huishue's ability. The next moment, without a single sign, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo suddenly rushed forward from both sides and attacked Mu Huishue. Golden light flowed in Mu Huishue's eyes, and several golden spots appeared in her eyes, reflecting on several parts of Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo's bodies. Found it. The red whip was immediately swung down, and this whip was swung at Tang Mo. The angle of the long whip was extremely tricky, and it was swung from behind Tang Mo, just blocking Tang Mo's critical moment of jumping up. Tang Mo's whole body flew in the air without using the force to avoid it. He turned his body as much as possible to avoid the whip, but the red whip still brushed across the back of his hand, leaving a shallow mark. There was a burning pain in the wound. Tang Mo looked up at the other party. Mu Huishue raised her lips. "I won't give up easily." Tang Mo said helplessly, "If you do this, I will think you don't want to die at all, you want to kill us." Mu Huishue was about to speak, her face suddenly changed, and she dodged the attack. The black weapon passed in front of her eyes, and Fu Wenduo swept towards her lower body. Mu Huishue couldn't avoid it, and took 3 steps back. Fu Wenduo, life and death duel? The implication is, in a life and death battle, do you still have time to chat? There really is no time. The 3 rushed forward at the same time and continued to fight. There was something Mu Huishue didn't know. In fact, killing her would not only give him the opportunity to revive a player and get her props, but Tang Mo could also get her superpowers. But this was not enough to tempt Tang Mo to kill someone who seemed to have no reason to be killed. What really made them determined was Mu Huishue's words. Xing Yuniao keeps making trouble and courting death because it makes him feel that he is still alive. And I'm already dead. I killed the number 1 on the time list to revive someone. And 4 months ago, that person was killed by my own hands. Fu Wenduo, Tang Mo. Kill me. Let me get real freedom. So Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo agreed to do their best to kill her, and she would also do her best to respond to this battle. There is no difference in strength in the battle between masters. It just depends on the details, who makes the first mistake. Tang Mo's fighting skills are far inferior to Fu Wenduo and Mu Huishue, but he has more superpowers, and can always win by surprise. He didn't use the very fast man ability, but he used almost all his abilities. Mu Huishue was forced into a corner by him, but she could always find Tang Mo's flaws in the fastest time, attacking instead of defending, so that he could only defend. This battle was destined not to be understood by Chen Shanshan and Fu Wensheng. The sun gradually set in the west, and in the Temple of Heaven Park, several trees were cut into 2 pieces by the 3 people and fell to the ground. When the moon appeared from the clouds, Fu Wenduo suddenly found a flaw in Mu Huishue. He supported himself with one hand, the black metal collided with the ground, and the other hand turned into a sharp black weapon, stabbing straight at the opponent. At the same time, Tang Mo also approached Mu Huishue at a very fast speed. The moment he approached the opponent, he flipped his palm, and a huge match appeared in his hand. The big match rubbed the ground hard, igniting sparks. The black weapon pierced the air, and approached Mu Huishue's throat. At this moment, in Mu Huishue's eyes, golden light kept flashing. Her supernatural power tried her best to find the possibility of her survival, but the 2 people in front of her were obviously full of flaws, and there were many places where she could attack. But it was precisely because of too many flaws that she could not dodge the attacks of these 2 people. Fu Wenduo's black weapon made her smell danger, and the giant match was even more terrifying. Mu Huishue made a decision almost in the blink of an eye. She raised her left arm to block the black weapon, and half of her arm was cut off and fell to the ground. Thus she avoided the match, fell back several steps, knelt on one knee, covered her broken arm and panted heavily. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo stopped at the same time. They had no fewer wounds than Mu Huishue, especially Tang Mo. Not counting the wound from Mu Huishue's self-cut arm, Tang Mo had more wounds than her. None of the 3 spoke. After a while, Tang Mo opened his mouth, his voice a little hoarse. "Do you really want to die?" Mu Huishue. Fu Wenduo put away his weapons and props, and called Fu Wensheng over, asking him to make fresh mineral water immediately to treat Tang Mo's wounds. At the same time, he took out 2 bottles of mineral water from the chicken coop and threw them to Mu Huishue to treat the wounds. Mu Huishue did not refuse. Mu Huishue's self-healing ability is very strong. After using mineral water, her arm slowly grew back to its original shape. Tang Mo, let's find a safe place to talk slowly. Everyone agreed. After leaving the Temple of Heaven Park, Fu and Duo found an abandoned office building, and the 5 of them settled there first. Because of the injury, Mu Huishue leaned against the wall and cleaned her wound with gauze. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo's injuries seemed to be more serious, but they were actually flesh wounds. Tang Mo sat on a computer chair and took out a pack of tissues from the man's desk. He wet it with water and wiped off the dried blood stains on his skin. Why do you want to die? Mu Huishue raised her head and looked at Tang Mo. Tang Mo said while cleaning the blood stains, "Stay alive, you still have a lot to do." Mu Huishue was silent for a moment, then smiled. "A lot of things? Attack the tower." Fu Wenduo, there are still 3 floors of the Black Tower that have not been conquered. Tang Mo, aren't you curious about what will happen after all 7 floors of the Black Tower are conquered? Mu Huishue wanted to answer. Not curious, but she remembered that she had just tried her best to save her life, so she shut up. Looking up at the ceiling, Mu Huishue closed her eyes and thought for a long time. She opened her eyes and looked at Tang Mo again, and finally said that sentence, "I don't want to die." If she really wanted to die, she wouldn't have tried her best to survive, even if she had to cut off her arm. If she really wanted to die, she wouldn't have rushed all the way from Guangzhou to find someone to kill her. She no longer had any interest in this world, but she insisted on living until now, which proved that there were still things in this world that she could miss. Mu Huishue couldn't tell what that thing was, but she could only find the answer by living. At this time, both sides had come clean. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo looked at each other and decided to ask the real reason why Mu Huishue wanted to die. However, just as Tang Mo was about to speak, a melodious "Twinkle Twinkle Little Star" suddenly sounded. It was late at night, and everyone rushed to the window as quickly as possible to look at the Black Giant Tower floating above Beijing. There were no lyrics, but the melody was the world-famous "Twinkle Twinkle Little Star." Like real little stars, the Black Tower flashed with silver light, flickering and blinking, illuminating the entire city. The same situation happened all over the world, with tens of thousands of black towers flashing together. This flash was not obvious in the daytime, but in the Eastern Hemisphere, this light was like a star, and no one could ignore it. Fu Wenduo, the Black Tower rarely plays such popular songs. Tang Mo's eyes narrowed. A new version? After playing the entire song "Twinkle Twinkle Little Star," a clear child's voice sounded. Ding! European Zone 1 official player Lena Chapuos successfully cleared the 5th floor of the Black Tower. Ding! European Zone 1 official player Lena Chapuos. The announcement was made 3 times in total. The loud voice spread all over the world. Tang Mo had never thought that someone would clear the 5th floor of the Black Tower so quickly, but what made him more alert was, the Black Tower has not notified players to clear the tower attack game so loudly for a long time. This is not normal. Ding! It is expected that at 6 o'clock on June 7, 2018, the 4.5 version will be officially updated, and it is expected to update the Grab 6 mode. As of June 10, 2018, areas that have not conquered the 5th floor of the Black Tower will be forced to conquer the tower. Please prepare for it. The last time the Black Tower released a song to celebrate the player's successful conquering of the tower was 2 months ago. At that time, Mu Huishue conquered the 4th floor of the Black Tower, and solved the mystery of the Black Tower version 4.0. The Black Tower specially released a song to thank her. And now, the Black Tower has actually released version 4.5. Mu Huishue, the Black Tower has never had a 0.5 version. This is the first time. Tang Mo gradually had an ominous premonition in his heart. He didn't have to wait for long. Soon, the Black Tower solved his doubts. Ding! The European region has successfully cleared the 5th floor of the Black Tower, and obtained the privilege of not conquering the tower. The other 9 regions. Please work hard to conquer the tower. Chapter 197. Mu Huishue poured all the mineral water in the plastic bottle on her wound. Her arm recovered, and the wound healed completely. She returned the bottle to Fu Wenduo. The huge city of Beijing was silent. The Black Tower was no longer making any sound. The sun was setting, and the Black Tower was reflected in the sunset. Mu Huishue, I had a lot of fun fighting just now. I'm a little hungry. Are you hungry? Tang Mo looked at her and shook his head. Not bad. Mu Huishua smiled and waved her hand. I'm hungry. I go out and find something to eat first. After the words fell, the woman in black placed her right hand on a desk, jumped a few times lightly, and left the building. Mu Huishua deliberately found an opportunity to leave. The Black Tower suddenly released a new version update prompt. Bairuoyo had said another extremely important secret before. She was not a member of Tang Mo's team, so it was not convenient for her to stay here and listen to their internal discussions. Tang Mo received a lot of information today. Black Tower version 4.5, Bairuoya's information about the Black Tower and superpowers. Tang Mo looked at Fu Wenduo. I don't think Bairuoyo is lying. Fu Wenduo, I also think he is telling the truth. If what Bairuoyo said is true, then the sentence erased by the Black Tower on Fu Wenduo's ability notes is, the last player with this ability cleared the 7th floor of the Black Tower. Tang Mo said word by word. After thinking for a while, Tang Mo said, last year, Luo Fengcheng and I discussed what the superpower is. Is it given to players by the Black Tower, or do humans have it? The Black Tower is just a catalyst to catalyze it out of the players' bodies. Qin Shanshan nodded. Teacher has told me about this. My teacher and I believe that the Black Tower is a catalyst, and superpowers belong to human beings themselves. Tang Mo, I think so too. But if it is true as Bairuoyo said, the same superpower is not only possessed by you, and at some unpredictable time, there are also players who possessed it. Then, does this superpower really belong to human beings themselves? Qin Shanshan was silent. When the attack organization collected information in Shanghai, it collected information on more than 3,000 players. No one's ability is exactly the same. Sometimes there are similarities, but the similarities are not that big. Speaking of this, Fu Wensheng also has a say. Captain Xiao has also done a similar investigation. Xiao Jitong actually did the same thing. Everyone looked at Fu Wensheng, and Fu said honestly, it was probably at the beginning of the year that Captain Xiao asked the Nanjing team to record the ability information of every player in Nanjing as much as possible. Our Nanjing team's influence in Nanjing at that time, Brother Tang, almost all players would come to us to buy game clues and exchange props. Brother Xiao collected more than 10,000 superpowers anonymously, and none of them are the same. Qin Shanshan concluded, this sample size is sufficient, and it can be basically determined that everyone's superpowers are different. So, what is the thing that determines superpowers? Fu Wenduo's low voice sounded, and everyone fell into deep thought. Yes, something determines what kind of superpowers the player has. When Bairuoyo said, the superpowers that players have been possessed by others before. Before this message, Tang Mo had no doubts about this matter. No two people in the world are exactly the same, so their abilities are different, which is easy to understand. But if the abilities are the same, what is the reason for the consistency? His fingers tapped lightly on the table, and after a few seconds, Tang Mo opened his eyes, and suddenly said, gene recombination. Fu Wenduo looked at him. Huh? This is the name of Fu Wenduo's ability. Qin Shanshan caught the key words and said in surprise, you mean genes? The little girl's brain was working at a very fast speed. She said a long string of words to herself like pouring beans. If it is genes, it does make sense. Everyone's genes are different, so genes determine superpowers, and superpowers are completely different. But if genes can be used, maybe DNA can be used too? Then let's make an assumption that superpowers are determined by genes, or even more subtle DNA. Then on this basis, the superpowers are exactly the same, which means that the DNA of two people is exactly the same. The voice stopped abruptly, and Qin Shanshan said in a strange tone, how can two people have exactly the same DNA? Even if they are clones, there is a possibility of variation and mutation. Is it really not possible? Qin Shanshan turned her head and looked at Tang Mo. Tang Mo, humans have about 3.1 billion DNA base pairs. No matter what, there must be a fixed order. This fixed order forms a certain person. There are only 7 billion people on the Earth. The probability of producing two exactly the same individuals is extremely low and almost impossible to achieve on the Earth. But if this time limit is extended to 13.82 billion years, and the scope is extended to the entire universe. Murphy's Law? Qin Shanshan's face changed. Murphy's Law, as long as there is a chance of bad things happening, no matter how small the chance is, it will definitely happen. Tang Mo, from the birth of the universe to the present, looking at the entire universe. The voice slowly stopped. Tang Mo tightened his fingers, and said that sentence, maybe there really was another me in the world. So, what exactly is the Black Tower? What is the Black Tower? In the silent room, no one said anything. An answer clearly appeared in Tang Mo's mind, and that answer was the most reasonable. But if that was the case, what would they face after passing the 7th floor of the Black Tower? Is it true freedom, or another form of slavery? Who is standing behind these thousands of black towers? Closing his eyes, and taking a deep breath, Tang Mo looked at Fu Wenduo. Are you hungry? Just now, when Tang Mo and Qin Shanchen used their super-intelligent thinking ability to make inferences and guesses, Fu Wenduo had been standing by and occasionally said a few words. At this moment, Tang Mo turned his head to look at him, and he also looked at Tang Mo quietly. He raised the corners of his lips, and said to the two children, "Find a safe place to hide, we will go to find supplies." Fu Wensheng listened to his elder brother very much and nodded quickly. Qin Shanchen lowered her head, her bangs fell, and her expression could not be seen clearly. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo left the building together to look for supplies. Qin Shanchen stayed in the house for a while. Half an hour later, she went out to the toilet. Just as she walked to the corner of the stairs, she was suddenly startled and saw a tall and thin back. The huge moon hung high in the sky, and through the floor-to-ceiling glass in the stairwell, the shadow of the stair handrail was long and slanted, falling on the ground. A woman in black with a high ponytail sat on the corner of the stair handrail, with one leg on the ground, looking up at the moon in the sky. Perhaps because the glass was wiped too bright, the moon seemed to have no obstruction, and completely sprinkled on her body. Qin Shanchen hid her surprise behind a calm expression, and planned to bypass the other party to go to the bathroom. Before she took 2 steps, Mu Huishua smiled and said, "Did Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo go out to find supplies? Earth has been online for more than half a year, and players' requirements for food and water are getting less and less, and their body metabolism is slow. But it does not mean that there is no demand for food and water resources." Qin Shanchen did not hide it. "Yes." After a pause, she asked, "What are you doing?" The short-haired girl did not expect to hear the answer, but the next second Mu Huishua answered her, "Sunbathing the moon." Qin Shanchen was stunned. Question mark. Sunbathing the moon? Mu Huishua. The Earth of the returnees has no moon, only daytime. The sun rises from the east, and sets in the west. The moment it sets, it rises again from the east. Because we are not qualified to rest. Perhaps for it. Mu Huishua pointed to the black giant tower illuminated by the moonlight. We returnees are just tools to play games. Do you know about ants? Qin Shanchen didn't understand the intention of her question. She replied, "I know." Mu Huishua smiled, stretched, and stood up from the armrest. We are worker ants. The lives of the returnees are only about playing games and attacking towers, which are of no value. More than 6 billion people, only 350,000 are left in the end. The woman in black leaned over and touched the little girl's hair, grinning and showing her white teeth. Most of the returnees are strong young people, mostly men. The last time I saw a child as young as you was 3 months ago. Are you malnourished? You look only 12 years old, about the same age as that little boy. Qin Shanchen said in a low voice, "My family conditions are not very good. And she is picky about food, so she may indeed be a little malnourished." Qin Shanchen did not say the last sentence. Mu Huishua did not say anything else. Qin Shanchen walked around her to the bathroom. She looked back and saw that the woman was lying on the handrail of the stairs again, with her hands behind her head, quietly basking in the moonlight. When Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo came back with the supplies, they saw Mu Huishua and were both a little surprised. They thought Mu Huishua had left long ago. Mu Huishua smiled slightly. "I'm unfamiliar with Beijing, and the new version will be updated tomorrow. Anyway, I have nowhere to go. It's dark now. I will leave after the new version is updated tomorrow." Mu Huishua is definitely not their teammate, but this woman doesn't look threatening. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo acquiesced to her staying in the building. Although Mu Huishua is strong, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo are not really unable to beat her. If she really dares to do something, Tang Mo will use a very fast man without hesitation. Superpower, cooperate with Fu Wenduo to solve her. At night, Qin Shanchen recorded the name reported by the Black Tower in her little notebook. Tang Mo read out the name, European District 1, official player, Lena Chapos. After the Earth went online, the player's memory was very good. Fu Wenduo said, "She is the first player in Europe to clear the first floor of the Black Tower." Tang Mo nodded. "I remember it too." Fu Wenduo, there are 10 districts in the world. At present, the European district has been exempted from the mandatory tower attack 3 days later because she cleared the 5th floor of the Black Tower. Except for the European region, if no one clears the 5th floor of the Black Tower within 3 days, the remaining 9 regions will be forced to attack the tower. Tang Mo frowned. 3 days is a bit tight. Because of the returner incident, after the Black Tower 4.0 version was updated and the two worlds merged, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo had no time to take care of the tower attack. Eve's game, Santa Claus's fun shopping street, they have a lot of things to worry about. If they rashly attack the tower now, they are not fully prepared. The same is true for other high-level players. Lena Chapajos is an exception. Their best option is to force the Black Tower to start the tower attack in 3 days, but then all the players in China will be dragged into the tower attack game. Most players are far behind the Black Tower in terms of progress, and it is very dangerous to attack the tower suddenly. Not to mention others, Fu Wensheng is very dangerous. He wants to attack the 4th floor of the Black Tower. With the kid's current strength, it is easy to get into trouble. And you can't form a team to force the tower attack. No one can guarantee that they can attack the tower alone, and they will still meet unfamiliar teammates. After thinking it over again and again, Tang Mo decided, wait until the Black Tower 4.5 version is updated, and then we will attack the tower. Everyone rested for a night. The next morning, the sky was bright. At 5:58, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo opened their eyes at the same time and looked at each other. When they ran to the window, they found Mu Huixiu waiting there. Qin Shanshan and Fu Wensheng ran over at the last minute. No one spoke, and the 5 of them looked up together, looking at the towering tower in the distance. At the same time, Suzhou, Guanxian Street. A fiery red convertible sports car was extremely arrogant and rushed across the pedestrian street, knocking over all the stalls in front of the shops. The wheels made an unpleasant breaking sound on the ground, and a black tire mark of more than 10 meters long appeared on the ground. The car drifted with a crash and stopped sideways just below the Black Tower. If Tang Mo was here, he might recognize that this convertible sports car was placed in the lobby on the first floor of a large shopping mall in Suzhou last year for display during the anniversary celebration. It was worth more than 3 million. At this moment, 2 young foreigners in the car took off their sunglasses and looked up at the Black Tower. As if sensing the gaze in the dark, one of the brown-haired foreigners looked in that direction. The blond man in the driver's seat threw a luxury brand of sunglasses on the ground. Hey David, look at what those little ants are doing. They only dare to hide in the dark corners and look at you and me with envy. Do they dare to come out? No, I believe they don't even have the courage to take another look. David said dissatisfiedly, Pete, I told you before, why should we let these little bugs live? Just kill them all. We did the same thing in that world anyway. Pete raised his eyebrows and said, do you think there will be only 2 of us left in Suzhou? You think so, but I don't want to live alone with you. I'm not gay. I don't want to live alone with you. David pouted in disdain. He was about to refute when the Black Tower suddenly flashed colorful lights. Pete, okay, the new version is coming. The same situation happened all over the world. However, in most places, the players who came to observe the Black Tower update were hiding in the dark, and few were as rampant and arrogant as the 2 foreigners in Suzhou. Before the update this time, the Black Tower still flashed 5 white spots from top to bottom. The first spot flashed so fast that even Fu Wenduo couldn't see it clearly. The second spot flashed more than 300,000 times in total. The third spot flashed 50,000 times, and the fourth spot flashed more than 100 times. At the end, the 5th light spot flickered only once. This represents the number of people who have cleared each level of the tower. When all 5 light spots finished flickering, a clear child's voice sounded, saying in a flat voice, Ding, at 6 o'clock on June 7, 2018, Black Tower version 4.5 is officially launched. Chapter 198. Ding, new rules added to Black Tower 4.5. First, start the Grab the 6th mode. The first 3 players/teams who clear the 6th floor of Black Tower will get a clue about the 7th floor. Second, by 6 o'clock on June 10th, the area that has not cleared the 5th floor of Black Tower will be forced to attack the tower. All players in the area, except those who are playing the game, will enter the tower attack game. After leaving the dungeon, if no one in the area has cleared the 5th floor of Black Tower, the tower will still be forced to attack the tower. Third, it is expected that the interoperability mode will be enabled in version 5.0. Players are requested to explore it on their own. The above 3 rules were announced 3 times in a row by Black Tower. Ding! 3,900,000 players successfully loaded into the game. 20,000 players successfully loaded into the game. Saving the game. Loading player data. Saving successfully. Loading successfully. The Rush 6 mode has been updated. Ding! On June 7, 2018, Black Tower version 4.5 was officially launched. Players are welcome to enter the game. Players, please work hard to attack the tower. Shanghai, Nanjing Road. A sturdy man looked at the pitch-black tower in astonishment, scratched his head, and turned around and said, "Doctor, what does this mean? This rush to 6 mode actually requires us to quickly conquer the 6th floor of the Black Tower? We haven't conquered the 5th floor yet. Why do we have to conquer the 6th floor?" Beijing. This rush to 6 mode is also different from what Tang Mo imagined. It's just to conquer the 6th floor first. There are many strong people in Beijing, and most people are taking a wait-and-see attitude towards the Black Tower. Suddenly, a 6th-level mode was launched, and it was obviously to urge players to attack the tower. Tang Mo thought for a moment, and looked at Fu Wenduo. The 5th floor is not important, the 6th floor is really important. The clue to pass the 7th floor is more tempting than all the rare props. There are not many new rules in the Black Tower 4.5 version, only 3, but the amount of information is huge. Mu Huishua smiled and said, "The Black Tower update is over, so I leave first." Tang Mo and his 4 companions did not keep her. The black-clad woman quickly disappeared between the modern steel buildings and soon disappeared. Mu Huishua was not an enemy, nor a friend. She was strong. Before they got to know each other, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo would not team up with her to clear the 5th floor, as that would greatly increase the difficulty of the game. So it was a good choice for her to leave at this time. For a while, only 4 people were left in the building. Qin Shanshan looked serious. The forced attack on the tower 3 days later is not that important. In this update, the Rush 6 mode, and the 5.0 version. Brother Tang, Major Fu, these 2 points are very important. This is the first time that Black Tower has announced the next version update. Fu Wensheng asked in confusion, "What is the intercommunication mode?" Tang Mo, from the literal meaning, it should be some kind of intercommunication. For example, players and Black Tower boss, underground people and monsters and Black Tower boss, and the last possibility is the communication between players. After a pause, he continued to analyze. At present, even if we are players in the same city, for example, if we want to find the chosen organization, there is no telephone contact, we can only go to the 80th middle school to meet them. If Luofeng City wants to pass on the news, it has to send Jax to send Shanshan over a long distance. After the Earth went online, the remote communication method of human beings was completely cut off. In front of the 2 children, Tang Mo did not hide the fact that he and Fu Wenduo had turkey eggs. If nothing unexpected happens, unless you have props like me and Fu Wenduo that can connect with each other, there are more than 3 million players in the world, and no one can communicate freely. Qin Shanshan interrupted. There should be 3.96 million players at present, and 20,000 players are returners. Fu Wensheng remembered that when the Black Tower 4.0 version was updated half a month ago, there were more than 300,000 returnees. He was surprised. It's only been a short time, and there are only 20,000 left. Qin Shanshan, most of the returnees should have been converted into official players. Some of the returnees should have died. Tang Mo frowned and pondered the content of the Black Tower update again and again. 6 game mode, intercommunication mode. Intercommunication mode. Fu Wenduo said in a low voice. So far, players from the 10 regions have never been able to communicate with each other. Tang Mo looked up at him. Fu Wenduo. In the assembly dungeon, players from each district can meet each other. For the tower attack game, all players in the Huaxia district may meet each other. For example, when you attacked the 2nd floor of the Black Tower, you met Xiaosheng. At that time, you were in Shanghai, and he was in Nanjing. Tang Mo immediately understood what he meant. You mean, after version 5.0, players from different regions can also enter the same game? Players in the Huaxia district may team up with players in the European district to attack the tower? Fu Wenduo nodded slightly, then shook his head. It's just my guess. But this guess is very reasonable. However, before the arrival of Black Tower 5.0, these are just their speculations. Without further delay, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo had already decided to enter the tower attack game immediately after the new version of Black Tower was updated. He and Fu Wenduo looked at each other, and they both nodded. At present, they are at the intersection of Dongcheng District and Chaoyang District. If they want to start the tower attack game, they must go to the vicinity of the Black Tower directly above the Forbidden City. The 4 of them quietly went downstairs. Tang Mo leaned against the wall and carefully looked out to see the surroundings. No one. Fu Wenduo lowered his head and stared at his brother with deep eyes. Can you go alone? Fu Wensheng nodded vigorously. No problem, I can go. Fu Wenduo looked at him deeply and said calmly, Go. The next second, The short boy ran out at a very fast speed. He always chose the shadows of the road to carefully avoid possible peeping from others. Soon he disappeared at the corner of the street, heading towards Chaoyang District. Fu Wensheng was going to number 80 middle school. This place was neither far nor close to number 80 middle school. Last night, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo agreed that Fu Wensheng would not participate in the attack on the tower, but Chen Shanshan would. Qin Shanshan's martial arts were not high, and she had only conquered 2 floors of the Black Tower. In other words, she did not have a high presence in the Black Tower, and with her, the difficulty of the 3-person tower attack would not increase too much. Besides, Qin Shanshan's brain might help Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo clear the game faster. They only have 3 days. Fu Wensheng had been in the chosen organization for a while, and it was the best choice for him to hide there when Fu Wenduo was not there. Fu Xiaodi himself said that Wan Wanshu would not refuse to take him in. And just now, Fu Wenduo said to him, "If we don't clear the 5th floor of the Black Tower in 3 days, you will immediately enter a safer dungeon game. Don't rush to clear it, and wait for our news." Yes, this is a loophole left by Black Tower version 4.5. Black Tower cannot force players who are participating in the game to attack the tower immediately, and can only force them to attack the tower after they have completed the game. With Fu Wensheng's current strength, it is very dangerous to rashly attack the 4th floor of Black Tower. So if Fu Wenduo fails to complete the 5th floor of Black Tower in 3 days, Fu Xiaodi can just find a simple dungeon and enter it first to delay time as much as possible. Fu Wensheng ran to a crossroads and found a hidden shop to hide. He first observed the surroundings vigilantly to make sure there was no danger, then rushed out and quickly arrived at the 80th middle school. When the child walked to the door, he suddenly stopped, took out a silver pistol from his pocket, aimed and shot without hesitation. The female doctor in a white coat reacted very quickly to avoid the bullet, walked out from behind the door, and shouted in dissatisfaction, "Hey, what are you doing, you naughty kid? I came out to pick you up, what are you doing, and you actually hit someone." Seeing that the person hiding behind the school gate was Li Miao, Fu Wensheng's tense body relaxed, but his face was not so good. "You're here to pick me up? What's going on?" The news that he wanted to seek refuge in the chosen organization was a temporary decision made last night, and he didn't tell anyone. And why was it Li Miao who picked him up? Li Miao saw through the child's thoughts at a glance, and shrugged with a smile. As the boss said, "With your strength, you definitely can't force the attack on the tower. Fu Wenduo, Tang Mo, and the others must quickly attack the 5th floor. You guys will hold up the sky if it falls, so we, the chosen, don't have to fight desperately to challenge the 5th floor. We can just wait for you to pass it." They went to attack the tower, so of course they had to find a place to put you. But the boss didn't expect that you would come alone. Li Miao looked behind Fu Wensheng for several times, but didn't see anyone else. "No way, your brother is so confident that it's okay for you to come alone?" Fu Xiaodi said unconvinced. "What's wrong with me being alone? Nothing will happen at all. He is very confident in his own strength." Li Miao said "oh" meaningfully, and then laughed. Fu Wensheng complained loudly in frustration, and Li Miao laughed even louder. The two walked into number 80 middle school together. On the other side, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo had already arrived around the Forbidden City. An hour ago, the Black Tower had just updated a new version, and there might still be players around. However, they didn't think too much about it, and walked straight forward and came to the bottom of the Black Tower. After the Eve game on the elevated road, almost all the senior players in Beijing knew Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. They immediately understood what the two were doing when they came to the Black Tower at this time. They were already afraid of Tang Mo and his team's strength, and now that Tang Mo and his team wanted to attack the tower, they were very welcome. Tang Mo turned to look at Fu Wenduo, who nodded slightly at him. Tang Mo took a deep breath, walked forward, and said calmly, "Confirm, enter the tower attack game." At the same time, Fu Wenduo and Qin Shanshan also said together, "Confirm, enter the tower attack game." In an instant, cheerful music sounded in the minds of the three people at the same time. Accompanying this music was the clear voice of a child in the Black Tower. "Ding! The 5th floor of the Black Tower, normal mode, is officially opened. The multiplayer game begins loading. Sandbox generation. Data loading completed. Welcome to the River of Fantasy." The dazzling white light filled Tang Mo's eyes, and he squinted subconsciously. The white light became fainter and fainter, and with it came the sound of gentle flowing water. The sound of running water was very familiar. Tang Mo always felt that he had heard it somewhere before, and often. When the white light completely dissipated, he turned his head quickly to look around. However, before he turned his head, he suddenly froze. There was something heavy in his hand. Tang Mo lowered his head slowly, and then, realizing that there was someone next to him, Tang Mo immediately looked at the other person. The moment he saw the other person clearly, he reflexively glanced down, and then again, Fu Wenduo, The two of them zipped up their pants expressionlessly, and walked out of the dilapidated bathroom together. This is a long corridor. The floor of the corridor is made of yellow and damp longwood pieces. At the end of the corridor is the toilet they were in just now. Tang Mo looked at Fu Wenduo's outfit, and found that he was wearing a white uniform with blue edges. He raised his arm again, and found that he was still wearing the same clothes, without any changes. Where is Shanshan? Seemingly very used to wearing this kind of military-like uniform, Fu Wenduo adjusted his cuffs and said, "We just came out of the men's restroom." I listened. There was no one in the women's restroom. Shanshan was not inside. Tang Mo, what's the matter with this dress? As soon as the voice fell, the Black Tower's prompt sounded appropriately. Ding. Player Fu Wenduo, Tang Mo has entered the Customs Department of the Underground Kingdom, temporarily replacing customs officials Mr. A and Mr. B, and becoming a staff member of the department. Friendly reminder. Players Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo are very good at disguise. In the eyes of everyone else, they are Mr. A and Mr. B. Only in their own eyes can they see their true colors. It turned out that at the moment of entering the game, he and Fu Wenduo simultaneously replaced the two underground people of the so-called Customs Department. So whatever the two underground people were doing at that time, they were doing the same thing. The two were in the toilet at that time. Realizing this, Tang Mo's face darkened a little. After a light cough, Tang Mo said, "Let's look for Shanshan first." The two walked out along the corridor. Halfway through, a hurried sound of footsteps came from the corner. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo remained calm and continued to walk forward calmly, as if they were really employees of this customs department. Soon, the owner of the footsteps appeared. A dwarf in a white uniform with blue edges stepped up with huge feet, like a cannonball. "Damn it, what are you two doing? Are you lazy? Another batch of monsters are going through customs. What are you doing? Come and work." As he spoke, the dwarf grabbed Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo's arms with both hands and dragged them forward. Tang Mo was surprised to find that the dwarf was very strong, and even he could not break free from his shackles. Fortunately, he let him go. Tang Mo signaled with his eyes. "What is the Customs Department of the Underground Kingdom? Have you heard of the River of Fantasy?" "No." Fu Wenduo looked calm. If you ignore the fact that he was being dragged by a dwarf, he looked leisurely, as if he was taking 3 steps. Tang Mo thought about it. Customs, the underground people, and the Black Tower monsters have to go through customs. Where can they go after customs? The River of Fantasy. Suddenly, a name flashed in Tang Mo's mind. He looked at Fu Wenduo in surprise, and found that Fu Wenduo also thought of that place. At this moment, the three of them left the corridor. The moist wind blew in their faces, and a large area of pink river water came into view. They were now in an old wooden building located in the middle of the river, surrounded by water. And this water is the pink river located at the junction of the Underground Kingdom and the Monster World. The dwarf sniffed the wind and smacked his lips contentedly. "Ah, it smells like meat. The weather is so nice today, the river water is so blue." Tang Mo grasped the key words. Blue? Perhaps because of his good mood, the dwarf slowed down and looked at him with strange eyes. "My dear Mr. B, in your eyes, isn't the water of the fantasy river blue? Let me think about it. Is it the orange color of the best banana wine, or is it the dirty black like your hair? The color of the fantasy river is different in everyone's eyes. It will be whatever color you think of it." Tang Mo was stunned, then turned his head to look at Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo, Half a year ago, Tang Mo was forced to attack the first floor of the Black Tower. Before entering the tower attack game, he contacted Fu Wenduo and asked him to help tell him what happened when he attacked the first floor. At that time, Fu Wenduo told him in a cold voice, "The dividing line between humans and monsters is obvious. There is a pink river in the center of their world." Pink river. Pink river. If he was misled by Fu Wenduo and subconsciously thought that the river was pink, then Fu Wenduo saw pink. Fu Wenduo lowered his voice and explained. "The boatman in charge of the ferry said that this is a pink river. That's why he saw the pink river." Tang Mo. "Yeah." Fu Wenduo looked at him. Tang Mo looked up at him. After holding back for a while, he couldn't help but curl up the corners of his lips. Fu Wenduo, Okay, what are you still doing? Hurry up and get to work." In the middle of the rushing river, a dilapidated wooden house stood still under the scouring of the river. From this house to both sides, A long wooden suspension bridge extends to the underground kingdom, and another wooden suspension bridge extends to the monster world. On the wooden suspension bridge on the underground kingdom side, a short-haired girl walked onto the suspension bridge with a huge lollipop in her arms and an expressionless face. Standing around her were mostly various Black Tower monsters, but they did not think this human girl was strange, because in their eyes, they saw not a human, but their companion. I haven't seen Lord Grey's performance for a long time. I really miss him. Has the circus really gone bankrupt and can no longer perform? A Black Tower monster with a rabbit head and a skirt had red eyes, and wiped away tears with a handkerchief. Her companion was a skinny hamster, who sat on her shoulder and said, "I miss Lord Grey too. He is really the most handsome gentleman in the underground kingdom." Qin Shanshan followed the crowd and walked silently. She seemed to be looking down at the ground, but in fact her ears were always erect, collecting information around her. Everything happened so suddenly to her. She couldn't find Tang Yimo and Fu Wenduo, and her mission was nowhere to be found. She was suddenly thrown into this place, and thrown into a pile of monsters. If it were Fu Wensheng, he might have been scared to death, and even exposed. Qin Shanshan calmly followed the monster army to the center of the suspension bridge. Qin Shanshan didn't notice that at the end of the monster army, there were two werewolf-like monsters walking towards the suspension bridge. "Ha ha ha, David, you are so funny. You have such ugly ears and you stink. You smell like a wild animal." The brown-haired man angrily said, "Shut up, Pete, you are also a wolf now." The two mocked each other. If they were not surrounded by a horde of monsters, they would have fought directly. Just as their feet stepped on the suspension bridge, a cold child's voice suddenly sounded in the minds of the five people. Ding! Posting a side quest. Find the stolen goods smuggled by monsters / protect the stolen goods you want to smuggle. Since the Underground Kingdom set up customs on the Fantasy River, the taxes paid by the Underground Kingdom, and the Black Tower monsters, who travel between the two places every day, have made the king richer and fatter. This is a huge fortune. The little monsters like to go to the Underground Kingdom to buy Santa Claus's lollipops, but the big monsters think more about making money. The Black Tower monster slogan, "We don't pay taxes, we don't pay taxes, we don't pay taxes." Important words should be said 3 times. Chapter 199. Tang Yimo and Fu Wenduo paused, looked at each other, and then continued to follow the dwarf underground man in the direction of the customs. In their minds, the voice of the Black Tower continued. In this side quest, the 5 players are divided into 3 teams, the Customs Team, the Monster Team 1, and the Monster Team 2. Please note. First, players in the same team can see the true appearance of their companions, and players who are not in the same team cannot recognize the identity of the players. Second, the mission of the Customs Team is to find the stolen goods smuggled by Monster Team 2 and seize them. The mission of Monster Team 2 is to protect the items they want to smuggle and successfully smuggle them. The mission of Monster Team 1 is to assist the Customs Team and be a good monster that abides by the law. Third, in this game, the Underground people and the Black Tower monsters are enemies of the 5 players. When Tang Yimo heard that there were 5 players, his heart immediately tightened and he subconsciously looked at Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo also looked at him sternly. In addition to them, there were other players participating in the tower attack game this time. 5 people in total. In addition to Tang Yimo, Fu Wenduo, and Qin Shanshan, there were 2 more players. And when he heard that the 5 players were almost enemies of each other, with opposite tasks, and that the Underground people and the Black Tower monsters were also their enemies, Tang Yimo secretly thought it was not good. However, before he could react, the next second after the Black Tower's prompt sounded, a customs officer, who also looked like a dwarf, ran over from the wooden floor and shouted to the dwarf in front of him. "Report to the commander, it's not good, a human player has sneaked in." The dwarf was startled. "What did you say?" Tang Yimo tightened his fingers, and he looked at the dwarf's back coldly. The new dwarf informed the officer of the situation, and the officer's face changed. He said, "Take the lazy Mr. A and Mr. B back and discipline them properly, and let them work quickly," then turned around and ran away. "Yes." Dwarf number 2 glanced at Tang Yimo and Fu Wenduo from the corner of his eyes, and said sarcastically, "You dare to be lazy? Today, so many monsters are going out, and those damn human players have sneaked in, and you dare to be lazy? Wait, are you the players who sneaked in?" Tang Yimo narrowed his eyes. Fu Wenduo asked in a low voice, "Are there humans sneaking in?" The dwarf looked them up and down and muttered, "It doesn't look like it." Then he walked away and said, "That's not it. We just received the order from His Majesty the King, and several humans sneaked in. It is said that some sneaked into the monster group, and some sneaked into our department. Ha, that's just a joke. Our customs officials are so tall and mighty, how can those dirty and smelly humans pretend to be like them? I will definitely see through them at a glance. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo followed the dwarf, responding from time to time. 3 minutes later, the three of them walked to an old broken door. The dwarf pushed the door open with force, and a burst of moist water vapor came towards him. Tang Mo looked closely. Dozens of long teams suddenly appeared in front of him. Before opening this door, no one could have imagined that such a small and broken customs wooden house would be so spacious after opening. Just like the long queues in the supermarket, there was a broken table at the front of each queue, and an underground official stood in front of the table. Countless monsters lined up in the queue, waiting to be checked and go home. Tang Mo scanned the hundreds of monsters in the queue at a very fast speed, and did not find any abnormality. The dwarf took them to the two tables numbered 25 and 26, and shouted angrily, "Hurry up and work!" Then he turned and left. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo each walked to a table. The two turned their heads to observe how the underground people next to them worked for a few seconds, then lowered their heads. Tang Mo imitated the movements of an underground person next to him, and pushed a monster boy hard. "What are you doing? Turn around and check your belongings." The monster boy with a crow head cried aggrievedly, "You only know how to bully children." Fu Wenduo on the side was facing a tall and strong adult monster. The huge black bear almost squeezed its body into the house, and could barely walk. The two found that these underground officials were bullies, who only bully the weak and fear the strong. They were rude and violent when they met monsters with weak strength, and they were flattering and cautious when they met monsters with strong strength. Fu Wenduo looked up at the tall black bear monster in front of him. The other party emitted a stream of hot air from its nose, and sprayed it on Fu Wenduo's face without courtesy. Fu Wenduo clenched his right fist. After half a second, he loosened his fingers and slowly raised the corners of his mouth. "Please come over and check the items." The black bear monster walked over with a swagger. More than 20 customs tables were squeezed in the same room. There were many underground people and monsters in the room, and the noise was noisy. After gradually becoming familiar with the work to be done, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo quietly moved together. Tang Mo lowered his voice and said, "In addition to us and Shan Shan, there are two other players. We and Shan Shan are a team to enter the tower attack game. Because the number of levels of the strategy is different, the Black Tower deliberately separated us and her this time, probably to reduce the difficulty of her game, but she can't be our enemy." Fu Wenduo handed a pair of stinky shoes to a Black Tower monster, and without turning back, he whispered to Tang Mo, "So those two players are Monster Team 2, and Shan Shan is Monster Team 1. In this side mission, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo's goal is to find the stolen goods that have been smuggled, and the mission of Monster Team 2 is to successfully smuggle the stolen goods. Tang Mo and Shan Shan are teammates, so the little girl can never be from Monster Team 2, but can only be from Monster Team 1. Tang Mo, those two players are all from Monster Team 2. Fu Wenduo nodded, yes. Currently, the customs team is confirmed to be Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, and there are 3 players left. Chen Shanshan is definitely from Monster Team 1, and the other 2 players may both be from Team 2, or one of them may be from Team 2, and the other is a teammate with Chen Shanshan, and is Team 1. But, Fu Wenduo, Monster Team 2 is our enemy. The Black Tower is absolutely fair. In the Xia country area, except for Mu Huishue, there is no player who can be recognized by the Black Tower as a rival to the 2 of us alone. In fact, even Mu Huishue might not get such a high evaluation. Fu Wenduo concluded, so those 2 people are in the same team, and it is very likely that they also entered the tower attack game as a team. Tang Mo's fingers tapped lightly on the table. Then the problem comes. Obviously, we are now customs officials, at an advantage, and those 2 players are at a disadvantage. Is it their strength that makes the Black Tower recognize that we need to give us an advantage in order to defeat them? Or is there something that has not happened yet? As soon as Tang Mo finished speaking, a rough male voice suddenly sounded. In the customs wooden house, all the underground officials and the Black Tower monsters raised their heads at the same time and looked at a large green speaker in the corner of the ceiling. Hello, hello, emergency report, emergency report. Dear Mr. Monster, ladies, and our loyal underground officials. His Majesty the King has issued an order. We have just received a regrettable news that a player has sneaked into our customs. The monsters were in an uproar. Those damn players, their stinky smell and ugly appearance were hidden by the Great Black Tower, and none of us can find out who they are. But don't worry, the Customs Department has received accurate information. There are a total of 5 hateful players, who are hiding among the customs officials and monsters. As soon as these words fell, Tang Mo clearly noticed that the underground man with serial number 24 standing on his left turned his head and looked at him, and then looked at Fu Wenduo. All the underground officials looked at their companions with vigilance. The monsters were the same. The strong monster rubbed his hands excitedly. How dare a player pretend to be a monster from our Black Tower? The monster swallowed greedily. I want to find him. I want to eat him. On the radio, the dwarf official was still announcing, in order to successfully catch those 5 disgusting players, from now on, the underground customs department will start to block the bridge. Hey, don't worry, dear monsters, we are not allowing you to pass through the customs and leave, but we just don't allow new monsters to step onto the bridge. On the honor of His Majesty the King, the customs officials will definitely find those damn players. The underground official shouted, find the humans and eat them. The monsters also roared, find them and eat them. Cheers came one after another. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo's eyelids jumped, and an ominous premonition surged from the bottom of their hearts. Tang Mo turned around and saw that the dwarf officer who had just spoken on the radio came out from somewhere and shouted to the underground people, come here, now, I will start looking for the dirty humans hiding among you. Humans, I will give you one more chance. Come out now. I promise to fry you and leave you a whole body. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo's faces gradually turned cold. In the monster team, Qin Shanshan stood in the middle, silently listening to all the tips from the Black Tower and the words of the dwarf commander. Beside her, many monsters were eager to catch the players and discuss how to eat them alive. The little girl held a big lollipop in her arms, lowered her head, closed her eyes, and thought. At the end of the team, David and Pete were a little confused at first. Behind them, 2 underground officials closed the bridge, and they happened to be standing at the end of the team. David with brown hair said dissatisfiedly, what does this mean? The Black Tower actually arranged an opponent for us? This tower attack game is actually a confrontation war? Pete rolled his blue eyes and stroked a string of red agate bracelets on his wrist. After thinking for a moment, Pete laughed grimly. Dear David, isn't this good? Or after becoming a formal player, you actually lost the killing intention of us returnees, and still want to be a good guy in peace? My friend, I don't want to play games so boringly. This is so good, I don't know what kind of player dares to become the opponent of the 2 of us. Kill them, this game is really interesting. David sarcastically said, Pete, this is just a side quest, maybe we will have to cooperate with those 3 players in the main quest. Peter spread his hands indifferently. As long as we kill them before then, there will be no cooperation. Compared to his teammates, David doesn't like killing as much, but he won't stop it. David touched his chin. I'm just curious, if we are opponents of the players of the customs team, then what role does the monster team 1 play? Since the 3 teams of players can't recognize each other, why did the Black Tower specially create a monster team 1? And what can that guy do? Chapter 200. What is the purpose of monster team 1? Qin Shanshan held a huge lollipop and pondered this question in her mind. What Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo guessed, Qin Shanshan also guessed. There are 5 players in this game, 2 from the customs team, 2 from monster team 2, and I am from monster team 1. The side quest of monster team 1 is to assist the customs team and find the stolen goods that have been smuggled. The short-haired girl sighed softly and thought to herself, so Brother Tang and Major Fu are from the customs team, and those 2 players are from monster team 2. Players from different teams cannot recognize each other, so what is my role? As customs officers, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo are the best at finding stolen goods. As an inconspicuous little monster, it is already good enough for her not to be bullied by other monsters. Among this group of monsters, she seems to have no role to play, but the task given to her by the Black Tower is to assist the customs team. I am attacking the 3rd floor, and Brother Tang and his team are attacking the 5th floor. My game difficulty will be much lower than theirs, but it also means that the Black Tower has lowered the threshold for me. I can do more. Qin Shanshan lowered her head, her brain working quickly. In her mind, every piece of information that Black Tower had just said, as well as what the underground leader said on the radio, kept echoing. The little girl kept repeating the words customs, monsters, stolen goods, and so on. When several underground officials came out of the hut and shouted for the monsters outside to squeeze in, Qin Shanshan suddenly looked up in surprise and said in surprise, is it like this? On the long suspension bridge, 2 underground officials holding black batons shouted angrily, going quickly, the commander will check the damn human players among you next. As he said that, an underground man pushed Qin Shanshan hard and pushed her to the door. When they met a strong monster, they changed their faces again. Sir, please come in. Jin Shanshan understood that she must look like a weak little monster now. A strong appearance will bring some conveniences, and a weak appearance is not necessarily useless. Before entering the cabin, Jin Shanshan's eyes swept over all the monsters behind her. She raised her foot and buried it in the customs cabin. At the same time, her eyes stayed on a parchment notice next to the door for a second. Reward: all monsters can report smugglers. Once smuggling is found, rewards will be given according to the amount of smuggling. The highest reward is 1 king's gold coin. The respected customs chief, the dwarf fool. Customs cabin. The monsters were taken into the cabin one by one, while the underground officials were called to the transparent cabin next to it. Tang Emo stood at the edge of the officials, looking at the short dwarf officer. The officer stared at them with a sneer, his hands behind his back. After inspecting his subordinates, he shouted, "Now, in this room, there is a damn human. Maybe there is only 1 human. Maybe there are 5 humans. You are all untrustworthy, because you may all be humans. At present, I am the only one who is definitely not a human." After the officer scolded, he said to the dog-legged dwarf beside him, "You, tell those monsters now that we will search them in 5 minutes, and ask them to hand in all the items they carry with them and collect their number plates. After we search them, we can retrieve their belongings according to the number tags." The dwarf said quickly, "Yes." The dwarf chief muttered, "Oh, those stupid and smelly monsters. I don't know how many idiots want to smuggle belongings today. Don't let me catch them." After the voice fell, he winked at his assistant. The other party nodded, walked up proudly, holding a thick test paper in his hand. "Now I will distribute the civil service test papers of our underground kingdom this year. Humans definitely can't do it, but you can. My colleagues, catch the humans and eat them. Catch the humans and eat them." Tang Emo watched the underground man start to hand out test papers one by one, and his hand quietly touched his waist. Tang Emo had long discovered that the underground people couldn't see that he had a small parasol tied around his waist, which meant that the underground people really couldn't recognize humans based on their appearance alone. But if they really had to take this test paper, it might be difficult for them to hide their identities. Perhaps they will be the first players to be caught. A deep male voice suddenly sounded in Tang Mo's ears. He just said that many monsters smuggle items every day. Tang Mo was stunned and turned to look at Fu Wenduo. He quickly understood what the other party meant. Yes, according to common sense, this customs department receives so many monsters every day, and smugglers should be very common. Fu Wenduo, things that can be smuggled must be very valuable. Once there is a proper profit, capitalists will become bold. With a profit of 50%, he would take risks. For a profit of 100%, he would dare to trample on all human laws. With a profit of 300%, he would dare to commit any crime, even risking being hanged. After a pause, he added, "Capital by Marx." Tang Mo, you know it well? He knew the general meaning of this sentence, but he was not as familiar with it as Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo, I am a party member. Tang Mo was silent. Yes, with Fu Wenduo's identity, this kind of thing must have been learned since he could recognize words. Fu Wenduo, we all know that the production level of the underground kingdom is similar to that of medieval Europe, and the level is very low. There are not many valuable things that are smuggled in such a place. Tang Mo, there are not many valuable things, and there are even fewer things that can be resold by the Black Tower monsters. Fu Wenduo looked at him and raised an eyebrow. If there are 10 monsters smuggling every day, the things they smuggle may be very similar, or even exactly the same. Tang Mo, the Black Tower wants us to find the stolen goods that were smuggled, and let the second monster team protect the stolen goods. This means that the stolen goods are in their hands, and can only be in their hands. Fu Wenduo, what if other monsters also have the same stolen goods? Impossible. The two looked at each other, raised their lips, and said in unison, "The stolen goods that the Black Tower is looking for are absolutely unique." Outside the transparent hut, Jin Shanshan looked at the more than 20 underground officials in the house. She carefully observed everyone's clothes, appearance, and even other small decorations on their chests, but did not find Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. At this time, a dwarf underground man raised his chin, walked into the house, and repeated the words of the dwarf chief to the monsters. "Now, all monsters, please hand over all the items you carry with you. Please rest assured that after we search you, we will return your items to you according to the order of your number tags after you pass through the customs." Some monsters immediately complained in dissatisfaction. The dwarf trembled all over and plucked up his courage. What are you doing? This is the order of the Fool Chief. If you have the ability, go to him to appeal. Besides, if we find the humans, we can all eat them. This is for everyone's good. Most of the monsters are simple-minded. Although they think this is troublesome, they can only endure it in order to find the humans. Chun Shanshan heard a monster next to her complain, "If it weren't in your territory, eating humans would be nothing. Underground people are also delicious." The dwarf official started from the front row and confiscated the monster's belongings. Chun Shanshan held a lollipop and watched him do this calmly. After a while, she said in a weak voice, "It will probably take a long time for him to collect all the things by himself." The underground people were locked in the transparent room to do the test, and only this dwarf came out. There are more than 500 monsters in the room, and it is too much effort for him to collect things and issue number cards by himself. It will take at least 3 hours. A monster with a fox head heard Chun Shanshan's words and rolled his eyes. "Yes, it's a waste of our time. This damn bureaucracy, that's why I hate those underground people so much." Chun Shanshan licked her lollipop. "Can't we help collect it?" The fox narrowed his eyes and stared at Chun Shanshan. "What?" In the eyes of the fox, he saw a little monster with a rabbit head holding a lollipop and licking it hard, while blinking at him. "I think you are also a monster from the elf prairie." The fox nodded. "You too?" Based on the information he had obtained from participating in the game before, Chun Shanshan said, "The monsters in our elf prairie are different from those in the Monster Valley. They only know brute force. The underground people are so smart. Why do they have to hand over their belongings if they want to search them? They can search even if they have belongings." The fox had already thought of this aspect. When Chun Shanshan reminded him, he said, "Could it be that he wants to take this opportunity to see if there are any monsters smuggling stolen goods?" Quickly, he refuted himself. "No, that's not right. There are at least 50 monsters smuggling stolen goods every day, but the customs officials of the underground people are blind. It's good enough to find 5. So he just wants to find as many as possible." Chun Shanshan, "What if we can help him collect it?" 3 minutes later, David and Pete, who were standing behind the monster group, frowned and saw a fox-like monster constantly wandering among the monster group. The monsters he was looking for were all grassland monsters. He said a few words, and the monster showed surprised expressions. Then, the monster walked to the front and talked to the dwarf official. "David, why is that monster so dramatic? Is he the guy from Monster Team 1? Peter looked at the fox for a few times. "It's possible, but David, have you forgotten that the mission of Monster Team 1 is to assist the customs team?" Black Tower didn't say what assistance is. Maybe as long as he finds the guy from the customs team, it will be considered assistance, and the mission will be successful. If I were that guy, I wouldn't be so stupid to expose myself and stand out among the monsters. I will hide myself. David thought about it and said, "Then what is he doing?" The coquettish yellow fox rubbed his hands and looked down at the dwarf official. "Sir, you see, if you collect it by yourself, how long will it take to receive it? We have 20 monsters here. If we come to help you, we can definitely collect them all in half an hour at most." The dwarf glanced and coughed. "Help me? I'm not in a hurry, just collect them slowly." The fox winked and said, "Don't. If the time is delayed too long, those impulsive and rude monsters in the Monster Valley will get angry, and it will be bad for everyone." The male fox hid his hand under his sleeve and made a 3 gesture. "I will take 7, and you will take 3. The dwarf was stunned at first, then ecstatic. He held back. "No." Fox, 4. Dwarf, "No." Fox gritted his teeth. 50-50. Dwarf said with a chuckle, "Good." Not long after, David and Pete saw more than 20 monsters holding number plates and began to confiscate other monsters' belongings. At first, they didn't think anything was wrong, until a yellow-haired fox came to the middle of the monster group. He suddenly raised a golden pocket watch. "Sir, I report her for smuggling." The little deer monster was so anxious that his eyes turned red. You are talking nonsense." The fox raised his tail. "Whether I am talking nonsense or not, the commander will know after seeing it." The dwarf commander came over to check. "Oh, you dared to smuggle the pocket watch of the Invisible Man. This thing is not allowed to be brought to the monster world, no matter how much tax you pay." As he spoke, the dwarf took out 3 silver coins and threw them to the fox. The fox smiled flatteringly and put one back into the dwarf's hand. "I will make up for it later." The dwarf then left with the pocket watch in satisfaction. Then, voices came one after another in the wooden house. "You hid this bell in your belt, and you thought I couldn't find it. You want to evade taxes. Well, you dare to hide a ring in your mouth. Sir, I report that she wants to smuggle. This is stolen goods. Some stolen goods are not allowed to be smuggled, and they will be confiscated even if taxes are paid. For some stolen goods, as long as the monster pays taxes, it can still get a number plate and come back to collect the stolen goods. David breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, we can take our things away, as long as we pay some money. The two wolves have wallets with a lot of silver coins in them. I guess they left behind when they smuggled stolen goods before. David didn't intend to attract too much attention, so he paid the money to avoid disaster and continued to hide himself. Beside him, the blonde foreigner frowned tightly. Peter closed his eyes and quickly stroked the red agate bracelet on his wrist. The next second, he suddenly opened his eyes. David, we've fallen into a trap. It's the damn players of the monster team who are doing bad things. David was stunned for a moment. Pete, what did you say? Pete said angrily. Don't you understand? I finally understand now. The loot given to us by the Black Tower is unique. The things it wants us to smuggle are not possessed by the more than 500 beasts present. Otherwise, in this game, the two guys from the customs team would hardly win, because there are too many loot and no one knows which one is the real loot. Unless all the stolen goods appear in pairs, or even multiple. Only ours. The blonde man shook the banana leaves in his hand. This damn thing is the only one. Pete gritted his teeth and crushed a red agate on his wrist in anger. We were all fooled by that monster team. In the glass house, Tangemo and Fuwaduo didn't know what was happening outside. Before getting the test paper, Tangemo still had a fluke. The Black Tower shouldn't give them such a difficult test. Maybe he and Fuwaduo can do it. But after getting the test, Tangemo was happy when he saw the first question, and then he saw the second question, and he suddenly said, The 9,614 Civil Servant Assessment Paper of the Underground Kingdom. Question 1. 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 99 equals? Please calculate. Question 2. If the princess meets an underground person wearing frog clothes while taking a walk, what will she say first? A. You ugly flea. B. You ugly frog. C. You ugly guy. D. You ugly cookie. Who knows what the princess will say? Besides, why does the civil service exam have to test such weird things? Read on, the questions are even weirder. Tangemo turned to look at Fuwaduo, who shook his head at him. The questions in Happy Questions are simpler than this. Yes, it's 100 times simpler than this. Tangemo wrote down the answers to the questions on the test paper as much as he could, while quietly observing the outside world. He found that some monsters began to help the dwarf collect items. Tangemo noticed something wrong and raised his eyebrows. Soon, he found that the monsters had almost collected all the items. Collect items and report stowaways. The world outside the glass house is much more lively than inside. Tangmo's eyes swept over all the monsters. Obviously, he couldn't find Chen Shanshan. However, as he watched the monsters report their companions, the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. Shanshan, you did a good job. Fuwaduo stopped writing and stared at the situation outside. After a moment, he whispered, Originally, I thought that if we couldn't finish this test, there was only one way to pass it. The dwarf collected all the monsters' belongings and piled them there. Fuwaduo pointed to the corner with his finger. There are about 700 or 800 things. Your chicken coop and my chicken coop can now store 10 things each. In addition, with the curtains, we should be able to take all those things away. After all, the things that can be smuggled are generally not too big. However, after doing this, our identities were exposed. The underground people and monsters are our enemies, as well as the two players of the second monster team. How to break out of the siege. This game tests our force. Tangemo smiled and said, What about now? Now, at least we already know which are the smuggled items, and which are normal items, and there are fewer things to take away. Maybe Shanshan can also help us find which stolen goods are unique. As long as we take it, we win. Tangemo thought for a moment. That's it? Do we have to reveal our identities? Fuwaduo stared at Tangemo with his dark eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up. It depends on how many surprises that little girl can bring us. Yes, from beginning to end, for Tangemo and Fuwaduo, there are two ways to complete this side quest. First, they use force to take away all the monsters' belongings. The dwarf commander will confiscate the monsters' belongings and organize them all in one place, which can be regarded as the last help from the Black Tower to Tangemo and Fuwaduo, making it possible for them to rob all the items. However, this is too much of a test of their strength. They have to escape from the heavy siege of monsters and underground people. They also have to be alert to the players of Monster Team 2, who may attack at any time. The strength of those two players is not weak. Even if they fight alone, Tangemo is not sure that he can win against them. The second type is the task of the players of Monster Team 1. Assist the customs team to find the stolen goods. The definition of finding in the Black Tower is very vague. What is considered found? Is it found when you see it, or is it found when you hold it in your hand? Tang Mo speculated that it was more likely the latter. They had to take the stolen goods from the second monster team. What Qin Shanshan was going to do was not necessarily difficult. She was just trying to conquer the third floor of the Black Tower. Perhaps she didn't have to do anything, just help pay attention to the movements of the monster group, which could be considered as assistance and help to complete this side quest. But she did more. It was impossible for an underground official to find all the stolen goods hidden by the monsters. Only interests could tempt people. So she instigated a Black Tower monster that looked smarter to gather more people to search the monsters one by one and plunder all the stolen goods that might be hidden. If you find a stolen goods, you can get a reward. The highest reward you can get is a king's gold coin. Anyone would be tempted. And now, the last thing the little girl can do is to rescue Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. Chapter 201. In the noisy customs wooden house, a yellow-haired fox swaggered in front of two wolves. At first, the fox was a little scared when he saw that the other party was a wolf. But then he pretended to be powerful. Hey, hand over the things quickly. I advise you not to hide things privately. I am not those useless underground people who can't see that you hide things in your belt, teeth, and soles of your feet. Hand them over quickly. This is just a common process of confiscating items. The yellow fox held his chin up proudly. In front of him, the wolf in a yellow vest narrowed his eyes and stared at him coldly. The yellow fox shrank back, not daring to be too arrogant. Pete looked at the fox expressionlessly, as if trying to see if he was a player. After a few seconds, he raised the corners of his mouth, and in the eyes of the fox, he was grinning with a bloody mouth. We do want to smuggle something. The fox was stunned. He didn't expect the wolf to be so cooperative. However, the next second, Pete said, "You must pay the dwarf for collecting things." After so much time, Pete has long discovered that these monsters are led by foxes. The reason they help the underground people to plunder their fellow monsters is to report the stowaways and get the reward. That underground person looks very greedy. If you cooperate with him, you will definitely bleed a lot. The blonde foreigner sneered and said a number, 46 points or 55 points. The fox was surprised at the wolf's cleverness. His eyes rolled. What do you want to say? No need to answer. This is already accepted. Peter took out a bottle of wine from his sleeve. This is what I want to smuggle. The yellow fox laughed. The tariffs on alcohol, water, and tobacco are frighteningly high, especially you dare to smuggle banana wine from the Banana Tavern, which is very expensive. No wonder you want to smuggle. As he said this, the fox pretended to report loudly, but his movements were very slow, and he did not speak immediately. Peter knew what he was trying to do. He thought to himself, oh, the monsters in the Black Tower are just as greedy and selfish as those idiots on Earth. When chatting with other monsters just now, Peter knew the approximate price of this bottle of wine. He said lazily, this bottle of wine is worth about 10 silver coins. It costs 5 silver coins to smuggle it. I give you 3 silver coins now. Just pretend you didn't see anything. The fox scolded, I am such a monster? We foxes are honest and trustworthy good people, and after searching, the underground man will come to search you. Don't worry, I can hide it. The underground people are all blind, aren't they? The fox didn't say anything yet. Pete sneered, 4 silver coins. Okay. The fox happily took the 4 silver coins and left, and went to search the next monster. After Pete's eyes never left him, a male voice sounded from beside him. Is that fox the guy from Monster Team 1? Pete licked his teeth and showed a bloodthirsty smile. Guess. David, not likely. The IQ of underground people is generally not very good. We have participated in so many Black Tower games. The higher the level of the boss, the higher the IQ, or the higher the intelligence, and the lower the level of the boss, the dumber. The average IQ of monsters is lower than that of underground people. David suddenly understood. You mean, the fox is too smart? Then he is the player. Yes, he is too smart. But he is not that player. He is a fox, and it is normal that he is smarter than other monsters, but if he is really that bastard, he will not accept my advice. He will report me and confiscate my items. Now my items are not in the stolen goods, and the players of the customs team can't find them at all. After a pause, Pete smiled maliciously. Will the guys in the monster team be so stupid? He is smart, but only a little smart. Don't let me catch him, I will break him into pieces. Pete guessed correctly. Qin Shanshan stood in the pile of stolen goods, carefully looking for something unique. However, she looked for a long time, and everything was at least in pairs, and nothing existed alone. The little girl held the lollipop, licked it, and looked at it calmly. After a while, she saw the fox and other monsters gathered together, ready to report to the dwarf official. The monsters were checking what they had found, and took out some copper coins and silver coins to stuff into the fox to thank him for pulling them into the team. However, at this moment, a faint female voice sounded. Someone took the money privately and didn't send the stolen goods over. The monsters were stunned, and the yellow fox stiffened. Rabbit, what are you talking about? We are this kind of monster. The monsters then reacted. Ah, there is such a way? Indeed, most monsters can't think of this trick. Unless they reach the level of the wolf grandmother, they will be smarter. Most of the monsters in the Black Tower are simple and naive. They like to eat humans and underground people, but they are very stupid and don't know how to adapt. If the objects they were looting were really monsters, those monsters would only be reported stupidly, and would not even think of bribing them. Only players could think of this and boldly implement it. Yellow Fox did not intend to expose his acceptance of bribes. He righteously rebuked Chen Shanshan. Chen Shanshan looked at him and guessed that he had accepted bribes from Monster Team 2. Looking at Yellow Fox, Chen Shanshan said, I don't want to blame anyone. We all make money. Thank you, Fox, for helping me make some money. It was Chen Shanshan who proposed the suggestion at the beginning, but she gave all the credit to the fox. Everyone was grateful to the fox and gave him all the money. The fox felt a little guilty. Chen Shanshan continued, but if this really happened, I have another idea. I want to ask that person to tell me who bribed the monster. Don't look at me like this. I hate this kind of behavior. When I lived in the Elf Prairie, it was the old eagle who bribed my tribe leader, causing me to be almost eaten when I went out to find food. But I asked the guy to tell it just to make him more money. The fox narrowed his eyes when he heard this. What do you mean? Since someone would bribe, it means that the thing he wants to smuggle is very important, and he doesn't want to hand it over to be discovered by those damn underground people. The fox thought, yes, those underground people might drink banana wine directly and give the empty bottle to the wolf. It must be admitted that the underground people are much more cunning than the monsters, and they always play all kinds of tricks. Mr. Fox is very smart and can find these tricks. The wolf is stupid and will definitely not find out that it is an empty bottle. Chen Shanshan, tell us the information about the monster, and the rest of us, can't we also charge him some fees? The fox looked at Chen Shanshan in astonishment. Can we do this? The fish has been hooked. Chen Shanshan smiled and said, why not? We just need to say that a few people didn't search clearly, and need to search again. When searching again, let others search for the monster. Can't we collect bribes again? Smart Mr. Fox, this is not a losing deal. Just tell me the information, I promise, I will search, I will definitely give half of the bribe. Thank the monster who shared the information with me. Chen Shanshan winked cunningly, and the fox was moved. However, the fox said greedily, why can we only search once, not a few more times? Anyway, the things have not been handed over to the underground people, so what's wrong with searching a few more times? Chen Shanshan said it didn't matter. The fox swallowed his saliva and whispered, everyone, I actually received the bribe. Hey, don't stare at me, I didn't mean it. Now I will share the information with everyone, and every one of us can make money, although the two wolves may get impatient after searching a few times and decide to be reported by us. But before that, we can still get more money, which is great. 3 minutes later, Pete was leaning against the wall, blowing the breeze from the window. I saw a strong gorilla banging in front of him. Pete had a bad premonition in his heart, and soon, he saw a few more monsters coming up and standing in front of other monsters who had confiscated items. The gorilla opened his mouth to him, and the bad breath hit his nose, just now. Cough cough, I didn't search it clearly just now, there are omissions, we have to search again. Pete didn't react at once. The gorilla was thin-skinned, and he was not good at acting in this kind of bribery, and blushed. Hey, I said I want to search again. Pete, With a bang, the blonde foreigner's fist hit the wall of the wooden house hard, making a big hole. The gorilla was frightened by the wolf, and almost wanted to turn back. Pete slowly raised his head, and gritted his teeth, and said, hee. Tell me, how much money do you want? That bastard from the monster team. 3 monsters came to Pete to defraud money, and David couldn't stand it anymore. Damn it, that bastard must have known that we are players, but he is still hiding among those 20 monsters, and we can't find him. Pete, what should we do? We don't have much money. If a few more monsters come, we won't be able to bribe them. Besides, that guy already knows who we are. There is no point in giving us money. Why don't we just hand over the stolen goods? Idiot, what do you know? If you hand over the goods, they will not be in our hands. It is not difficult for the guys in the customs team to get it. They can just take it away secretly. But if the goods are in our hands, even if they know we are players, and the stolen goods are this bottle of wine, they have to defeat us before they can take it away, and their identities will be exposed. David, what should we do then? Pete laughed sarcastically. Do you really think I can't figure out who that guy is? A minute later, a short and skinny rabbit holding a lollipop walked up to David and Pete. David took out 4 silver coins from his purse and bribed the other party. The rabbit took the silver coins, shrank his neck in fear, turned around and ran away. Pete glanced at the rabbit, retracted his gaze, and tapped his arm with his fingers. There are a total of 20 monsters, and the bastard is hiding among the 20. That fox is not, and the gorilla just now should not be either. David added, the rabbit is not like it either. The mission difficulty of Monster Team 1 is much lower than that of you and me, and the mission difficulty of Customs Team is not worse than ours. So it is very likely that we are at the same level as Customs Team, and they are also attacking the 5th floor, at least the 4th floor. And the bastard in Team 1, he is attacking the 3rd floor, at most the 4th floor. Pete smiled grimly. Dear David, although you have always been stupid, can you tell me what you think a player on the 3rd floor of the Black Tower would be like? Inside the glass house, the underground officials' exams have come to an end. Tang Mo would not leave questions blank on purpose. He looked confident. Even if he encountered a weird question, he would fill in the blanks so that no one could see any mistakes. However, the papers had to be handed in eventually. The dwarf officer saw that the items outside had been searched almost completely, so he asked his assistant to prepare to collect the papers. But just as the assistant was about to collect the papers, a sharp cry came from outside the glass window. Ah, you are indeed a human, you are indeed that damn human. Among the monsters, a yellow-haired fox collapsed on the ground in fear, pointing fearfully at the 2 wolves standing by the window. The monsters were in an uproar, staring at the 2 wolves vigilantly. David and Pete looked at each other in confusion at first, and after a moment, Pete glared at the dozen monsters beside him angrily. That damn bastard. The customs hut was in chaos, and David roared, I'm not a human being, but the other monsters didn't think so. Kill 1,000 by mistake, and don't let 10,000 go. The weak monsters were so scared that they quickly fled, fearing that they would be killed by humans. They couldn't beat humans. But the monsters who claimed to be strong formed a circle, and surrounded the 2 wolves little by little. No one noticed that the fox who screamed just now quietly got into the crowd. The yellow-haired fox muttered, Humph, paying 20 silver coins for a bottle of banana wine is already suspicious. Besides, who cares if you are human or not? First, I will arrest you and lock you up for a few months. It's me who made you pay so much more money. Do you think I don't know that you will definitely take revenge on me after you pass the test? I, Mr. Fox, will not let you take revenge. After walking out of the crowd, the fox took out 5 silver coins and stuffed them into the rabbit's hand. Well, this is a reward for thanking you for reminding me. The rabbit took the coins obediently and stood quietly aside, watching the monsters surround the 2 wolves. The fox doubted, Hey, you are so smart. Are you a human? Chin Shan Chan was like a frightened rabbit, trembling with fear. Am I smart? I didn't do anything at all. Didn't you, Mr. Fox, organize everyone to collect the money? The yellow fox looked at her for a few times, and strode to the side. Yes, humans are not as weak as you, ha ha ha. In the glass house, the dwarf chief said angrily, What's the situation? The dog-legged dwarf ran in as if he was afraid. Report. Chief, it seems that humans have been found. 2 humans have been found. Tang Mo turned his head quickly, and looked at Fu Wenduo. 2 words rang in their minds. Shan Shan. The chief was happy, and then his face sank. Not good, those humans are very powerful. I have notified Mr. Peter Pan to come to help, but he hasn't arrived yet. After the words fell, the dwarf chief turned his head, and looked at his subordinates. His assistant was still thinking about collecting the papers, but the dwarf chief roared, What do you care about the papers? There are 2 ready-made humans now. Quick, follow me to catch those 2 humans. Catch them, and eat them. The underground people had long since stopped wanting to do the papers. When they heard this, they excitedly roared, Catch them, and eat them. The entire customs was boiling in an instant. The monsters wanted to catch the humans, and the underground people also swarmed out of the glass house, and rushed directly to the 2 wolves. The test papers were left behind by them. Tang Mo calmly tore his, and Fu Wenduo's papers into pieces, and then took the papers of 4 underground people, and tore them into pieces. The pieces were piled together, and it was impossible to tell who wrote them. Fu Wenduo raised his eyebrows and looked at him. Tang Mo replied, Just in case. The two followed the other underground people, and walked out of the door quickly. In the group of monsters, David was still arguing that he was not human. But Pete had stopped struggling. His eyes were fixed on the dozen monsters. From now on, he suspected everyone except the fox. This was the time when the guy in Monster Team 1 was most likely to reveal his flaws. He might not be able to help but pay attention to the underground officials, trying to find the players from the customs team. This was the human heart. No matter how smart a person is, he can't avoid his subconscious behavior. At this time, all the monsters would only look at them, and the only one who looked at the underground people could only be the bastards in Team 1. Qin Shanshan held a lollipop and carefully observed the officials coming out of the glass house. At this moment, a sinister voice suddenly sounded among the monsters. Haha, bastard, I found you. Chapter 202. The blonde foreigner stared coldly at the rabbit behind the monster group. The next moment, he shouted angrily, stepped forward, and rushed towards the opponent like a rocket. Restricted by her superpowers, Qin Shanshan's physical fitness did not improve at all. She immediately understood how she was exposed. There was no time to regret. The little girl turned around and ran behind the fox that had not gone far. Pit's right hand became a claw, and he was about to catch the player. At this moment, a loud voice sounded, "Catch that human." Peter quickly looked towards the source of the voice. A group of underground officials gathered together, and he couldn't find the person who was talking. Shit! He knew that the person who was talking must be one of the two bastards from the customs team, but he couldn't tell who it was. The monsters roared and rushed towards Peter and David, and the underground officials also rushed forward. They knew that they couldn't beat humans. As long as the players who passed the second floor of the Black Tower, they would definitely not be opponents. But most of the Black Tower bosses were simple-minded. They thought that they had more people, and were not afraid of two human players at all. Catch them, eat them. Roar, catch them, eat them. David and Pete were very skilled, and these monsters and underground people could not touch their clothes at all. But in this small wooden house, once the two sides fought, the whole house creaked and trembled. The dwarf chief was anxious. Damn it, don't destroy my house. If you destroy the house, we will all fall into the river of fantasy. I wonder what you will do. As soon as these words fell, the monsters and underground people immediately became much more obedient. But the players also heard a hint from it. Falling into the river of fantasy would be very dangerous. Pete's eyes rolled, and he took the opportunity to suddenly reach out and point at the rabbit behind the crowd. She is also a damn player. Everyone turned back and looked at Qin Shanshan. Qin Shanshan tightened her hand holding the lollipop, but on the surface, her eyes widened in fear and said in fear, What are you talking about? I am not a player. David was so angry that he cursed. You bastard, don't think you can hide anymore, you are a player. The monsters and the underground people stared at Qin Shanshan doubtfully. The little girl gritted her teeth and said, I am definitely not a player. I am a rabbit living in the elf prairie. But you just admitted that you were players. Everyone, hurry up and catch them and eat them. After hearing this, everyone came back to their senses. Yes, they don't know whether this rabbit is a player, but these two wolves just admitted that they are players. After eating these two humans, they will definitely be able to improve their strength a lot. Qin Shanshan was forced into a desperate situation. No matter how smart she was just a little girl with no physical strength. She had already done her best, but none of the players who could reach the 5th floor of the Black Tower were easy to deal with. The situation that she was most worried about still happened. Pete sneered and licked his upper teeth with his bright red tongue. Heh, a bunch of idiots. This rabbit is obviously very weak. Even if she is not a player, you can catch her like catching a chick. Just tie her up and put her aside. As for the two of us, can you idiots catch us? A big hen monster said angrily. You are just like catching chicks. Although the monsters are a little stupid, they are not really without intelligence. What the wolf said is right. It is not difficult for them to catch this rabbit. If it is not a player, they can just think that they have caught the wrong person. At once, 2 monsters and 3 underground people quickly rushed towards Qin Shanshan, and one of the underground leaders sneered and handcuffed her hands. The girl was sweating coldly, but her face remained calm. She believed in Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. Peter laughed crazily when he saw that Qin Shanshan was also caught. He was not afraid of these weak monsters and underground people at all. What he really needed to be careful of were the 2 players from the customs team. When Peter was staring at the customs officials, trying to find the players among them, a faint voice sounded. I don't know why you damn humans want to frame me. Is it because I just took too much bribe from you? Peter and David were stunned, looking at Qin Shanshan in astonishment. The red-eyed rabbit gritted his teeth and said aggrievedly, "You just want to smuggle a bottle of banana wine. Banana wine is worth 10 silver coins. But just now you bribed us with more than 30 silver coins in order not to be discovered. Could it be that this banana wine is actually something very important?" Before David understood, Peter had already roared, "Shut up." But it was too late. After being reminded, the monsters immediately realized that the bottle of banana wine was particularly important to the two humans. It was difficult to catch these two humans, but if they tried to steal the banana wine, the two humans would definitely protect it, making it difficult to attack. Someone shouted, "The banana wine is hidden in his sleeve." Everyone rushed forward and no longer attacked David and Pete, but tried to steal their banana wine. Qin Shanshan breathed a sigh of relief. An underground official grabbed her hands and escorted her to the glass house. Her body was still trembling slightly. Qin Shanshan tried her best to suppress her fear. At this time, she heard a laughing voice from behind her ear. "Well done, Shanshan." Qin Shanshan opened her eyes wide and turned to look at the underground man who caught her. A few seconds later, the little girl smiled. "Brother Tangmo." While Tangmo was escorting Qin Shanshan into the glass house, David and Peter were still unable to defend against so many monsters and underground people. Finally, a monster snatched the banana wine and threw the bottle into the air. In the entire Black Tower world, there is no one who doesn't like to drink banana wine. Even if this is not an important prop, monsters and underground people will go crazy when they see it. The monsters frantically scrambled for the bottle of banana wine, and David and Pete were furious. Pete flipped his hand and took out a red pistol. He flicked his wrist and pressed the button. Bang! A gunshot. 5 bullets shot out from the muzzle one by one. These 5 bullets accurately penetrated the heads of 4 monsters and an underground official, and their heads exploded like watermelons. Everyone was shocked and looked at the 2 wolves in horror. The foot in the leather boots crushed the head of a monster, and the brain splattered on his shoes. Pete licked the muzzle of his gun bloodthirstily. "Waste, who dares to steal my things?" The monsters pushed the banana wine to an unknown place, and no one could find it. But at this time, all the monsters and underground people dared not look for the damn banana wine. They fled in panic. The dwarf commander screamed at a green feather, "Where are you? Mr. Peter Pan? This player is more terrifying than we thought. Please come and save me." The voice stopped abruptly, and Peter shot the dwarf commander's head. A horrible massacre began to surge. Tangmo raised his hand to cover Qin Shanshan's eyes, preventing her from looking back. He continued to walk forward without looking back, as if he didn't hear the movement behind him. While Peter and David were slaughtering excitedly, an unremarkable underground official picked up a bottle of banana wine from the corner of the wall. He pulled the brim of his hat down with one hand to cover his face. Then he followed the large group, looking scared, and rushed out of the wooden house together. But just as he picked up the banana wine and stood up, a sinister voice sounded from not far away, "Player from the customs team." Fu Wenduo paused and slowly turned his head to look at the other party. It was a ferocious and brutal wolf. There was sticky saliva on the sharp teeth. Peter and David did not fall into the frenzy of killing at this moment. Instead, they stared at Fu Wenduo calmly, as if they were waiting for a hand to pick up the bottle of banana wine. The two sides looked at each other for a moment, and Fu Wenduo raised the corner of his lips. "Sorry, I underestimated your strength." David clenched his fist with one hand. "I will kill you." Tangmo did not expect that these two players looked reckless and impulsive, but in fact they were extremely calm. They showed an angry and murderous attitude, but in fact they were waiting for Fu Wenduo to take the bait. These two are definitely the best players in China, and their strength may be ranked in the top 10 in the country. Tangmo pushed Qin Shanshan onto the wooden suspension bridge. "Shanshan, run to the other side. When you reach the bridge, Fu Wenduo and I will come over, and we will go together." Qin Shanshan nodded vigorously, and never thought of staying to help. She was too weak, and staying would only hinder her. At this time, David's fist had already hit Fu Wenduo's face. Fu Wenduo threw the banana wine into the air, and dodged the blow by turning his head. Then he leaned forward suddenly, and when David noticed his movement, it was too late, so he punched him hard in the abdomen. David stepped back a few steps. His face looked a little ugly, but he was not injured. Fu Wenduo raised his hand and grabbed the banana wine and put it in his pocket. "You are strong, but you don't know how to kill." David sneered. "I have killed more people than you have eaten." Fu Wenduo was silent for a moment. "That's not necessarily true." The next second, the two rushed forward together. When Pete was about to go over to help, a rubber rope suddenly wrapped around his wrist. Pete turned his head and saw an underground official stretched out a rubber rope from his palm and tied his wrist. Pitt smiled and gritted his teeth and said, "Another player?" Tang Mo raised his eyebrows. "Your opponent is me." At this point, it was no longer possible to hide his identity. These two opponents were indeed very strong. Since they had been exposed, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo simply took action directly. They didn't know how strong Peter Pan, whom the dwarf commander asked for help, was. If he was a monster of the same level as the head of the strange circus, the five of them might not be his opponent even if they joined forces. They had to fight quickly. Tang Mo didn't hide his ability at all. He put his hands on his hips and shouted, "Give me back my grandpa." Fierce flames filled the entire wooden house. Peter turned his hand and conjured a metal shield to block all the flames. Tang Mo raised his hands, and dozens of thin steel needles flew in the air. He moved his fingers, and the steel needle shot at Pete. On the other side, the fight between Fu Wenduo and David was much simpler. Fu Wenduo was completely suppressing David in the fight. He was agile and nimble, and his movements were strong and powerful. Watching Fu Wenduo's moves was like watching an action movie, and every move was extremely beautiful. On the other hand, David's moves were clumsy, but his skin was like steel and iron, and it was impossible to penetrate it. Fu Wenduo narrowed his eyes, and the black weapon transformed into his right arm stabbed David's chest fiercely. David sensed something was wrong and turned to avoid it. The sharp weapon brushed past his chest, slashing his clothes, leaving only a white mark on his skin. Fu Wenduo no longer hid his weakness. He moved his wrist, and a black dagger appeared in his hand. As soon as the dagger appeared, David smelled the breath of death. He secretly said that it was not good, and then turned his head and said, "Pete, give me your shield." "Pete, get lost, that's my prop." "David, if you don't give it to me, I'm going to die." Peter threw the shield to David, who quickly caught it. At this moment, Fu Wenduo suddenly approached like a ghost, and stabbed David with a sharp dagger. David reflexively blocked it with his shield. The dagger and shield collided, making a sharp metal collision sound. The two of them each took a half step back, and Fu Wenduo looked at the white gap on the shield. His eyes gradually turned cold. David roared, "That dagger can actually cut your shield." Peter was surprised. "What?" Not to mention him, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo were also surprised. Fu Wenduo's dagger is one of the rare items he has. Its only function is the law of causality, which can break everything in the world. But it didn't pierce the shield, but only made a cut. This must be a rare item, and a rare item with the effect of causality. Fu Wenduo didn't want to get entangled with the other party anymore. He looked up and saw that Qin Shanshan was almost at the end of the suspension bridge. The suspension bridge is currently blocked, and no one can get out. If he wants to leave, he and Tang Mo must fight a way out together. Fu Wenduo looked at Tang Mo. "Let's go." "Okay." The two turned around and ran without any hesitation. How could David and Peter let them go? They quickly caught up with them. Two people ran in front, and two people chased behind. When they ran to the front of the suspension bridge, Fu Wenduo hugged Qin Shanshan and held a little girl between his waist. Tang Mo kicked the two underground officials guarding the suspension bridge without hesitation, knocking them unconscious. "Let's go!" When he reached the shore, Tang Mo turned around and looked at the suspension bridge, and took out a giant match from his wrist. He waved the match head and ignited the suspension bridge, actually wanting to cut off Peter and David's retreat. This tower attack game was obviously a confrontation game. If they succeeded, the other party would fail. The same was true in reverse. The flames burned up with a crackle, and the suspension bridge fell quickly. Peter roared angrily, and two long iron chains appeared in his hands. "Do you think I can't find you like this?" The iron chains flew to the other end, and one of the two chains hooked Tang Mo's leg, and the other hooked Fu Wenduo's leg. The two tried to break free, but found that the more they struggled, the closer the chain got. Tang Mo's eyes turned cold, and he took out a night-shining pearl from his pocket. As soon as the pearl was taken out, the two chains seemed to have encountered the most fatal temptation, and they flew towards the night-shining pearl, and were deeply attracted by it. David and Peter each grabbed the other end of the chain, and were caught off guard by the chain and pulled upward. The chain seemed to want to throw them away, and run towards the night-shining pearl without hesitation. David pressed the third section of the chain hard. "If I die, you can't live." Peter's eyes widened. "You're crazy." But it was too late. David had already pressed that section, and the chain that was just attracted by the night pearl suddenly caught fire. A strange force pulled Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo down together, and they both fell into the river of fantasy. The moment Fu Wenduo was pulled down, he pushed Qin Shanshan out with his backhand, and the little girl landed steadily on the shore. Looking back, she said, "Brother Tang, Major Fu." With 4 splashes, all 4 of them fell into the river of fantasy. Chapter 203. When Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo fell, a clear child's voice sounded in their ears. Ding! Players Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo successfully completed the side quest Find the Stolen Goods, and players Peter Gates and David Soffit failed to pass the level. Player Chen Shanshan completed the side quest Assist the Customs Team to Find the Stolen Goods, difficult mode, and started the 3rd version of the main quest. The falling process was not long, but Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo reacted at that moment and opened the prop a pair of magical boots. Before they touched the pink water, the two used terrifying force to force their bodies to straighten in the air and point their feet downward. The boots touched the water, creating ripples. They stood firmly. On the other side, the situation of the 2 foreign players was not friendly. David and Pete fell into the river in a mess. This river was not ordinary water. After falling in, the 2 soon found that they were attracted underwater by a strange suction force. Pete grabbed a shield from David, whispered a spell, and then threw the shield on the river. The shield actually floated on the water. David and Pete jumped onto the shield together, dripping with water, staring coldly at Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. As Tang Mo guessed, after completing the side quest, they left the customs hut, and all 4 of them returned to their original appearance. The 2 players had been speaking in English before, and after removing the monster disguise, they were indeed 2 foreigners. It was not uncommon to have foreigners in the Chinese border. As long as you were in China, you were a Chinese player. This is the case with Jacks of the Attack Organization. The current situation is more favorable to Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. David and Peter stood on the shield, although they avoided the fate of falling into the river, but it was not very convenient to move. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo were different. They used the boots props to step on the water, as if they were walking on flat ground. However, neither side had the intention to fight, but just looked at their opponents vigilantly. They knew that their opponents did not try their best in the previous battle. They had just had a fight in the customs hut. Before the dwarf commander died, he once said that something terrible would happen if he fell into the fantasy river. So the 4 of them tacitly restrained their moves, and didn't want to fall into the river. But now they still fell in. In terms of combat power, these 2 people are definitely at the top among the players Tang Mo has ever seen. Tang Mo stared at the 2 people quietly, his voice cold. There are 2 foreign players among the returnees. Because they often kill pigs and like to rest, they will use up all their rest time. So they are not on the time ranking list, but their strength cannot be underestimated. Peter sneered, "You're wrong, we are no longer returnees." He pointed to his neck, and there was indeed no golden number on it. These are the 2 returnees who have been officially promoted. David, Tang Mo, Fu Wenduo, so you are the 2 strongest Chinese players in the legend. Oh no, I forgot about Mu Huishua. That woman is really annoying. Every time I meet her, nothing good happens. I always hate those Earth survivors who regard you as the strongest in China. Why? Before we returned, the Earth was full of pigs, so weak that you took advantage and cleared the tower game first. Fu Wenduo said calmly, "What do you want to say?" David raised his chin. "It looks like we are playing a competitive game this time." Tang Mo, the side quest is indeed a competitive game. But now that everyone has completed the side quest, no one knows if there will be more side quests next, and what the main quest will be. The implication is that Tang Mo does not intend to rashly make enemies in a dangerous game. If necessary, he doesn't mind cooperating with these 2 people. Peter laughed hoarsely, and Tang Mo looked at him. The blonde foreigner looked at Tang Mo with a mocking look, as if what he said was extremely ridiculous. He reached out and rubbed his blonde hair, and his blue eyes did not hide his disgust. Cooperation? Wow, that's not impossible. After all, the survivors on Earth are so weak. I wonder how strong the strongest Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo can be. Peter said this not because he really wanted to make enemies with Tang Mo and the others, but as a returner with a bad reputation. His bad reputation is not only because of his bloodthirsty nature, but also because of his arrogant attitude. But he didn't notice that when he raised his hand, Tang Mo looked at the red agate bracelet on his wrist and his eyes shrank. An identical bracelet flashed in his mind, and Tang Mo paused for a moment. In an instant, he closed his eyes silently, and took a deep breath. He didn't feel much about the death of the charlatan, nor was he too sad. So many people died after the Earth went online, and the charlatan was not familiar with him. It's just Chen Shanshan. Tang Mo restrained his expression. David and Peter didn't find anything unusual, only Fu Wenduo glanced at him, because he was too familiar with Tang Mo. Tang Mo's hand calmly pressed on the small parasol. There is an 80% chance that the main task does not need to cooperate with these 2 people, and they can complete it. But there is still a 20% chance that you should not reduce the possible teammates at this time. Tang Mo put his hand back, and at this time, a small wine bottle suddenly fell out of Fu Wenduo's pocket. This is impossible. Fu Wenduo rarely showed a surprised look. He could not make such a mistake and let the task props fall out like this. He reacted very quickly and reached out to grab it. But the banana wine passed straight through Fu Wenduo's hand and then fell into the pink river with a splash. This accident surprised everyone. David and Pete didn't understand what was going on, but a familiar picture flashed in Tang Mo's mind inexplicably. Then the next second, a circle of ripples spread out where the banana wine fell. The ripples grew bigger and bigger, and finally set off a shocking wave. Splash! Tang Mo opened his small parasol to cover himself and Fu Wenduo, blocking the pink river water from the outside world. A ball of white light surged up from the river, and the white light dissipated, revealing an old man with a white beard wearing a white robe. David was stunned. What is this? Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo said, Eh. Under the bright sunshine, the old man, with a white beard smiled and raised his hand, and 3 balls of light floated out of his hand, and floated in front of Tang Mo and the other 4. Honest child, is it the golden banana wine, the silver banana wine, or this ordinary banana wine that you dropped? Beijing, number 80 Middle School. Ron Wangshu never puts all his eggs in one basket. If Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo successfully clear the 5th floor of the Black Tower within 3 days, then on June 10th, the players in the Huaxia region will not be forced to attack the tower. However, this is just Ron Wangshu's plan. After the Black Tower 4.5 version update, the chosen organization began to frantically collect props of the excellent level and above for Ron Wangshu and Lian Yuzhen to use in the tower attack game. Yes, he and Lian Yuzhen also want to participate in the tower attack game, but they will not be as anxious as Tang Mo. The forced attack on the 10th tower had nothing to do with them. They wanted to attack the tower only because the first 3 players who cleared the 6th floor of the Black Tower can get a clue about the 7th floor. Fu Wensheng was staying at Tianxian, so it was not good to eat and live for free. The child took the mineral water bottle provided by Ron Wangshu and silently helped to fill 3 bottles of water. Do you really want to go? Although this condition is very tempting, the strong people in the world will definitely want to grab the first 3 clearances, and my eldest brother and brother Tang will definitely go. Ron Wangshu glanced at him. Did I ever say I wanted to compete with them? Fu Wensheng was stunned. Ah. Lian Yuzhen wiped her knife beside him and said calmly, the first 3 players or teams who pass the 6th level can get clues. We want to cooperate with Tang Mo. Fu Wensheng understood it all at once. Tianxian has a bad reputation in Beijing, mainly because they are a smuggling organization. But they are very strong. After all the ups and downs, Tang Mo and his friends can now coexist peacefully with Tianxian. Fu Wensheng had heard from Li Miaomiao that the reason why the Chosen One surrounded and killed Tang Mo was because after Ron Wangshu and Lian Yuzhen had gone through the difficult mode of the 2nd floor of the Black Tower with great difficulty, their rewards were taken away by Tang Mo first. I don't know whether to say that they were unlucky or the Black Tower was too tricky. But there is one thing, Fu Wensheng reminded, the more people form a team to attack the tower, the more difficult the game will be. Ron Wangshu understood this without him saying it. Ron Wangshu, cooperation in attacking the tower is just the best choice. Fu Wensheng was about to say something else when a hurried sound of footsteps came from the corridor, outside the door. The classroom door was pushed open forcefully, and a bald man panted and said loudly, Oh no, boss, a foreign man and 2 people are here to mess up the place. Fu Wensheng, foreigners? Yes, go quickly, Miao Miao and Brother Chong can't hold on any longer. Ron Wangshu's face suddenly changed. Several people quickly walked to the school gate and saw a burly foreign man punching Li Miaomiao away. Li Miaomiao flew backwards and was caught by Lian Yuzhen. Seeing Ron Wangshu coming, Li Miaomiao said, Boss, this guy is simply sick. He came up and asked us if we were chosen by the heaven, and he was looking for someone. The Chosen One was used to being arrogant in Beijing and rarely encountered others looking for trouble. Lian Yuzhen's eyes turned cold, and she took out her knife. She was as light as a swallow, stepped on the steps of the flower bed at the school gate, and flew towards the foreign strong man. The 2 fought back and forth several times in the blink of an eye. Lian Yuzhen did not kill her at first, but just tested her. Gradually, she found that the strong man had a backhand and was always on the defensive, and had no intention of killing her at all. Ron Wangshu, okay, stop. Lian Yuzhen immediately put away the knife and stood behind Ron Wangshu. Ron Wangshu looked coldly at the man who wrapped himself in a fur coat. Seeing this, Fu Wensheng looked at the sky and muttered, "It's not winter yet, the sun is so strong." Wan Wanshu walked forward. "This is Tianxian, what do you want to do?" The other party uttered in obscure Chinese, "Summon." "A recognition." Li Miaomyu said unhappily, "Boss, he wants to find someone." Fu Wensheng, "Why do you want to find someone to Tianxian? Could it be that the person he is looking for is the chosen one?" "Summon, summon." Li Miaomyu covered her bruised cheek. "Who the hell are you looking for?" The foreign sturdy man showed a confused look in his eyes. He pointed at the English name of the school outside the 80th Middle School and confirmed again and again that this was indeed the 80th Middle School. A few seconds later, two short and thin middle-aged men ran from a distance out of breath. The two men hurriedly said, "Andre, Mr. Andre, you actually found it yourself?" Andre nodded vigorously. The two middle-aged men turned around and saw Wan Washu and others. They swallowed their saliva and understood the other party's identity. Beijing's most powerful smuggling organization. Even if the two of them had 10 lives, they would not be enough for the other party to kill. But this crazy Russian dragged them here, they could only. "Well, sorry, we are from Xinjiang, he is a Russian player. He ran all the way from Russia to our China to find someone. Originally, we thought that person was in Guangzhou, but we didn't expect that after we went there, we found out that she came to Beijing. We heard that Tianxian is the most powerful organization in Beijing, so we thought about whether we could come and ask for information." In fact, he had just made this suggestion, and Andre went to Tianxian without looking back. He never thought about why Tianxian would help him. Sure enough, Wan Wanshu looked at them coldly. Tianxian never helps find people. The middle-aged man showed an embarrassed look, and he slowly told Andre what Wan Wanshu meant by gestures. Andre was silent, and took out a silver-white long knife from the broken backpack he carried with him. Lian Yuzhing's eyes lit up when she saw the knife, and Andre handed it to her. "Jingyang props, change, tell me where she is." Lian Yuzhing tried the knife, and turned her head and said, "Head, it's a good thing." Wan Wanshu nodded. "Who are you looking for?" "Andre, Mu will learn." Wan Wanshu didn't understand at first. "Who are you talking about?" After coming to China for so long, Andre's Chinese has improved a little. He said word by word Mu Hui Shui. Puff, cough, cough. Everyone turned their heads to look at Fu Wensheng. Little brother Fu hurriedly said, "Don't look at me, I was just choked by saliva. It's okay, it's okay." He really didn't know Mu Hui Shui. The next moment, a fist as big as a sandbag broke through the air and hit him fiercely. Andre's dull voice sounded low. "Where is she? Tell me, I give it to you, good stuff." It was obviously a threat, but because of this weird accent, it sounded funny. Fu Wensheng clenched his fingers nervously. At this moment, a smiling female voice sounded from behind them. "So you are the ones looking for me together? Forget about looking for me. Don't scare that kid. He really thought you would kill him. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants." Uh-huh. Fu Wensheng wanted to refute that he didn't want to pee his pants at all. Andre didn't understand what the woman said, but he took his hand back. He turned around slowly and looked at the young woman sitting on the tree. After a long time, he said sullenly, "Mu Hui Shui." Mu Hui Shui smiled slightly. "It's me. What do you want from me?" Andre was silent for a moment and said, "If you can't pile them up, I'm going to kill you." The next moment, a black shadow rushed onto the road at a very fast speed. The fierce punch hit the treetop, and the tree shook violently, and was actually cracked by the punch and split into two halves. Mu Hui Shui jumped onto the concrete floor nimbly, supported herself with one hand, and threw her long ponytail behind her head, looking up at the other person. She was not angry, but looked at the other person steadily. When he spoke, he actually spoke fluent Russian. "Are you serious?" Andre was stunned, as if he didn't expect the other party to speak Russian. He replied in Russian, "I'm sorry, but I must kill you." With a raised corner of his mouth, Mu Hui Shui pulled out the red whip tied around his waist. "I accept your challenge." At the same time, the Black Tower, the River of Fantasy. The two foreign players had not heard of the story of the river god in China, but Tang Imo and Fu Wenduo could not have been unaware of it. Tang Imo looked at the 3 bottles of banana wine of different colors, and said, "Only by choosing the right banana wine can we leave here?" The river god nodded first, then shook his head. He pointed at the 3 bottles of wine in front of him and said, "Honest child, you don't need banana wine to leave here, you need something else. And now, it's time for you to make a choice. Which bottle is the banana wine you lost?" As soon as the voice fell, the Black Tower's prompt sounded immediately. Ding! Trigger the main task of the gold and silver banana wine game in the Fantasy River. Game rules. First, take the real banana wine and leave the fantasy river to pass the game. Second, the wine bottle and the wine are not related. The gold wine bottle may also contain silver banana wine. Third, among the gold banana wine and silver banana wine, the gold wine bottle can be used as a boat to drive away from the fantasy river, and the silver wine bottle can be used as a compass to find the correct direction to leave the fantasy river. Fourth, each person can only choose one bottle of wine at most, and the same bottle of wine can be chosen by up to 4 people. After the 3 bottles of wine are selected, they need to be confirmed for use. Once the use of each bottle of wine is confirmed, it cannot be changed. Fifth, if you choose the wrong way to use it, such as using real banana wine as golden banana wine, the boat cannot sail, and the real banana wine will be invalidated. Sixth, the game adopts a mode with a limit on the number of people who can pass the level. When one person passes the level, the player can get a difficult mode reward. When 2 people pass the level, they can get a normal mode reward. When 3 people pass the level, they can get a mentally retarded mode reward. And when 4 people pass the level, there is no reward. Seventh, each player can make a request to the river god. Honest child, did you throw away this golden banana wine or this silver banana wine? Or is it your rare item reward? On the long pink river, the white-bearded river god showed a mysterious smile. Chapter 204. After the Black Tower's prompt, there was a brief silence on the fantasy river. After a moment, Tang Mo spoke first. Can you fulfill any request I make? The river god smiled and said, of course, as long as I can do it. Tang Mo immediately had an answer in his mind, but he did not ask it out loud, but looked at the 2 foreign players on the side. The 4 people looked at each other quietly, and no one spoke. Tang Mo said calmly, each person can only choose 1 bottle of wine at most, but in order to pass the game, someone must choose the real banana wine, someone chooses the golden banana wine, and someone chooses the silver banana wine. That is to say, there are 4 people now, and we can choose at least 1 bottle of wine, and at most 3 bottles of wine. The blonde foreigner laughed from his throat. Just as you guessed, this is a cooperative game. Yes, the side quest of the 5th floor of the Black Tower is a team confrontation game, and its main quest is actually a cooperative game. If you want to pass this game, you must take the correct banana wine and leave the fantasy river. The former is very simple, just choose the real banana wine. The latter requires cooperation. Tang Mo turned his head and looked at the 3 wine bottles floating in front of the river god. They were gold, silver and black. However, the black wine bottle may not contain real banana wine, and the gold wine bottle may not contain golden banana wine. The wine bottle and the wine do not correspond, the bottle is a decoy. This is the real difficulty of this game. David is not stupid to be able to conquer the 5th floor of the Black Tower. He said, according to the current meaning, it means cooperation. First, we need to sort out what each of the 3 bottles of wine belongs to, and then find someone to choose the real banana wine, 1 to choose the golden banana wine, and 1 to choose the silver one. The golden guy turns the wine bottle into a boat, and the silver guy turns the wine bottle into a compass. It doesn't sound difficult. Anyway, we can make 4 requests to this old guy and ask him to help us find the wine bottle. It won't be that simple, Fu Wenduo said lightly. David certainly knew that the 5th floor couldn't be that simple, but he didn't look down on these 2 survivors from Earth. He challenged, "Wow, China's most powerful illegal immigrant has something to say, then tell me, I want to know how you want to pass the level." This kind of provocation is unnecessary to respond. Tang Mo interrupted him and asked bluntly, "Cooperation?" David and Pete were both stunned, shut their mouths, and looked at Tang Mo. Tang Mo had a blank expression. Choose one of the 2, cooperation or no cooperation. If you cooperate, the difficulty of the game will be greatly reduced. If you don't cooperate, there is no way to pass the level. This game requires at least 3 people to pass the level. Peter laughed sarcastically. 3 people? Tang Mo pulled out his small parasol and pointed it at the 2 people. David said angrily, "What are you doing?" Tang Mo had no intention of taking the parasol back. At present, Fu Wenduo and I can walk on this river as if it were flat ground, and there is no restriction on force. You are different. You can only stand on the water with this shield. If we really fight, we will definitely win. Peter, if we die, how can you pass the level? 3 people must choose 3 correct wine bottles to pass the level. How can you 2 pass the level? Or do you want to bring back the damn monster team? Haha, she looks very weak, staying alone on the shore. She might have been captured and eaten by the underground officials. Hearing this, Tang Mo narrowed his eyes. Pete's words hurt his heart. Tang Mo was indeed a little worried about Chen Shanshen's safety. Chen Shanshen is very smart, but she has no ability to protect herself. Now it seems that she is more dangerous to stay outside alone than to fall into the fantasy river. But the situation was urgent at the time, and they had made the best choice. Tang Mo ignored Pete's words, but moved the small parasol closer, and said in a cold voice, "Cooperation or not?" It seemed that if they didn't cooperate, they would die together. Pete didn't want to tear his face apart, but just deliberately angered Tang Mo. Cooperation. David and Pete didn't think there was anything wrong with Tang Mo's attitude towards them. As returners, they faced threats to their lives every time they participated in the game. There is no trust between the returnees. If they are really about to die, Pete will kill David without hesitation to get his rest time. The same is true for David. So in the Black Tower game, even teammates may stab you at any time. This is the cruel world of the returnees. But Fu Wenduo looked at Tang Mo calmly, and noticed his different attitude. Tang Mo didn't seem to have any intention of really cooperating with these two people. Of course, the same is true for these two foreigners. The game rules given by the Black Tower require that at least 3 players must be alive and choose 3 wine bottles. But when they open the wine bottles and drive the golden wine bottle boat away from the fantasy river, it seems that killing teammates is not impossible. At least for now, it does not violate any game rules. And there is a 90% chance that it is completely in line with the game rules, because the 6th rule of the game, the golden and silver banana wine game of the fantasy river, opens the clearance mode with a limited number of people. If one person clears the level, he can get a rare prop reward. The more people who pass the level, the worse the reward. There is no reward for 4 people to pass the level. If 3 people must be alive to pass the level, then the Black Tower cannot open this mode at all. Since this mode exists, it means that only one person can pass the level at the end of this game. The 4 people have their own calculations in mind. Fu Wenduo walked behind Tang Mo and bowed slightly. Who are they? Tang Mo was stunned and turned to look at him. When the 2 people's eyes met, Tang Mo immediately understood what Fu Wenduo meant. He saw his different attitude towards the 2 foreigners. Tang Mo was silent for a moment. They should have killed Shanshan's father. The bracelet on the blonde's wrist is the bracelet that Shanshan's father always wears. I know it. There is a crack on one of the beads on it. This answer was beyond Fu Wenduo's expectations. Tang Mo looked up at the river god. This is an old man with a white beard wearing a white robe. After the game started, the 4 players did not move, but the river god was not in a hurry at all. There was a kind smile on his lips, and 3 white balls of light were floating in front of him. Found that Tang Mo was looking at him, he looked at Tang Mo kindly and said again, "Honest child, did you drop the golden banana wine, the silver banana wine, or this ordinary banana wine?" Tang Mo said, "Can I ask you for anything?" The river god smiled and said, "Of course. Just kid, please ask for what I can do, but it must be within the scope allowed by the Black Tower." Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo looked at each other, and he looked at Pete. "I go first?" Pete shrugged, "Whatever." Tang Mo looked at the river god. "I hope you can demonstrate the method to pass this game." After a pause, he continued, "The Black Tower has already explained the method to pass the game in the game rules, so I think this should be within the scope of the Black Tower's permission?" The river god smiled and nodded, "Of course." After the voice fell, the river god waved his sleeves, and 3 wine bottles floated into the sky. Everyone looked at this scene in surprise. None of them thought that the river god could demonstrate the method to pass the game in this way. One of the wine bottles kept getting bigger and bigger, and finally turned into a glass bottle boat that could accommodate 4 people. The other wine bottle kept getting smaller and smaller, and finally turned into a compass, pointing to the exit direction of the fantasy river. The last bottle of wine sat on the big boat, swaying away from the fantasy river. On the pink river surface, the thick fog was slowly broken by the golden big boat. A piece of land suddenly appeared in front of everyone, and the 4 people opened their eyes in surprise, but the next moment, the river god waved his sleeves again. The thick fog suddenly came back, and the big ship, the compass and the wine bottle all flew back, turning into 3 wine bottles. The river god kindly reminded, "I just demonstrated it just now. It doesn't mean that the order of the 3 bottles of wine is the same as before." Tang Mo nodded and said nothing more. It seemed that some kind of consensus had been reached. After Tang Mo made the request, Pete touched his chin and said, "If I'm not wrong, if I ask you to help me find the real order of the 3 bottles of wine, you will refuse. Because the Black Tower does not allow this." River god, "Yes, kid, this is beyond my ability." Peter, "TSK, that's boring, what else can you do?" The blonde foreigner slowly turned his head, and looked at Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up, and he raised his right hand in front of his neck and made a gesture of wiping his neck. Ah, then why don't you tell me how I can kill these two guys, haha? How about showing me a demonstration? David also laughed with him. The river god still smiled kindly and nodded, of course, kid. After saying that, the river god waved his sleeves, and a man who looked exactly like Pete appeared on the fantasy river. Soon, two more figures appeared, and they turned out to be Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. Pete's eyes lit up, and Tang Mo was also quite interested, watching the three people appear with Fu Wenduo. The river god reminded, "Child, look carefully, the time may be very short." "Pete, what nonsense, hurry up." Bang! The voice was still choked in his throat, and a shocking sound suddenly exploded, splashing huge water on the fantasy river. The four of them thought that this was real water from the fantasy river. Tang Mo quickly opened his small parasol to block the water. The water from the fantasy river had a mysterious attraction. Who knew what would happen if it hit them? However, the water splashed through the small parasol and penetrated Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. Tang Mo was surprised and asked, "Fake?" "Fu Wenduo, it's an illusion." On the fantasy river, the blonde foreigner had fought with Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo for several rounds. When he saw that illusion taking out props one after another, and using more and more supernatural powers, Tang Mo's face had turned cold. He thought that this river god was very mysterious, and might be able to imitate some of his fighting moves. But he didn't expect that the river god could even imitate his own props and abilities. On the other side, Pete's face gradually darkened. Stop, stop! You exposed all my abilities and props to them like this, how can I fight? The river god said puzzledly, "Kid, this is your request, I am just fulfilling your wish." Although Pete's face was livid with anger, he stopped talking when he thought that he saw the props and abilities of Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, and Tang Mo could only see his own. At least David was not exposed, so it seemed that they still won. The battle looked fierce, and the water of the entire fantasy river was splashed away, forming huge waves. But in fact, it only took 3 minutes. The ending was that Pete used all his strength to stab a blue-black-black iron triangle into Tang Mo's chest. At the same time, Fu Wenduo also used a black triangular cone from back to front to pierce Pete's head. Tang Mo's injury looked very serious, but it might not be fatal. But Pete was sure to die. The river god explained, "With just you, kid, you have a 45% chance of killing player Tang Mo, a 25% chance of killing player Fu Wenduo, and a 10% chance of killing both players Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. The river of illusion showed you the most likely outcome." Pete sneered angrily. "The result is that I will definitely die, and they only have a chance of one dying? This might be a great shame for Pete." Although he was fighting two people, he got this result. But before that, he could kill the players on the time ranking list by himself. Being high on the time ranking list does not necessarily mean that you are the strongest. Before the fusion of the two Earths, Ron Washu had received intelligence that there were two foreign players in China who were not on the time ranking list, but were feared by many players on the list. They were not on the list just because they did not want to attract attention and make a fortune by killing people quietly, which did not mean that they had no strength. Peter couldn't wait to try it out himself to see what the real result of the four-person battle would be. So he didn't notice the flash of surprise in Tang Mo's eyes when the illusion of the three disappeared. Fu Wenduo also narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the place where the illusion of the three disappeared, thinking. At this moment, two people had already made requests, leaving only David and Fu Wenduo silent. "Haha, it seems that there is no need to pretend." Tang Mo raised his head and looked at Peter. Pete licked his upper teeth. "I guess your next request is to see what powers and props David has? Okay, stop pretending. None of us intend to really cooperate. To be frank, we will kill you when you get the right banana wine and sail away." "Don't look at me like that, you think so too?" Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo did not deny it. David said disdainfully, "You Earth survivors are hypocritical. Why hide the killing? Killing you will give me a better reward." For people cleared the game, but nothing happened. If this guy didn't have several rare items, it wouldn't be worth killing him to get one rare item. I really wanted to kill him and clear the game alone. He pointed at Pete. Pete was not angry at all, but said, "Stupid David, I have always wanted to kill you too." "Then come on." The two stared at each other with murderous intent in their eyes. Even if they quickly hit it, they did think of killing their companions for a moment. "Tang Mo, did I ever say I wanted to kill you?" Peter and David turned their heads at the same time. Peter sneered, "The survivors on Earth are all equally hypocritical. If you don't want to, why did you ask the river god to demonstrate the correct way to pass the level?" David and Peter did not question Tang Mo's request, questioning why he asked the river god to demonstrate the way to pass the level once. After all, the Black Tower had clearly stated the way to pass the level, because if it were them, they would also make this request, demonstrating the way to pass the level once. There is no doubt that before the 4 people get on the boat, they cannot kill anyone, or at most kill 1 person. 3 people are needed to sail the boat, use the compass, and leave the fantasy river. But after sailing, what happens after the compass points out the direction? That not-so-Waijin bottle ship is the battlefield for the real decisive battle. David, the tower attack game in the Black Tower is divided into 2 types, side quests and main quests, which generally only test 2 things, intelligence and force. That damn side quest mainly tests intelligence, while this main quest tests force. Everyone knows what's going on. Why are you pretending, you hypocritical Earth survivor? This time, Tang Mo didn't refute. He looked at Fu Wenduo, who gave him a reassuring look. Just when Fu Wenduo was about to make a request to the river god, David suddenly said, "Hey, Earth survivor, although I am the last one to make a request, I don't intend to make any request related to banana wine." Fu Wenduo turned his head, narrowed his eyes, and looked at him steadily. David was originally arrogant and proudly showed a mocking smile, but he was suddenly stared at by this cold and piercing gaze, and the smile on his mouth froze for a moment. Soon he said arrogantly, "I know what you are thinking. I am the last one to make a request. You must think I will ask for banana wine. I tell you, I won't ask." Pete patted his good brother on the shoulder and said, "Of course, we won't make such a stupid request. Earth survivors, do you think we don't know? Are you going to let the river god tell you what David's superpowers and props are? Just like I did just now, you can let the river god use the river of fantasy to demonstrate how you can defeat David and get all his superpowers and props information. Do you think we are so stupid? I tell you, if you dare to do this, we dare not ask for banana wine." Peter said sarcastically, "Oh, the reason why you asked for it first was that you wanted us to be the last to ask for it. We had to ask for something related to banana wine and determine the location of the real banana wine. It's a pity to disappoint you. We will never ask for this." The atmosphere was stiff and cold, and the pink river water crashed into white foam. The 4 of them stared at each other, and no one gave in. After a long while, Tang Mo said coldly, "Until now, this is also a cooperative game. Even if we fight later, it is still uncertain who will win or lose. But now, no one can pass the level without finding the real banana wine. You don't have 1 or 2 life-saving props?" Tang Mo narrowed his eyes. Pig grinned with white teeth, "We do. If it doesn't work, we can quit the game. I know why you want to attack the tower now. Because the Black Tower has been updated to version 4.5. We came to attack the tower just to clear the 5th floor as soon as possible, challenge the 6th floor, complete the 6th level mode, and get the clues of the 7th floor. As for the lives of these Chinese pigs, what does it have to do with us? We didn't pass the 5th floor this time, so we can come again next time. But you are different. David didn't think of this level. Hey, they came to clear the level for the forced attack on the tower 3 days later? Peter said disdainfully, "My stupid friend, don't tell me you just thought of this now." David's mouth twitched. "Shut up." Peter shrugged indifferently and looked at Tang Mo. "So the current situation is that for you, you really want to clear the level as soon as possible and not waste time. For us, it doesn't matter when we clear the level. The life and death of Chinese players have nothing to do with us. It's better if all the pigs die. There's no point in living. So," the blonde foreigner spread his hands and said maliciously to Fu Wenduo slowly, "Earth survivors, have you thought about what you want to ask?" In fact, Peter and David also wanted to clear the 5th level of the game. The props that can be given up in the game must be rare, and they would feel bad if one was missing. Besides, they were not happy to start all over again after finally clearing here. They said this now just to threaten Fu Wenduo and force him to make demands related to banana wine. Fu Wenduo stared at the malicious smile of the blonde foreigner with his dark eyes. He did not speak, but slightly raised the corners of his lips. He hadn't been threatened like this for a long time, and this feeling was strange and interesting. Pete had seen many powerful players. He knew that Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo were very powerful, but he was not afraid. He had killed more people than the 2 had ever seen. He ignored Fu Wenduo's dangerous smile and snorted in contempt. Fu Wenduo calmly retracted his gaze and looked at the river god. "From this moment on, if I want to kill him, what should I do?" David wanted to say, "I really won't ask for banana wine," but when he saw who Fu Wenduo was referring to, his mouth slowly closed. David laughed out loud. "I thought the friendship between you Earth survivors was so deep, But you also want to complete the game alone and get the rare item reward? Haha, kill your companions. This is a good question, although you foolishly didn't find out the whereabouts of the banana wine. But for your idea, I can consider finding out the location of the banana wine. On the Pink River, Fu Wenduo pointed at Tang Mo calmly, and Tang Mo raised his eyes to look at him. Chapter 205. The pink water of the river kept colliding with each other, hitting the rocks at the bottom of the river, and creating a layer of white foam. Tang Mo looked at Fu Wenduo calmly, and Fu Wenduo also looked down at him. The two looked at each other, and no one spoke. Tang Mo rarely looked at Fu Wenduo with such a calm look, as if he recognized him for the first time. If David asked the river god to tell him how to kill Pete, he might mock Pete, or angrily warn Pete, "You shit can't kill me, you will be killed by me." But Tang Mo responded by looking at Fu Wenduo in silence. The river god waved his sleeves, and two figures suddenly appeared on the fantasy river. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo turned their heads and looked at the two people. Tang Mo pulled out his small parasol without hesitation, kicked his feet, and attacked first, not giving Fu Wenduo a chance to attack first. But Fu Wenduo just turned his head slightly, and avoided the attack. The pink parasol collided with the black triangular cone-shaped weapon, and the fierce momentum lifted the water of the fantasy river, forming a big wave. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo's abilities and props had just been figured out by David and Pete. Pete had guessed the various special abilities Tang Mo used, but he didn't know whether they were abilities or props. The two foreigners had been mocking Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo for their betrayal, saying that the survivors on Earth could kill their teammates for profit. But when the phantom figures fought, they kept their eyes fixed. The second observation made Pete guess in his mind, and he turned his head and exchanged glances with his teammates. This person seemed to have many abilities. Just like Tang Mo once met a female player who could copy the power for a short time and use it once by touching the other person, David and Pete had killed many people, and one of them had the ability to collect other people's powers. He could collect other people's powers into a disposable poke ball, and when he wanted to use it, he could throw the ball out, and each poke ball could only be used once. Pete guessed that Tang Mo's power was probably the same. However, this power looked very powerful, and it could collect other people's powers. But what they collected was not theirs after all. The more powerful the superpowers, the more restricted they would be, and the harder it would be to collect. This was the fairness required by the Black Tower. So Tang Mo must not have collected many powerful superpowers. Pete was more wary of Fu Wenduo's superpowers. From beginning to end, in the illusion, even if he pierced Tang Mo's chest in the end, Fu Wenduo only showed a part of his superpowers. He could feel that this man must not have used his full strength, and he still had a trump card hidden. The two foreign players stared at the battle between Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo without blinking. Tang Mo did not hide his weakness, and used all his abilities, including the small parasol, the big match, the night pearl, and the infinite improbability pocket watch. He quickly moved the pointer of the pocket watch, but unfortunately the infinite improbability pocket watch was not triggered this time. So David and Pete did not take the pocket watch seriously, thinking it was just a useless jump prop. The ending was obvious. 2 minutes later Fu Wenduo shot Tang Mo in the head with a cold shot, and shot him from behind. In terms of pure force, Tang Mo was indeed no match for Fu Wenduo. If it were not for Eve's apple that greatly improved his physical fitness, Tang Mo might not even last 2 minutes. Fu Wenduo, the most powerful stowaway in China, and even the most powerful stowaway in the world, is extremely powerful. The river god smiled kindly and said, "Child, do you see clearly how you should kill him?" Fu Wenduo looked up and asked, "If I do this, can I kill him completely?" The river god, "Yes, he will definitely die." Fu Wenduo nodded, indicating that it was clear. Tang Mo stood aside with his arms folded, and did not object to his companion's request this time, as if he didn't know that his companion had just said words that wanted to kill him. But when Fu Wenduo wanted to walk back to him, he pulled out his small parasol, and stabbed Fu Wenduo's throat with the tip of the parasol. Fu Wenduo narrowed his eyes, and said lightly, "Tang Mo." Tang Mo sneered, "Get lost." David and Pete laughed. Is this the friendship between the survivors of Earth? Ha ha ha. It was David's turn. The blonde foreigner made a gesture to David, and David laughed. "Stupid Pete, do you think I'm so stupid? I didn't expect it." "I understand what you mean." Pete sneered. "I'm just afraid that your brain full of water will come up with some useless things." F*******. The two foreign players cursed each other, and David didn't win the argument with Pete, so he walked forward depressed. "Although I really want to make a request now, asking you to kill my damn companion Pete now." River God, "Sorry, kid, I can't kill the player." David, "I know, so I don't plan to make this request. Before I ask, old man, let me ask you, are we still in the river of illusion now? The river god smiled and said, of course, kid, you are standing on the water of the river of illusion now. David raised his eyebrows. That means I am just surrounded by thick fog, and once I get wet, the damn water will pull me to the bottom of the river? Is that what you mean? Yes, kid. David spread his hands. That's easy, I've already thought of my last request. At this point, David suddenly stopped. He slowly turned his head, and looked at Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo. The brown-haired foreigner smiled coldly. Don't think I don't know, you have also guessed the way to pass this game. The game of the Black Tower always likes to use some tricks to confuse players. It says that as long as you take the real banana wine and leave this river, you will pass the level. But it didn't say that the only way to leave this river is to take the golden banana wine bottle and use the silver banana wine as a compass. Tang Mo's body trembled slightly, staring at David. David laughed and said, survivors of the earth, we returnees have played more games than you have killed. You will never imagine in your lifetime what every returnee who survived in that world has experienced before the time rankings appeared. The time rankings have appeared for half a year, and it has been half a year since we turned from beasts to humans. We have put on the human skin again. But before that, the smile on the brown-haired foreigner's face disappeared in a flash, and he licked his upper lip. We are no longer human beings. We are all beasts who can only play games. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo were far apart. He said calmly, I don't understand what you are talking about, and I don't know how to pass this game. Pete, David, it turns out that the Earth survivors at the level of the 5th floor of the Black Tower are at this level. David, Pete, isn't it that they are best at playing dumb? Pete said coldly, then let them do whatever they want. Many pigs like to play dumb in front of us, thinking they can get away with it. But they don't know that what we like most is to kill those idiots who think they are smart and take away their time. Aren't they just waiting for us to make a request and then follow us out of the river? David, tell us what you want. If I'm not mistaken, the rabbit is actually one of your teammates. You should know each other. She's pretty smart, so since she's on the shore, she won't foolishly jump into the river to save you. The brown-haired foreigner gave Tang Mo a malicious smile and gave him a provocative thumbs down. Then he looked at the river god and said in Chinese with a slight accent, Hey, old man, I want you to tie me and that stinky rabbit with a string. This line must not break, but as soon as I die, this line will break immediately. Can you do it? The river god paused for a moment, then nodded and said, Yes. David laughed. He looked at Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. Unexpected? You also know that what golden banana wine, silver banana wine, these are not important. Only those stupid low-level players will be fooled by the Black Tower. Whatever it says is what it means. If we want to leave this river, we only need one direction. But now, as long as I die, the direction that guides you will disappear immediately. Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo's faces kept changing. David, come, kill me. After a pause, he said to his teammates, Dear Pete, you can't kill me now, unless you don't want to pass this game. Pete said disdainfully, I want to kill you, and there is no time when I can't. David, TSK. Tang Mo's eyes slowly sank. These two foreigners may be one of the most powerful players among the opponents of the Black Tower game that Tang Mo has encountered. Mu Huishua is very strong, but Tang Mo has never been hostile to her. Bai Ruoyo is also very strong, but he knows himself and his enemy. Bai Ruoyo understands Tang Mo, and Tang Mo also understands Bai Ruoyo. He knows that Bai Ruoyo is afraid of death and likes to commit suicide. This is Bai Ruoyo's weakness, which makes him lose the upper hand again and again when facing Tang Mo. These two foreigners are different. They are very smart. They can think of the same things that Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo can think of. They are very strong. If they fight alone, Tang Mo may not be their opponent. At the same time, they are also cold-blooded and ruthless enough. They can say kill teammates with a joking tone, and at the same time, they are serious and not joking at all. This may be the real game strategist that Black Tower wants to cultivate. Suddenly, a light laugh sounded, and David and Pete turned their heads to look at each other. David frowned his thick eyebrows. Asshole, what are you laughing at? Tang Mo raised his head and stopped smiling. What am I laughing at? You guessed it right. I and that rabbit, and this stowaway. He pointed at Fu Wenduo. We three do know each other. This time you have indeed grasped my lifeline. If we kill you, we will lose our direction, and no one can leave the river of illusion. David, oh, you will only die. Tang Mo, that's not necessarily true. Just because I can't kill you doesn't mean you can kill me. David, then we see. Tang Mo laughed again. David said angrily, What are you laughing at? Tangmo didn't answer, but talked about another thing. I know that rabbit, so I know that she is a little girl, no matter how you look at it. What do you mean? You just asked the river god to tie you and her up with a string, right? David didn't understand. So what? I don't know what this string will look like when it is transformed. If it is tied to her body, I think it will be colorful and have pink lace edges. If this thing is tied to your body, it should look good? David, what the hell is this? David thought about the long string with colorful lace edges in his mind, and he shuddered. He was dismissive of Tangmo's words, thinking that this survivor on Earth was extremely angry and had lost his mind. However, the next moment, when the river god confirmed with him and was about to tie the line for him, Pete muttered, "The colorful line with lace edges, TSK, it suits you very well, David." David, shut up. As soon as the words fell, a colorful light suddenly tied David's wrist and tied 3 layers of it tightly on his hairy arm. The pink lace edge was embedded in the dense black hair, which looked weird and disgusting. Peter burst into laughter, and David yelled at the river god, "What are you doing?" River god, "Kid, I thought you liked this, didn't you?" David, fuck you. I was so angry that I wanted to kill all these bastards and throw them into the river to feed the crocodiles, if there were any crocodiles in it. After all 4 requests were made, the river god waved his sleeves and slapped 3 balls of light in front of Tangmo and the other 4. He seemed not to understand David's scolding and smiled and said, "It will soon be time for the tide of the fantasy river to rise. Kids, choose the banana bar you want. Choose them, and then tell me what kind of wine you think you have chosen." 3 balls of light floated above the river. Tangmo stretched out his hand and grabbed the golden banana wine bottle, while Fuwen grabbed the silver one. The black wine bottle was left in place, and Peter grabbed it. And David was still struggling with the lace-edged colorful thread on his wrist. He wanted to throw it away with disgust, or at least cover it with something. River god, I must remind you that once you tell the true appearance of the bottle of wine in your hand, it will become what you say. If you say it right, it will return to its original state. If you say it wrong, it will break immediately, and you will get nothing. Now let's start. He looked at Tangmo. "Child, what do you think is in your hand?" Tangmo, "It is real banana wine." As soon as the voice fell, there was a crisp sound of glass breaking. Tangmo immediately let go of the bottle in his hand, and saw that the bottle of golden banana wine suddenly turned into countless pink rivers, and fell into the fantasy river under their feet. The river god said regretfully, "What a pity, kid, you were wrong." He looked at Fuwen. "Kid, what do you think? What is the wine in your hand?" Fuwen, "Banana wine." Everyone was ready to see the bottle in Fuwen's hand shatter, but only a white light flashed, and the silver pattern on the silver banana wine bottle gradually disappeared. A black banana wine appeared in Fuwen's hand. Pit whistled. "Wow, good luck, the second one found the real banana wine. Did I just guess at random? This is also real banana wine." Tangmo and Fuwen turned their heads and looked at Pete. But Pete smiled and threw the fragments in his hand into the river of fantasy, raising his eyebrows at them. The 4 looked at each other for a moment. "Tangmo, you knew that this bottle of wine was definitely not banana wine, but you deliberately broke it. You are worried that if you guessed right, this bottle of wine will become a compass. If it is a compass, we don't need the line that guides the direction, and we can kill your companions. But you can say that this bottle of wine is golden banana wine, and turn it into a big boat." But Pete didn't do that. He deliberately smashed the bottle of wine. Pete laughed. "I will do whatever you say. I am happy to smash it, ha ha ha." In this way, the real banana wine is in Fuwen's hands, and they also know the correct direction to leave the river. Without the golden bottle, they can't take the big boat and break through the thick fog. But Pete and David can use this magical shield as a boat, and Fuwen and Tangmo can also use boots to walk on the river. In fact, the current situation is the best for the 4 people. Tangmo and Fuwen hold the wine, while David and Peter control the direction. Threats will achieve the best cooperation. They form a perfect shackle. No one wants to kill the other first, because they have to worry about the other party's death and destruction of the props. The river god saw that all 3 bottles of wine were chosen by the players, and he stroked his long white beard. "My mission is over. Children, leave the fantasy river. This is not the place for you to come." The waves came from behind the river god and submerged his body. The waves became smaller and smaller, the river god gradually disappeared, and the river's surface returned to calm again. Peter put his hands in his pockets and said to Fuwen with a smile, "There is no reward for 4 people to pass the level. Although 3 people pass the level in a retarded mode. It can also be considered a little reward. You have banana wine in your hand, which is quite important. David can't die either. If he dies, no one can get out. By the way, let me make it clear in advance that David will not kill me. And once I die, David will die too. David sneered. Who said that? He said this, but he had no intention of taking action, nor did he refute it. He acquiesced to Pete's words. Tang Mo's heart went cold. This is instigating Fu Wenduo to kill him. Tang Mo's hand was on the small parasol, always on guard against the enemies around him. At this moment, on this river, he was the only one in danger. David and Pete wanted to kill him, and Fu Wenduo had just asked how to kill him. David can't die, and neither can Fu Wenduo. Peter has David's protection, and no one can kill him. So, he is the only one left. Of course, strangers are more dangerous than his teammates. Tang Mo stared at David and Peter, as if he was worried that they would attack him. But in an instant, a faint metallic sound came from behind Tang Mo. Tang Mo immediately turned his head, and saw Fu Wenduo swing his right hand, turning it into a pitch-black weapon. He exerted force on his feet, and rushed straight towards Tang Mo. David and Pete also wanted to intervene. They controlled the shields, shouted angrily, and rushed towards Tang Mo. The black weapon glowed with cold light, and fiercely stabbed Tang Mo's chest. Tang Mo immediately opened the small parasol to block, and David and Pete had already forced their way behind Tang Mo. They raised their weapons, and chopped at Tang Mo. In this brief moment, the small parasol snapped shut, and Tang Mo crossed his hands, providing a platform for leverage. Fu Wenduo stepped on his palm, turned a circle in the air, and then kicked Pete in the chest, kicking him away. At the same time, the black weapon pierced David's heart. David opened his eyes in horror, and quickly moved away. But the weapon still pierced his shoulder, blood flowed, staining his sleeves red. David raised his head angrily. Are you crazy? You dare to attack me? Don't you want to pass the game? Behind Fu Wenduo, Tang Mo walked out slowly. He put his hand on Fu Wenduo's arm. Fu Wenduo lowered his eyes to look at him, his mouth slightly curled, and temporarily put away the black weapon. Tang Mo smiled faintly and said, if Mu Huishue was here, she would know that Fu Wenduo would never kill his teammates. You only know that he is a stowaway, and he entered the game because of killing people, and became a survivor on Earth. But you don't know. Fu Wenduo, the youngest major in China, the captain of the Xiaolong team. He is a soldier, and will never point the tip of his knife at his teammates. And I am his teammate. The voice paused for a moment, and Tang Mo didn't say the next sentence. He silently completed this sentence in his heart. I am still his lover. Chapter 206. Pete's eyes passed over the almost overlapping hands of Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, and he immediately understood that the two really wanted to join hands to deal with him and David. The blonde foreigner laughed coldly, pulled out his pistol, and shot forward without blinking. The bullet was obviously not aimed at Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, but two bullets were fired from the muzzle, flying towards the heads of the two respectively. Tang Mo quickly turned over to avoid it, and David's fist had already hit him, and Tang Mo opened his small parasol to block it. This battle was very unfair to the two foreign players from the beginning. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo had magical boots, and they could walk on the fantasy river as if it were flat ground. David and Peter had to use shields to stand on the river. The shield was extremely wide, but no matter how big it was just a shield, and it still needed Peter to control it. So the two foreign players didn't waste any time, and used their most powerful props right away. A dark crossbow suddenly appeared in Peter's hand. He narrowed his eyes, released the bowstring, and a thin arrow whizzed out of the bow and flew towards Tang Mo. At this moment, a gunshot sounded. Fu Wenduo shot the arrow accurately, causing it to deviate from its direction and fall into the river of fantasy. Exposing his own superpowers, the disadvantage of the props appeared at this time. Pete knew Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo's strength very well, and Tang Mo and the others also knew him. This arrow was poisoned. In the illusion, Fu Wenduo was shot by this arrow, and the wound turned blue-black in the blink of an eye. He immediately cut off half of his arm to stop the spread of the poison. Peter said angrily, "Kill them!" "You don't have to tell me, damn it, I'm going to kill these two bastards!" David roared, like an angry lion, using the shield to pounce on Tang Mo. He waved his huge fist, and hit Tang Mo fiercely. The four of them fought fiercely, props appeared frequently, and the pink river water was shot into the air. David found that Fu Wenduo's black dagger was very powerful. It could break all his props, but it couldn't cut off the long colorful line on his arm. He suddenly realized, no one can cut this string unless I die. So he used the string as a weapon to block Fu Wenduo's attack. However, this was only a temporary advantage. After a while, the two were forced into a desperate situation. David and Peter were covered in wounds, and stood on the shield in a mess. Tang Mo took out a big match, and was about to go up again. Peter raised his hand to stop him and shouted, "Wait, are you crazy? Are you really going to kill me? Kill David? Kill him, and the string in his hand will be gone. Now there is no compass at all, without this line. Can you get out of this thick fog? Or are you willing to waste a prop and quit this game in order to kill us?" Pete stared at Tang Mo with disbelief. After playing so many games, from the Returner world to the Earth, Pete has seen countless powerful players, and killed countless powerful players. But he has never seen someone who doesn't want to pass the game. If Pete and David want to pass the game alone, it is very simple. They only need to kill Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo and take the banana wine from them, and the two of them can pass the game. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo were different. The banana wine was in their hands, but David was not a prop that could be controlled. Once David died, they could not get out of this river of fantasy. Peter felt something was wrong. He knew that if Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo dared to kill them, they must have a way to pass the game. But he couldn't figure it out. He and David had already guessed the game, and even figured out a way to pass the game without finding the correct order of banana wine. What did he miss? Is there something he overlooked? He suddenly saw a long colorful line in his peripheral vision, and Peter's mind flashed. The next moment, he looked up at Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo in astonishment. Is everything fake? His mind was blank. There is no need for any direction or boat. As long as you find the real banana wine, go in a certain direction, and feel that you can get out, you will definitely get out. Peter was like a demon, muttering to himself. Yes, this is the river of fantasy. This is the river of fantasy. What you think is reality. The direction is never important. What matters is to believe, and be sure that you can get out. It can only be this way. It can only be this way. Asshole. Pete's eyes were red with anger. He kicked at the shield under his feet, and grabbed the heavy shield in his hand. David, what are you doing? Without the shield, David fell into the water with a splash. Pete used the shield and smashed it at Tang Mo. The shield looked heavy, but it was extremely light. Tang Mo avoided the shield with difficulty, but a bloody wound was still cut on his face. The shield flew back to Pete's hand again. David was swallowed up by the lake water bit by bit, leaving Pete with not much time. This shield is definitely a rare item. Pete took it and flew in the air, attacking Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo madly. The power of the shield was so terrifying that Tang Mo's small parasol could not scratch it, and Fu Wenduo's black dagger could not pierce it. Pete hid behind the shield and kept attacking the two, as if he wanted to kill them. Tang Mo and the other kept dodging, and suddenly, Fu Wenduo revealed a flaw. Pete's eyes lit up. That's when he stopped attacking and reached out to grab Fu Wenduo's banana wine, slapping it into the air. It turned out that he had been thinking about this from the beginning, wanting to attack as defense and take the opportunity to snatch the banana wine. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo were blocked by the huge shield, and could not attack Pete, who was hiding behind the shield. They watched him about to snatch the banana wine. At this moment, a faint knocking sound was heard. It seemed that something hit the shield, but Pete didn't care, and his fingers were still reaching for the bottle of banana wine. However, the next moment, he felt a movement from the shield in his hand, and he turned his head to look. He saw a thin crack in the middle of the shield, which was getting bigger and wider. On the other side of the crack, the faces of Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo appeared. Props. I am not the glass axe of the golden axe. Owner, Tang Mo. Function. A golden laid glass axe that looks very expensive, but is actually very shabby. It seems that it can't cut anything at all, and can only be cut by anything. However, when facing something that seems impossible to cut, it may play an unexpected role. The law of causality works. It cannot cut things that can be cut in theory, but can cut things that cannot be cut in theory. Limitations. The performance is extremely unstable. Sometimes, when facing things that cannot be cut in theory, it cannot cut them. After failing to cut things 10 times in a row, the axe will break by itself. Note, ha ha ha, didn't expect it, the river god showed a wicked smile. Half of the shield fell into the river of fantasy, and the other half was caught by Pete. He opened his eyes in disbelief, as if he still didn't understand what was happening. Then he immediately wanted to escape, grabbed a king's gold coin from his arms, and wanted to use it to quit the game. But it was too late. A transparent glass axe hit his head. Pete thought he was dead, but the axe didn't even break his skin. Tang Mo frowned. It really doesn't work. Before Pete could hear this sentence clearly, Fu Wenduo's ghostly figure closed, and the cold dagger pierced his heart. After he fell, Tangamo took away his half-shield. Unfortunately, there was no time to search him, and Pete had already fallen into the pink river, and the other props were not taken away. On the other side, David saw this, and didn't care about his companion's life or death at all, but took out the king's gold coins, and also wanted to quit the game. Fu and Duo grabbed the long line of colorful lace suspended in the air, and pulled David up. It's really a matter of success and failure. This line can't be cut by anything, and it helped David resist a lot of attacks. Now, it also made David caught by two people. Seeing David trying to use the king's gold coins to leave, Tangamo used the broken shield to pierce his body. Red blood gushed out of David's mouth. At this time, he understood the truth of this game, and why Tangamo and Fu Duo did not need him, and could leave the fantasy river. But he still didn't understand. Why? If that person didn't want to kill you, Pete and I wouldn't touch you. Four people can pass the level together, isn't it possible? Normal mode only rewards excellent items. These, Pete and I can give you, even rare items, I can give you. Why? Why must you kill us? Tangamo pulled out half of the shield and said lightly, because she can't see you. David closed his eyes, and fell into the river of fantasy. Until his death, he didn't understand who this she was referring to, and why Tangamo and Fu Duo had to kill them. David and Pete are indeed smart enough, and they are advanced players who can play games. Their deaths were not only because they were very arrogant, and used their own personalities to infer others, such as thinking that Fu Duo would kill his teammates to get better rewards. It was also because they did not know that Tangamo and Fu Duo had a rare item, the archive turkey egg. Pete's thinking was not wrong. He made a request to understand Tangamo and Fu Duo's abilities and items, so as to know himself and the enemy. He asked David to make a request to save David's life, and make Tangamo and Fu Duo dare not touch them easily. But unfortunately, they fell into a misunderstanding at the beginning. When the illusion Pete was fighting Tangamo and Fu Duo, Tangamo discovered a situation. He did not use the turkey egg. This is the Black Tower game, and the turkey egg can be saved. In the illusion, Pete was killed by Fu Duo, and Tangamo was also dying, and it is very likely that Pete also killed him. In this dangerous situation, he and Fu Duo will definitely use the turkey egg to save. In this way, after he is killed by Pete, the file will be read, and the three will fight again. But he didn't save the game. They are both rare items, but the illusion can figure out that he uses the infinite improbability pocket watch, and Fu Duo uses the black dagger, but it can't figure out their turkey eggs. This doesn't make sense. The two also speculated that maybe the River of Illusion only gave away to kill Tangamo, or maybe Tangamo was not killed by Pete. So next, Fu Duo made a request, and he deliberately emphasized that from this moment on, he should kill Tangamo. Before saying this, Fu Duo had already drawn an S on the turkey egg to confirm the save, but Tangamo didn't draw it. In the illusion, because the two were fighting, Fu Duo would definitely not allow the save. But as long as he saved in advance, the illusion Tangamo could draw an S at any time to confirm the save. At the same time, Fu Duo told himself in his heart that as long as Tangamo died once, his requirements would be met, and he didn't need to kill Tangamo after the save. This was a risk, but fortunately, they guessed right. Obviously Fu Duo's requirement was completely kill Tangamo, but the illusion still didn't reload the save. There is only one reason, because Fu Duo really wants to kill Tangamo only once. Between requirements and imagination, the River God, or the River of Fantasy, satisfies the imagination of the players. All illusions are the imagination of the players. In the three-person battle of Pete, because Pete never thought of the existence of such a thing as a saver, the turkey egg was not used, Tangamo died, and the turkey egg was not loaded. In that battle, the three props and superpowers were all used. Except for the turkey egg, because it was not loaded, the effect of using it was not obvious and did not show up. Everything else was exposed by the three of them. The one who really decided this battle was the River God, the River of Fantasy. In fact, it was none of them, but the players. The players would use their illusions when they thought of what abilities or props they had. Fu Duo took the banana wine in his hand, and turned to look at Tangamo. The black-haired young man was standing in front of the thick fog, and he tried his best to imagine the thick fog dispersing. Soon, the pink fog dissipated, and the river bank appeared not far away. The magic boots only lasted for an hour, so without further delay, the two of them quickly ran to the shore and got ashore before the effect of the shoes disappeared. A rustling sound came from the grass on the shore. Tangamo raised his head and held the small parasol, but quickly let go. Tangamo, Shan Shan? The short-haired girl came out of the grass and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw them. Brother Tang, Major Fu. The three of them met up, and Tang Mo asked, "Are you okay? Did you trigger the main quest Shan finished?" The girl nodded heavily. "Yes, I finished it. Maybe because I overcompleted the side quests before, the main quest is quite simple, not a very difficult task." As soon as the words fell, a clear child's voice sounded in Tang Mo's ears. "Ding! Complete the main task of the Fantasy River Gold and Silver Banana Wine game. A total of 2 people have passed the level, and the normal mode reward is enabled. Players Tang Mo and Fu Wen Duo successfully passed the 5th floor of the Black Tower, normal mode." The Black Tower prompt sound continued. Qin Shanshan glanced behind Tang Mo and Fu Wen Duo and asked, "Where are the 2 wolves?" Tang Mo paused slightly, and his voice was calm. "Something happened. They died in that game." Qin Shanshan nodded and didn't ask any more questions. A dazzling white light flashed before the 3 people's eyes, and when they opened their eyes again, they had returned to Earth. Ding! Tang Mo, the official player of Huaxia District 1, and Fu Wen Duo, the reserve player, successfully cleared the 5th floor of the Black Tower, normal mode. The sound without fluctuation spread throughout Huaxia. At this moment, tens of thousands of players stopped their actions and looked at the Black Tower closest to them. Their expressions were dull and confused. After a few seconds, countless people's eyes turned red, and some even cried with excitement. Nanjing Road, Shanghai. Jax and Tang Qiao were fully armed and were preparing to challenge the 5th floor of the Black Tower. Hearing this voice suddenly, the big silly Jack scratched his head and turned to look at Luo Fengcheng in confusion. "Hey, Doctor, Tang Mo and Major Fu have passed the level? Then should we still go?" Luo Fengcheng was in a good mood. Challenging the tower attack game without pressure is always more likely to survive than with pressure. He smiled and said, "Why not? Don't you want to participate in the Grab 6 mode, be the first to pass the 6th floor of the Black Tower, and get the clues for the 7th floor?" The same situation also happened in various parts of China. After Tang Mo and the other 2 left the game, they immediately rushed to the 80th middle school. They had to seize every minute and every second to challenge the 6th floor of the Black Tower, and become one of the first 3 teams to pass the level. Moreover, after participating in the game for so long, there was a lot of latest information that the 3 of them did not grasp, and they could also learn some intelligence by going to Tianxian. 5 minutes later, the 3 of them rushed to the 80th middle school from the Forbidden City. Before reaching the school gate, Tang Mo and Fu Wen Duo stopped at the same time. Tang Mo looked at the granite stones that had been broken into pieces all over the ground, and his eyes narrowed slowly. These were the 2 pillars at the entrance of the 80th middle school. Now they were broken into pieces, and it was obvious that they were broken by someone. The 80th middle school was the base camp of the Chosen Ones, and no player in Beijing dared to go wild here. The Chosen Ones players would not casually destroy things in their own base camp. It was broken by a powerful player. So powerful that even the Chosen Ones could not stop them. Tang Mo and Fu Wen Duo looked at each other, and they both understood that something might have happened to the Chosen Ones, so they should be careful. But before they could worry for long, an excited voice came from the campus. "Brother Tang, Big Brother, Sister Shanshan, you are finally here." Tang Mo looked up in surprise, and saw a female doctor in a white coat with a dark face, walking to the school gate with Fu Wensheng. When Fu Xiaodi saw the injuries on Tang Mo and Fu Wen Duo, he used his supernatural power to treat them without saying a word. Qin Shanshan was not injured, and the others did not delay at the gate and walked into the gate. When they arrived at the school gate, Tang Mo whispered, "Who smashed it?" Li Miaomu paused for a moment, then she snorted and walked away, not wanting to answer the question. Fu Wensheng chuckled twice and whispered, "Brother Tang, this is very embarrassing, and none of them from Tianxian want to talk about it. Today is June 9th, and you have been in the tower attack game for 2 days. Yesterday, Ruan Wangshu and Lian Yuzheng entered the tower attack game, and also challenged the 5th floor of the Black Tower. 2 days ago, when you entered the game, and I just came to Tianxian, a Russian man who looked like a brown bear suddenly came to Tianxian. The kid deliberately kept it a secret, and didn't explain it clearly." Fu Duo glanced at him calmly. "Andrei Ivan Petrov?" Fu Wensheng's eyes widened. "Damn, how did you know, brother?" "Qin Shanshan, he was able to smash the gate of the Chosen One like that, and Ruan Wangshu didn't dare to say a word, and he was a Russian player. There was only one Russian player who cleared the 3rd floor of the Black Tower, Andrei Petrov." Fu Xiaodi finally found an opportunity. "Sister Shanshan, you are wrong about this. The door was not smashed by him, but by Mu Huixue. Tang Mo frowned. Why is there a story about Mu Huishue? Fu Wensheng chuckled. That's a long story. Next, Fu Wensheng told Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo all the new information that happened in the world in the past 2 days. First, except for the European region, where the official player Lena Chapahos had already cleared the 5th floor of the Black Tower, in the other 9 regions, there was also a reserve player named George Davist in the United States, who was once a stowaway and cleared the 5th floor of the Black Tower. The third person to pass the 5th floor was Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. As for Mu Huishue and Andre, Fu Wensheng had nothing to say. That Andre was very strange. He said he wanted to kill Mu Huishue right away and asked Tian Xian to help him find someone. Before Tian Xian agreed to help, Mu Huishue showed up by herself. The two of them said a few words in Russian that I couldn't understand, and then they started fighting. Andre was the first person in the world to pass the 3rd floor of the Black Tower, and Mu Huishue was the strongest returner ranked first in the time ranking. Even Wan Wanshu and Lian Yuzhen could not intervene in the fight between the two of them. Although Wan Wanshu did not show it, Fu Wensheng said secretly, the Wan guy must want to drive them away and let them stay wherever they want. Even if they fight, don't destroy his base camp. But Mu Huishue and Andre would never listen to him. They fought for a long time, and in the end Mu Huishue won. Not really, she said she couldn't kill Andre. Brother, that Andre is also very powerful. Not as powerful as you, just a little worse than you, a little worse. Fu Wenduo glanced at his useless brother. Where are the two of them? Fu Wensheng recalled. Mu Huishue said she also wanted to play the 6-game mode, so Andre didn't kill her, and she went to attack the tower. But Andre said that although he couldn't kill Mu Huishue now, he had to follow Mu Huishue and kill her as long as there was a chance. Tang Mo's mouth twitched when he heard it. Only someone like Mu Huishue, who wanted to die, would be willing to keep a time bomb next to him and not drive him away. That Andre seemed to be very naive, and actually wanted to follow Mu Huishue like this, and openly said that he would find an opportunity to kill the other party. Without saying anything more about the two people, Tang Mo also sent Chen Shanshan to the Tianxian base camp and handed her over to Li Miaomiu. Li Miaomiu looked at them seriously. The boss had guessed that you could successfully pass the 5th floor, and you also sent this little girl here. But the boss and Sister Zheng also went to pass the 5th floor, and the boss left a message. After a pause, Li Miaomiu said solemnly, the 6th floor of the Black Tower must be very difficult, and the advanced players around the world want to be the first to pass the 6th floor. Tang Mo Fu Wenduo, if you are willing, please wait for us. Lian Yuzhen and I will clear the 5th floor as quickly as possible and come out to challenge the 6th floor with you. Tang Mo said without hesitation, sorry, we can't wait. Li Miaomiu spread her hands. I guess you would say that. Okay, what else can I say? You can hand over this girl to me, anyway, I will take care of the child for you. Li Miaomiu complained, but she didn't really stop Tang Mo from sending Chen Shanshan to Tianxian. There are already players in China who have cleared the 5th floor of the Black Tower, so the two kids will not be forced to attack the tower again. Just after clearing the 5th floor, they challenged the 6th floor. Even Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo did not dare to act rashly. The two of them rested for a while in Tianxian, prepared enough props, and asked Fu Wensheng to make some mineral water and put it in the chicken coop. Tang Mo took out the superpower book and turned to the last page. Tang Mo, There is no cheapest superpower. Every superpower is refreshing his lower limit. Power, an A4 slim waist. Owner, David Jonoff, official player. Type, genotype. Function, when the user's waist circumference is less than 1.9 feet, one hand can reach the navel to activate the A4 slim waist effect. The user's body shape can be freely stretched, shortened, and changed at will. For example, it can be compressed to the thickness of a piece of paper and expanded to the length of a wall. Level 6. Restrictions. The user's waist circumference must be less than 1.9 feet, and the user can touch the navel with the back of the hand. When changing the body shape, the body mass does not change. Note, if David hadn't gained weight today and his waistline had grown an inch, do you think you could kill him easily, Tang Mo? Tang Mo version instructions. It can only be used 3 times a day. After use, it will reduce its own strength by 50% for 1 minute and enter soft mode. When everyone cheered for my appearance, Tang Mo, you should know who is the real protagonist. Tang Mo raised his eyebrows in surprise. He really didn't see that David's waistline was only about 2 feet. Thinking about it, David wore such thick clothes, probably because he was ashamed of himself for the superpower. He trained his waist thinner than women, and could only cover it with clothes. Tang Mo looked at the tips in the superpower book, and his eyebrows gradually frowned. Tang Mo's body type is normal and thin, with a little thin muscle. He is 180 centimeters tall, and his waist is about 2 feet 2. Compared with normal men, it is considered thin, but it is much larger than 1 foot 9. This superpower is a very practical superpower. Whether it is escaping or fighting, it can play an unexpected effect. But in a short time, Tang Mo couldn't make his waist so thin. And such a thin waist always feels weird. Tang Mo thought about it carefully. If it really came to the necessary moment, he could only cut off the meat on his waist, reduce his waistline, and use his superpowers. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo checked the props they were going to bring. Because they were going to challenge the dangerous 6th floor of the Black Tower, the props of the two children were temporarily handed over to them. Chun Shanshan's superintelligence is a very useful superpower, but it's a pity that in order to save time this time, she can't be taken with him to attack the tower. Tang Mo thought for a while, and decided to tell Chun Shanshan about his props and abilities. Maybe the little girl could find some special ways to use them, and the effect would be doubled when used together. After Chun Shanshan collected all the information, she also collected information about Fu Wenduo's abilities and props. The little girl wrote and drew on the notebook, and finally ticked off Tang Mo's most core abilities, and the props that the two of them must pay attention to. After a brief discussion, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The game time ended at 6 o'clock, and Tang Mo and the others had to set off for the Black Tower. Chun Shanshan closed the book and asked, "Is the ability to change body shape freely the ability of the two wolves we met before? The book of superpowers with bad mouths is too shameful." Tang Mo only talked about the effect of using his superpowers, without saying the name of the superpowers and notes. Tang Mo, yes, it's theirs. The situation was urgent. Fu Wenduo killed the one with blonde hair, and I killed the one with brown hair, and got his superpowers. Chun Shanshan nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Tang Mo packed up his things and prepared to leave with Fu Wenduo. At this moment, Fu Wenduo asked calmly, "Why aren't you curious? Is the player with blonde hair a foreigner?" Tang Mo was stunned and looked up at Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo lowered his eyes and stared at Chun Shanshan quietly. Being asked this question suddenly, the little girl opened her mouth slightly. After a while, Chun Shanshan asked, "The one with blonde hair is a foreigner? I didn't think so much, Major Fu. Many people in China dye their hair yellow." "That's yellow, not gold. There is very little gold." Chun Shanshan closed her mouth. Tang Mo understood at once. "Have you seen them?" Chun Shanshan lowered her head and slowly closed her eyes. For a long time, she clenched her fingers, and her nails turned white. When she spoke again, her voice was hoarse, and with a hint of suppressed crying. "Thank you, Brother Tang Mo. Thank you, Major Fu. In that game, my main task was to help you complete the task." Raising her head slowly, Chun Shanshan's eyes were red, but she didn't cry. She pulled the corners of her mouth and said with a smile, "I am the River God." Chapter 207. Depending on the completion of the side quests, my main quests are actually different. Chun Shanshan said, "I don't know if your game, Brother Tang Mo and Major Fu, will be affected by the previous side quests. When Major Fu pushed me to the shore and I saw you disappear, I immediately found a place to hide." Chun Shanshan would not be so arrogant as to think that she could save Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. With her strength, her best choice was to find a place to hide and wait for Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo to come out of the river of fantasy. However, when Tang Mo and his 4 friends met the river god in the fantasy river, Chun Shanshan also received her main task, become the river god and help the players win without exposing yourself. Yes, Chun Shanshan was not helping Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, but all the players. Chun Shanshan could see everything that happened on the fantasy river, but the information she got was the same as Tang Mo and his 4 friends. At first, she didn't know that everything on the fantasy river followed the principle of what you think is what you get. Principle. She cannot reveal her identity. No matter who, even Tang Mo, guesses who she is, her mission will fail immediately. This mission seems a bit difficult. Chun Shanshan is only a player on the 3rd floor of the Black Tower, and Tang Mo and his 4 friends are on the 5th floor of the Black Tower. The possibility of being discovered by these 4 people is very high. However, this is a very simple game for Chun Shanshan. Chun Shanshan speculated, "Because I have completed a high degree of side quests, there is such a simple main quest. But my mission is not only to avoid being discovered by you, but also to complete the game. So I can only hint to you as much as possible without violating the rules of the Black Tower game." So when the golden-haired foreigner made a request, and wanted to know how to kill Brother Tang and Major Fu, I knew the opportunity had come. The existence of the turkey eggs may make you discover the abnormality on the fantasy river. Thinking back to this, Tang Mo also found something wrong. He looked at the little girl steadily and said, after David made the request, you deliberately dragged it for a long time before pulling the line to his arm. Qin Shanshan was silent for a moment. Yes. Tang Mo sighed softly. What Tang Mo and Fu Duo could guess, Qin Shanshan could also guess. The two illusions made Tang Mo and Fu Duo doubt the truth of the river of illusion. Tang Mo deliberately said after David asked, to tie a thread between him and Qin Shanshan. That thread should be colorful lace. He said this to make David have illusions, and verify the reasoning of what you think is what you get. However, if the river god immediately helped David and Qin Shanshan to connect after David made the request, Tang Mo would not have the opportunity to plot against David. Qin Shanshan knew that Tang Mo and Fu Duo would definitely make a move on the last request, so she gave Tang Mo the opportunity to do something to induce David within her ability. Tang Mo saw the red agate bracelet on Peter's wrist, and Qin Shanshan must have seen it too. But the little girl pretended that she saw nothing. If Fu Duo had not been sharp-minded and found something wrong, Qin Shanshan might really hide her emotions forever. The dead cannot be resurrected. In fact, all of them have been mentally prepared. Fu Wisheng went to look for his parents, but he didn't find them. Before Jack's return to Shanghai, Tang Mo asked him to help him go to a community in Pudong New area to see if he could find the fat man. But he knew in his heart that the possibility of the fat man surviving was too low. On the day the Earth went online, a total of 6.6 billion humans disappeared, but only 350,000 returned. The possibility of 1 in 18,000, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. He never had any hope. At this time, Qin Shanshan would not cry. She nodded to Tang Mo, indicating that she was fine. Tang Mo opened his lips, not knowing what to say. At this time, a hand reached out and gently touched Qin Shanshan's hair. The little girl was stunned and slowly raised her head to look at the other party. Major Fu Duo looked calm and said calmly, although you can't participate in the 6-game mode, it seems that the Black Tower attaches great importance to the game principle of striving to attack the tower. Find time to conquer the 4th floor of the Black Tower with Xiaosheng. If you team up together, it won't be too difficult and your survival rate will be higher. Qin Shanshan's eyes widened slightly, and she nodded vigorously soon. Okay. There is no time to be sad, and there is no time to immerse herself in painful emotions. Fu Duo did not comfort her, and used the most ordinary tone to let Qin Shanshan stop paying attention to the things that have passed, and let her focus on the future. Qin Shanshan did not think that the other party was unkind, and her reason would not let her dwell on the people who had left. The moment the 2 foreigners were killed, she completely let it go. The 4 of them quickly discussed, and half an hour later, Tang Mo and Fu Duo set out to the bottom of the Black Tower to attack the 6th floor of the Black Tower directly. On the other side, Qin Shanshan and Fu Wisheng took a 2-day break and found time to start the tower attack game. Qin Shanshan calmly analyzed, if you want to attack the 4th floor of the Black Tower, the chosen Li Miaomu is actually a very good teammate. Brother Tang, Major Fu, Xiaosheng and I are not very strong. Li Miaomu is currently at the level of the 3rd floor of the Black Tower. Teaming up with her to attack the tower is our best choice. Tang Mo nodded. Without further ado, Tang Mo and Fu Duo handed the 2 children to Tian Xian, and set off for the Forbidden City. The sky gradually darkened, and a thick black cloud floated from the horizon, making the sky that should have been bright dim. Tang Mo and Fu Duo walked on the street at a very fast speed, and they stopped from time to time, clinging to the wall. Some players passed quickly on the road in front of them, in a hurry, and also avoided other players around them. The closer to the Black Tower, the more people appeared. 2 faint footsteps were heard not far away, and Tang Mo and Fu Duo hid sideways in a dark alley. Tang Mo's back was pressed tightly against the damp wall, and he leaned out with his eyes narrowed. A man and a woman holding weapons passed by the entrance of Beihai Park, turned a corner, and took another road. Tang Mo whispered, I haven't seen so many people in Beijing for a long time. Fu Duo. After the returnees appeared, most of the survivors on Earth became more cautious, rarely went out, and would not gather around the Black Tower. But tomorrow is June 10th. After a pause, Fu Duo looked at Tang Mo. If no one clears the 5th floor of the Black Tower today, the Black Tower will force all players to attack the tower at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Tang Mo raised his eyebrows. Instead of being forced to attack the tower, why not find a copy and temporarily take refuge in it? Fu Duo raised his lips. The most difficult game is always the tower attack game. Tang Mo also smiled. Before leaving Shanghai, Tang Mo had discussed with Luo Fengcheng, and the two roughly divided the Black Tower game into three types. The first is the tower attack game. This is the most respected mode of Black Tower. Black Tower has repeatedly told global players in the form of 3 iron laws, and they must abide by them. The second is the copy game. This type of game is divided into 3 categories: ordinary copies, other copies, and real copies. Ordinary copies are like the Kill Bill game played by Tang Mo, other copies are like Mario's Monopoly game, and real copies are like Iron Shoemaker game. The common point of these 3 copies is that there is a way to trigger at any time, such as stepping into the area or meeting a certain condition, you could enter the game. The third type is the assembly dungeon. The time and place are set by the Black Tower. As long as the player goes to a certain place at that time, he will definitely be able to enter the game. This is the information obtained by Luofeng City. Half a year later, Tang Mo also discovered another piece of information. The Black Tower's dungeon game is centered on the Black Tower in the center of each city, presenting a star-shaped diagram and radiating outward. The closer to the Black Tower, the more places that trigger the dungeon. Just like the stars surrounding the moon, the place closest to the moon has a greater chance of triggering the dungeon. Players left the Black Tower one after another. Tang Mo saw from the corner of his eye that the time on the clock tower not far away was 5:35. There were still 25 minutes left. As long as they walked to the bottom of the Black Tower before 6 o'clock and started the tower attack game, they could challenge the 6th floor of the Black Tower. The two were not in a hurry because there were still players leaving the Black Tower carefully. In the damp and dim alley, Tang Mo suddenly said, "I didn't expect you to comfort people." Fu Duo turned his head slightly and looked at the young man beside him. He raised his eyebrows. "Comforting people?" "Tang Mo, comforting Shanshan just now." Fu Duo thought seriously for a while. "Does that count as comforting?" "Of course it counts," Tang Mo answered in his heart. Fu Duo also raised his eyes and looked at the time on the clock tower. "She doesn't need comfort. Chun Shanshan really doesn't need comfort. Although she is young, she knows what she is doing and what she needs to do. But Tang Mo has not been very good at getting along with others since he was a child, and he has only 2 best friends since he grew up." He couldn't think of words to comfort the little girl for a moment. He didn't expect that Fu Duo, who looked cold, could speak words of comfort directly. As if he heard what Tang Mo was thinking, Fu Duo said, "When I was in the army before, death was very common. Accidents can happen during missions and training. There are psychologists accompanying the army, but many people still suffer from post-war trauma and retire early." After a pause, Fu Duo said, "I have a few good soldiers who couldn't stand the blow of their teammates dying in front of them and retired." Tang Mo was silent for a moment. "What about you? Playing games to vent?" Tang Mo was stunned and looked up at the other party. Fu Duo's dark eyes stared at him, and the corners of his mouth raised. "Playing bridge is a very good way to vent." Tang Mo couldn't help laughing. "Beat the opponent to pieces? Isn't it enough to vent?" Tang Mo had nothing to say. It was indeed quite fun, otherwise, he wouldn't have played this game for so long. Fu Duo put one hand into his pocket, hooked his finger, and took out a silver pistol. When the two of them fought with David and Peter, Tang Mo threw the pistol to Fu Duo. Now Fu Duo took it out of his pocket and threw it to Tang Mo. Tang Mo raised his hand to catch the gun and put it into his pocket smoothly. Time passed by minute, and the two prepared their weapons. At 5:55, Tang Mo lowered his voice. "Let's go." "Okay." Just before he was about to leave the alley, a hand grabbed Tang Mo's wrist from behind. Tang Mo was slightly stunned and turned to look at Fu Duo. "It's a bit too late. Wait until I come out of the 6th floor. And take my superpowers?" Tang Mo looked at Fu Duo in surprise with his eyes wide open. The two looked at each other quietly for a long time, and Tang Mo turned his head to look at the clock tower behind him. There were 3 minutes left, and they only needed 1 minute to run to the bottom of the Black Tower. Tang Mo turned around and smiled softly. "Okay." The next second, in the dark alley, the black-haired young man pulled down the man's neck and pressed a light kiss on his lips. Letting go of the other party, Tang Mo frowned. "Sure enough, this can't temporarily copy your superpowers." Fu Duo was stunned for a moment, with a rare look of astonishment on his face. Hearing Tang Mo's words, he looked at the young man in front of him, and his lips were slightly hot. The emotions in his heart were very strange, helpless, and a little bit of wanting to laugh from the bottom of his heart. But time was really too late, and he couldn't say anything. Tang Mo grabbed his wrist and pulled him out of the alley. "It's too late, Let's go. Fuaduo stared at the young man's back, and after a while, he let out a low laugh. Okay. The two figures ran to the bottom of the Black Tower at a very fast speed. Time was running out, Tang Mo said directly in his mind. Choose to open the 6th floor of the Black Tower and team up with player Fuaduo. On the clock tower not far away, the time pointed to 5:58. The two quietly waited for the tower attack game to start, but after a few seconds, a crisp child's voice sounded in their ears at the same time. Ding! Data abnormality, the player's application for tower attack failed. Tang Mo turned his head and looked at Fuaduo, who was also looking at him. The two said in unison, The tower attack failed. It was said that the Black Tower liked players to attack the tower the most. Chapter 208. Tang Mo quickly calmed down. He looked up at the Black Tower and tried again. However, the result was the same. The Dark Tower rejected Tang Mo's request to attack the tower again. When Tang Mo tried to attack the tower for the third time, the mechanical sound of the Black Tower sounded in their ears. Ding! The second iron rule of the Black Tower. 6 o'clock to 18 o'clock is the game time. The game time has passed. Please come back tomorrow to attack the tower. Tang Mo narrowed his eyes and looked at Fuaduo. The two quickly left the bottom of the Black Tower and found a safe place to rest their feet. Tang Mo looked up and said, There is no problem with time. We applied for the tower attack within the game time and did not exceed the time limit. Fuaduo thought for a moment and made a decision. Return to Tianxian. 10 minutes later, the two came to the 80th middle school. When they saw Chen Shanshan and Fu Wensheng, the two children were eating canned food. Tianxian is the most powerful organization of illegal immigrants in Beijing, and its resources are naturally much better than those of Tang Mo and Fuaduo, who are free people without organizations. Li Miaomio would not treat the two children badly. Seeing Tang Mo and the others coming back, Fu Wensheng was surprised and asked, Hey, you are not going to attack the tower anymore? He did not think that Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo could attack the 6th floor of the Black Tower so quickly, because the Black Tower did not give any hints at all. Chen Shanshan put down the can directly, walked forward, and said seriously, What happened? Can't we attack the tower? Tang Mo nodded heavily. The Black Tower said that the data was wrong and we can't attack the tower. Next, Tang Mo told Chen Shanshan what happened to the two of them under the Black Tower. The short-haired girl touched her chin and thought for a moment. She guessed the same as Tang Mo. It has nothing to do with the game time. You chose to attack the tower at the right time. That means there is something wrong with the Black Tower itself. After a pause, Chen Shanshan asked, Are all games prohibited, or simply saying that only the tower attack game is prohibited? This matter is very serious. The Black Tower has never banned players from entering the game. The second of the 3 iron laws is the only restriction that the Black Tower has on players entering the game. This time seems strange, from 6 to 1800 hours, but in fact, the Earth is divided into the northern and southern hemispheres. Twice a year, the sunrise and sunset times in the northern and southern hemispheres are both 6 o'clock and 1800 hours. In addition, the sunrise and sunset times in the equatorial region are always 6 o'clock and 1800 hours. In other words, the Black Tower follows the local time of each region, such as the Huaxia region follows Beijing time, and stipulates that the game starts at sunrise and ends at sunset. This is the case all over the world. As long as this rule is not violated, anyone can attack the tower. Li Miaomio also realized the seriousness of the matter, and she immediately contacted the members of the Chosen. A short and thin man walked into the classroom and whispered a few words to Li Miaomio. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo had already heard what the man said, but the two children's hearing was not that good. Li Miaomio said, The copy game can still be entered. At 5 o'clock this afternoon, 2 peripheral members of our Chosen entered a normal copy without any obstruction. Tang Mo, maybe the problem occurred after 5 o'clock. Li Miaomio, then wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow we have several teams entering the dungeon separately. We will know the truth then. Everyone agreed with this suggestion. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Tang Mo opened his eyes on time. He did not sleep, but just closed his eyes to rest. At the moment of 6 o'clock, he turned his head through the window of the classroom and looked at the Black Tower in the distance. There was nothing unusual about the Black Tower. But all over the world, a loud and clear child's voice spread throughout the earth. Ding! As of 6 o'clock on June 10, 2018, the Huaxia region has confirmed that it has cleared the 5th floor of the Black Tower. The same voice was heard once an hour ago, and that time it said, The East Asia region has confirmed that it has cleared the 5th floor of the Black Tower. There are a total of 10 regions in the world, and the game time in each region is from 6 to 1800 hours local time, so the time for the forced attack on the Black Tower is actually different and must be settled according to the local time. The game time is up, and Tang Imo and his 5 people and 2 members of the Chosen One come to the trigger point of a copy. The Chosen organization also has its own intelligence network, knowing the triggering locations of many copies in Beijing, and arranges members to enter the game every day to improve their strength. The 2 members walked to a hot pot restaurant, pushed open the door of the hot pot restaurant, and reached into the large fish tank at the door of the store. The next moment, the 2 disappeared in the store. Li Miaomiu, in! Qin Shanshan turned to Tang Imo and said, "Brother Tang, Major Fu, this place is also very close to the Black Tower. Why don't we try it again?" Okay. This time, the 5 of them came to the bottom of the Black Tower together. When they walked to Tiananmen Square, Tang Imo noticed that there were several eyes staring at him in the dark. After the dodgeball game on the East 3rd Ring Road, he and Fu Wenduo became completely famous in Beijing. Not only were they famous, but most of the high-level players in Beijing knew their faces. Ordinary players, who didn't know their faces, could also recognize the other armband on Li Miaomiu's arm, which had a dark black X-like logo printed on it. That is the sign of the Chosen One. The players hiding in the dark did not dare to step forward. Tang Imo whispered, "Choose to open the 6th floor of the Black Tower and team up with player Fu Wenduo." The cold mechanical prompt sounded again. Ding! The data is abnormal, and the player's application for attacking the tower failed. Everyone was stunned, but after trying a few more times, the result was exactly the same. The 5 people returned to the Chosen One first. Tang Imo said, "It is the tower attack game that has been banned, and it has nothing to do with ordinary games." He thought of one thing. Is it related to the forced tower attack? Yesterday, Fu Wenduo and I were unable to attack the tower after we cleared the 5th floor. Players in the Huaxia area will no longer be forced to attack the tower, so during the period when other areas are forced to attack the tower, all Huaxia players are not allowed to attack the tower. This is a possibility. Qin Shanshan said, "One thing is not yet confirmed, Brother Tang Imo, have you ever thought about? Maybe it is not allowed to attack the 6th floor of the Black Tower, but it is allowed to attack other floors." Everyone was stunned when the voice fell. Tang Mo's brain quickly worked. In the Grab 6 mode, the first 3 teams or players to attack the 6th floor of the Black Tower can get clues for the 7th floor. Could it be that in all regions around the world, players are allowed to attack the 6th floor only after they have cleared the 5th floor? This is fair. No one will attack the 6th floor in advance. But it is also unfair. Why should players who cleared the 5th floor first wait for those who have not passed the 5th floor? This guess is more likely. Everyone pondered the anomaly this time, and Qin Shanshan said, "Tomorrow, Xiaoshang and Li Sisterly will attack the 4th floor of the Black Tower. Then we will know whether it is the tower attack game or the 6th floor of the Black Tower that is banned." Tang Imo nodded, and was about to say something else when suddenly a strange sound rang out over the world. This sound was like the rustling sound of a broken blower, hoarse and unpleasant. After the creaking sound, a cold mechanical voice said emotionlessly, "Ding! No one in the South Asia region has cleared the 5th floor of the Black Tower, and the forced tower attack mode is activated." At this moment, all the players in the world were shocked. The players in the South Asia region were all stunned, some were pale, and some were trembling with fear. An Indian female player wearing a red sari had been kneeling on the ground praying that someone could clear the 5th floor before the last moment came and save them, the ordinary players. Hearing the voice of the Black Tower, she cried in pain, her eyes red as she cried, "Why? Why has no one cleared the 5th floor of the Black Tower? Why?" However, the Black Tower did not give these players a chance to object, or they were not qualified to make any comments at all. A dazzling white light flashed in front of all the South Asian players, and in the blink of an eye, the entire South Asia, Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, became empty cities one after another. All humans disappeared, leaving only empty streets and cities. This was the first area to be forced to attack the tower. After a whole day, there were 4 areas in the world where no one had cleared the 5th floor of the Black Tower, and all players were forced to attack the tower. They were South Asia, Russia, West Asia, and America. Every forced attack on the tower meant the death of a large number of players. Late at night, Tang Imo closed his eyes and sat on a desk against the wall to rest. In the classroom, Qin Shanshan and Fu Wensheng prepared the props and mineral water needed for the tower attack the next day. They did not show much sympathy to the players in the 4 districts, who were forced to attack the tower. This is the cruel Black Tower game. If Tang Imo and Fu Wenduo had not cleared the 5th floor yesterday, All Chinese players would be forced to attack the tower now. Fu Weduo sat next to Tang Mo. He found a set of Go from the library of number 80 middle school. Originally, he asked Tang Mo to play with him, but Tang Mo was not familiar with Go, and the two ended up playing Go Bang. Fu Weduo closed his eyes and said in a low voice, "On November 13, 2017, I entered Myanmar from India and returned to China that night. If I stayed in India, I would be a South Asian player now." Tang Mo understood what he meant. "You are a player in the region you are in." He remembered something. Andre, the one who wanted to kill Mu Huishue, was the first player in the world to clear the 4th floor of the Black Tower. He was Russian. After he left Russia. Unfortunately, no one cleared the 5th floor within the specified time. Fu Weduo opened his eyes, glanced at Tang Mo, and then looked back. He whispered, "Yeah. This is fate." If Andre had not left Russia, perhaps he would have cleared the 5th floor of the Black Tower, and Russian players would not have been forced to attack the tower. Strength is the basis for survival. Tang Mo's mind appeared all the Black Tower games he had played before, and all the Black Tower bosses he had seen. He tried his best to remember all the information to increase his chances of clearing the 6th floor of the Black Tower, and being the first to clear it. Early the next morning, Tang Mo and Fu Weduo accompanied the two children to the bottom of the Black Tower. When Qin Shanshan applied to conquer the 4th floor of the Black Tower, a white light enveloped the three of them. Before she disappeared, Qin Shanshan quickly turned around and exchanged glances with Tang Mo. It had nothing to do with the tower conquering game, it was just that the 6th floor could not be conquered. They both realized this at the same time. The children left the earth and began to conquer the 4th floor of the Black Tower. Tang Mo and Fu Weduo did not stay here for long. The two hurried back to the 80th middle school, intending to wait for Qin Shanshan and the other two to return. Just as they were about to step into the gate of the 80th middle school, Fu Weduo suddenly stopped, took out a black dart from his pocket, moved his wrist, and shot it to the right. There was a sound of kicking the ground, and a black figure jumped out from behind the roadside tree. The baby-faced young man in a white jacket held the dart between his fingers, and his mouth twitched, and he couldn't keep the smile on his face. Slowly, he put the dart into his pocket very smoothly, then raised his head and grinned slightly. "Hee hee, Major Fu, Tang, we meet again. Wow, why are you looking at me like that? I'm not here to cause trouble. Haven't you realized that we can't attack the 6th floor of the Black Tower?" Chapter 209. Tang Mo narrowed his eyes, and said with certainty, "You have also cleared the 5th floor of the Black Tower." After hearing this, Bairoyo put his hands in his pockets and smiled brightly. "Wow, Tang, don't you think I can't clear the 5th floor? Everyone wants to get the 6th floor. Don't you think I don't have the strength to get the 6th floor?" The baby-faced young man pretended to be hurt. "You doubt my strength." Tang Mo ignored him. He and Fu Weduo cleared the 5th floor of the Black Tower yesterday, and a whole day has passed since then. If Bairoyo had chosen to enter the tower attack game immediately after the Black Tower 4.5 version update, it would not be impossible for him to clear the 5th floor. This baby-faced young man possesses a powerful strength that is completely inconsistent with his playful appearance. Fu Weduo said lightly, "That dart is just an ordinary dart." The smile on Bairoyo's face froze for a moment, but he chose not to take the dart out of his pocket. "Really? Then I make it a collection." "Hee, it's a gift from Major Fu." He had no intention of returning the dart. Fu Weduo raised his eyebrows and glanced at him. Tang Mo and Fu Weduo did not intend to talk nonsense with Bairoyo. Bairoyo wanted to say more nonsense, but he thought of the last time in Santa Claus's candy house, and felt that he was asking for trouble, so he went straight to the point and said, "If I am not mistaken, since you cleared the 5th floor yesterday, you have tried to challenge the 6th floor more than once." "You all failed?" Tang Mo asked back. "Did you succeed?" "If Bairoyo succeeded, he wouldn't be standing here." Bairoyo smiled and said, "Since no one succeeded, I'm relieved. It's so boring. We can't attack the tower, and we don't know when we can attack the tower. Hey Tang, how about we set up a tent under the Black Tower? We have to try to attack the tower every moment, otherwise one day the Black Tower will be normal and allowed to attack the tower, but we don't know, think about it. It's a loss. We have to grab the 6th place. You came here just to say this?" Tang Mo looked at the baby-faced young man in front of him calmly. After a long while, he raised the corner of his lips. "You just want to get information from me. To see if we know what happened to the Black Tower." Bairoyo was hit on the heart, and laughed, changing the subject. "Did I say that?" What he didn't expect was that Tang Mo actually asked directly, "What do you think?" Bairoyo was stunned for a moment, because he had never received such a friendly inquiry from the other party. Fu and Duo, you came here because you have some guesses, right? The three Chinese players who cleared the 5th floor of the Black Tower stared at each other quietly for a long time. Bai Ruoya smiled and spread his hands. I really have some ideas, Tang Tang. How did you know? Then, Bai Ruoya walked into the Tianxian base openly from the gate of number 80 middle school for the first time. Ruan Wanshu and Lian Yuzhen were not there. Li Miaomiao and other core members of Tianxian also entered the game and attacked the tower. Tang Mo brought Bai Ruoya to a senior high school classroom, where he and Fu Wenduo stayed. Bai Ruoya was not polite, and sat directly on the podium. This place is really nice, located at the intersection of several shopping malls, with developed transportation and close to the Black Tower. The chosen one really knows how to enjoy life. Tang Mo, let's talk business. The smile on Bai Ruoya's lips slowly faded, and he said word by word, the 6th floor's tower attack game. May not be that simple. An error suddenly occurred in the Black Tower, and all players were banned from clearing the 6th floor. What was the reason? In fact, when Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo realized that only the 6th floor's tower attack game had a data error, they realized one thing. The Black Tower was deliberately waiting for players in other areas to clear the 5th floor and have a chance to enter the 6th floor. This seems to be very unfair to the players who have already cleared the 5th floor. In the 6th floor mode, every player in the world is competing for the 3 places. Time is extremely precious to them. Every second of delay may cause the 3rd player/team to clear the 6th floor to become the 4th and lose the reward. But the Black Tower ruthlessly rejected their request to attack the tower in advance and prohibited them from attacking the tower. Bai Ruoya sat on the podium and said, all of us are waiting for someone from the other 4 regions, namely South Asia, Russia, West Asia and America, to clear the 5th floor. TSK Tang Tang, don't you think it's unfair? Why should we wait for those useless guys? Tang Mo pondered for a while, looked up and said, all this is just your speculation. Bai Ruoya blinked when he heard it. Speculation? Tang Mo crossed his arms and leaned against the windowsill. The Black Tower prohibits players from attacking the 6th floor because they have to wait for players in each area to pass the 6th floor, and then everyone will attack the tower together. Isn't this your speculation? Bai Ruoya smiled and said, Tang Tang, do you still remember the 3rd update of the Black Tower version 4.5? Tang Mo paused. Bai Ruoya answered himself. 3rd, Black Tower 5.0 is expected to launch an interoperable mode. What is the interoperable mode? Interoperable mode. As early as the day when version 4.5 was updated, Tang Mo, Fu Wenduo, and Xin Shanshan speculated a possibility. In version 5.0, Black Tower will open up interoperable games in 10 regions around the world. But this does not mean that he can guess in advance that the 6th floor of the Black Tower is version 5.0. Tang Mo did not answer Bai Ruoya's question. A deep voice suddenly sounded, you are very sure. Bai Ruoya's laughter suddenly stopped. Soon, he turned his head to look at the man in black standing by the window, and laughed again. Major Fu, what am I very sure of? Fu Wenduo said calmly, you are very sure that you can't pass the 6th floor because you have to wait for players from all other areas to pass it. Bai Ruoya really? Fu Wenduo lowered his eyes and looked at him. Yes. Bai Ruoya touched his chin. Am I really sure? Fu Wenduo didn't bother with him anymore. His dark eyes stared at Bai Ruoya's face for a long time, and Fu Wenduo said, you seem to be hiding some secrets. Hearing Fu Wenduo say this, Tang Mo also carefully observed the baby-faced young man. If Fu Wenduo didn't mention it, it seemed really hard to remember. Bai Ruoya was an extremely mysterious person. He was a national secret intelligence officer, and he was very powerful before he went online on Earth. But his ability was really useless. Although his physical fitness was greatly improved, his force value was also greatly improved. But compared with Mu Huixue, Ruan Wanshu and others, his ability is in a very awkward position. Bai Ruoya is just like this. He is the 3rd player in China to pass the 5th floor of the Black Tower, and the only one to pass it alone. And he knows a lot of information. No one knows where he found so much information. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo have only a vague guess about the Black Tower and the ability, but he can accurately say. Every player's ability is not unique, and someone has had it before. Such information. Tang Mo suddenly thought, you said that the Black Tower boss, who told you some information was surnamed Bai. Who is she? Bai Ruoya, guess. Several fairy tale characters related to Bai appeared in Tang Mo's mind. Bai Ruoya said to himself, I am sure? Is it true? Why don't I think so? Maybe I am very smart, so I can guess these things, Major Fu. Fu Duo, what else do you want? It was a bit like driving guests away. You're just going to burn your bridges? Fu Duo looked at him coldly. What you said, Tang Mo, and I have guessed before. But before the Black Tower confirms it, no one knows what the truth is. That's all. Bai Ruoyu deliberately pretended to be an abandoned woman, who was used and abandoned, but unfortunately, neither of the two people in the classroom would appreciate his actor-like acting skills. Sighing with regret, Bai Ruoyu smiled and said, Indeed, there is one last thing. Tang Major Fu, the 6th floor of the Black Tower. Team up to clear it? Tang Mo was originally looking at Fu Duo, and the two were secretly discussing some things about Bai Ruoyu. Suddenly, they turned their heads at the same time when they heard this. Tang Mo looked at Bai Ruoyu with a sizing look, and he laughed. Where do you get the confidence to think that we will team up with you? An hour later, the baby-faced young man in a white jacket hummed an off-tuned song, and walked out of the 80th middle school with a relaxed pace. When he arrived at the school gate, he turned around and waved his hand vigorously to say goodbye to Tang Mo and Fu Duo. Tang Mo felt angry and amused. Can a guy like him really cooperate? You might even be sold out in the next second. Fu Duo felt differently. He said, if the 6th floor of the Black Tower is really as he said. Tang Mo was silent for a moment. There is an 80% chance that it is like that. The two turned around and returned to the classroom. 3 days later, Qin Shanshan and the other two came back from the tower attack game. Perhaps because she had experienced a tower attack game with a 5th level player, this time Qin Shanshan completed the tower attack game very easily. Li Miaomia was injured, and Fu Wensheng, who was much shorter than her, carried her back to Tianxian. After Fu carried her back, he quickly used his supernatural power to heal Li Miaomia. The child blamed himself a little. She got injured for me. I was the one who got injured. Li Miaomia was still unconscious. Qin Shanshan glanced at him and said, since we are a team to attack the tower together, we are teammates. Sister Li's supernatural power is to transfer the wounds of others to herself, and then use her powerful self-healing ability to recover. If she doesn't transfer your wound, you might die in the game. Fu Wensheng nodded. In the evening, Li Miaomia woke up. The next day, she was full of energy, and there was no sign of her almost dying the day before. Tang Mo saw the two children getting closer to the female doctor, and he said calmly, her ability is very useful. Tang Mo really wanted to have the terrible self-healing ability without transferring other people's wounds to himself. It's just a pity that with the quality of Li Miaomia's ability, Tang Mo might need to almost kill her to get her ability. It is even possible that Li Miaomia's ability is not much easier to obtain than Fu Wen's was. The later it gets, the harder it is for Tang Mo to obtain powerful abilities. Self-healing ability? Tang Mo turned his head and looked at Fu Duo. Yes, I really want her self-healing ability. Her self-healing ability is much stronger than mine, and even much stronger than yours. Fu Duo, my self-healing ability and hers are reflected in different aspects. Fu Duo flipped his hand and took out a small dagger, raised his right hand, and suddenly fell on his wrist. Tang Mo was startled and subconsciously tried to stop him. Fu Duo also stopped before cutting off his wrist. He said to Tang Mo, it seems that it is really not necessary to do it so drastically. My ability is gene recombination. The recovery speed when injured is indeed much slower than hers, but in terms of repairing broken limbs, my self-healing ability is extremely strong. When he just finished attacking the 1st floor of the Black Tower, Fu Duo had one leg bitten off by the crazy turkey. But he quickly grew a new leg. This is his powerful self-healing ability. Fu Duo took back the knife, and Tang Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Before he could fully breathe out, a deep male voice rang out. My ability is not weaker than hers. So? Tang Mo raised his head suddenly, and looked at the other party. Fu Duo opened his lips, but didn't say anything, but Tang Mo knew what he was going to say. So, when are you going to take my ability away? Before he could finish his words, a clear child's voice suddenly interrupted Fu Wen's words. Ding! Yelena Ivanovna, a reserve player in Russia's 6th district, cleared the 5th floor of the Black Tower. The Russian district's forced tower attack has ended. The two of them looked at each other quickly. Tang Mo, just like the time you attacked the 1st floor of the Black Tower, which forced all Chinese players to attack the tower, as long as someone clears the level, the tower attack will end immediately. Yes. Chapter 210. In the next 3 days, players from the West Asia and America regions successively cleared the 5th floor of the Black Tower. As long as someone cleared the 5th floor of the Black Tower, the forced attack on the tower would end. However, after the 3rd day, there was no news of players successfully attacking the tower from the South Asia region. On the morning of June 17th, the seventh day of the forced attack on the tower, a hoarse and dull male voice sounded over the world, with a hint of anger, ding. As of June 17, 2018, no player from the fourth floor of the South Asia region had conquered the fifth floor of the Black Tower. The forced tower attack in South Asia is over. Tang Yimou opened his eyes wide, still not understanding the meaning of this sentence. The next moment, the voice of the Black Tower returned to an emotionless mechanical voice again. Ding! The forced tower attack is over, and the Black Tower 4.5 version is over. It is expected that at 6 a.m. on June 18, 2018, Greenwich time, the Black Tower 5.0 version will be seamlessly opened. This version will directly open the Black Tower's 6th floor tower attack mode. Players are requested to explore the specific update content by themselves. Players, please work hard to attack the tower. The update prompt of Black Tower 5.0 was broadcast 3 times in a row, and the Black Tower returned to peace again. The door opened with a bang. Tang Yimou looked up and saw Qin Shanshan and Fu Wensheng running over breathlessly. The little girl's face was slightly red. Obviously she was running in a hurry. She said anxiously, "Brother Tang Yimou, did you hear it? Black Tower 5.0 version?" Ruan Wanshu and Lian Yuzheng also came over. Tang Yimou looked at the two. Ruan Wanshu, 6 o'clock in the morning of Greenwich Mean Time, which is 14 o'clock in the afternoon of Beijing time. Tang Yimou, Fu Duo, Lian Yuzheng, and I will challenge the 6th floor of the Black Tower. After a pause, he continued, "The update of the Black Tower this time is very strange. It did not clearly state the specific update content, but we can't wait for it to tell us. In the rush for 6 mode, all high-level players around the world will rush to clear the 6th floor." Lian Yuzheng looked at Tang Yimou and Fu Wenduo. "Are we enemies too?" Tang Yimou smiled and said, "Yes, enemies." Ruan Wanshu and Lian Yuzheng said nothing more. The two left and prepared the props they would bring to clear the 6th floor the next day. When Lian Yuzheng asked that question just now, it didn't really mean that the two sides had become enemies. She was asking whether Tang Yimou and Fu Wenduo wanted to team up with them. There might be very few players who cleared the 5th floor in a region. For example, in the Russian region and the West Asian region, which were forced to attack the tower, there might be only 1 or 2 people who cleared the 5th floor. But in large regions like the European region, the Chinese region, and the American region, there might be 5 or 6 people who cleared the 5th floor, or even close to 10 people. There are 3 places in total. If Tang Yimou and Ruan Wanshu team up, they naturally don't need to fight for the quota with each other, they are a team. But forming a team means increased difficulty. Tang Yimou is not going to take the risk of forming a team now. He and Fu Wenduo had already decided 7 days ago, when they met by Royale, that they would act randomly after entering the game. If the game difficulty is already so high that it doesn't matter if they form a team, they will naturally form a team with other players. Forming a team means increased difficulty, but it also means fewer opponents competing for the quota. Qin Shanshan and Fu Wensheng gave all their props to Tang Yimou and the others. Fu Xiaodi went to the next classroom with a few empty mineral water bottles, and worked hard for an afternoon to make 3 bottles. He handed the mineral water to his eldest brother. "Brother, these are the waters I made with my evolved superpowers, which are much more effective than before. After drinking, they can also temporarily improve your superpowers and physical fitness." Fu Wenduo looked down at his younger brother, and put the mineral water into the chicken coop. "Go to sleep." Fu Xiaodi nodded honestly, and found a place to sleep. With their strength, they no longer have any requirements for sleep. But the crazy use of superpowers made Fu Wensheng overdrawn, and very tired. Fu Wenduo, "I go home to get some weapons." Tang Yimou, "I go with you." As the night was getting darker, the two left Tianxian after 6 o'clock in the evening, and went to Fu Wenduo's home next to the Forbidden City. They had to avoid any dungeons that might be pulled in, so they set out after 6 o'clock to prevent being delayed by any dungeons, and not being the first to enter the 6th floor of the Black Tower. The two came to the 2-story building. When Fu Wenduo pushed open the door, he paused. "Someone has been here." Tang Yimou looked up at him. "Fu Wenduo, the house has been searched." The two searched carefully, and found no one else in the house. Tang Yimou said, "It should be a player who came here to search for supplies," so he searched once, and left without finding anything. The food and water in the house had been looted by other players long before Tang Yimou and Fu Wenduo came to Beijing. Those who still wanted to search for things could only come to find weapons. But unfortunately, they were destined not to find weapons. Fu Wenduo took Tang Yimou to the 2nd floor, and came to a room at the innermost side of the corridor. This is Fu Wenduo's bedroom, which is decorated simply and cleanly. There is only a bed, a desk, and a whole row of bookshelves. The desk is made of mahogany, and each piece of furniture reflects the simplicity and purity of the last century, and it is quite historical at first glance. Fu Wenduo walked to the third bookshelf, took out a book Introduction to Underwater Weapons, and opened the book. A U-shaped metal bookmark was sandwiched in it. Fu Wenduo took the bookmark and inserted it into an inconspicuous small groove between the two bookshelves. There was a crisp click, and the two bookshelves moved slightly. Fu Wenduo stretched out his hands to open the bookshelves, and hundreds of black guns appeared in front of the two people in an instant. A gun that's too long is not easy to use. You use my gun, and I take some more. Tang Mo nodded, okay. The two packed some guns and bullets in their backpacks, and Fu Wenduo took some grenades that Tang Mo couldn't recognize. Noticing Tang Mo's gaze on the grenade, Fu Wenduo took out a silver-white long tube grenade. He held the handle. M70 anti-tank grenade, the prototype is the 80 type. This is an improved version, which is still confidential, and has not been fully put into military use. Although the Black Tower prop is very powerful, this cold weapon can also produce a great explosion effect. Tang Mo, anti-tank? Can it blow up a tank? Fu Wenduo raised the corner of his lips. It can blow up a building. When Fu Wenduo closed the secret door, his eyes caught a black pistol hanging on the wall. Before the bookshelf closed, he quickly took it down and handed it to Tang Mo. Tang Mo looked at him in surprise. Why? This gun is what I often used when I was a child. The recoil is not strong, and it is very handy. Tang Mo was stunned for a moment, then he sneered and rejected the gun. It suits you. Fu Wenduo raised an eyebrow. Looking at Tang Mo's rare angry look, he actually looked at it with interest for a few more times, and did not take the gun away. Tang Mo frowned. What are you looking at? Fu Wenduo's eyes were dark. This gun is indeed suitable for novices. Suitable for you. Tang Mo, Is this level still passable? Tang Mo took the weapon he was going to take away, and was about to turn around and leave, when suddenly, something cold pressed against his chest. He stopped and looked back at Fu Wenduo. Question mark. Fu Wenduo moved his fingers and easily put the gun into Tang Mo's pocket. His movements were so smooth and fast that even Tang Mo didn't react. Tang Mo found it funny, and took the gun out of his pocket again. This is the first gun I used. Tang Mo glanced at the gun, and then looked at Fu Wenduo. The clear moonlight shone into the room through the window along with the mottled shadows of the trees. Fu Wenduo's eyes were dark and quiet. He looked at Tang Mo steadily for a long time and smiled slightly. Also give it to the first person I like. Tang Mo's pupils trembled slightly, and the tall man was reflected in his eyes, and the other person also reflected him. He was the only one. The kiss fell quickly, as soft as a feather at first, and gradually became heavier, with a strong man's breath. The bed still had the smell of Fu Wenduo. When Tang Mo buried his face in it, the light and clean smell seeped into his mouth and nose. The shadows of the trees were swaying, and the pistol was loaded, shaking the bed constantly when shooting. Sweat dripped on the young man's face. Tang Mo opened his eyes, and the sexy and aggressive power pierced his heart. He pulled Fu Wenduo's neck down and kissed him. The first bullet was fired from the gun barrel. Tang Mo panted slightly, and reached out to take out a book of superpowers from the air. He turned to the last page, and only had time to see the 6 words written on the first line, superpower, genetic recombination, before being pulled down by the man again. The book of superpowers was thrown to the ground by its owner. It's a pity that each superpower can only be obtained once, and the superpower level cannot be increased no matter how many times. Tang Mo suddenly felt that it was a bit uneconomical, but he just thought about it, and pulled the other party down again, and kissed Fu Wenduo's lips hard. In the early morning, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo returned to Tianxian to make sure the 2 children were safe. The 2 made all preparations. At 13:30 on the afternoon of June 18th, they came to the bottom of the Black Tower with Wan Wangshu and Lian Yuzhen. The ordinary players hiding in the dark quietly looked at these advanced players, who were preparing to attack the 6th floor. 20 minutes later, a tall, thin and fair young man came from a distance. When he saw Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, his eyelids twitched, and he walked to the side without saying a word. Tang Mo raised his eyebrows and said, "It turns out that Ning Zheng has also cleared the 5th floor." Next was Bai Ruoyu. Seeing Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, he waved happily. Seeing Ning Zheng again, the baby-faced young man ran up to him, as if it was natural, and said with a smile, "Ning, we haven't seen each other for so long. Where have you been hiding? I can't find you at all, it really makes me sad." Ning Zheng was so angry that he almost fainted, and he ran a little further away from this group of weirdos. At the last minute, Tang Mo looked around strangely and said, "Mu Huixue didn't come." After waiting for a long time, Mu Huixue still didn't show up. Will she not die in the 5th level game, or be killed by Andre? At 1400 hours, the Black Tower did not change at all, still completely black, suspended high in the air. For the first time, the update of the Black Tower was so peaceful, and a clear child's voice only announced, "Ding! The Black Tower 5.0 version is officially online," and then there was no movement. But after this sentence, all the players gathered here focused their attention and determined to attack the tower as quickly as possible. The blinding white light filled Tang Mo's vision. Just before he was about to enter the tower attack game, he seemed to see a figure running towards him in his peripheral vision. The depressed female voice shouted speechlessly, "I told you not to fight with me. You are trying to kill me again. Don't stop me from attacking the tower." Completely unable to understand what the other party said, Andre only understood the 2 words. "Attack the tower." So he said, "I will attack him with you." Mu Huixue, Go to hell with the tower attack. All over the world, except for South Asia, players in every region immediately applied to enter the tower attack game after the Black Tower announced the update. They all entered the tower attack game as soon as possible, so they didn't know that after they all entered, a loud child's voice spread all over the world, "Ding! On June 18, 2018, 30 players from District 9 successfully entered the 6th floor of the Black Tower. A total of 1 person in Nanbang District, 2 people in Southeast Asia District, 2 people in East Asia District, 1 person in West Asia District, 1 person in Russia District, 2 people in America District, 5 people in Europe District, 7 people in the United States District, and 9 people in Huaxia District." China, Shanghai. Luo Fengcheng walked out of the underground parking lot in astonishment, and looked at the Black Tower on the other side of the Huangpu River. Jax ran over breathlessly, "Doctor, what's wrong? What does the Black Tower mean? Why did it suddenly reveal the information of the tower attacking players? There are actually 9 players in China." Before Jax finished speaking, a cold child's voice interrupted him, "Ding! The official player of West Asia Zone 4, Pico Burgenadze, failed to pass the level, and the number of players attacking the tower in West Asia is 0.